Chapter 1, Laser Weapons Testing. Huaxia. Smoky East City. Number 502, Unit 3, Building 18, Wanming District. The inside of the room was cluttered, with various electronic components and electronic instruments piled up everywhere. Scattered, thick, thin and colorful wires were all tangled up into a ball as well. Among them, in the middle of the room, there was a cable bundled by countless wires, about 30 centimeters thick, especially conspicuous. This thickest cable extended all the way in the direction of the window side. It was connected all the way to a strangely shaped electronic apparatus that seemed to be from alien technology. Only the front part of this electronic device, which was somewhat like a gun barrel, had all kinds of cables exposed on the outside, as if it was still a half-finished product. The entire room was not small, but under the pile of these densely packed electronic devices, there wasn't even a place to land. Inside the room was also filled with an indescribable smell unique to mechanical materials, giving people a feeling like they had stepped into a military workshop. Ding bell. A sharp doorbell rang. Lin Xian, who was burying his head in work next to the windowsill of his room, slowly raised his head. Lin Xian's face looked a little tired, and his face had a pallor that hadn't seen the sun for many days. However, the exhaustion still couldn't stop the young man's angular, handsome face, as well as the pair of deep, as if they could see through everything in the world. Is the takeout here? Lin Xian didn't look at his cell phone, but glanced at the electronic panel in front of him. The back of this electronic panel was followed by countless complex wires. These wires were connected to that peculiarly shaped device not far from the window. In the center of the instrument was a white barrel-shaped thing with two smaller barrels, one black and one white, attached. Above the electronic panel, red electronic numbers were jumping. 102. 101. 1 o'clock. Countdown to 1 minute. The third low-power electronic pumping excitation test, about to begin. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xian got up and walked precisely through the electronic instruments and cables cluttering the inside of the room. It was as agile as a butterfly crossing a flower field, not touching any of the electronic devices. Hello, Mr. Lin, here's your cassoulet rice, enjoy your meal. After opening the door, the takeout boy with the Ox Demon King headdress greeted him with a smile. Cassoulet rice? Lin Xian suddenly remembered that he had ordered cassoulet rice. Smoky East City's cassoulet chicken rice, with its translucent flavor that wasn't sticky and rich aroma, had always been Lin Xian's favorite. Goo goo. His stomach growled twice, as if to remind Lin Xian that he hadn't eaten for 23 hours. Just as Lin Xian was about to take over the takeout from the little brother, Lin Xian suddenly realized that the hands of the takeaway boy holding the takeaway were frozen in mid-air as if he had been cast with a fixation spell. The delivery boy looked at the room full of unnamed instruments, as well as those complicated and densely covered cables, and the entire individual was completely dumbfounded. The little brother completely forgot that he was here to deliver the goods. This is... Little brother could not hide the shock on his face, not knowing how to use words to describe the sight he saw in front of him, as if the world inside the door was a different world. Drip, 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 drip. Just then, the electronic panel's countdown also ended with a series of bright beeps. Lin Xian also turned his head back and looked at the peculiarly shaped cannon barrel with a bit of anticipation in his eyes. Boom! A huge bright red glow, accompanied by a loud bang, burst out from the barrel of the cannon. Again, there was a fire and a loud bang, and the unknown takeaway boy was startled, and his mouth instantly opened into an O shape. But the red glow was only fleeting, then it went out. A green smoke accompanied by a burning smell also dispersed in the air. Oh! Seeing this, Lin Xian completely ignored the takeout boy who was still next to him and thoughtfully muttered to himself, it seems that the energy conversion rate is enough, but the degree of laser radiation oscillation constraints of the resonant cavity still needs to be improved. Sure enough, the extremely destructive laser weapon that the entire world has failed to research at the moment, it still needs to be tested a few more times before it can succeed. Saying that, Lin Xian smoothly received the cassoulet rice from the takeout boy who was as stiff as a statue, and said with a calm expression, "Thank you." Leaving only the dumbfounded delivery boy to face the closed door again, his face written with astonishment. An extremely destructive laser weapon? A few more tests? The delivery boy just came to an old neighborhood to make a delivery, or else would he have expected to see such a scene? What kind of horrible thing is this person working on in the end? It can't be working on some kind of terrorist weapon and planning a terrorist attack. Thinking of the way Lin Xian had just been talking intoxicatedly about some kind of lethal weapon, as well as the mechanical equipment that was all over the house, the delivery boy couldn't help but be a hard breath of cool air, and his legs were a little soft. Then, the takeaway boy almost fled and left the Wanming neighborhood where Lin Xian was, and then gasped and dialed the police. Hello, this is the Smoky East City Police. Crooked, hello, I'm a deliveryman. Just now when I was delivering a delivery, I found out that there seems to be a terrorist experiment going on in the Wanming neighborhood. Terrorist experiment? The one who answered the phone was Officer Zhang. After hearing the takeaway boy's alarm call, Officer Zhang was taken aback. Comrade, please say it more clearly. What kind of terrorist experiments are being conducted by someone in Wanning district? It's a young man of about 20 years of age. I heard that person seemed to have said something about laser weapons or something. It's quite scary anyway. The delivery boy reported seriously. 20-year-old young man, laser weapon. Hearing the takeaway boy's serious report, Officer Zhang stifled a smile and said, "Okay, this comrade, we understand, thank you for your enthusiastic report." Officer Zhang, what made you so happy? Officer Wang from the Smoky East City Police Station asked curiously. A takeout boy called the police to report that a young man in the Wanning neighborhood was making some kind of laser weapon. Officer Zhang laughed. Laser weapons? Officer Wang was instantly happy as well, saying, if someone can really build a laser weapon at home, then I can still build a Star Destroyer at home. Lin Xian didn't know anything about the takeaway boy calling the police. At this moment, Lin Xian was eating cassoulet rice while continuing to improve the oddly shaped gun barrel inside his hand as if he had been pumped up, and he still said, "It smells really good." Just like the novels in which he traveled through, Lin Xian was a traveler. 10 days ago, Lin Xian was in a car accident and traveled to this planet that was similar to the previous world Blue Star. After his memories merged, Lin Xian realized that his parents in this world were the same as in his previous world, having left unexpectedly when he was still young. It was good to be alone, free and at ease. In addition to this, Lin Xian's identity is a senior student at the National Defense Science University. With less than half a year to go before graduation, the major courses had basically ended, and it was the time to do the graduation design. According to the tutor's requirement, everyone's graduation design must reflect the practical application of a technology. Lin Xian's college is the Chonsan College of the National University of Science and Technology, which is relatively special, and unlike other colleges that are monolithic, the Chonsan College is even more oriented towards the cultivation of fusion talents. Whether it's optical engineering, aviation and astronautics technology, or weapon science, it's all involved. Lin Xian crossed over and found that he crossed the same name and surname of the old brother's usual performance is not good, not to mention that, but also rented a house outside to play games. Graduation design has not been done at all. However, it is also the old brother stayed up late playing games sudden death, only to have Lin Xian's crossing this time. Just when Lin Xian was at a loss, Lin Xian found a system. The Great Country Technology System. The name of the system already said it all. This system could assist Lin Xian in developing technology. The things that were given away in the system's gift package were also precisely laser weapons and related technologies. The laser weapon, in the entire blue planet, was still a concept weapon. With the laser weapon technology gifted by the system gift pack, Lin Xian did what he said he would do. During these 10 days, Lin Xian hardly went out. It had been inside the house concentrating on the development of the laser weapon. The key instruments required for the development of the laser weapon had all been given away in the system gift package, so Lin Xian didn't need to prepare them himself at all. 10 days had passed. Now Lin Xian was in the final stages of the small power test of the laser weapon. Chapter 2, Accident. The next day, Lin Xian slept until he woke up naturally. Last night Lin Xian had been repeatedly calibrating the resonant cavity of the laser weapon, tinkering with it until midnight. A resonant cavity is simply a device that amplifies the laser of a laser weapon and oscillates in the same direction, thus allowing the laser to be fired out all the way to keep the high energy from spreading. After calibrating it to the perfect degree, Lin Xian didn't continue with the test. Because this time, Lin Xian had a premonition that it would definitely work. If the test was conducted at night, the commotion might be too big. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to conduct a test of the laser weapon's low-power pumping excitation during the daytime the next day. Gain medium stabilization. Pump source electrical input stabilization. Resonant cavity stabilization. After conducting a final check, Lin Xian put on his sunglasses. Even if it was a low-power test, then this was a high-energy laser weapon test that was currently unavailable on Blue Star. Lin Xian didn't want his eyes to be blinded. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian pressed a small red controller button in his hand. Zip! A high-energy laser beam was instantly fired from a section of the white barrel through the ytterbium laser glass. Laser shot straight ahead. Lin Xian placed in advance of a thickness of 50 centimeters in the middle of the steel plate. Almost instantly, the center of the steel plate glowed blindingly white, and molten red steel flowed and dripped down. By the time the test was over, Lin Xian went to check the condition of the steel plate again. A look of surprise and excitement also appeared on Lin Xian's face. Although the test process had just lasted only 2 seconds. But in the middle of the steel plate with a thickness of 50 centimeters, surprisingly, it was scorched with a deep big hole. The depth was about 30 centimeters or so, which meant that just now, if the laser had been excited for a longer period of time, this 50 centimeter thick steel plate would have been completely shot through by the laser weapon. The temperature inside was still very high right now, and it was even still reddish. Lin Xian was again glancing at the analysis of the test data recorded on the computer next to him. Lin Xian was surprised to find that this time, although it was a low-power laser weapon test, the effective attack range, even when considering atmospheric attenuation, could reach at least 100 kilometers or more. In other words, without considering the curvature of the ground of the blue star itself, even a low-power laser weapon could strike any target within 100 kilometers. It's really too strong, Lin Xian said, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Although only a small power version of the laser weapon was being tested now, an effective striking distance of 100 kilometers was very powerful when placed on a modern battlefield. Whether it's hitting ground targets or air targets, it will be a big killer. Lin Xian, as a student of the National University of Science and Technology, also knew that the United States on the other side of the ocean was already in the process of preparing for the Pacific Air Force. With laser weapons, they could strike wherever they wanted. The so-called Pacific Air Force of the United States is afraid of being defeated. Thinking of this, Lin Xian glanced at the pumping source used for the energy input of the laser weapon and suddenly had an even bolder idea. The pumping source was the laser weapon's electrical power source, and at the moment, it was steadily outputting low-power electrical energy. Although it is a small power electrical energy, but it is only relatively speaking. The power of the electrical energy that Lin Xian had just used was already 500 times the maximum power of civilian 220V electricity, or 1000 kilowatts. The reason why he was able to use such a large amount of electrical energy was because Lin Xian had obtained the laser weapon electrical energy exciter design drawings from the laser weapon's accompanying gift package. An electrical energy exciter, in simple terms, was the ability to amplify the power of the supplied electrical energy itself, thus satisfying the high point energy required by the laser weapon. Of course, in the matter of energy conversion, in addition to the amplification of the electrical energy exciter, the laser weapon that Lin Xian had built also reached a staggering 99.8% in terms of conversion efficiency. That is to say, basically no electrical energy would be wasted, and all of it would be converted into the energy of the laser weapon. Now some countries in the research of laser weapons, stuck in the laser weapons, need huge energy and conversion efficiency. Of course, there was also atmospheric cloud cover and attenuation, but this problem was completely negligible for Lin Xian's high-energy laser weapons. When the laser weapon was powerful enough, those small variables could be ignored. The electrical exciter, as the most important part of the laser weapon's energy supply power source, had also taken Lin Xian quite a bit of time to manufacture in the early stages. The low-power laser weapon test had been successful. Lin Xian was now even more curious if the parameters of the electrical energy exciter were adjusted to a maximum of 50 megawatts, and then a pump source was used to power the laser weapon. What kind of terrifying degree could the power of a full-power 50 megawatt laser weapon reach? 50 megawatts is 50 times the power of the previous low-power test. Curious as he was, Lin Xian knew that he definitely couldn't conduct the test at home. If he wanted to test, he would have to find an open space that was specialized in conducting tests. A 50 megawatt high-energy laser test could blow up the whole building if anything goes wrong. Lin Xian said that he had just crossed over and didn't want to get boxed in so quickly. Of course, not conducting a 50 megawatt laser weapon test didn't mean that Lin Xian couldn't try out the stability of the power supply first. Just testing the stability of a maximum power supply shouldn't go wrong, right? After deciding to test the stability of a 50 megawatt power supply, Lin Xian also did what he said he would do, never inking. Out of caution, Lin Xian first aimed the largest white barrel in the center of the laser weapon at the outside of the window, and adjusted the angle of elevation to the highest, aiming at the roof of the sky where there was nothing. The sky over Yandong City was clear and bright, without a single cloud. It was empty and very safe under the turquoise blue sky. With everything prepared, Lin Xian also began to gradually increase the power of the electrical energy exciter. 5 megawatts. 20 megawatts. 40 megawatts. By the time Lin Xian had increased the power of the electrical energy exciter to 40 megawatts, the supply of energy from the pumping source was still a steady batch, without any appearance of going down. Just short of the last 10 megawatts. Lin Xian took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his palms, and began to continue increasing the maximum power of the electrical energy exciter. 40, 45, all the way to a maximum of 50 megawatts. The LCD display showed that after Lin Xian had increased the laser weapon's power supply to a maximum of 50 megawatts, the power supply was still working very stably, with no problems at all. In other words, as long as Lin Xian pressed the laser weapon's launch button, the laser weapon would be able to launch the laser with 50 times the power of the previous test. Success! Lin Xian's face was written with excitement and the joy of success. But just then, an accident happened. Lin Xian was careless because he was too excited. Splat! Lin Xian's hand accidentally hit the top of the laser weapon control button that had just been placed next to him with a crunch. Lin Xian, at once, was just confused. Chapter 3, Shocked Passers-by. Moment. A beam of high-energy laser with a power of 50 megawatts was galvanized out of the laser weapon that Lin Xian had built and shot straight up into the sky. The brightness of a 50 megawatt high-energy laser could not be compared to a 1000 kilowatt low-power laser. Although it was a clear morning, but this beam of laser beams straight to the zenith is still bright and blinding, so that people cannot see straight. Everything around them was suddenly eclipsed. The entire range of smoky East City, no matter where a person was, if they looked up, they could see this laser beam. At this moment, it was 9 o'clock in the morning, which was the peak time for work in smoky East City, and there were quite a number of people who were still on their way to work. Seeing a blinding beam of light that flashed between the sky and the ground and then disappeared, the people on the road were stunned. Is this a... what? Looks like a shooting star? How can a meteor be so bright? It's broad daylight. Looking at the direction it seems to have landed over in the old town? The people on the road of smoky East City stood still for a moment, looking curiously and doubtfully at the direction in which a beam of white red light had just flickered, and murmured. And just at that moment, the entire smoky East City was suddenly blacked out again. The traffic lights on the streets, the billboards, all of them went out in an instant. It was as if something had completely drained the electricity from the entire city of smoky East. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on with this sudden rise of a city-wide blackout, the power on the streets, inside the office buildings, was restored again in the blink of an eye. Another meteor, another power outage, messing with the entire citizens of the smoky East City. They were all a little confused. It was as if all of this was a sign of something extraordinary that was about to happen. Wanming neighborhood. After Lin Xian had turned off his laser weapon, it was only then that he realized that a cold sweat had just broken out on him. This wave, Lin Xian had really been careless. Originally, Lin Xian just wanted to test the maximum power of the power supply, but he didn't expect that he would actually shoot out a 50 megawatt high-energy laser beam. Moreover, although this laser beam lasted for a short period of time, the amount of energy required was so great that it even triggered an electrical surge throughout the city when there was an electrical energy exciter, stopping the electricity for a full 3 seconds. Although Lin Xian wasn't clear about the power of this high-energy laser beam, exactly how great it was. But just from the blinding brightness and the amount of electricity consumed just now, the power was at least more than 100 times that of the previous test. If I hadn't had more eyes and adjusted the angle of the laser weapon before, it might have been a different story. Lin Xian glanced at the skyscrapers in the foreign business circle of a dozen kilometers or so, still feeling a bit of fear. For insurance purposes, Lin Xian also glanced out the window to make sure that he hadn't hit any airplanes or anything with this laser beam just now. The sky was still penniless, as if nothing had happened. Only then did Lin Xian close the window and even kindly smiled. Hit an airplane? The probability of this is smaller than winning $5 million in the lottery, right? After confirming that the laser beam he had just fired didn't cause any damage, but only caused a short blackout, Lin Xian didn't think much about it and immediately checked up on the data analysis on his computer. Only to see that in the column of effective attack range inside the data analysis, it was even written 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers, how can it hit so far? After seeing this terrifying value, Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. It was important to know that the boundary of the blue star's atmosphere was 100 kilometers, and the orbits of low-orbit satellites were generally 200–800 kilometers. The familiar altitude of the International Space Station is 390–410 kilometers, which is also within that range. This range is already well within the range of laser weapons. Or rather, if a laser weapon was installed on top of a low-orbit satellite, there would be no problem in trying to strike any location on the ground. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that he had just hit more than 1,000 kilometers with this laser beam. The computer's data analysis added atmospheric interference, and space beyond the atmosphere was a vacuum. A vacuum does not affect the propagation of high-energy lasers. Anyway, no matter what, the laser beam that Lin Xian had just shot out by mistake was shooting into the range of space. Lin Xian was excited by the results of this fortuitous experiment of his, while at the same time, he was a little tired. After all, that scene just now was so exciting that Lin Xian could still feel his heart beating fast. After confirming that the laser weapon as well as the pumping source had been turned off, Lin Xian also decided to go and catch up on his sleep before returning to write a data analysis report for his graduation design. Then with some post-optimization, there shouldn't be any problems. I've been working on it for so long, so I can kind of relax a bit. Thus, Lin Xian also went to sleep back in peace. What Lin Xian didn't know was that the high-energy laser beam that had just been fired had actually happened to hit the International Space Station that was passing over smoky East City. Not only did it shoot off the Maple Leaf Nation's mechanical arm on the International Space Station, but it also pierced through the International Space Station in the process. And at this moment, the inside of the International Space Station was already in chaos. Chapter 4, Calling Earth. 2 minutes ago. The International Space Station, the largest space platform currently in orbit around the blue planet, is now being manned by 3 astronauts on routine duty. There are Latavsky from the Maoist country, Tom, a white man, and Bob, a black man, from Rice. The 3 were performing routine maintenance work on the space station's airtight module number 2. On the side of GC2, there was a hexagonal aeroglass window structure surrounded by metal, allowing a view of the station's other compartments, such as GC3, the cargo bay, the gimbal docking bay, and other segments of the station, as well as the station's remotely operated Maple Leaf National Robotic Arm. Below the ISS is the quiet planet Blue. The ISS, at this point in time, happened to pass above the Chinese city of Smoky East. The space station was a multinational cooperative space platform, and the three people inside the space station were still talking and laughing and helping each other even though they were from different countries. And just then, the few people who were originally talking and laughing suddenly felt the entire ISS vibrate violently. Although the three of them were in a state of weightlessness, they were still thrown hard against the bulkhead of the space station. Boom! Then another explosion-like bang came from the nearby airtight compartment number 3. The ISS had been operating smoothly in space for decades, and nothing this serious had ever happened. There's an air leak in Module 3? The three astronauts, almost unanimously with a puzzled look, looked through the glass window of the measuring surface to the side of the airtight compartment number 3. At this look, the look on the faces of the three people immediately froze as if they had been struck by lightning, and horror was written all over their faces. This wasn't some air leak. It's an attack. From this angle of the three, it was clear that a white and red beam of light had completely penetrated the airtight compartment number 3, where they had just stayed, from above. The metal of the bulkhead of airtight compartment number 3 was vaporizing under the beam at a speed visible to the naked eye, throwing the vaporized material into space. Apparently this was the source of the explosion and the shaking of the station just now. Neither end of this beam could be seen by them. It was as if this beam of light was coming from the darkness of space. The beam lasted a short time and disappeared immediately. Although the beam lasted only a short time, the three astronauts were horrified to see that the upper and lower bulkheads of airtight module number 3 had been cauterized with two large holes, which were leaking air out of the module in a worrying manner. The edges of the holes looked like they had been melted by the heat, and there was quite a bit of liquefied metal that was already completely solidified. The Maple Leaf Nation's mechanical arm that was outside of the airtight chamber number 3 was also directly shot off by the beam that had just been shot off. Alarms blared inside the entire ISS, and red warning lights flashed everywhere. The three astronauts were even more surprised. Under the thrust generated by the explosion of the attack and the air leakage, the ISS had already deviated from its intended orbit. Quickly! Check if the airtight doors are intact. Stunned, astronaut Bob panicked. The airtight doors are intact, we won't be blown inside space for a while, said Latavsky, immediately checking the airtight compartment. After checking the hermetic chamber, the three of them looked at the number 3 hermetic chamber, which was still leaking air out, and the items that had been flung into space by the enormous negative pressure, and realized that their bodies had already been covered in cold sweat. If they had been in the number 3 chamber just now, even if they hadn't been pierced by the beam, they would have been torn to pieces by the enormous negative air pressure. Put on your spacesuits, just in case. Astronaut Bob had already grabbed a spacesuit and started putting it on. What the hell is this? Astronaut Tom looked at the big holes blown open above and below the airtight compartment number 3, remembering the beam of light of unknown origin just now. His expression became more and more tense. What kind of weapon in the world can attack a space station? And this power, it's too terrifying. Latavsky also said in despair, I feel that the bearer of this weapon can blast the space station along with us into pieces anytime he wants. What we've suffered is a targeted attack. And this attack definitely didn't come from Blue Star. There is no way that Blue Star, no matter which country it is, could have such a weapon. This is definitely an attack from an extraterrestrial civilization. Bob said with some despair, their weapons, they're too advanced. Extraterrestrial civilization? Hearing Bob's words, the two remaining astronauts, even more so, had a look of fear on their faces. Although they had yet to see exactly where the ship of the extraterrestrial civilization was, it was this unknown that was the most frightening. After determining that it was an attack by an extraterrestrial civilization, the three astronauts looked at the darkness of space outside the window with an even more panicked expression. There seemed to be countless pairs of leering eyes looking at them in that darkness and void. And the weapons in their hands had most likely been aimed at the International Space Station once again. Now that the ISS is in a state of crisis, there's a good chance that an even bigger crisis is still to come. Below the ISS is the blue planet, as if it were close at hand, but the three astronauts know exactly how far away they are from the land of the blue planet. After a brief moment of silence and disorientation, the three ISS astronauts sent a distress signal to Earth almost simultaneously. Calling Earth. Chapter 5, Level 1 Emergency. United against extraterrestrial invaders. Rice Aerospace Agency. Control Center. The ground control center of the MIAA was a mess at the moment. All sorts of alarms also resounded throughout the ground control center. Every staff member in the ground control center had a panicked and confused look on their faces, busily operating on the control panels in front of them. No one knew what was happening at the International Space Station at this moment. John, the director of the MIAA, learned that something had happened to the ISS and also rushed to the control center at the first opportunity. What's going on? The aviation director asked sternly as he entered. Director, an unidentified Level 1 emergency has occurred on the ISS. The ISS-3 hermetic chamber has completely lost pressure, and the Maple Leaf Nation's mechanical arm has completely broken off. And there's also an ignition explosion. The entire ISS orbital deflection angle has reached 15 degrees and it's still increasing. Mary, the chief technical officer of the MEA, looked at the data that was constantly flashing on the screen with a dumbfounded face and immediately reported to Director John. What? Level 1 emergencies? John, the director of the NASA, had a buzz inside his head, dismay written all over his face. Above the International Space Station, what the hell is going on? Space junk impact? Or is it an airtight compartment leak? Neither. Mary shook her head with a grave expression on her face. Director, the emergency situation on top of the ISS does not match any of our Level 1 emergencies. I'm afraid the severity of the situation is beyond our current imagination. Ding, ding, ding. A sharper alarm sounded. A red and constantly flashing dialog box suddenly popped up in the center of the control center's large screen panel. Director, it's a video distress signal from our 2 astronauts in the middle of the International Space Station. Mary hurriedly reported. Put them through immediately. As the ground control center picked up the distress signal from the ISS, the center of the control center's large screen flickered a few times, and an image of the panicked distress call of the 2 Rice astronauts inside the ISS popped up. The staff inside the control center of the MEASA had never seen the astronauts panic like this before, and they felt that it was a big deal. To know, can set foot on the International Space Station astronauts not only have excellent physical quality, and psychological quality is also very strong. Bob and Tom, moreover, are experienced astronauts who have been on space missions since the space shuttle era. To be able to make the 2 panic like this, the situation was definitely more serious than they had imagined. Aviation Bureau Director John, hands in front of his chest, face heavy, looking at the screen in front of him inside the panicked look of the 2 Rice astronauts, took a deep breath. This is to ask. Bob, what the hell is going on? Chief, 2 minutes ago, we were attacked by some kind of unidentified high-energy weapon. Bob had put on his spacesuit and was breathing heavily as he made his report. The ISS's airtight module, number 3, was completely penetrated. A high-energy weapon? Through the entire airtight compartment 3? The director of the Rice Space Agency, and everyone in the control center froze in their tracks. The ISS was in orbital space more than 400 kilometers away from the ground. What kind of weapon can reach such a high altitude and hit the ISS with pinpoint accuracy? How is this possible? If the attack didn't come from the ground, wouldn't that mean the attack came from space? Bob, can you elaborate on what kind of high-energy weapon it is? The look on the face of the director of the Rice Aerospace Bureau grew more and more urgent. It's a beam high-energy weapon from an extraterrestrial civilization. Astronaut Bob said with a grave expression. Director, you'd better see the specifics for yourselves. Words are not enough to describe what we saw. After Bob finished speaking, he sent a video recorded by a camera from the International Space Station towards the ground control center. After seeing the red and white beam of light that penetrated and even instantly vaporized the bulkhead of the space station, the people in the entire ground control center were all stunned. What kind of weapon is this? Where exactly does this attack originate from? The power is too terrifying. This is by no means all the weapons on the blue planet. Everyone's heart, again, was shocked and filled with countless questions, and murmurs rose and fell throughout the control center. Director, this beam that attacked the International Space Station, could it be related to China? Taking a deep breath of cool air, Chief Technical Officer Mary asked. The moment the International Space Station was pierced by the beam, it happened to be transiting over China. Impossible. John, the director of the MENSA, immediately denied it, although it's not clear exactly what kind of weapon it is, but from the video, it seems that it should be a high-energy particle stream type of weapon. With our strong scientific research strength in me, we wouldn't have been able to research such a weapon in the last 50 years. Not to mention China. To accurately hit a space station from the ground, not only does it require such weapon technology, but it also requires extremely accurate guidance technology, which the entire world is completely devoid of. On the International Space Station, astronaut Bob also immediately said, the director is right, on the entire blue planet, it is impossible to have such a weapon. Obviously, this is an alien civilization, launching an attack on us. The reason for prioritizing the attack on the International Space Station is a warning to all of humanity. The next attack may not be the space station, but our capital, Washington. Extraterrestrial civilization? The control center staff was dumbfounded for a moment. Although up until now, humanity had not detected anything about extraterrestrial civilizations or extraterrestrial life. However, I am afraid that there is no other possibility than an extraterrestrial civilization that can penetrate the International Space Station with high-energy weapons. Bob, I think so too. NASA Director John nodded heavily and said, I'll contact the President right away, as well as the National Aviation Authorities, to immediately look into a program to defend against the extraterrestrial invaders. As for you guys, we will arrange for a ship to rescue you from the space station as soon as possible. Right now you are the outposts of humanity. Once you observe any more abnormal conditions, report them to the ground control center immediately. Chapter 6, Rejected by Huaxia. Things are urgent. All the space agencies involved in the ISS program, including the ME National Aeronautics and Space Administration NASA, the Ojo Space Agency OSA, the Maple Leaf Space Agency MLSA, and the Eastern Japan Space Agency EJSA, are aware of the attack on the International Space Station ISS by the extraterrestrial invaders. After seeing the images transmitted back from the ISS, all the space agencies involved in the construction of the ISS had only one feeling, that of shock and fear. The reason for the fear is a bone-deep instinct. The high-energy beam attack on the International Space Station was enough to see the power of the extraterrestrial invaders. This feeling is similar to the psychology of the indigenous people of the American continent when they saw those Western invaders with guns and artillery. It was the shock of realizing for the first time that there were more powerful beings in the world than themselves. The West, which had always considered itself to be the light of mankind, was now completely flustered. A video conference conducted by the 16-nation space agency soon began, catalyzed by this sentiment. These 16 countries are all involved in the construction of the International Space Station. Of course, there is no China in this. China has its own independent space platform and has not joined the ISS construction program. I believe everyone saw the video that came back from the space station. John, the director of spaceflight of Rice, said with a grave expression, "As you can all see, the weapon technology in the video is already far beyond the scope of the existing weapons on our blue planet. So we can be sure that this is the first wave of attack launched by the extraterrestrial invaders on Blue Star, our planet." The representatives of the space agencies of the countries present, like the representatives of the Enamel country, the Mao country, and the EI country, all thought that they were at the forefront of the development of a new generation of weapons. There are also many countries that are trying to conduct research on laser weapons, but the results are not satisfactory. After seeing the high-energy beams in the video, the countries of the world feel that their laser weapons are completely different from this one. Therefore, as soon as Director John's words fell, the directors of the space agencies of various countries also nodded their heads in succession, and they all recognized the same. What pierced through the International Space Station could not be a weapon from the blue planet, it could only be an alien invader. Although we still don't know where the alien invaders, exactly, are and when the next attack will begin, in short, we must be prepared for everything to deal with this crisis. John, the director of space of the United States, glanced around at the representatives in the video, and slowly said, "First of all, I hope that everyone can mobilize their own country's satellites, as well as observation radars, to form a space surveillance network, to monitor all suspicious movements in space. Gathering information on intruders is the first line of defense we can form. Soon." The countries in the conference were immediately on the move. Low Earth orbit satellites, geosynchronous orbit satellites, geostationary orbit satellites, and even sun-synchronous orbit satellites, thousands of satellites in different orbits over the Earth were mobilized almost at the same time, and entered a monitoring state. On the ground, the multi-band telescopes and radars of the major space agencies exploring extraterrestrial signals were all activated to capture all the abnormal signals that could be captured in space. All orbital satellites of the Enamel Kingdom have been mobilized. Mobilization of all orbiting satellites in Ikoku is complete. Representatives of national space agencies have been reporting on the mobilization of satellites in their respective countries in video conferences. Whether it was meteorological satellites or other kinds of satellites, as long as they could be used to monitor the Earth, all of them were used, searching with all their might for the extraterrestrial invaders and where exactly they were. The Director of Aviation of the United States also reported to the representatives of various countries on the mobilization of satellites and radar telescopes on their side. Next, the Rice Nation will share satellite data with the various countries uninterruptedly. Once there is any abnormality, we will immediately exchange relevant information. John said with a straight face. In addition to the satellites, what I want to say next should have come to the minds of all the space agency directors here, and that is to persuade the top leaders of your countries to mobilize your country's weapon defense systems as much as possible to deal with the next possible crisis on Earth. John said as he took another deep breath. Director John, I'd like to interrupt. The representative of the Maoist country cleared his throat and said seriously, since this is a global crisis that countries need to deal with together, I think we need to invite one more country to join us. That would be Huaxia. Huaxia? Hearing the words of the space chief of the Maoist country, John froze. I believe everyone here should be aware of China's current strength in aerospace and weapons. The representative of the Maoist state continued. China's in-orbit satellites, but account for 1/3 of the number of satellites in orbit globally, which is twice as many as our Maoist country, and I believe that everyone has heard of China's weapons defense capabilities. Before John could say anything, the representative of the eunuch state also immediately said, yes, we can't leave out China, and the eunuch state would like to invite China as well. Right, China also has the world's largest single-aperture radio telescope, the Heavenly Eye, searching for extraterrestrial signals. A single Heavenly Eye from China is comparable to the collection of telescopes from our countries. We also hope to invite China to join. The representative of the Maple Leaf country also made a statement. Representatives of the space agencies of various countries are well aware of the strength of Huaxia and have expressed their intention to invite Huaxia to join them. John, the director of the Space Agency of the United States, had not thought of inviting Huaxia, but in the face of the request of the representatives of various countries, it was indeed unreasonable not to invite Huaxia. Although John boasted that Mi Aerospace and Weapons were the strongest in the world, he was still clear that the strength of Huaxia was still there. The muscles on the face of John, the director of the Mi Aerospace Agency, twitched fiercely for 2 seconds, then pretended to have how profoundly righteous he was and said, "Okay, I'll immediately represent all the countries and invite Huaxia to join in this meeting." After saying that, John immediately arranged for the chief technical officer next to him, "Mary, immediately contact the Chinese Space Agency for me." Huaxia. Beijing. Huaxia National Space Administration. Li Shan, the director of the Chinese Space Agency, is leading a group of aerospace bigwigs, studying and demonstrating China's heavy recoverable launch vehicle program. Suddenly, a staff member ran in with a phone. "Director Li, there's a call from the Rice Space Agency." The discussion was originally in full swing, suddenly so interrupted. Li Shan was a little less than happy, said, "Wait until the end of the meeting, what else can happen to the Mi NSA? Even if there is something, let them, the Mi NSA, wait first." Oh, Xiao Wang scratched his head and left the conference room. Come, let's continue. The heavy launch vehicle and also the recycling of the heavy launch vehicle is especially important for our next step in the exploration of the air and space in China. If there is anything else that you professors would like to say, feel free to say it. After Xiao Wang left, Li Shan continued to say to the group of aerospace bigwigs. Rice Space Agency. After being refused to answer the phone by Huaxia, John's face was a bit ugly, and the atmosphere became very awkward all of a sudden. The representatives of the national space agencies in the joint meeting could feel John's embarrassment across the screen. Chapter 7, Anomalies in Smoky East City. This side of the Chinese Space Agency. After a detailed discussion on China's next heavy recoverable launch vehicle, the meeting came to an end. Director General of the Space Agency Li Shan was about to announce the end of the meeting. A message that popped up on top of his cell phone attracted Li Shan's attention. The one who sent the message was Wang Quan, a researcher from the Space Agency. "Director, what's this?" There was a photo below, and in the center of the photo was a bright beam of light that ran through the heavens and earth from top to bottom. One end connects to a residential area on the ground, while the other pounds straight into the sky. The photo has a limited view, but it still shows that the beam of light has been stretching in the direction of the firmament. This photo immediately caught Li Shan's attention. "Wang Quan, where was the photo taken?" Li Shan replied. "Smoky East City. I happened to take it by chance when I was doing outdoor observation over here, and many citizens of Smoky East City have witnessed the beam of light in the video. There is no doubt about the authenticity. Many citizens thought it was a meteor, but from the footage captured by our high-speed cameras, it's clear that it wasn't." Smoky East City? Li Shan frowned and quickly projected this extraordinary photo onto the screen. Then Li Shan said to the aerospace bigwigs, "Everyone, look at this. This was just taken by a researcher from our space agency in Smoky East City." All the spaceflight bigwigs were stunned after seeing the photo on the screen. "Director, is this time-lapse photography?" A space bigwig wondered. The beam of light in the photo ran through the heavens and earth, and it was thought by several aerospace bigwigs that it might be a time-lapse meteor or something. "No, on the contrary." Li Shan's words were even more serious. This was recorded by a high-speed camera in 1,000th of a second. "What? A high-speed camera?" The faces of all the aviation leaders in the audience suddenly changed. Seeing that everyone understood what he meant, Li Shan also took a deep breath and said, "That's right, this means that this bright beam of light inside this photo is instantaneous, not a meteor or any ballistic weapon." Scanning the message sent by Wang Quan on his cell phone, Li Shan's complexion was even more slightly austere as he said, "Moreover, at the same time that the high-speed camera captured this beam of light, the entire Smoky East City also experienced a citywide short-term power outage." A power outage? The look on the faces of all the aviation bigwigs in the audience was even more puzzled. Could it be that this blackout was still connected to this beam of light that was bright enough to eclipse the surrounding scenery? What was this strange beam of light? Where the hell did it come from? Just about everyone present was wondering about the source of this beam of light. A knock sounded on the door, once again interrupting the crowd's discussion. "Come in." Interrupted once again, Director Li Shan said, forcing down his displeasure. "Director, it's your call again," Xiao Wang said with an apologetic face as he held the phone. "Didn't you say there was something I'd say after the meeting on my side?" Li Shan said. "Director, I'm afraid something big has happened." Xiao Wang's expression was a little embarrassed, but then again, there were a few moments of gravity. "Oh? Something big is going on?" Li Shan raised his eyebrows. Xiao Wang took a deep breath before he was reporting, "Director, in addition to the Rice Space Agency thought just now, the European Space Agency as well as more than a dozen countries' space agencies have all sent invitations to our Huaxia Space Agency at the same time, inviting the Huaxia Space Agency to join a joint conference." "What? A dozen national space agencies send invitations at the same time? Sniff. The group of aviation bigwigs present were all a bit stunned. Huaxia usually had some cooperation with other aviation bureaus. But this is the first time we have encountered such an urgent situation. Li Shan was even more puzzled. What in the world had happened so urgently that more than a dozen large aviation bureaus in the world, at the same time, initiated a joint meeting invitation to Huaxia? Little Wang, accepting the joint meeting invitation from the various countries' aerospace bureaus, we, the Huaxia Aerospace Bureau, agree to join the meeting. Li Shan said immediately. After joining the joint video conference of the aerospace bureaus, Li Shan glanced around at the dozen or so directors of the major aerospace bureaus on the screen. Seeing that all the directors were looking urgent, Li Shan understood even more that something big must have happened. Li Shan single-handedly said, "What happened?" The directors of the aerospace bureaus in the video were silent for a moment, and the director of aerospace of the United States of America cleared his throat before he was to say, "Director Li Shan, how are you? First of all, on behalf of all the directors of aerospace bureaus here, I would like to welcome Huaxia to the joint conference." Li Shan frowned. "Director John, it's better to dispense with the polite words, it's better to hurry up and get to the point. The International Space Station was attacked by an unknown weapon." John put away the polite smile on his face and said immediately, "What? The International Space Station, under attack by an unidentified high-energy weapon? Are you kidding me?" Li Shan and the room full of aviation bigwigs couldn't believe the news for a moment. Although Huaxia was not involved in the construction of the International Space Station, Li Shan was still very clear about the situation of the National Space Station. The ISS is located in an Earth orbit of about 400 kilometers, operates at a speed of 8 kilometers per second, and orbits the Earth in 90 minutes, so it is not something that can be attacked just by paying lip service to it. A speed of 8,000 meters per second makes it impossible for intercontinental ballistic weapons on Earth, too, to locate the ISS at all. And accuracy issues aside, propellant-dry mass ratio are big problems. Director John, the speed of the National Space Station is 8,000 meters per second, and there is also the existence of the third speed of the universe. On our planet, there is no weapon that can attack the International Space Station, right? Li Shan said. Director Li Shan is completely right, Director John immediately said. It is because there is none on Earth, that is why we, the major aviation bureaus, have unanimously decided that this is a planned attack from an alien invader. Let's not talk about alien invaders first. Li Shan didn't believe John's claim for a moment and said, "We, the Huaxia Aviation Bureau, have just joined the conference and don't understand the situation. We need to find out more about what's happening at the International Space Station before we can come to a conclusion." Director Li Shan, we will first show you a video of the attack on the space station. After watching the video, I believe you'll be able to understand why we've concluded that the attack came from alien invaders. John said with a grim expression. With that, John played up a segment and its high-definition video. What appeared inside the video was the internal video of the International Space Station. Li Shan as well as a group of aviation bigwigs couldn't help but hold their breath as they watched the video curiously. Chapter 8, The Shock of China's National Aviation Bureau. At first, the International Space Station in the video was calm. The video is a simultaneous presentation of multiple viewpoints of the video, with some viewpoints seeing inside the ISS's Module 3, and others encompassing the Earth below the station, the darkness of space outside, and a portion of the station. And just then, a high-intensity beam of light, as if from the sky, appeared in the video all of a sudden. The naked eye could not see where this beam of light came from, and by the time it was seen, the beam of light had completely penetrated the Maple Leaf Country's robotic arm, the International Space Station's number 3 airtight compartment from the bottom up. The beam of light appeared dazzling red and white, as if it was a meteor cutting through the darkness. Even if it was a video, it looked very blinding, very real, as if it was all happening right in front of everyone's eyes. The most shocking thing was that from the ISS's multi-camera footage, it looked like the top end of the beam extended all the way beyond the field of view, with no end in sight. The ISS's wide-angle cameras have a wide field of view that encompasses at least hundreds of kilometers, but they still can't see the end of the beam. Hundreds of kilometers away, the beam was still extremely bright, as if it were a bolt of lightning in the darkness, with no sign of dispersion. It was still a straight beam. This was like a scene from a sci-fi movie about a war in space. Li Shan, as well as all the aviation bigwigs in the audience, were shocked when they saw the images in the video. Li Shan could not hide the consternation on his face, and could not help but murmur, instantly penetrating through the special alloy bulkhead of the space station, extending for hundreds of kilometers, and still maintaining a highly concentrated ability not to disperse. With the existing weapons technology on Earth, it is simply not possible to build such a terrifying optical weapon. Zip! The sound of the metallic material of the ISS bulkheads being rapidly vaporized can also be heard inside the video, and the speed of the vaporization is so fast that it causes the material on the edges of the bulkheads to be thrown out at a very high rate of speed. There was even an expansion effect. The so-called expansion effect is the process by which the atoms inside the metal of the space station's bulkheads are instantly ionized, creating a stress wave of plasma clouds that rapidly expand outward. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly came out, a shockwave followed, and the image inside the video also shook violently, which was the mention of the expansion effect. It's the expansion effect. A nearby aerospace bigwig specializing in the secret research of space-based weapons saw this and said with great alarm, once the expansion effect occurs, it represents that this beam weapon, no matter whether it's the beam power or the beam density, has reached a very terrifying level. At least it's something that our current technology can't reach. Although the beam only lasted for a very short period of time, 2 large holes were still penetrated through the bulkhead of the ISS's No. 3 airtight module. The station's iconic Maple Leaf Nation mechanical arm was also completely blown off, floating in space orbit. It's too terrifying, just such a short period of time, and it caused so much destruction. The most terrifying thing is that we don't know where this beam is coming from. If it were closer, the ISS might have been directly blown away. Li Shan as well as the people from the Huaxia Aviation Bureau were shocked after seeing the video footage for the first time. So much so that for a while, because the images in the video were so shocking, Li Shan and the others even forgot that they were still discussing the abnormal situation that had appeared in Smoky East City earlier. Director Li Shan, I believe that after seeing what happened to the International Space Station, you should also agree with the idea that this attack didn't come from Earth, but from space, from an alien invader. Li Shan didn't say anything and just nodded. Beyond Earth's existing weapons technology, and with the precision of destroying the Tian Dynasty Interspace Station, there seemed to be no other possibility other than alien invaders. Taking a deep breath, Li Shan and a group of aerospace bigwigs gradually recovered some of their looks. Just at this time, Li Shan's gaze swept over the picture in his phone, and his expression was slightly stunned, as if he had realized something. The change in Li Shan's expression also reminded all the aerospace bigwigs, and for a while, the crowd also seemed to be recalling something. It's hard not to be. An aviation bigwig sitting next to Li Shan also remembered the beam of light in the photo of Smoky East City that he had just seen and sucked in a breath of cool air, saying. Before he could finish his words, Li Shan, who reacted quickly, immediately made a wink, signaling this professor not to say anything else for the moment. Everyone here would be filled with surprise in their expressions. Although none of them spoke. But inside everyone's heart, they were all pondering a question over and over again. This beam of light that attacked the International Space Station was too similar to this beam of light that was captured in Smoky East City. Regarding the beam captured in Smoky East City, Li Shan didn't disclose half a word in the space agency's video conference. After stating that Huaxia would also mobilize space-based satellites, thermal power satellites, and sky eyes for alien invader-related monitoring, the Huaxia Space Agency also went offline from this video conference. Before going offline, Li Shan clearly requested that the Chinese Space Agency needed all the data from the ISS to cooperate. Under the current situation, Li Shan's request made sense, and the Mi Space Agency immediately engaged in ISS data sharing with Huaxia. After the video conference was over, the conference room of the Waka was quiet. Inside everyone's heart, they were filled with doubts. Xiao Wang retrieved the data of the ISS and checked the vertical ground position of the ISS when it was attacked. Taking a slow breath, Li Shan instructed. With the data from the ISS side, soon, Xiao Wang finished analyzing the data. Reporting to the director, the location of the ISS at the time of the accident was 120.33 east longitude, 36.07 latitude. The location was 404 kilometers above the city of Yandong, Dongshan Province, Huaxia, and the in-orbit speed was 7,997 meters per second. A 3D synthesized photo was also projected onto the big screen. Smoky East City? After learning of this result, Li Shan and everyone else present all froze. It couldn't really be that coincidental, could it? The beam that attacked the International Space Station, can it be that it's still really related to the anomaly in Smoky East City? Chapter 9, Alien Infiltration? Plasma density increased. Director, what the hell is going on? An aviation bigwig was surprised. The beam that attacked the space station could still really be shooting out from our Smoky East City in China? Another aviation bigwig also analyzed thoughtfully. To be able to achieve such brightness, as well as steepness and aggregation, the amount of energy needed in it is definitely unusually high. Professor Wang, what do you mean? Another old professor beside him also seemed to have figured something out. Considering the efficiency of photoelectric conversion, such a high energy beam, and still shooting hundreds and thousands of kilometers, will definitely consume a large amount of electricity, and that's the reason for the blackout of the entire Smoky East City? In that case, it does match up. Professor Wang hurriedly asked Director Li Shan, Director Li, what do you think? Li Shan had just been silent, pondering over what was going on. After pondering for a moment, Li Shan still cautiously said in a deep voice, don't be in such a hurry to jump to conclusions first. It's not necessarily that the attack on the International Space Station is related to the incident in Smoky East City, it might just be a coincidence. Everyone think carefully, if the attack was from space, it would still make sense. Li Shan continued to analyze, if this beam attack came from the ground, not only do we have to carry through the atmospheric disturbance and attenuation, but we also need to consider the problem of energy, and you all should know the conversion efficiency between photoelectricity, how low it is. Director Lee is right, Professor He beside him also said with a bitter smile, the problem of energy conversion efficiency of optical weapons can always be a big problem for the entire scientific community. If we really want to attack the ISS from the ground, considering the energy conversion efficiency, it's not just a matter of the entire city losing power for a few seconds. Elder He, you're the leader of the cooperation between our space agency and the military region for the space-based project, come and give us a specific talk. Li Shan greeted Professor He and said. Professor He also pulled a board with his hand and took a pen to calculate for everyone. I'll take laser as an example. Laser generation requires a pump source to provide electrical energy to convert light energy, with an efficiency of 25–55%. Subsequently, for beam quality and energy density, several photo-optical conversions are required in the resonant cavity, a process with another 50–70% efficiency. Finally, there is aggregation and beam merging, which again loses a large part of its efficiency. Just like that, the efficiency of the electricity light conversion is down to about 1%, if not less than 1%. Add in atmospheric perturbations, and it's definitely a solid less than 1% conversion efficiency. After hearing Professor He, the leader of the space-based project, speak about the efficiency of electro-optical conversion using a laser weapon as an example, the group of aerospace bigwigs present at the meeting, even more so, realized that the conversion efficiency of the original laser weapon was much lower than what they had imagined. It can be said that it is low and almost negligible. Elder He, it's been a long time coming. I finally realized why the progress of the Skybase project's advancement is, well, so slow. Director Li Shan said with deep feelings. Professor Wang also shook his head repeatedly. It seems that I was the one who thought too simply. According to this light energy conversion efficiency, let's not even talk about hitting the space station. Even if we wanted to hit space with that intensity inside the video, the electricity provided by a one-day blackout in the entire smoky East City would still be about the same. Professor He roughly estimated and said. A one-day blackout in Yandong City? Laser weapons, it turns out that the electricity consumed has to be so much? Professor Wang was even more shocked. Then how much energy conversion efficiency is needed to achieve what's inside the video? At least 90% or more. Or to a lesser extent, Professor He said. What? 90% plus energy conversion efficiency? The people present were even more confused. The conversion efficiency of the existing laser weapons was less than 1%, and to attack the space station, a conversion efficiency of over 90% was needed. That's too big a gap. Hey, that's why, before the breakthrough in the problem of electrical energy conversion efficiency, laser weapons don't have any utility at all, Professor He flirted as well. In the future, when we fight a war, people can't just drag a power plant and set off, then shoot a laser weapon and run out of power. Hearing this analogy from Professor He about the energy consumption of laser weapons, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Next, the crowd explored the accuracy of shooting a space station from the ground, and even more so, they felt that there was no possibility. Even if it is an instantaneous laser weapon that wants to aim at the space station, all the existing precision guidance technology on the Earth is not up to the task. It would be as hard as, say, a person with a sniper rifle trying to hit a germ a few kilometers away. After realizing that with the current technology, it was impossible to shoot through the ISS from the ground, the crowd was even more in a deep state of doubt. So what the hell is going on here? Why was the vision in smoky East City and the attack on the International Space Station so coincidental? Could it be that the North China military region side is conducting experiments on a new type of weapon? An aviation bigwig asked. By no means. Li Shan shook his head and said. Our Aerospace Bureau shares the latest technology with the military region. The research we've conducted on high-energy particle weapons and optical weapons are in their infancy, including Elder He's space-based project, which is under the Aerospace Bureau, but it's also in cooperation with the military region. Could it be that? Professor He, who had also been puzzled just now, suddenly had an unusually bold assumption, an assumption that even took Professor He himself down a peg. Elder He, do you have any ideas? Li Shan asked. Professor He slowed down and said, there is a possibility that the attack did come from the ground in Smoky East City. What? From Smoky East? The crowd was stunned at the words. Professor He had just said that it couldn't have been launched from the ground, and had also talked about the problem of energy conversion. Isn't this lifting a stone and hitting his own foot? Elder He, what do you mean? Director Li Shan was confused. What I mean is, Professor He said mysteriously, it's very likely that an extraterrestrial civilization has, at some point, already infiltrated the Earth, and for a higher civilization that is even more powerful than ours, the problem of energy conversion efficiency, as well as the problem of precision, would all be no longer a problem. Aliens in Donghai City? At first. When the crowd heard this statement from Professor He, they all thought it was absurd. But the more they thought about it, the more they realized that it wasn't impossible. Because only then, the similar beams of light in Smoky East City and the space station, the blackout in Smoky East City, all of it would make sense as well. Li Shan also froze for a moment before he was saying, whether it's some kind of alien infiltration or not, we have to investigate and understand first. Professor He, if the attack on the International Space Station was really launched from Smoky East City, would Smoky East City have any special characteristics? Characteristics? Right. Professor He suddenly brightened up. If the high-energy beam in the video was emitted from Smoky East City, then the plasma in the air would inevitably increase drastically. I believe that everyone is also seeing the expansion effect occurring in the space station. The high-energy beams cutting through the air of Smoky East City will inevitably ionize the air of Smoky East City on a large scale to form plasma because the energy density is too great. Regardless of whether the beam is a laser medium or whatever medium, it can't escape this law of physics. Good. Li Shan also said immediately, I'll arrange for someone to test the plasma density in Smoky East City. Chapter 10, Contact the North China Military Region immediately. Wang Quan, do you have equipment on hand to test plasma density? Director Li Shan immediately called to ask Wang Quan, who happened to be in Smoky East City at the moment. Director, this is not really available. Although researcher Wang Quan didn't know why Director Li Shan suddenly asked this, he suddenly seemed to remember something and said, Director, the Plasma Physics Institute is in Smoky East City. They definitely have plasma density testing equipment. Yes, the Plasma Physics Institute, Li Shan said eagerly. Li Shan, take someone to the Plasma Physics Institute right away. The faster the better. The National Institute of Plasma Physics was an institute that specialized in plasma applications. Controlled thermonuclear reactions, also known as nuclear fusion, are closely related to plasma applications. When it comes to where to find plasma density testing equipment, it is the National Institute of Plasma Physics. Wang Quan heard the urgency in Director Li Shan's words and immediately started the car and set the navigation. Director, I'll be able to get to the National Institute of Plasma Physics in less than 10 minutes. Hello, I'm National Space Agency researcher, Wang Quan. Time was running out, and as soon as Wang Quan arrived at the Institute of Plasma Physics, he found Fang Yan, the head of the relevant program. Fang Yan is also a professor of the high-temperature plasma program at the Smoke East campus of the National University of Science and Technology NUST, and is very famous in NUST. NSSU? Fang Yan froze, unable to think of a reason for the National Space Administration to come to the Institute of Plasma Physics, froze for a few seconds, and said, Researcher Wang, what happened? Could it be that the National Space Administration is preparing to plan a rocket ion thruster? Rocket ion thruster? Hearing Fang Yan's preconceived question, Wang Quan laughed. Professor Fang, in this aspect of rocket, our space agency has not wanted to go so far. The steps should be taken one step at a time. After all, at present, we are still in the stage of demonstrating the heavy lift launch vehicle and the heavy lift recoverable launch vehicle. Then researcher Wang is? Fang Yan was even more puzzled. There is an abnormal situation in Smoky East City. We need specialized instruments to measure the current plasma density in Smoky East City. Wang Quan said. Measuring the plasma density of Smoky East City? Fang Yan was completely baffled by researcher Wang's words. Plasma density measurement devices were generally used for high-temperature plasma physics experiments, as well as for measurements on nuclear fusion engineering. What is the best way to measure plasma density in Smoky East? Although puzzled, but seeing that Wang Quan seemed to be in a hurry, Fang Yan immediately arranged for someone to take the relevant measuring tools and personally followed researcher Wang Quan to the car. Wang Quan also followed Director Li Shan's request and drove all the way as far as possible in the direction where the beam was captured. When he reached an approximate location, Wang Quan stopped the car. Seeing that Wang Quan ended up just stopping near a residential neighborhood, Professor Fang was even more unsure of what the National Space Administration's intentions were. With a puzzled look on his face, Professor Fang arranged for manpower and equipment to carry out plasma density measurements. The staff over there is carrying out measurements. This side of Professor Fang also cannot help as to remind Wang Quan said, Wang researcher. Plasma density in the atmosphere, almost negligible, the National Space Administration. Why to come to here to measure? Professor Fang was saying. Suddenly. Drip drip drip. The plasma measuring device right next to it let out a shrill alarm. Fang Yan was instantly just confused, because only when the plasma density bursts the alarm sound, and this was not a laboratory condition, how could it burst? Is there something wrong with your operation? Fang Yan sternly asked the several staff members. Professor Fang, there's nothing wrong with our operation, but the plasma density in the air, where we are now, has exploded. What? The plasma density here has exploded? That's impossible. Fang Yan was skeptical and even walked up with a few moments of fury. After seeing the measured value, Fang Yan instantly froze. This is simply impossible. Seeing Fang Yan's change of expression, Wang Quan had already guessed that the plasma density in Smoky East City was indeed not right, and also anxiously asked, Professor Fang, what exactly is the result? No, it can't be, Professor Fang said with a shocked face as he glanced around and didn't see any abnormal conditions. The plasma density of this place is more than 100,000 times the conventional level. Such a level of air ion ionization, even if the entire Smoky East City experienced millions of continuous thunderstorms, it would not be possible to have such a high level. Unless there are similar high-energy physical conditions such as high-temperature nuclear fusion, the plasma density, only then will it reach such a level. How could Fong Yan not be shocked? Because this value indicated that there was a significant portion of air that was ionized by the ultra-high energy to a plasma where atoms and electrons were separated. Just what kind of terrifying energy could ionize the air to such an extent? The problem was, this was a residential area, not a laboratory, so how could there be such a high plasma density? Another characteristic of plasma density and its high levels is that it blocks communications. Like when a spacecraft returns to the atmosphere, there is a window of communication because the high temperature friction creates a plasma flow that cuts off communication. Thinking of this, Fong Yan immediately took out his cell phone and looked at the cell phone signal. Professor Fong Yan was even more shocked to find that although he was now near the signal base station, but the cell phone signal was only one frame left, the signal was very poor. Wang Quan, after learning about the current state of plasma density in Yandong City, also immediately reported to Director Li Shan. The call was answered and began with a murmur. Li Shan frowned. Wang Quan, why is the signal so bad? Director, it's the plasma density that's too high. According to Professor Fong's measurements from the Institute of Plasma Physics, the plasma density in Smoky East City is so high that it's already bursting at the seams. It's 100,000 times the conventional value. Li Shan was even more surprised after hearing Wang Quan's report. Smoky East City's plasma density is bursting at the seams? What does that mean? It means that the high energy beam that attacked the International Space Station almost certainly came from Smoky East City. The plasma density spike is evidence that the high energy beam was emitted. That's right, the high energy beam attack on the International Space Station was emitted from Smoky East City. Li Shan looked extraordinarily grave and said to the professors present. That means, Professor, he drew in a breath of cool air and said, the extraterrestrial invaders carrying high-energy beam weapons are most likely in Smoky East City right now. Director Li Shan couldn't sit still either, and immediately picked up the phone in a serious manner, saying, I'll contact the North China military region closest to Smoky East City right now. Achoo! Lin Xian had been sleeping soundly when he suddenly sneezed and woke up. Who's thinking about me so much? Lin Xian said as he rubbed his eyes after waking up. Drip drip drip. A beep suddenly sounded from his cell phone, and when Lin Xian took a look, it was a message from inside the class group. Tutor Jiang Bowen, how are all the students doing with their graduation designs? Report on their respective progress. Lin Xian took a look at this message, surprisingly 20 minutes ago. Why is the signal so bad? Lin Xian didn't connect the problem with his cell phone signal to the fact that he was conducting a laser weapon test, and held up his cell phone, looking for a signal. Drip drip drip. It was hard to find a signal, and a long series of message beeps immediately rang out. Lin Xian immediately froze as well, not realizing that he could miss so many messages when he slept. Chapter 11, the class group blew up. The messages received inside the cell phone were almost all from inside the class group. Everyone was reporting their respective graduation designs to the tutor, Wang Bowen, in a variety of ways. The Shanzone Academy that Lin Xian was in was not divided into departments. There were only Shanzone Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Lin Xian belonged to Shanzone Class 1. Because Chongqing College was the comprehensive experimental college of the National University of Science and Technology, the college encouraged students to innovate in all aspects, and everyone's graduation designs, too, covered a wide range of topics. It can be seen from the reports inside everyone's group. Zhao Chao Chao, my graduation design is a small drone. I have finished the circuit design and am working on the mechanical module design. Cecily, I am doing the optimization of existing automated weapons, still in the design stage, mainly in the core configuration of the material to optimize again. Zhao Chao Chao and Li Cici are roommates and recognized goddesses at NUST. One of the graduation designs that the two did was a small drone, and the other was an automatic weapon optimization, both of which were very ordinary. But with the scarcity of female students in NUST, it was still inevitable that they would be knelt by a group of greasy male students. Goddess Xiao and Goddess Li are still strong. Drones? Awesome awesome. At this time, Wang Luan spoke. Wang Luan, the 50:1 scaled-down vector-controlled solid propellant rocket model I made is in the stage of testing vector power, and it is estimated that in another half a month, it will be ready for test flight. Wang Luan was the class president of Chanson's first class, and his grades had remained number 1 inside the academy for 4 years. Hearing that Wang Luan was actually making a vector-control rocket model, and that there was still half a month left before the test flight, the class group instantly exploded inside. Worthy of being a big class leader, vector-control rockets can even be messed with. The programming of the pre-vector control is a big project. Worship. Great God, kneel down. Why can I only do RC model cars? Although Wang Luan made a 50:1 scaled-down model of a rocket, it was also the kind that could go up to the sky, and it was also equipped with a vector engine, which belonged to a very strong array within the graduates of Chongqing College of National University of Science and Technology in the past years. Vector engine, that is, the use of pre-programmed programs, the use of vector control engine to move, and then use this to control the direction of the rocket flight. Wang Luan was inwardly complacent in the face of the praise and envy of all his classmates, but on the surface, he said modestly, "It's nothing, although it's a vector engine, but flying a few hundred meters, it's still just at the level of an aero model." Wang Luan's words even caused a hot debate among the students in the class. Big class president, what does it mean to be able to fly a few hundred meters? How many of our graduation designs from NUST in previous years that made model rockets were able to fly? This is all model airplanes, then my remote control car is a toy. Mom asked me why I smashed the drone I just finished. Wang Luan was very modest on the surface, but on the inside he was enjoying the pursuit of his classmates. After the students inside the class group had reported on the progress of their graduation designs, Wang Luan, as the class president, realized that Lin Xian hadn't reported his progress. Wang Luan also asked about Lin Xian in the group on behalf of his mentor. Wang Luan of Lin Xian, all the students have reported. What about your graduation design, Mr. Lin Xian? Gao Ming at Lin Xian, how is Lin Xian doing on his graduation? Han Jingming, I guess Lin Xian's classmates haven't started their graduation designs yet. Or made a lonely one. Dong Ming, ha, big class president, I guess Lin Xian's student is sleeping. It was at this juncture that Lin Xian received the message from inside the class group. Lin Xian woke up, also said in the class group, people just woke up, did not expect the group so lively. Dong Ming, it's really true that I was right, Lin Xian's classmates really just woke up. Wang Luan, Lin Xian, go wash your face to wake up, the tutor has something to look for you specifically. Gao Ming, Lin Xian, graduation design what show a show. Han Jingming, Lin Xian probably designed an aircraft carrier in his dream. Am I right? Wang Luan couldn't help but flirt as well. After seeing the aircraft carrier that Lin Xian's classmates finished designing, I smashed the vector rocket that I designed. What do you all think? Did I do the right thing? When Wang Luan said this, there was a chorus of ha 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 in the class group. Gao Ming, class president, worthy of being you, simply yes to show. Dong Ming, class president, I'll serve you without holding up the wall. Originally, everyone hadn't felt that Lin Xian had just woken up from a nap, but after being brought up to speed by Wang Luan, everyone in the group was joyfully flirting. Seeing everyone flirting with Lin Xian so much, Zhao Qiaoqiao felt that everyone seemed to be joking a little too much. Zhao Qiaoqiao, everyone is almost on the same page, people Lin Xian may have stayed up all night doing his graduation design, so he just woke up from a nap. Gao Ming, what goddess Zhao is going to say is that she stayed up all night canyoning to score points, right? Li Cici at Lin Xian, the tutor asked everyone to report on the progress of the graduation design, you should report on it too. After Lin Xian saw Li Cici's message, he didn't think much about it, and moved his finger on the screen twice and said in the group, my graduation design is a laser weapon, has been carried out to the stage of being able to actual combat. But still need a lot of improvement and optimization, away from maturity, there is still some distance. After sending the message inside the class group, Lin Xian glanced at the wiring that covered the entire room as well as the various huge pieces of machinery that made up the laser weapon. Although the transmitter of the laser weapon was only a white barrel. But a room full of instruments as part of a laser weapon is nothing less. Successful launch is successful, but this volume is indeed too big, and the weight is also at least 10 tons. Want to put into use, whether it is the battlefield, or mounted on a satellite, this volume is certainly not possible. And there was also the issue of electrical energy. The amount of energy needed for a laser weapon to be fully loaded was beyond Lin Xian's imagination. Although there were electrical energy exciters that could increase the efficiency of electrical energy, the previous blackout in Smoky East City showed that the amount of energy needed for the laser weapon to be fully functional was not enough. Even with the electrical energy exciters alone, it still had to be improved. Lin Xian also suddenly felt for a moment. If laser weapons wanted to fully mature, there was a long way to go. It's definitely still a very long process. Thinking of this, Lin Xian scanned the screen of his cell phone. Lin Xian realized that inside the class group, because of what he had just said, it was already completely blown up. Inside the class group, it had never been this lively. There wasn't a single person that believed in Lin Xian. Chapter 12, Lin Xian, this pussy lets you pretend. Han Jingming, no way, no way? A laser weapon? That's the laser weapon that's claimed not to be researched for 50 years? Dong Ming, you're really too good at jokes too, Mr. Lin Xian. Gao Ming, no, let me laugh for a while. Wang Luan also quoted oddly, student Lin Xian, if you could have researched laser weapons, you probably wouldn't be here right now. The students, as students of the National University of Science and Technology, had also learned about laser weapons in their courses. We all know that lasers are not difficult to energize. Things like the code scanners used at the cash registers and the laser pointers everyone played with when they were kids are lasers. Laser weapons use lasers, but they are not the same thing at all. The first is that the laser power has to reach a horrible value. And then the energy of the laser, it has to be extremely concentrated. Not to mention, these two alone are two barriers that are now insurmountable for the entire scientific community. Even if it is invested tens of billions of dollars, countless top optical physics scientists involved, laser weapons are not said to be able to build, at least after several years of repeated testing, repeated research, but also not necessarily successful. So when he heard Lin Xian say that he had created a laser weapon, the class group inside the students, none of them believed. We were all students of the National University of Science and Technology, who could lose to whom? Just Lin Xian, a senior with middle to low grades, hand-rubbing laser weapons at home. Wang Luan at Lin Xian, there's even a power outage in Smoky East today, and there's rumored to be meteors, so you can't be the one who's making laser weapons. Lin Xian is also too lazy to talk nonsense with these brats, and quickly responded in the class group, it's really true, today there was a power surge when testing the laser weapon, which led to a small-scale blackout in the city. I'll improve on this problem in the future. Once Lin Xian said this, the class group exploded. So many students were laughing behind their cell phones that their stomachs hurt a little. Wang Luan, classmate Lin Xian, I'll give you full marks for letting you fake this pussy. Gao Ming, what else can I say, awesome and done. Han Jingming, congratulations to Mr. Lin Xian for successfully testing a laser weapon with household 220V civilian electricity. Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi both didn't believe that Lin Xian could really build a laser weapon at home though either. But the two felt that Lin Xian shouldn't be able to talk about laser weapons without doing any graduation design for no reason. Zhao Qiao, I think what Lin Xian said might be a laser weapon program, right? Li Sisi, our mentor always encourages us to be innovative in all aspects, maybe laser weapon is just a conceptual weapon at the moment, and Lin Xian has this idea which is also very bold. Seeing that two NUST goddesses were helping Lin Xian find a stage to get off. A few students were even more conspiratorial. Han Jingming, if Lin Xian can make a laser weapon program, I'll live stream it upside down and eat. Yao Ming, maybe Lin Xian's classmate made a laser pointer solution doghead. Wang Luan, Lin Xian's student, I hope you rat tail juice and tell everyone exactly what course design you're doing now. If you didn't do it, everyone will help you. Lin Xian see live upside down eating classmates have, in the face of the big class president of some good intentions. Lin Xian also lazy to say anything. If you continue to talk nonsense, it's just a waste of time with these kids. Lin Xian moved his fingers a few times and responded in the class group, no, thanks. I'm going to continue optimizing the laser weapon. Optimizing laser weapons? Seeing Lin Xian's message, the group even felt that Lin Xian hadn't done anything and was here to deliberately play the unwarranted pussy. Smoky East City 85 Degrees Cafe, Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi, two people are meeting together to discuss the graduation design. Zhao Qiao, Sisi, do you think Lin Xian could have been stimulated by something? Li Sisi also shook her head and said, anyway, laser weapons are definitely out of the question. It's not that I don't believe Lin Xian, but laser weapons really aren't something that can be built at home. The electricity, the energy conversion, the efficiency of the conversion, they're all problems. Alas, Zhao Qiao also sighed and said, I think Lin Xian's classmates might just be under too much pressure. People, the more stressful it is, the more likely it is that something will go wrong. Isn't it often reported on the news that there are college students and graduate students and even doctors who get too stressed out at graduation and then commit suicide? Hearing Zhao Qiao say this, Li Sisi was even more shocked. Zhao Qiao, you're saying this is too scary, that Lin Xian student, wouldn't he be unable to think straight too? Coupled with Wang Luan and the others being shady, I'm afraid that Lin Xian will be even more unable to think straight and do something stupid. This can't be said. Zhao Qiao's face was a little worried. Should we go and take a look at Lin Xian, do some ideological work for Lin Xian or something? Li Sisi also suggested. Zhao Qiao was the group secretary in her class, and when she usually encountered any difficulties with her classmates, Zhao Qiao would be eager to help. Zhao Qiao also had the exact same intention, and immediately nodded and said to Li Sisi, okay, then let's contact Lin Xian and set up a meeting with him. Aha! Li Sisi also responded, it's decided. Let's contact Lin Xian quickly. Lin Xian had been planning to get up and optimize the laser weapon, because although the laser weapon was now able to fire, yes, there were quite a few problems. As a result, when faced with the sudden concern of the two female students, Li Sisi and Zhao Qiao, Lin Xian had some tears and laughter. In the end, Lin Xian couldn't argue with the two and told them his address. Wanming neighborhood? After seeing the address sent by Lin Xian, Zhao Qiao also immediately got up and said to Li Sisi, Lin Xian is really living in a remote area. It seems like it's the old neighborhood side of Smoky East City. It'll take almost an hour to take a taxi there. Li Sisi glanced at her cell phone navigation. Well, let's hurry over there. Zhao Qiao frowned slightly and said, seriously, I'm quite worried about Mr. Lin Xian. Chapter 13, An army surrounds the Wanming neighborhood. At the same time, the National Space Agency, after detecting the plasma anomaly in the atmosphere of Smoky East City, has also basically determined that there is more than a 90% chance that the beam emitted from Smoky East City and the beam suffered by the International Space Station are the same beam. The director of the space agency, Li Shan, immediately connected to the North China Military Region Commander, Commander Yang Hai, who was stationed in the vicinity of Yandong City. Commander Yang, hello, this is the director of the National Aerospace Bureau, Li Shan. Li Shan's tone had a few moments of seriousness. Director Li, what's wrong? Commander Yang Hai heard the urgency in Li Shan's words and hurriedly asked. Commander Yang should know that the International Space Station was attacked. Li Shan said. Yang Hai froze and nodded his head. Commander Li, the matter of the space station, we also know about it from the high-level side. It seems to say that it was an extraterrestrial invader? The space agency had already reported the matter of the joint meeting of the Council Aeronautics Bureau to the higher-ups. The military region has priority control of military satellites, and the first to be notified by the top brass is naturally the military. It's possible, I believe that Commander Yang has also seen the video of the attack on the International Space Station. Li Shan mused. Commander Yang Hai slowly took a breath and said, well, I saw it, that should be a beam weapon, a laser weapon of sorts, right, very shocking. This is definitely not a weapon that we can possess at this stage on Earth. If it's really any country that possesses such a terrifying weapon, it's almost a suppressive existence. Commander Yang Hai added, our military side is also planning to call in military satellites to search for extraterrestrial invaders. Li Shan was silent for a moment before he said, Commander, to be honest, mobilizing military satellites is not very meaningful. If you want to mobilize it, let the Mi Kingdom do it. Yang Hai froze in confusion. Director Li, what do you mean? Commander Yang, we have definitive evidence on our side that the beam that pierced through the International Space Station actually emanated from Smoky East City. Li Shan's tone gradually became grave. As if he didn't believe it, Yang Hai was stunned. Director Li, you're not joking, right? From Smoky East City? Shooting the Sky Dynasty Interspace Station? How is this possible? As if anticipating that Commander Yang Hai might not be able to believe this news for a while, Li Shan immediately launched over a piece of information to Yang Hai's side and said, Commander, this is the data we have so far. I believe you'll understand after looking at this data. Yang Hai opened the data that Li Shan had passed to his side with a lot of skepticism. After seeing the comparative analysis of the beam of the attack on the International Space Station and the beam of Smoky East City, the analysis of the cause of the power outage in Smoky East City, the assumption of the photoelectric conversion rate, the level of atmospheric plasma in Smoky East City, and a series of other evidence. Yang Hai's face was written with a look of disbelief. How is this possible? Commander Yang Hai said in surprise, Director Li Shan, our North China military region station is located in Smoky East City. How could such a terrifying weapon exist without us knowing about it? This doesn't make sense at all. Moreover, other than the military and the research institute, which has this ability to create weapons, who else could create such a weapon? The more Commander Yang Hai spoke, the more astonished he became. Li Shan also drew in a breath of cool air and said, Commander Yang, this is exactly the reason why I called. Since you also think that it's impossible for regular people to make such a weapon, that means that the one who made this weapon is not human at all. Rather, it's... Li Shan's words were stuttered as he continued, aliens. Aliens? Commander Yang Hai was also skeptical. Director Li Shan, do you think there are really aliens? The universe is vast, our galaxy alone has trillions of planets, and the conditions for the formation of life are not harsh. With 4.6 billion years of Earth's history, primordial life was born in the first few 100 million years, so it's really impossible to say. Li Shan explained. Anyway, no matter what, Commander Yang, if such a weapon is still left in Smoky East City, the whole of Smoky East City, the whole of China is very dangerous. Li Shan said anxiously, in the face of such a weapon, we can only rely on the strong armed forces of your military region. Commander Yang Hai also understood Director Li Shan's meaning and said solemnly, Director Li, I have already seen the power of the weapons carried by the other party. As for this alien hiding in Smoky East City, I will definitely act cautiously to safeguard the safety of our entire Smoky East City and the entire China. Commander Yang Hai, then it's up to your North China military region. Director Li Shan said, it's a matter of great importance, I will also rush to Yandong City immediately. Director Li, don't worry. After saying that, Commander Yang Hai hung up the phone. Seeing Commander Yang Hai's gloomy expression, the orderly next to him asked curiously, Commander, what's wrong? The aliens carrying unknown high-energy weapons that shot through the International Space Station are in Yandong City. Commander Yang Hai said as he put on his jacket and walked outside, I'm going to the command room now to gather troops and catch the aliens. Catch aliens? The orderly looked at the commander's background, dumbfounded. It takes 3 years to raise an army. After Commander Yang Hai gave the order, the entire North China military region immediately entered a state of first-class combat readiness. Especially after Commander Yang Hai informed the officers that the target they were going to capture and search for were aliens, carrying high-energy weapons that could even attack the International Space Station from the ground. Every officer of the North China military region was and is shocked, and did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The various soldiers of their companies have been summoned. Tank companies, armored car companies all out. Fighter planes and reconnaissance planes also all took off from the military airfields and toured over Smoky East City. The biochemical emergency response team and explosion prevention team were also all assembled with the military under the arrangement. In just 10 minutes' time, the military district had finished assembling the army and began to march in a hurry, advancing in the direction of the smoky East City. The information department of the military region also intercepted the surveillance video of the entire smoky East City, and time-tuned it to the moment when the International Space Station was shot through, to carry out a comprehensive comparison and analysis of the data, and to determine the location where the beams of light were emitted. As the vast army got closer and closer to the urban area of smoky East City, the results also came out quickly from the side of the military region's information department. The results showed that the source of the high-energy beam was an old neighborhood in the northeast of Yandong City, in the Wanning neighborhood. Upon learning this news, Commander Zhang Hai immediately ordered all companies maintain maneuver and surround Wanning district. Be especially careful of the high-energy weapons carried by the other side. Before the other side utilizes their high-energy beam weapons, suppress their firepower. Chapter 14, The entire internet is buzzing. Westerners kneel to worship God. Just as the army was approaching smoky East City all the way, the entire online platform, too, completely exploded because of a few sudden hot news. Weibo, #ISS blasted through by aliens? Hashtag joint meeting of the WAA hashtag. How do you think the International Space Station was blasted through by an unknown high-energy weapon, and the joint meeting of the 16-nation space agency invites Huaxia to join in and discuss how to deal with the next attack by aliens? Although the Chinese officials did not publicize the news, the governments of the 16 countries that had previously participated in the joint meeting had already sent out an alert towards their nationals. With the countries of the world launching a Level 1 alert, the video of the International Space Station being attacked by an extraterrestrial civilization was no longer a secret. Various videos, all of them, were circulated above the internet. The video of the Interspace Station No. 3 airtight compartment being blasted through, moreover, on YouTube, as well as the major video networks, instantly broke through more than 100 million hits. Chinese netizens see the International Space Station was shot through the video, are also extremely shocked. The feeling of the three views have been completely subverted. This is too terrifying. I have goosebumps. It's time to use the underground shelter I've been digging at home for 10 years. Digging shelters is just plain showy. So there really are aliens in the world? Although the International Space Station is usually far away in space and out of sight and out of mind for everyone. But seeing that the International Space Station, the safest place in the world, which is usually teased by everyone, has been attacked, there are many people who are worried about whether the Earth will be attacked next. Chinese netizens, in addition to the shocked discussion of the accident, and there is some worry, but did not show too much fear. In addition to paying keen attention to the attack on the International Space Station, everyone is doing what they should be doing. And the Western world, which is keen on $0 purchases and usually listens to the wind and makes it rain, even when there is no wind. It's not so peaceful. After seeing a video of the International Space Station being attacked by an unknown high-energy beam, the people of many developed countries in the West believe that this is the end of the world. Rice, Zhejiang, Niotio, Potterton. Countless cities, a new round of larger $0 purchase activities, once again make a comeback. Countless people took to the streets, smashing stores and looting things. There were even countless people who created banners in the first place, and on the banners were the very pictures of the laser beam that Lin Xian had shot at the Celestial Dynasty's Interspace Station. Above the banner was written, "This is God's punishment for us." Countless others held banners and took to the streets, proclaiming that this was the end of the world, that this power was the power of God against which mankind could not resist, and that only by repentance of heart could we pray for God's forgiveness. Others called this high-energy beam of light the fire of the God of heaven. Rice, Europe, the major cities, almost came to a complete standstill in less than an hour. In addition to the countries of the warplanes, the army out in full force, weapons defense system is also all open, the whole city is ringing. The wartime will only have the alarm, which has deepened the Western people's bone-deep fear. Rice country, enamel country, countless countries, in addition to a part of the team into chaos, smash and grab the team, into the shelter team, there are many people choose to kneel on the street, a face of piety to pray for God, or that is the extraterrestrial invaders' forgiveness. God, punish us for our trespassing. We should pay for our folly. Spare us, and we will reform. God, don't scorch us with the fire of the heavenly gods. The chaotic scenes abroad soon reached home. When Chinese netizens saw the chaos abroad become like this, it was just like watching monkeys acting. And many Chinese netizens are also very incomprehensible why foreigners' brain circuits seem to be somewhat abnormal. Lin Xian's classmates in Chanson's first class were also all particularly shocked after seeing the video of the attack on the International Space Station. There was also a heated discussion inside the group immediately. Wang Luan at everyone, did you see the video of the ISS being attacked? Dong Ming, saw it, it was horrible, saw my scalp tingle. Han Jingming, it's all about an extraterrestrial civilization launching an attack on the International Space Station, what do you all think? Wang Luan, it goes without saying, we've all learned about the status quo of optical weapons and ions in our courses as well, and it's clearly not an existing technology on Earth. Gao Ming, it's over, are we going to take refuge? After some discussion, everyone was a little worried, with some inner trepidation, wondering if the Earth would be attacked by this unknown high-energy beam after the ISS was attacked. The discussion among the students blew out the instructor of Chanson's first class. Tutor Wang Bowen, everyone first don't panic, don't dare, what's the situation, we all wait for the official notice from Huaxia. Then, Wang Bowen also some uneasy exhortation, everyone is fine at home in the afternoon, do not run around. Wang Luan, aha, copy. All students, roger that. After the 30 or so people in the class had responded to the tutor's message, everyone was once again realizing that Lin Xian, who had been a hot topic before, hadn't replied to the message. Chapter 15, still really shot through yourself? Wang Luan, as the class president, felt the need to remind Lin Xian of his safety at this moment of possible alien invasion. Wang Luan at Lin Xian, where is he? At this time, seeing that Lin Xian didn't show up, many of the students who had just flirted with Lin Xian remembered that Lin Xian had just said that his graduation design was a laser weapon. Dong Ming, didn't Lin Xian say he was going to test some kind of laser weapon? The International Space Station might have been blasted through by Lin Xian. Originally, the students inside the class group were all still a bit terrified. Dong Ming's flirtation instantly amused many of the students inside the class group. Everyone was posting ha 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 inside the group. A lot of flirting, again. Wang Luan, I see. I was wrong about Lin Xian before. It turns out it really was Lin Xian. Gao Ming, maybe Lin Xian is already preparing his next laser cannon to give the satellites of Rice another shot. Han Jingming, what else can I say, awesome and done. The mentor was a bit worried about Lin Xian's situation, and also sent a message in the group, at Lin Xian student, report a piece. Lin Xian was originally thinking of taking advantage of Li Sisi and Zhao Qiaoqiao's arrival to study laser weapons for a while longer. Zhao Qiaoqiao, the group secretary, suddenly gave Lin Xian a call. Lin Xian, look at the class group. The mentor is worried about you. Class group? Lin Xian had thought that Bankin might be talking about graduation design again. After all, graduation design was a very long process for the senior graduates of the National University of Science and Technology, and if they didn't come up with something, it wouldn't be that easy to graduate. The graduation rate of 80% for the Chanson class at NUST is not a cover, and if you fail the graduation design, you have to do it for another year. However, after roughly scanning the class group information, Lin Xian froze. What? The International Space Station was attacked by an unidentified beam? Bull? Originally, Lin Xian thought that the brats inside the class group were flirting with him. Lin Xian, who didn't believe it, immediately opened the Weibo, wanting to see if there was any relevant news on the Weibo that wasn't there. Result. Lin Xian 1.2 opened the microblogging headlines written above a boiling topic, clearly written. Hashtag International Space Station blasted through by aliens? Hashtag International Space Station blasted through by aliens? Lin Xian was confused, sliding his finger and clicking on the top video. The video immediately played. When Lin Xian saw the International Space Station inside the video, it was pierced through by a very familiar-looking beam of light without delay. The look on Lin Xian's face was no longer just shock. Rather, Lin Xian's entire being, on the spot, was directly petrified. How is this possible? Lin Xian muttered with a stunned expression. It was impossible for Lin Xian to misrecognize the characteristics of the laser beams inspired by the various components of the laser weapon that Lin Xian had built himself, that he had personally assembled little by little. Red and white light, high power, high energy, this degree of aggregation, what else could it be if it wasn't a laser fired by a laser weapon built by himself? In order to confirm, Lin Xian also paid special attention to the time when the ISS was pierced. It also happened to be the time when Lin Xian was testing the 50 megawatt power supply and accidentally shot that 50 megawatt high energy laser beam towards the zenith, causing a blackout in the city. After confirming that it was he who had accidentally shot out the laser beam earlier, piercing the International Space Station, Lin Xian's entire being was like a dream, unable to believe it. How is this possible? Lin Xian's entire body was now in a daze. Theoretically, his own 50 megawatt laser beam had indeed hit at least 1,000 kilometers inside space. But, damn, the Earth is so big, although there are a lot of satellites in space, there are also flying vehicles, but think more than the vast Earth, those vehicles are just like bacteria inside the dinner plate. Lin Xian, in a daze, also went to a professional astronomy website to check the transit time of the International Space Station. Lin Xian realized that the ISS had really transited the vicinity of Smoky East City at that time. But Lin Xian, as a senior student of the National University of Science and Technology, was also clear about how fast the International Space Station operated, and even if his own laser weapon had enough energy, in the case of the International Space Station's transit, it would be impossible to say that he attacked the International Space Station just to attack it, right? Before Lin Xian felt that the probability of hitting an airplane was 1 in 5 million, and the probability of wanting to just happen to hit the International Space Station in the sky was afraid to be close to 1 in a trillion. Even if Lin Xian was a traveler, then Lin Xian didn't believe that his luck was really that good. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took out the laser weapon manufacturing drawings that he had redeemed from the system. Lin Xian called out the system as he studied the drawings. System, come out. Master. The system's icy electronic synthesized voice, which didn't carry a trace of emotion, shouting master always made Lin Xian feel a little weird. Lin Xian frowned, looking at the unusually complex circuit drawings, and asked the system, label all the structures related to guidance targeting in the laser weapon system for me. Chapter 16, Going to War? As soon as Lin Xian's words fell, an electronically synthesized system interface appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes, crossing and overlapping with the complex drawings in Lin Xian's hands. The electronically synthesized system interface displayed a detailed explanation of each part section. Structures related to guidance targeting were all bolded and labeled in red. The laser weapon structure was complex, and many of the structures Lin Xian hadn't understood, so he had built them directly. Stabilizer, gamma converter. C-level standardizer. Lin Xian's gaze was like a needle in a haystack as he searched through the drawings. And just at this is the time, Lin Xian's searching gaze instantly stopped. Target automatic calibrator? Lin Xian stared blankly at the bold and bolded red font on the drawing, instantly as if he had remembered something. Then, Lin Xian again took the drawings and ran all the way into a pile of wiring, pulling out an instrument that looked like a black box from this pile of wiring. It was precisely the automatic target calibrator. And the blinking red light on it also shows that the automatic target calibrator is in working condition. After Lin Xian saw all this, he instantly understood how he had actually shot through the ISS. The automatic target calibrator can automatically adjust the angle of the laser weapon when it's on, aiming at targets within a 5-minute angle. Lin Xian looked at the small black box in his hand, muttering to himself. The International Space Station being shot through was a coincidence, and not a coincidence. Accidentally by chance the ISS happened to transit when Lin Xian accidentally shot a high-energy laser beam. What was not accidental was that as long as Lin Xian shot out this laser beam at that time, the International Space Station was a living target that was 100% going to be hit. Because the automatic target calibrator was on. It must have been the automatic target calibrator, which automatically adjusted its angle after detecting that the ISS was within target range, and hit it perfectly. Lin Xian sat on the sofa, his brain still a little foggy. What Lin Xian thought of at this moment was a question he had seen on Jihu in his previous life. What should I do if I build a laser weapon at home and shoot through the International Space Station? At that time, Lin Xian also felt that this problem, with those at home hand-rubbing photolithography, hand-rubbing I9 the same bull. Unexpectedly, he really just shot through the International Space Station. Life, it really is, ever-changing. Lin Xian glanced at the time. It was already 12 in the morning. It was already 2 hours after shooting through the International Space Station. I guess Huaxia already knew about it. It's probably on its way here. But Lin Xian was calm at the moment. Both come and go. Anyway, the International Space Station shot have been shot through by themselves, so do whatever you like next. Just as Lin Xian was thinking this. Boom! From the distance came the sound of warplanes roaring. Although Lin Xian was calm inside, when he heard the sound of warplanes, Lin Xian's heartbeat still somewhat uncontrollably sped up. It was noon at the moment, just the right time for a meal. Many people had stopped their morning's busyness and were enjoying their lunch. Boom! An array of several fighters cut through the sky, breaking the silence of the sky. An array of so many warplanes was something that the average person had never seen before. Many people were opening their windows, curious and puzzled as they poked their heads out to look outside the windows. The fighter jets were flying very low, and the roar from their engines was deafening. I'll go. It's a J-15. Not just a J-15, but a mix of multiple advanced fighters. What's going on here? Many people recognized these as very advanced fighters of the Chinese military in recent generations from among the unique shapes of the fighters. And it wasn't just a batch of fighter jets that crossed the sky over smoky East City, several batches of fighter jets arrived in succession. The onlookers who watched were more than happy to see one after another. This number, it was as if all the warplanes from the military bases in the nearby war zones had come. Just as the onlookers were wondering what the hell was going on. Rumble. There were countless people again seen from upstairs. The main road of smoky East City, Zhanghai Road, was actually a black and heavy piece of tanks driving over. Not just tanks. Usually everyone in the military exercises to see those belonging to do not have to use military types, different shapes of combat vehicles, but also in the vast driving in the smoky East City's main road above. Behind the armored car tank unit, there was also a team of soldiers with loaded ammunition. All of them were staring at each other, marching in one direction in unison. Normally, everyone lived inside a favorable urban environment. Where else could they see such a big battle? First, countless advanced warplanes crossed the border, and now vast tank units, armored units, and armies are entering the city of Smoky East, and even the main roads of Smoky East are directly blocked. Everyone's hearts were filled with countless questions. What the hell is going on? Is it going to war? While shocked and puzzled, more and more citizens of Donghai City began to connect the scene of the large army moving into the city in front of them with the International Space Station being hotly debated on the internet as being pierced by aliens. Today's flowers grew 2,000, the evaluation is less than 100, tomorrow 2 chapters, plus the guaranteed 4 chapters, a total of 6 chapters. Chapter 17, Earth Technology Against Alien Technology? The military is here, the aliens that attacked the International Space Station, it can't be hiding in Smoky East City. It's over. Doesn't that mean that the weapon that attacked the International Space Station could potentially blast us as well at any time? So, the aliens are usually around us, living with us? Fine thought. Suddenly I felt a sharp chill on the back of my neck. Since the military has come, let's trust the military. Where else have the citizens of the Smoky East City seen the spectacle of war? The citizens of the Smoky East City, who have never experienced a war and have never seen such a large formation, are stunned. Especially since this war, there was the possibility that it was related to the extraterrestrial invaders. There were waves of heated discussions, and even the citizens of Smoky East City were discussing which one of the weapons on the side of the Chinese military would be more capable of fighting the extraterrestrial invaders if it was really the extraterrestrial invaders. No way, no way. Planes and tanks are out, alien civilization, really hiding in Smoky East City? It feels like unless a destructive strike is carried out, the other party holds such a terrifying weapon, even our 5th-generation fighter planes will be shot down. Right, the other party's weapons can even strike the space station with precision. What other flying objects on the ground can't be struck? Everyone's discussion was right. The ISS is, after all, an Earth-orbiting vehicle, and operates at first cosmic velocity, previously misspelled as third, corrected here, which is the speed needed to break away from Earth's gravity, at 8,000 meters per second. The maximum flight speed of China's 5th-generation fighter jet, the J-20, is only Mach 2.45, or more than 600 meters per second. 600 meters per second, this speed, is already fast beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And the weapon in the video, even the International Space Station, which operates at the first cosmic speed, can strike accurately, not to mention the 5th-generation warplanes, and other ground targets. Though it's not certain that the military's presence in Smoky East City is related to the ISS incident. However, the more the city opens, the more the citizens who are watching are beginning to brainstorm the scene where the Earth's technology and the alien technology are engaged in a confrontation. Of course, intuitively face these, in the wind at the mouth of the Smoky East City citizens, at this moment are also full of tension and anxious. And at this moment, Lin Xian could hear the sound of warplanes roaring outside, as well as the roar of tank companies driving across the road in the distance. The main campus of the National University of Science and Technology was in the capital, and it was now the end of the winter vacation again. Students come from all over the country, so many of them are still working on their respective graduation projects at their respective homes. Although everyone knew that Lin Xian was from Smoky East City, they didn't realize that the state of affairs in Smoky East City had already progressed to the point where the army had moved in. Zhao Qiaoqiao and Li Sisi, who were rushing to the Wanning neighborhood where Lin Xian was, were also both from Smoky East City. The two of them took a taxi that traveled on a tertiary road, and did not pass through the main road where the army passed through and the road was closed. So they didn't see any armored car units, but they did constantly see the roar of the planes. Li Sisi was in the car and sent a message to the group. A lot of fighter jets suddenly came to Smoky East City and kept flying in the sky. Fighter jets? The male students who didn't know what was really happening in Smoky East City immediately expressed their concern in the first place as soon as they saw the news about Li Sisi. Goddess Li, don't run around outside. It's better to go home quickly. Yeah, maybe this fighter is related to the incident at the International Space Station. Didn't we say that all the world's weapon defense systems have been turned on? In addition to the fact that there were quite a few students who were concerned about Li Sisi, the fact that fighter jets had flown over Smoky East City had caused some of the students to connect with the laser weapons that Lin Xian had talked about. This made a portion of the classmates, once again, have a new topic to flirt with. In fact, their flirting was more or less to cover up the panic within them at the moment. Dong Ming, no news from Lin Xian yet. It's over. I don't think it's possible to hide the fact that Lin Xian's classmate built a laser weapon and shot through the space station. Dog's head. Han Jingming, as expected of Lin Xian's classmates, the fighter must have gone to pick up Lin Xian. Dog's head. Wang Luan, is it too late to report it? Dog's head. Dong Ming, Lin Xian's classmates, be careful not to shoot down the fighter. Dog head. Originally, Li Sisi just wanted to tell everyone about the situation in Smoky East City, but in the end, when she saw that a part of the boys were again conspiratorially connecting with Lin Xian, Li Sisi was also a bit anxious. Why are the boys in our class like this? Seeing the message in the group, Li Sisi said irritably, what time is it, still joking around here? I don't know how Lin Xian is doing either. Hearing another warplane flying overhead, Zhao Qiaoqiao didn't connect at all to Lin Xian and remained a little worried. Seeing that the group still had no intention of stopping, they were still flirting with Lin Xian's laser weapons. Even the usually gentle-tempered Zhao Qiaoqiao couldn't help but send a message, what Lin Xian was taken away. The fighter jets are coming for Lin Xian. People, Lin Xian is fine, okay? Don't talk nonsense, everyone. Li Sisi and I are on our way to rendezvous with Lin Xian. I'm on my way to rendezvous with Lin Xian. Hearing that the two goddesses in the class, at this moment of military chaos, were still specifically going to rendezvous with Lin Xian, the students really didn't expect it. This plot, how is it kind of like love during the cholera period? For a while, many students were still sour. Lin Xian took a look at the group and made a fuss again, but he didn't bother. He just replied to his mentor, Wang Bowen, lest the mentor's side worry. The current Lin Xian didn't even know what was going to happen to him next. Where did he have the time to care about the group of brats inside the class group who were full of nothing but goddesses? After replying to the tutor's message, Lin Xian opened Weibo again, Shihu, and looked at some of the images that had been sent back from abroad. Inside the picture, many Westerners have basically lost their minds. There are those who kneel to worship God, there are those who call the laser fired by Lin Xian the fire of the heavenly god, there are those who vandalize and loot, a scene of the end of the world in general. Lin Xian saw these foreign video photos, but also just felt funny. Westerners, who claim to be the light of science and technology, turned out to be so psychologically weak in the face of unfathomable emergencies? Lin Xian doesn't take the initiative to launch personal attacks, but this is really garbage, isn't it? Then if he really wanted to deliberately make things worse, blowing the International Space Station to pieces and then bombarding 2 satellites with laser weapons or something, the West was afraid that even the country would disintegrate. At this time, the first batch of troops from the North China Military Region's hasty march also came to a place not far from the Wanning neighborhood. Just at this time, the troops from the North China Military Region saw a police car about to drive inside the Wanming neighborhood, as if there was something going on. Police? Seeing the police car, Su, the chief of staff of the North China Military Region, who was the first to lead the army over, immediately stopped the police. Chapter 18, the census did not see any aliens. Hello, 2 police comrades. Before the police people could even touch the cell gate of the Wanming neighborhood, they were stopped by 2 soldiers with guns. At the sight of the soldiers from the military suddenly appearing, the 2 people on the police side immediately just froze. The military? The people on the police side are none other than Officer Zhang, who received a report of some kind of terrorist attack from the delivery boy earlier, and Officer Wang. Originally, Officer Zhang was not concerned about the takeaway boy's alarm, thinking that the takeaway boy must have seen something and then had the misunderstanding that it was some kind of laser weapon. But then the 2 men, also a combination, feel that since the public alarm, it is better to go and take a look at it. As a result, they didn't expect to run into a military unit here. Officer Zhang and Officer Wang were both a bit confused for a moment, not knowing what to say. Hello, comrade. Chief of Staff Su also went up and said to the 2 police officers, I am the Chief of General Staff of the North China Military Region, Su Ligua. North China Military Region. Chief of General Staff? The look on the faces of Officer Zhang and Officer Wang was even more dismayed. The 2 did not expect to see the Chief of General Staff of the North China Military Region here. What was it that made the Chief of General Staff of the North China Military Region all come to this place in person? Hello, Chief of Staff. The 2 officers hurriedly introduced themselves to the Chief of Staff as well. Well, Chief of Staff Su nodded and said to the 2 officers, Officer Zhang, Officer Wang, although I don't know what you've come to the Wanming district for, this side of the Wanming district, as well as this entire area, has currently been taken over by us, and it belongs to the military's control area now. Military-controlled area? The look on the faces of the 2 officers grew more and more puzzled. What in the world is going on here that has caused the military to take over this inconspicuous neighborhood in Smoky East City, the Wanming neighborhood, with such great vigor? Just as the 2 officers were still in dismay, suddenly the scene in front of them made the 2 of them even more speechless with shock. Rumble. With a rumbling sound coming from the ground, a queue of tanks, armored vehicles, was surprisingly traveling along the road, all the way to the Wanming district side. Among them were Type 80 main battle tanks, Type 62 light tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, armored command vehicles, armored communication vehicles, and armored anti-radar jamming vehicles. All kinds of different types of tanks and armored vehicles composed of a mixed team rumbling on the road. The 2 officers can feel the ground under their feet trembling. The family cars on the road, facing the sudden convoy of tanks and armored vehicles, did not dare to move at all. They were all parked on the side of the road, shivering. Behind the tanks and armored vehicles were the infantry arrays that pressed forward. The infantry arrays were even more plentiful. Not only are there mechanized infantry, but there are also air defense soldiers, as well as electronic countermeasures soldiers, engineering soldiers, and chemical defense soldiers. Each type of soldier wore different styles of uniforms, and in a column-by-column pattern, they trotted all the way over to the Wanming neighborhood. On each soldier's face, there was an urgent and tense look. It wasn't just the troops above the land. Above the skies, it wasn't quiet either. Several straight 10-armed helicopters, Wuji 19 military reconnaissance helicopters, and various light-armed helicopters were all circling back and forth in the sky above the Wanming neighborhood, as if they were searching for some kind of target. In addition to this, the Chinese drones, dark sword drones, rainbow drones, are also carrying special missiles for drones, cruising back and forth in the air. Seeing this scene, the people inside the office buildings, high-rise residential buildings, and high-class restaurants not far from the Wanning district were all stunned. All of them put down what they were doing and came in front of the window, looking out and staring. Everyone's face was filled with a curious yet suspicious, as well as shocked look. Under this powerful aura of a large army pressing down, ordinary citizens were completely bowled over by this aura just by looking at the scene. Almost everywhere the field of vision reached was completely occupied by the military. Wanming neighborhood, what's going on? Why the military wants to surround the Wanming neighborhood? It's shocking. As for the citizens of Wanming district who were still inside the residential buildings, they saw that the entire Wanming district was surrounded by so many overwhelming people, as well as various tanks. Helicopters and fighter jets were constantly hovering overhead. More than anything, they were trembling with fear, completely unaware of what was going on. Soon, immediately after the advance party of the hasty march, after the arrival of various different kinds of regiments in the Wanming neighborhood, they were all reporting to the Chief of General Staff Su, one after another. Reporting to the General Staff, the 335th Regiment of Mechanized Infantry has come to report. Reporting to the General Staff, the 212th Electronic Countermeasures Regiment reporting. Reporting to the General Staff, 3rd Infantry Chemistry Division, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mixed Tank Battalions, reporting. Police Officer Zhang and Officer Wang, seeing the arrival of various military units, blackened soldiers surrounded the entire Wanning district, which is to realize that something has happened to the Wanning district. Not only did something happen, but something big happened. But the two thought through the head still cannot figure out, is such a broken old neighborhood, in the end what magic can let the military deployed so much force, tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters and fighters? This is completely standard modern war configuration. Chief of Staff Su, forgive me for taking the liberty, I would like to ask what exactly is going on inside the Wanming neighborhood? Officer Zhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, why would the military surround such an ordinary neighborhood in Smoky East City? Ordinary neighborhood? Chief of General Staff Su had a very grave look on his face and said in a low voice, I wish this was just an ordinary neighborhood. What makes this neighborhood unique is that there are aliens that are inside this neighborhood at this moment. Our military is here to catch the aliens. Aliens? Hearing these words from Chief of General Staff Su, the two of them, Officer Zhang and Officer Wang, were even more dumbfounded. It turns out that making such a big show is actually to catch aliens? When did the Wanming neighborhood have aliens? And didn't we just have the nation's 7th census recently? I haven't seen any aliens in the entire Wanming neighborhood either. Chapter 19, isn't this Lin Xian's house? Just at this time, Officer Wang suddenly looked as if he had reacted to something and his face suddenly changed. Officer Zhang, didn't that takeout boy who called the police say that someone was conducting some kind of terrorist experiment in Wanming district? Could it be related to the aliens that the military is trying to catch? Officer Wang's words were like a reminder to Officer Zhang, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of cold air. What? Terrorist experiments in the Manmin neighborhood? The sharp-sensed Chief of General Staff Su would never miss such sensitive news. What's going on? Chief of General Staff Su immediately asked with a pale face. Chief of General Staff Su, it's like this. Officer Zhang recounted the whole story with Chief of General Staff Su. After Su General Chief of Staff heard this, his expression became even more serious, and he said sternly, why didn't you hurry up and report it to the military if something went wrong? If anything goes wrong, jeopardizing the safety of the country and its people, who will be responsible? Can the Smoky East City Police be responsible? Seeing that Chief of General Staff Su seemed to be a little shaken, both Officer Zhang and Officer Wang looked at each other. Chief of Staff. We didn't think that much. We didn't think that there could really be aliens testing terrorist weapons in Smoky East City. Officer Zhang also whispered. Well, since our military has taken over this incident, the police don't have to get involved. Chief of Staff Su had pretty much confirmed that the house where the two officers said they were testing terrorist weapons was basically where they were looking for. Because of the time constraints, and the aliens are in possession of horrific high-powered weapons, Mr. Su doesn't have the time to ask his people to find out who is living in that house. After all the troops are ready to go. It's more important to get a head start than anything else. Moreover, this time, the matter is huge, involving an extraterrestrial civilization, as well as high-energy weapons. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Chief of Staff Su also decided to personally take the lead in the charge. Commander Yang, we've already identified that the target is most likely at number 502, Unit 3, Building 18, Wanning District. The units are all ready. Is it time to charge? Chief of Staff Su said in the first instance, asking for instructions from Commander Yang Hai, who was in the command room of the North China Military Region. Action approved, start the operation. Commander Yang Hai also gave the order without hesitation. Old Su, pay attention to safety. Commander Yang also admonished. Commander Yang, don't worry. Immediately afterward, Chief of Staff Su immediately ordered calmly and urgently. 335th Infantry Regiment Commando, all check your equipment and follow me into the breakthrough. 3rd Reconnaissance Regiment, maneuver the drones to surround Building 18, turn on the infrared scanning mode, and once any energy changes are detected, alert the ground troops to take evasive action. Mixed Tank Battalion, stay alert. Once you encounter a suspicious target on the ground, follow my orders and strike. Helicopter Assault Team, prepare to rappel down to the north and south windows of the 5th floor, and make a breakthrough through the windows. After all the arrangements were made, Chief of Staff Su glanced at the window on the floor where the alien was located, and with a determined look, he led the assault team to start the assault. At this moment, 1 kilometer away from the Wanming district on the local road, Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi, who had taken a taxi to find Lin Xian, were trapped in place, unable to move. Just now, just as the two of them were looking at taking the car forward for a few more minutes, they would be able to arrive at the Wanming neighborhood. The two of them were dumbfounded by the tanks, armored car units, and various legions of infantry that suddenly rumbled over next to them. The two were students of the National University of Science and Technology, and they were even more aware of the models and functions of these tanks and armored vehicles. This was the standard war configuration that only war would have. The helicopters, drones, and fighter jets that followed and kept roaring added to the two men's shock. Both the armed helicopters and the armed reconnaissance planes were fully loaded with missiles. Like the famous Whale Shark series of missiles, the Thunderbolt series of missiles, these armed helicopters are carried on top. And there are also the latest models of military drones, which are not used when fighting the first wave of the war's information confrontation war. When they saw that these military forces were surrounding not another place but the destination of their trip, that is, the Wanming neighborhood where Lin Xian was, the two of them were even more shocked and appalled. What the hell is going on here? When Li Sisi saw the Wanming neighborhood surrounded by the army, her eyes went straight and she said, dumbfounded, "This is a drill? It doesn't look like a drill. When the fighters flew by before, I felt something was wrong." Zhao Qiao also looked dumbfounded at the Wanming neighborhood that was surrounded by black regiments in front of her, and said in shock, "These elite troops, they should be from the North China military region that is closest to us. What exactly is the purpose of such a fully modernized military coming here, to the Wanming district, to fight against? Lin Xian won't be anything too," Li Sisi said worriedly. Zhao Qiao immediately sent several messages to Lin Xian, but she didn't get any response either, and her expression was a bit anxious. Lin Xian's side didn't reply to the message. What's going on here? Qiao, look. Right at this moment, Li Sisi pointed at a group of helicopters circling, as well as countless military drones surrounding the floor, and said in shock, Building 18? Isn't that the residential building where Lin Xian is? Zhao Qiao also instantly widened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly for a few moments as she said, "It really is." Chapter 20, Surprisingly Chinese? Just as Chief of Staff Su led the assault team from the infantry corps, they arrived at Building 18 at speed, blocking it off floor by floor all the way up. The Special Forces squad on top of the helicopter gunship, the Tiger's Special Operations Squad, was already above Building 18, ready to rope down to the 5th floor window. As long as Chief of Staff Su gives the order, these well-trained Special Forces members will only need a few short seconds to enter the designated room and surround the target. Lu Xiang, leader of the Tiger's Commando Team, reporting to the Chief of Staff, the Tiger's Commando Team is ready to begin the rope down. In order to make sure that nothing is wrong, Chief of Staff Su first asked the scouting regiment through the walkie-talkie, "Scouting regiment, report the real-time situation. The drone reconnaissance mission has completed an infrared scan, and in the living room of the room, there is a thermally imaged organic life form. Other than that, the drone reconnaissance team has not detected any high-temperature, high-energy weapon activation conditions." Li Yilong, the leader of the scouting troop, stared at the real-time infrared scanning image transmitted back from the drone while calmly reporting. "Good." After confirming that there were no signs of high-energy weapons activating, Chief of Staff Su also immediately ordered, Tiger's Special Forces, proceed with the rappel immediately. After entering the room, find the designated target and surround it first. The other party has not activated their high-energy weapons for the time being, don't shoot yet. Me and the Infantry Regiment Assault Team will be right behind you. Chief of General Staff, Tigers receive. Mighty Tiger Special Operations Team Lu Xiang received a serious look and scanned the team members above the helicopter gunship and said, "It's time for us to see the true colors of this alien." As a well-trained special operations team, the Tigers have usually performed any task, and even if the task is difficult again, the mentality of each special operations team member is very calm. But this time, precisely because they do not know what they are about to face, to be honest, these special forces members of the heart, more or less, are a few points of tension and apprehension. After all, this is the world's first Type 3 contact, and the other side is still holding high-energy weapons of the extraterrestrial civilization. Type 3 contact, which means direct contact with aliens. What does this alien look like? A little green man? 8 legs? Or is it non-carbon based? Who knows what other weapons this extraterrestrial civilization has that aren't available on Earth, other than the ones that can attack the International Space Station? Don't think so much, start moving. Lu Xiang's stern voice rang in the ears of the special operations team members. Like a dose of refresher, it made the special combatants firmly and quickly start the rapid rope descent. Target. 5th floor window. Pop pop pop. With the sound of several crisp cracks of glass, Lu Xiang led 8 special warriors to break through the window. After breaking the window and entering, Lu Xiang and the Special Forces team members looked into the room. Inside the room filled the entire room, densely packed lines. There are piles of everywhere. They cannot name, never seen the device. All are stunned. What's all this? Outside the window, it was clearly an old residential building with peeling siding. And inside the room, it was something else entirely. Lu Xiang, as well as the mighty Tiger Special Warriors now, all had a general feeling of being in an alien secret base on Earth. In particular, a uniquely shaped white gun barrel that looked uniquely shaped next to the bedroom window was filled with a sci-fi atmosphere. But Lu Xiang captain did not dare to delay and inhaled a breath of cool air and reported in a low voice, "Chief of Staff, we came in, and it really is not right. This is like a alien technology base." Alien technology base? Chief of Staff Su viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his heartbeat also slightly accelerated, and instructed, "Mighty Tiger, the infrared imaging on the scouting mission site shows that the target is still in the living room. Pay attention to vigilance." Understood. Saying that, Lu Xiang made a tactical gesture towards the Special Warriors, and the Special Warriors all understood. All of the Special Warriors were slowing down their steps, holding their automatic rifles, maintaining a high level of vigilance, in tactical formation, heading towards the living room. After Lu Xiang led the Special Operations team members to the living room cautiously. Also the first sight of the target, who was on the sofa. Although he hadn't yet gotten a good look at the target, Lu Xiang was already instinctively raising his gun and aiming it at the target. "We are the Chinese army, you have been surrounded. Please abandon all attempts to resist." After saying that, Lu Xiang suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wrong somewhere. Speaking Chinese to aliens, can the aliens understand? "Don't shoot, one of us." Just then, a well-worded Chinese language came from the direction of the sofa. Lu Xiang, as well as the members of the mighty Tiger Special Operations team, instantly just froze in place. What? Chinese? This alien speaks Chinese, and it's so standard? Although he heard the familiar Chinese language, Lu Xiang did not dare to relax his guard at all. Who knows if this alien has learned the Chinese language and the local customs? Don't play tricks. Lu Xiang gave his team a wink, and all of them took a few quick steps forward to the front of the couch, aiming their guns at the center. When they saw Lin Xian, who was crossing his legs on the sofa with a straight face, everyone was stunned. Yellow skin, black eyes? Where's the alien in that? Isn't this a Chinese person? It wasn't aliens who smashed through the ISS, it was Chinese? The members of the Tiger Special Operations team had no idea that the aliens with the horrific weapons would look like this. The promised little green man with 8 legs. This is clearly a Chinese man in front of me. Originally playing the spectrum of coming to catch aliens, the result of seeing is not aliens. Lu Xiang does not know what to do. Manticore. We have arrived at the entrance of 502. What's the situation inside? Senator Su's voice came from inside the headset. Chief of Staff, the situation has changed. For the details, you'd better come in and see for yourself. The gun Lu Xiang was holding still didn't dare to put it down. The front door is open, just come straight in. Lin Xian said indifferently as if he knew what would happen next. Chief of Staff, the front door is open, you guys can push the door in. Lu Xiang said into the intercom. Su, Chief of Staff at the moment outside the door listening, also confused, immediately pushed open the door and led the people rushed in. After seeing Lin Xian sitting on the sofa in front of him, Chief of Staff Su and a group of people were also stunned. What's the situation? It's not what it looks like, is it? Chapter 21, I'm the one who shot through the International Space Station. After Chief of Staff Su entered the door, he looked at Lin Xian in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Chief of Staff Su, they and Lin Xian just looked at each other wide-eyed. The main reason was that this was also too unexpected. The alien that the North China military region sent so many troops to try to capture, only to see a Chinese? Thinking of this, Chief of Staff Su even glanced around the entire room. A room full of instruments, parts, wires, and the thickest cable in the middle of the room. Moreover, Su Chief of Staff was filled with shock inside. This was the place where the high-energy beam was fired and shot through the ISS? And what these instruments consist of is a high-energy weapon. Not only Chief of Staff Su, but Commander Yang Hai, who was in the North China Military Region's Operations Command Room, watching the images coming back from the scene, also had 10,000 waves in his heart. Lin Xian's appearance here had really caught everyone involved in this operation off guard. In the midst of all the quiet, Lu Xiang of the Tiger's Special Operations team suddenly came head over heels towards Chief of Staff Su. Staff Su, this alien, how does he look like a Chinese? This. Chief of Staff Su was also confused, staring at Lin Xian for a moment of hesitation before saying, I've never seen aliens before, no experience, it's hard to say. Lin Xian almost didn't laugh out loud when he heard the conversation between the two. Lin Xian had also read about the joint meeting of space agencies on the internet before, and all the major space agencies had decided that the ISS incident was the work of aliens. Even if the foreign aerospace bureaus didn't know what was going on, this military had already seen their true colors, so how could they still suspect themselves here? Is there anything else to be skeptical about? Lin Xian spread his hands and said, I'm a Chinese. A native of Smoky East City, East Mountain Province, China. Do you want me to take out my ID card and take a look? Lin Xian's simple gesture of spreading his hands startled the members of the Tiger Commandos. After all, up until now, they hadn't been sure of Lin Xian's identity, and they didn't know if Lin Xian would suddenly launch an attack. You don't move first. Lu Xiang said somewhat nervously. Okay, I won't move. Lin Xian crossed his arms and pinned them underneath his armpits, his cocked legs still not lowered. What do you want to ask? Ask, I'll answer whatever I can. Seeing Lin Xian donning his hands, he was like a second grandfather, completely unconcerned. Chief of Staff Su also slightly dispelled some of his guard and asked, Are you really a Chinese? As in fake. Lin Xian said, Isn't it all obvious? What about the name? Lin Xian. Good, Lin Xian. Chief of Staff Su took a slow breath and asked Lin Xian, Do you know why we're here? Looking for the extraterrestrial invaders who attacked the International Space Station, right? Lin Xian said jokingly. Then have you ever seen an extraterrestrial invader? Seeing that Lin Xian seemed to know something, Chief of Staff Su asked with concern, If you're taken hostage by aliens, or if you come across anything, you can tell us. We, the Chinese army, are out there. Seeing that after Chief of Staff Su and the others had found themselves, they didn't connect the ISS issue through with themselves at first, and were still obsessed with finding an extraterrestrial civilization. Lin Xian also did not hold back and let out a poof of laughter. There are no extraterrestrial invaders at all. I'm the only one here. There are no aliens? Now Su Chief of Staff was even more puzzled, looking at Lin Xian, who looked to be in his early 20s and had a scholarly air. His face was filled with the look of, what the hell is going on? If it's not aliens, could it be you who blew through the International Space Station? Counselor Su scrutinized Lin Xian with a suspicious look on his face. What's the problem? Lin Xian saw Chief of Staff Su looking at himself with a skeptical expression, and also said with a big smile, although there is some chance that exists in this matter. Seeing Lin Xian admit that he was the one who blew through the International Space Station, the members of the Tiger's Special Operations team beside him, who would have basically decided that Lin Xian was a young man in his early 20s and had let down some of their guard, all couldn't help but snort out a laugh. The Chief of Staff Su had just been frowning. This would also slightly stretch some. His eyes slanted towards the ceiling and laughed. Lin Xian, we're on the ground now. The ISS is in Earth orbit in space, encircling the Earth at the first cosmic speed, and this can all be hit by you? That's right. Lin Xian responded. So you do have a research team? Your research team are all the world's top weapons scientists, physicists? No, it's just me. If you can hit the International Space Station, wouldn't you be able to attack any place on Earth? Chief of Staff Su continued to snicker. Lin Xian didn't care if Chief of Staff Su believed it or not, and said seriously, completely. Saying this, Lin Xian again scanned the room full of machinery and added, but it still requires a long process of improvement. Seeing how confident Lin Xian was, Senator Su asked again, Lin Xian, let's not talk about whether or not it was you who attacked the International Space Station. So what was the weapon you used? Can you tell me about it? A laser weapon. Lin Xian said. Laser weapons? Chief of Staff Su pursued, where? Here, inside this room is it? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the looks on the faces of everyone present were a little odd. Odd because everyone knew that at this stage, the entire world's laser weapon research and development was at a fledgling stage. At best, it is a toy level to hit the plastic shells of drones a few hundred meters away. And yet Lin Xian confidently said that he was at home and that laser weapon shot through the International Space Station, which was too much of a stretch. For the members of the Tiger's Special Operations team, the Special Weapons course was, usually, a mandatory course for them. What level of laser weapons at this stage, they were also all very clear about. Looking at this room full of parts, the members of the mighty Tiger Commando team, all of them, also with a smile on their faces, discussed one sentence with another. The civilian electricity used for laser weapons can't work, right? What about the energy conversion rate? At this stage of laser weapons, it's completely impossible to hit the Inter-Dynasty Space Station. Lin Xian didn't expect the military people to accept it so easily either. After all, something like striking down the heavenly interdimensional space station was really too much beyond imagination. Lin Xian just sat quietly on the side and didn't explain anything further. Chapter 22, Lin Xian, Absolute Genius? After saying so much, Chief of Staff Su was actually still confused in his heart. What it all boiled down to was that Chief of Staff Su didn't believe that Lin Xian could really use a laser weapon alone to pierce through the International Space Station. No one with a normal mindset and a slight understanding of laser weapons would believe this. Commander Yang, what do you think? Chief of Staff Su asked Commander Yang Hai, who was in the command room of the North China military region, through the intercom from the side. Chief of Staff Su, the entire Wanming neighborhood, after searching, is there anything else unusual? Commander Yang Hai pondered for a moment and said, No, the Wanming neighborhood is just an old neighborhood, all the other occupants couldn't be more normal. Chief of Staff Su reported, Commander, it's now completely confirmed that the unidentified laser beam was emitted from this room where Lin Xian is. But exactly how it hit the ISS is still a mystery until now. Speaking here, Chief of Staff Su's tone also gradually became confused. Moreover, this Lin Xian said that it was the laser weapon he built that shot through the International Space Station. You heard it too. This Lin Xian, even though he doesn't know what's coming yet, is confident. Commander Yang Hai also saw the confidence in Lin Xian's words just now and said with a smile, Commander, what should we do next? Chief of Staff Su inquired. If there are no other clues, let's first receive this Lin Xian to the military region. This Lin Xian is quite interesting. I would like to personally meet this Lin Xian now. Commander Yang Hai pondered. From my years of experience in reading people, I feel that this Lin Xian is definitely not the type of person who is full of. Alright, Commander, I understand. After finishing with Commander Yang's side, Chief of Staff Su said to Lin Xian, Lin Xian, why don't you come with us to the military district first? To the military district? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, it's fine to go to the military area, but all the laser weapon related equipment inside my room can't be moved. Chief of Staff Su was curious, why can't they be moved? Because it will explode. Lin Xian said nonchalantly, once it's someone who accidentally activates or mistakenly touches the laser weapon, I can't guarantee exactly what will happen. And my suggestion is that we don't go to the military area yet. Lin Xian added, by then, I'll still have to explain the principles of laser weapons, and will definitely still have to come back. How troublesome. And I have to make sure that the laser weapon is safe. No one else can just touch my laser weapon other than I can operate it. Although Lin Xian spoke in an everyday tone, his words still carried confidence and non-concession. In fact, if Lin Xian was allowed to go to the military region, Lin Xian felt that it was nothing. What Lin Xian was really worried about was that someone would touch his laser weapon. The current laser weapons were really immature, and they were so powerful at the highest power that Lin Xian didn't want the entire Smoky East City to be destroyed. Hearing these words from Lin Xian, Commander Yang, who was in the combat command room, was also convinced by this confidence of Lin Xian's and laughed out loud, Old Su, this Lin Xian is really getting more and more interesting. And, not to mention whether Lin Xian built a laser weapon or not, we also definitely need to understand the situation first, said Commander Yang, who also painfully made a decision. It just so happens that the people from the space agency have just arrived at our side of the military region as well, so let's go over there together now. Let's have a long look. Commander Yang made a decision, and Chief of Staff Su didn't say anything. Lin Xian, you really have a big face. Just because of your words, the Commander-in-Chief of the North China military region, Yang, is going to come here in person with the people from the space agency. What? Commander Yang and the space agency are coming together in person? Next to them, the members of the Mighty Tiger Special Operations Team and a bunch of soldiers listened in confusion. The crowd had originally thought that Lin Xian was just bragging here. What laser weapons can't be touched, he can only touch them himself. How to look at it is just a 20-year-old youngster. As a result, Commander Yang has to come over personally? Thinking about this, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. On the helicopter, Commander Yang Hai, director of the Aerospace Bureau Li Shan, as well as Professor Fu and a host of other bigwigs were on their way to the Wanming neighborhood at a rapid pace. Director Li Shan and the others, who had learned about the current progress of things through the military, were all particularly shocked. Especially when Li Shan they heard Commander Yang Hai said that in comparing the surveillance video, the comprehensive positioning of the location of the laser emission, and did not find any extraterrestrial civilization and extraterrestrial weapons, but only found a young man called Lin Xian, and a room full of unknown equipment, and this Lin Xian also claimed that he built a laser weapon pierced through the International Space Station when Director Li Shan and the others were also caught off guard and froze directly on the airplane. This was different from what they had thought before. Commander, this young man called Lin Xian, what's his background? Li Shan looked stunned and asked Commander Yang Hai. It was a very simple matter for the military region to find information on anyone. Before the plane took off, Commander Yang Hai had already gotten all of Lin Xian's information. The information is all here, Director Li, see for yourselves. Commander Yang Hai handed over the information, and also said with a few perplexed words, I can only say that from within this Lin Xian's information, I can't tell that this Lin Xian has any outstanding qualities. And this is precisely the most incredible part. Li Shan took the information with confidence and flipped through it, his expression even more puzzled. Lin Xian, male, age 22, place of origin Fulei District, Yandong City, Dongshan Province. National Defense University of Science and Technology Johnson College, senior in college. Award status, none. Participation in scientific programs, none. Saying this, Director Li Shan, as if in disbelief, raised his head, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Commander Yang, this Lin Xian, is now still a college student at the National University of Science and Technology? Originally, Director Li Shan had thought that Lin Xian had some kind of big origin, big background, but he didn't realize that Lin Xian was just a college student who was about to graduate from his senior year. A laser weapon built at home by a student of the National University of Science and Technology was able to penetrate the International Space Station? That's incredible. Not only Director Li Shan, but all the expert bigwigs on the airplane exchanged shocked glances. Aha! Commander Yang's expression was also a bit complicated as he said, so, if after our personal verification, what this Lin Xian said is true, then this Lin Xian really is a supreme genius. Chapter 23, Power Shortcut? Power Exciter. The helicopter that Commander Yang Hai as well as the people from the space agency were traveling in soon landed in front of the Wanning district. Seeing the commander-in-chief of the North China Theater, Commander Yang Hai personally arrived. The group of generals who were currently standing by at the entrance of the Wanning neighborhood were all astonished. There were quite a few soldiers who couldn't help but be discussing in whispers. Why is the commander-in-chief here? What exactly happened inside the neighborhood? Is it safe for Commander Yang to go in so directly? Didn't they say there are aliens inside? The vehicles that were trapped and unable to move on the road in front of the Wanning district, as well as the onlookers on the road, although they did not know the identity of Commander Yang Hai, they also still recognized the rank of Commander Yang Hai. Look at this rank, it's definitely a big shot from the military coming. Look over there, there's someone from the National Space Administration coming too? Outside on the road, inside the Didi Express that Li Sisi and Zhao Xiaoqiao both rode in, the driver Master idly took out a telescope and looked at it curiously. Master, you're driving a Didi, and you're carrying a telescope yourself? Seeing this, Li Sisi laughed. My daughter put it in the car, the multiplier is not big. The driver master did not remove the binoculars, and while looking at it, he said, look at an approximation. Zhao Xiaoqiao also couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw the sudden commotion at the entrance after the military helicopter landed at the entrance, like as if some big shot had come. Master, what happened over there at the entrance? A big shot is coming. The driver who was holding up the binoculars suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise and said incredulously, look at the rank, it's a lieutenant general. With this rank, in any military region, it's the commander-in-chief. There's someone behind it. Not from the military. Diddy driver continued on a live broadcast, look at the logo on the clothes, it's someone from the National Space Agency. What? Commander-in-chief? NASA? Zhao Xiaoqiao and Li Sisi both sat in the back seat, listening in awe. First there were airplanes and tanks, and now there are so many big shots coming. That building where Lin Xian is, what exactly happened? Li Sisi said with some anxiety. Oh? The driver turned back curiously, little girl, do you have acquaintances inside the Wanning neighborhood? Our classmates are inside. Zhao Xiaoqiao said. Then you'll have to pray for your classmates, the driver said with a mysterious face. Seriously, if it wasn't for the fact that something earth-shattering had happened inside this Wanning neighborhood, it definitely wouldn't have been such a big battle. Wasn't it the space station that was just bombarded, and there were some abnormalities in our smoky East City? Maybe, it has something to do with this Wanning neighborhood. Hearing the driver say this, Li Sisi and Zhao Xiaoqiao both vaguely felt that the driver had a point. After all, since the founding of China, we have never heard of an army surrounding a neighborhood. And all of this was now happening right in front of their eyes, in the neighborhood where Lin Xian was. The two of them looked out the window, and inwardly, they were getting worried. Commander Yang, Director Li. Before Commander Yang could enter the room with Director Li and the others, Chief of Staff Su greeted them. Where are the people? Commander Yang Hai asked. Still in the house, Chief of Staff Su said with a helpless smile. Commander Yang, I've read the information you sent me, but this Lin Xian, facing so many of our soldiers, and still so calm, always gives me a feeling that this Lin Xian is so steady that he's practically not like a student. If he didn't have any outstanding qualities, he wouldn't have been able to say that he'd knocked out the National Science Space Station just like that. Commander Yang Hai smiled brightly and said to Li Shan and the others, come on, Director Li, let's go in and meet Lin Xian. Commander Yang. Inside that door, there might not be a place to land. Before Chief of Staff Su could finish his words, Commander Yang Hai walked all the way inside the house. Into the eyes, the first thing is a room full of instruments and Lin Xian who was sitting on the sofa with a relaxed face. As soon as Commander Yang Hai entered, Lin Xian's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Seeing Director Li Shan and his group immediately following Commander Yang Hai, Lin Xian was also a little surprised. Lin Xian hadn't expected that the people from the space agency, all of them, had come, and they weren't the usual characters from the space industry. Seeing this room full of scenes that looked like an alien base, Li Shan as well as Professor Fu and the others were shocked. Not to mention whether or not Lin Xian had actually created a laser weapon, this room full of complex instruments and cables alone was enough to shock people. In an extremely shocked mood, the leader of the space agency's space-based program, Professor Fu, was already taking the lead and rushing towards the large black box connected to the thickest cable right in the middle. Put the gun down. Commander Yang said with a frown when he saw that Lu Xiang and the members of the Tiger Commandos were still pointing their guns at Lin Xian alone. Commander, it was obvious that Lu Xiang still didn't trust Lin Xian and said with some difficulty. Put it down when I say so. Commander Yang's tone was serious. Yes, Commander. Only then did Lu Xiang and the others put down the guns they had just been holding, but their fingers were still curled slightly on the triggers. You're Lin Xian, aren't you? How are you? I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the North China Military Region, Yang Hai. Commander Yang Hai took the initiative to introduce himself to Lin Xian. National Defense Science and Technology University, Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded without changing his face. Commander Yang, hello. This room of parts, you built them all? Commander Yang Hai asked with a pleasant face. Well, Lin Xian responded, these machines are actually a whole strung together, which is part of a laser weapon, that is to say, what's inside this entire room is actually a laser weapon. Hearing Lin Xian say that it was a laser weapon, the Special Forces soldiers next to him looked at each other with a look of disdain that said, you're blowing it up again. Good, since you said this is a laser weapon. Commander Yang Hai said, then this laser weapon, how long have you been building it? 10 days. What? 10 days? Although Commander Yang Hai didn't know anything about weapon development, he knew that no matter what weapon was manufactured, it would definitely require a long development cycle. 10 days, I'm afraid that's not enough, right? Just as Commander Yang Hai was about to ask Lin Xian a few more questions. This is impossible. Professor Fu, who was checking out the electrical energy exciter not far away, let out a cry of surprise, then looked at the black box connected with cables and full of complicated structures with great alarm and said, This can't be the power shortcut structure, that is, the electrical energy exciter, can it? No way? In this world, there is actually someone who is able to realize it. Professor Fu's entire voice, because he was too excited, was trembling. Chapter 24, Still Reaching the Instantaneous Power of an Aircraft Carrier? What? An electrical energizer? After hearing Professor Fu's words, everyone's gazes all gathered on Professor Fu's side. Elder Fu, what are you saying? Li Shan also asked in surprise. The people from the space agency and the military all knew that Professor Fu was the head of the space-based project, so what could make Professor Fu so surprised was bound to be something very impressive. And it must have something to do with the research direction that Professor Fu was majoring in. Director Li, this is one of the things that our project has been stuck on, a kind of key point that we have not been able to overcome. Professor Fu became more and more excited as he spoke, his face overflowing with shock. It's also the key to laser weapons and other high-energy weapons. It's this electrical energy exciter. I didn't expect someone to actually build it. If we, Huaxia, can have mature electric energy exciter technology, then we are definitely a big step ahead of the West. Commander Yang was actually confused when he saw Professor Fu so excited. Professor Fu, this electrical energy exciter, what exactly is it for? Commander Yang asked suspiciously. Commander, this electrical energy exciter, in simple terms, is able to power up the energy that was originally going to be supplied to the laser weapon by a significant increase in power. Professor Fu explained, thus supplying laser weapons that require high-power energy weapons. That's right. Commander Yang also nodded in shock. Commander Yang knew that one of the biggest problems with laser weapons right now was that there wasn't enough energy, and with the electrical energy exciter, this problem would be solved. Lin Xian, did you build this? Commander Yang excitedly pointed at the electrical energy exciter. That's right. Lin Xian said gently, the electrical energy exciter is the most time-consuming part of the entire laser weapon manufacturing, and it took about 6 or 7 days before and after. 6 or 7 days? It was as if Professor Fu couldn't believe his ears, and his entire body instantly stiffened in place. Among the space-based projects, the research on electrical energy exciters was the focus of the focus. The team led by Professor Fu, all of whom were elites in the scientific research community, had been working on it for 5 years with no progress. And Lin Xian, a senior student. 6 or 7 days of time. This is given to build it? Lin Xian, how did you do it? What's the principle behind the instantaneous jump in power to feed the laser weapon? Professor Fu excitedly came to Lin Xian and asked. Power is the product of voltage and current, so for electrical energy to be power excited, it essentially still has to be done from voltage and current. Lin Xian explained, the current increases instantly because the conductor is excited into a superconductor in an instant, greatly enhancing the ability of the current to pass through. Superconductor? Hearing Lin Xian say this, Professor Fu, Li Shan and the others were all shocked. They hadn't expected it. Lin Xian, a senior, had managed to pioneer the use of superconductors in an energy excitation device just to increase the current that passed instantly. And as for voltage, we all know that the essence of voltage is the potential difference, just like the gravitational potential energy generated by the water of a waterfall flowing from a high place to a low place. Our unusual voltage is the equivalent of a waterfall with a certain difference in height that produces a certain potential difference in electricity. So, in order to get a greater voltage, why can't we have the same amount of water flow through a few more waterfalls? That way, the potential difference becomes larger and larger as more waterfalls flow through it, and thus the voltage becomes larger and larger. Surprisingly, this is still possible? Lin Xian's explanation about voltage boosting was easy to understand and fascinating. Everyone was holding their breath without even realizing it, listening attentively to Lin Xian's explanation. So, I used a special construction in here to make the voltage continuously transform 2 million times, and after each transformation, the voltage was greater than the previous one. In the end, it can take the 220V voltage of civilian electricity and abruptly raise it to a maximum of 50 megawatts of power. Although Lin Xian had stated the principle of it, but to really want to replicate Lin Xian's results, simply knowing the principle was not enough. The complexity of it was unimaginable even to the top researchers in the relevant areas. In other words, apart from Lin Xian, who could master the method of manufacturing the electrical energy exciter, anyone else who knew the method simply couldn't build it. 2 million voltage changes? 50 megawatts of power? The entire crowd, moreover, was appalled. 50 megawatts of power? Commander Yang said in disbelief, this power, it's up to the power of an aircraft carrier. Good boy. Lin Xian, you're using 220V civilian electricity to get the power to function for an aircraft carrier? Power-wise, it's indeed about the same. Lin Xian said, but a laser weapon is just an instantaneous power supply. If it's a continuous power supply, then even the entire power generation of the Umbrella Gorge hydroelectric power station wouldn't be enough to power a laser weapon. Catch up to the power of an aircraft carrier? Next to Lu Xiang, there are other special forces. People are directly stupid, are frozen looking at a calm Lin Xian. One by one, their mouths all opened into an O shape. Just this thing can instantly make the power of civilian electricity reach the instantaneous power of an aircraft carrier? That's too scary, isn't it? Chapter 25. This thing, I guess, was a total slip of the hand. Lin Xian, then how did you manage to achieve such a good stability with this 2 million voltage transformations? Professor Fu felt a wave of vertigo just thinking about the astronomical figure of 2 million and couldn't help but ask as well. Stability, I guess, it's just like that. Lin Xian also smiled and said humbly, at 50 megawatts, it wasn't stable either. The blackout power surges in Smoky East City at that time was a sign that the stability still needed to be improved. You can't just fire a laser weapon once and then have a blackout. Lin Xian was telling the truth. The stability problem is indeed a big problem related to whether the future laser weapon can be applied in practical use. Too strong, really too strong. Professor Fu still couldn't help but murmur, 5 years. We've been working hard for 5 years for the electrical energy exciter. Lin Xian, you only used 7 days. Li Shan also couldn't help but excitedly pat Lin Xian's shoulder and said, in that case, it makes complete sense. Whether it's the power outage problem or the problem of providing energy for the laser weapon, it turns out that Lin Xian, you really did it. Commander Yang, Chief of Staff Su and the crowd of people looked like they were still pedaling on the surface. But inwardly, it has long been set off a million waves. They didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Huaxia. It turned out that geniuses had always been around, they just didn't realize it. As for Lu Xiang, who was next to him, and the other Special Forces members, although they didn't understand Lin Xian's explanation, they could tell from the reaction of the professors of the space agency that Lin Xian was definitely not an ordinary person, and they were both shocked and filled with admiration for Lin Xian inwardly. Oh yeah, there's one thing I have to make a special announcement about. Lin Xian scratched his head at this time and said to Commander Yang and the others. There's something I need to declare? What is it? Hearing Lin Xian suddenly speak, everyone froze and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. No one knew what things Lin Xian was going to say at this juncture. Seeing that everyone's gazes had gathered to himself and the entire room was quiet, only then did Lin Xian continue on. That International Space Station was indeed pierced by me, this I admit, there's actually nothing to hide. Anyway, even if I hide it, sooner or later, our Huaxia will be able to find it out. Our military and the space agency, didn't they also come to the door so quickly? But, Lin Xian said with a bit of embarrassment, we didn't mean to attack the ISS and cause so much panic in the Western world, we're not some kind of terrorist. Hey! This matter it is completely my mistake, or handslip, and really rush coincidence. Shooting through the ISS was a mistake and a coincidence? Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone froze once again, all of them looking at me and me at you. Just now, everyone had gotten too excited immersed in Lin Xian's genius-like creativity, and had completely just forgotten that there was such a thing as the International Space Station being shot through. Seeing that everyone was frozen, Lin Xian went over the ins and outs of the matter in detail. From his own 50 megawatt energy supply test, to his accidentally touching the laser weapon launch button by mistake, to the fact that the ISS didn't come early and didn't come late, picking on his own launch time and then being shot through, he told it all from beginning to end. After Lin Xian finished explaining, unexpectedly, everyone, surprisingly, was looking at themselves with a suspicious expression. This expression was as if they hadn't understood Lin Xian's explanation just now. What the hell? Lin Xian was also baffled when he saw the crowd's reaction, which didn't seem to be quite what he had imagined. Could it be that what was wrong with his explanation just now? The crowd froze for a long time. Director Li Shan, this is the initiative to break the silence. Laser weapon power problem, you made a breakthrough, this we all believe. According to this power you said, laser beam strength, and laser beam distance on, maybe really can hit the space. But, Li Shan is again a turn of phrase, a skeptical face said, the International Space Station is in space. Our usual detection tracking device simply cannot touch the space, not to mention a delay-free tracking of a high-speed moving space station with a speed of 8,000 meters per second. It's true that after our investigation, the International Space Station happened to be in transit at that time, but the probability of you trying to rely on luck to accurately locate an inter-space station in the sky is still completely zero. Director Li Shan's words also voiced the questions within the hearts of everyone present. Because firing a high-energy laser beam is one thing. It's another thing to hit the International Space Station, which is operating at first cosmic velocity. Professor Fu, Commander Yang, and the others weren't so convinced anymore, instead they looked confused. Oh, this. It was only then that Lin Xian was able to realize why everyone was looking at him with a look of suspicion. Indeed, this was a question that even Lin Xian himself didn't know before. Before he could figure out the principles involved, he had built it in a haphazard manner. That's the automatic target calibrator. This is something I just forgot to mention, Lin Xian chimed in. Striking down the Heavenly Dynasty Interspace Station, there was an element of luck involved, but it was still due to the existence of the same device with space tracking capabilities, and that's the automatic target calibrator. What? An automatic target calibrator? There's such a thing in the world? Hearing this explanation from Lin Xian, everyone was wide-eyed, wondering what exactly this was. Chapter 26, Scientific Experiments, There Are Inevitably Mistakes. Well, Lin Xian, this automatic target calibrator, what is it? Li Shan said in surprise. This specific principle can't be understood for a while. Lin Xian didn't go into details. After all, Lin Xian himself hadn't had time to study the principle of the calibrator assisting in aiming at the target. He just simply said, simply put, it means that when the laser weapon carries out an attack, it will automatically correct the trajectory of the target of the attack before it is fired. The farther the distance, the greater the correction distance, which is why it allowed the laser weapon to accurately hit the International Space Station that was transiting over Smoky East City. Oh, Li Shan and the others all came to a realization. Indeed, once Lin Xian explained it like that, things made sense. Lin Xian hadn't specifically said the principle embedded in the automatic target calibrator, and Li Shan and the rest of them hadn't asked much about it. Obviously Lin Xian didn't want to bother explaining it, and they could all see that. Just the principle of an electrical energy exciter alone, they wouldn't have finished digesting it, and that 2 million potential energy transformations were completely beyond the scope of what they could understand. If the principle of the automatic target calibrator that Lin Xian had mentioned was so complex that even they couldn't understand it, it would be a bit too humiliating. Therefore, Li Shan and the others all understood that there were some things that were better left to the point. The National Space Administration, especially on the side of the space-based program led by Professor Fu, still had to save face a little bit for themselves. Lin Xian alone couldn't let the National Space Administration's space-based weapons program, which had been under study for 5 years, be completely defeated. That would be too unreasonable. Li Shan's mood was a little complicated, sighing, I really didn't expect that the National University of Science and Technology, there is still a genius like you. If the space agency could find you earlier, then maybe our space agency side of the orbital defense counter-attack system can be established. Orbital defense system? Lin Xian laughed and said, Director Li, I'm embarrassed by what you're saying, our space agency, but it brings together countless great minds from the scientific research community in the whole of China. There's still a lot I have to learn. This laser weapon, it's just an immature graduation design of mine. If it hadn't hit the International Space Station by chance, it probably wouldn't have attracted so much attention. There are still a lot of improvements that need to be made if I want to use it maturely. Lin Xian said modestly. Just an immature graduation design? What do you mean it's just a graduation design? The International Space Station was shot through, and with such horrific power, it's just a graduation project? Hearing these words from Lin Xian, the corners of the mouths of Director Li Shan, Professor Fu, and a bunch of bigwigs from the space agency all twitched viciously a few times. This laser weapon, not only was it a graduation design, but it was also something that Lin Xian had given himself to tinker with at home. The immature graduation design in Lin Xian's mouth directly put the national secrecy level of the sky-based program to hang. This still leaves no room for others to live. Can we still let people do research properly? Ahem. Li Shan couldn't help but cough twice in order to hide his inner shock and said, It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the generation is stronger than the generation. Lin Xian, this graduation design of yours, it's no problem to say that it's a top research project at the highest level of the country. Professor Fu also said with emotion, This is the first time I feel old. The future belongs to you young people. Overpraise, overpraise. Lin Xian was also embarrassed by what the two old men said, and said with a smile, Your generation of old researchers and professors are the founders of the country's science and technology, and to paraphrase, I am merely stepping on the shoulders of giants. Good. Li Shan also said with a cheerful smile, Lin Xian, you really are capable and not arrogant, I really like you more and more. After a meal of mutual business boasting, Lin Xian was reminded of another question and felt that it was better for him to ask it. This question was about the issue of piercing the International Space Station. After all, the International Space Station was pierced by itself, and Lin Xian had seen the situation, so it was estimated that repairs would be impossible and might even cause the International Space Station, which was due to be retired in less than 7 or 8 years, to retire prematurely. After all, the International Space Station is a dozen countries, the world's major aviation bureau of cooperation projects. The reason why he wanted to ask was because Lin Xian wanted to ascertain the position of the country's side. Thus, Lin Xian thought for a moment and said to Commander Yang, "Commander Yang, there's a question I still want to ask you, and that's the matter of the International Space Station being accidentally pierced by me." Before Lin Xian finished speaking, Commander Yang Hai laughed as if he understood what Lin Xian was going to say. "Lin Xian, you want to ask if you need to be responsible for the International Space Station being pierced, or pursue responsibility or something, right?" "That's right," Lin Xian nodded. "This matter, I guess, wasn't something you intended to do, and besides the astronauts on the ISS being frightened, their lives are safe," Commander Yang Hai said with a smile. "Although this International Space Station project, we are not involved in China. But this scientific experiment, there is inevitably a mistake. You are just for the sake of an experiment, and did not target their International Space Station, right?" "Yes," said Lin Xian, "it's not like China can't build a space station, and it's definitely better than them. Who else would have nothing better to do than to stare at their ISS to wreak havoc?" "Yes," Commander Yang Hai smiled again, "so Lin Xian, you can rest assured that the matter of the International Space Station is not your business from now on, it's the country's business, just leave this matter to the country. I'll reflect it truthfully to the senior leaders." Hold Lin Xian accountable? It doesn't exist. Now that China has picked up such a living treasure as Lin Xian, it's too late to be happy. Who would be foolish enough to pursue responsibility in the district? This account, Commander Yang Hai still counts very clearly. And the senior side, after knowing what happened, must know what to do even better than himself. "Commander Yang, since you've said so, there's no problem on my side." After receiving Commander Yang's precise reply, Lin Xian also smiled and said, Chapter 27, of course it's global domination. At this time, Commander Yang again bypassed the dense pipelines inside the room and came to the white barrel side of the window. Lin Xian. Commander Yang curiously and astonishedly scrutinized this white barrel that seemed to be made up of countless lenses when viewed from above looking in, and asked, "This is the transmitter of this laser weapon of yours, isn't it, and can it still fire lasers now?" "Yes it can," Lin Xian responded, "it's just that I haven't tuned this laser weapon since the last 50 megawatt launch, so I don't know if anything will go wrong. This laser weapon of mine is actually still a large distance away from maturity, it still requires a long cycle of research and experimental work." Lin Xian also said truthfully. "I can understand this," Commander Yang nodded and said, "not to mention other things, the research of conventional weapons in our military region also requires a very long cycle, from the prototype to being fully put into use, it also requires a very long cycle. I'm really looking forward to what Lin Xian's laser weapon of yours will be like, after it's fully matured," Commander Yang said, unable to avoid some anticipation in his expression. In fact, saying so much. Commander Yang and the others really did want to see Lin Xian's laser weapon live for a firing test. But on the one hand, Lin Xian said that this laser weapon was still immature. On the other hand, this is a private residence and not a testing ground. Moreover, foreign countries still didn't know that the International Space Station had been pierced by Lin Xian, so if they conducted experiments here on site and caused too much of a stir and concern, it would be unfavorable for China. So Commander Yang Hai was very clear in his heart, on the premise that the truth of the matter was now clear, and that China had taken the lead in grasping the attack on the International Space Station. Secrecy is the most important thing at the moment. Thinking of this, Commander Yang did not let Lin Xian test the laser weapon on site. "Lin Xian, you said earlier that this laser weapon was your graduation design?" Commander Yang asked Lin Xian with a different meaning. Lin Xian couldn't figure out why Commander Yang suddenly asked this. After freezing for 2 seconds, Lin Xian said, "Yes, Commander Yang, our Chanson College belongs to the Experimental College of the National University of Science and Technology, and there is no fixed topic for the graduation design, so as long as we give play to our creative abilities." "What's the problem?" Lin Xian asked suspiciously. Commander Yang exchanged glances with Li Shan, Professor Fu, and the others before he was saying to Lin Xian, "Lin Xian, the laser weapon you made, the technology in it, including the current laser weapon, the right of attribution definitely belongs to you alone, don't worry about this." "It's fine," Lin Xian smiled, full of concern, "if the military or the Huaxia Research Institute wants to study it, just study it, I don't have any opinion on this." The laser weapon that Lin Xian had built, if there wasn't the knowledge in Lin Xian's mind right now, and the assistance of the system, even if it was a top scientist, with the room full of instruments right now, it wouldn't be able to be researched at all. Hearing Lin Xian's careless words, Professor Fu smiled bitterly beside him. Even if their space-based program was qualified to study Lin Xian's laser weapon, it wasn't something that could be understood just by studying it. Not to mention anything else, just the electrical energy exciter Lin Xian used in this laser weapon was already enough to dissuade Professor Fu and the others. Professor Fu now felt that he was honored to be able to give Lin Xian a hand with the laser weapon. Lin Xian, this laser weapon is the result of your hard work, Professor Fu also said sincerely to Lin Xian. If you want to continue perfecting this laser weapon, my side will definitely do everything in its power to assist you. As for the lead work, it's definitely still up to you to do it. As everyone said so, Lin Xian also nodded, and at the same time asked Commander Yang suspiciously, Commander, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Honestly, I'm just doing a graduation design, there's really no need to split up into you and me. In terms of science and technology, our ultimate goal, in fact, is pretty much the same. Lin Xian's goal, of course, was to dominate the world in terms of technology. After all, with the great power technology system, it would be too much of a waste not to dominate the world in terms of technology. Lin Xian, I really like this nature of yours. Commander Yang's face increasingly showed a look of appreciation. Everyone else has a little scientific achievement and hates to inform the world about it. Your attitude of being indifferent to fame and fortune is really admirable. It wasn't just Commander Yang, Li Shan, a group of professors looked at Lin Xian with a growing look of appreciation. Lin Xian also just smiled. In fact, it's not that Lin Xian is indifferent to fame and fortune, but this laser weapon, Lin Xian is indeed doing it according to this graduation design. Well, Lin Xian, since the words have been said, Commander Yang Hai also said with an open sky window, I have to regretfully inform you that this laser weapon you made, I'm afraid it can't be used as your graduation design for this year's graduation. Ha? It can't be used as a final project? Lin Xian was a bit unresponsive. Yes, Commander Yang looked a little more serious as he said to Lin Xian, your laser weapon, if it can become more mature in the subsequent improvements and research, this could be the strongest weapon in the world at the moment. Moreover, once it's submitted as a graduation design, once it's a hot topic throughout the world, allowing other countries to connect with the ISS incident, then when the time comes. When Commander Yang said this, Lin Xian had already understood what Commander Yang meant, before Commander Yang could finish. Lin Xian nodded and said, Commander, I understand what you mean. Indeed. After such a big event, if one's identity is exposed, at least for now, it's not good for you. And you don't have to worry about the graduation design, Commander Yang Hai said with another smile, with me here, and Director Li of the Space Agency here, do you still worry that you won't be able to graduate? Fine, just as long as you can graduate, Lin Xian said jokingly as well. Just be able to graduate? Director Li Shan was also amused by Lin Xian and said with a smile, Lin Xian, you're afraid that you don't know what level of talent you are now. If you want to come to our space agency, we'd be 1,000,000 times happy to do so. Chapter 28, S-Class State Secrets. Getting System Rewards. Lin Xian didn't expect that Li Shan would start inviting himself in words so soon. However, right now, Lin Xian didn't really want to go anywhere else yet, and still wanted to finish the rest of his studies at the National University of Science and Technology first. The reason why he wanted to finish his studies first was because the system that Lin Xian was bound to was the Great Country Science and Technology System, which had different rewards at different stages. For example, when Lin Xian completed his graduation design now, as well as when he graduated, there would be system technology point rewards. Entering an institute or something like that would also receive an atmosphere and gain technology points. In fact, this was good, allowing Lin Xian to take a steady, step-by-step approach. Getting away from the basics and going straight to some fancy ones was nothing more than a castle in the air. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Xian's behavior was also all seen by Commander Yang. If this was a regular person, I guess Li Shan was so invited that he must have happily agreed. Lin Xian really isn't an ordinary person. Good, since you, Lin Xian, have also agreed that this laser weapon will not be submitted as your graduation design, Commander Yang's expression became a few moments more serious as he said, I declare that the laser weapon that Lin Xian has created is now classified by the highest level of China, which is the S level of military technology. S-level military secrets? Everyone in the room was suddenly taken aback. The atmosphere was suddenly quite grim. Everyone present, whether they were from the military or the space agency, understood what this meant. Once it was a military secret of the highest S level, it meant that whoever leaked the military secret would have to suffer very serious consequences. In other words, Lin Xian's laser weapon had risen to the same level as national security. Right at this moment, the electronic synthesized tone of the system also suddenly sounded in Lin Xian's head. Master's graduation design achievement has become a national S-level military technology secret, obtaining a system reward. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining 1,000 science and technology points, knowledge of heavy lift launch vehicles, heavy lift launch vehicle design drawings, and heavy lift launch vehicle recovery technology. What? That's still a system reward? Lin Xian also suddenly froze after hearing the system's electronic synthesized voice. Originally, Lin Xian thought that there was no way to submit this graduation design, and that he wouldn't be able to obtain the system rewards. Unexpectedly, as soon as his laser weapon became a national S-level military secret, he was able to obtain rewards as well. Worthy of being a great country's technology system. And this wave of rewards, in addition to the technology points rewarded in addition to the heavy rockets and heavy rocket recycling technology, also let Lin Xian's heart also cannot help but is vaguely excited. Heavy rockets, as far as Lin Xian knew, were the pinnacle of human chemical fuel rockets. The reason why it was called a heavy rocket didn't just mean that the rocket was heavy, but how heavy the load weight was that the rocket could hit the Earth orbit. As an example, the current highest model rocket in China is the Long March 5, or what netizens call the Fat 5. Fat 5 LEO, that is, near-Earth orbit capacity of 25 tons. Near-Earth orbit capacity is the ability to hit multiple payloads into near-Earth orbit, which is 600 kilometers or less. The LEO capacity of a heavy rocket should be at least 100 tons. That's 4 Long 5s. By this standard, there are actually no truly heavy rockets among the rockets in service on Earth. Such as the Heavy Falcon rocket of the Mi Space Exploration Company, although it is called a heavy rocket, but the near-Earth orbit capacity LEO, far from reaching the standard of heavy rockets, is not very mature. To put it bluntly, it's all blown out of proportion. So this so-called Heavy Falcon is not really heavy at all. According to this standard, the Long 5 could also be called the Heavy Long 5. Of the world's active rockets, the three recognized as having the highest capacity are the Long March 5, Space Exploration's Heavy Falcon, and the Misa's Delta 4. Actually, in terms of true capacity, all three rockets are about the same. Like the Heavy Falcon rocket, it has only been launched 3 times, and in terms of maturity, China's Long March 5 has been launched more times and is stronger. And among the system's rewards, in addition to the technology of the heavy launch vehicle, even the recovery technology was given. The recycling technology in turn meant that the cost was greatly reduced. After all, it is well known that the cost of firing a rocket can be counted in the billions and billions. If you can really research a heavy recovery rocket with a near-Earth orbit capacity of 100 tons or more, then in the future, Beidou satellites, you can hit 20 up at a time. In the arrangement of space weapons, it is also possible to hit a very heavyweight space weapons in near-Earth orbit at a time. Wouldn't this wave, then, just take off? Still, it's worthy of a big country's technology system, give or take. Seeing Lin Xian with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he seemed to be considering something. Lin Xian, what's wrong? Li Shan laughed. Is it because you didn't expect your laser weapon to be an S-class state secret? This really wasn't expected. Lin Xian withdrew his mind and responded. Commander Yang, since my laser weapon is now an S-classified secret, is it also not possible to put it inside this cell? Lin Xian had already obtained the system reward and also asked in passing about the military side's intentions. If you don't say it, I've forgotten. Commander Yang fell into thought. As a national S-level secret, surely it can't just be left out here to dry, but also really give this laser weapon of yours and arrange a good place to go before it's too late. How about this? Commander Yang said as if he had thought of something. Lin Xian, the space agency is working with the military on a project called the Space-Based Project, and Professor Fu is precisely the leader of the Space-Based Project. This project is classified, and the main research is on space weapons, somewhat similar in nature to your laser weapons. Oh. Lin Xian also understood. No wonder Professor Fu knows so much about some specialized aspects of laser weapons. The Sky-Based Project has a specialized laboratory, a secret location in the capital. What do you think about putting your laser weapon there? Commander Yang inquired. Fine, I have no problem with that, Lin Xian said. Putting laser weapons in a space-based project lab? Next to him, Professor Fu said excitedly, Lin Xian, are you serious? This is great. Lin Xian, just rest assured about the safety of placing the laser weapon in our lab. If you want to continue with your research, all the researchers in our entire lab will definitely assist you with all their might. The more Professor Fu said, the more excited he became. Professor Fu, you're out of line to say that. It's my honor to work with all of you. Lin Xian smiled and said. Actually, putting the laser weapon in the space-based project lab for research was a win-win situation for Lin Xian. On the one hand, it could be kept secret, and on the other hand, with so many great powers and a scientific research atmosphere in the space-based project lab, it was estimated that he would be able to gain a lot of technology points when the time came. Since it's been decided, let's get started now. Lin Xian also took the initiative and said, I built the laser weapon, it's better for me to carry out the dismantling, just dismantle it into a few large parts, it's very fast. Saying that, Lin Xian had already taken the lead. Commander Yang didn't hesitate, and immediately began arranging for specialized helicopters and fighters to help escort Lin Xian, as well as the laser weapons, to the military airport. Then, according to the highest level of escort, the S-Class State Secret, escorted to the Space-Based Program Laboratory. Chapter 29, S-Classified, No Prying Eyes, got it? Outside the Wanning neighborhood. Zhao Xiaoqiao and Li Sisi, both of them, suddenly saw several armed helicopters that were originally circling, landing in front of the Building 18 building where Lin Xian was. This was the first time there had been movement since they had seen Commander Yang and the people from the space agency go in. Diddy Driver also had the mindset of watching the action and raised his binoculars to check it out. Master, what's going on in there? Li Sisi and Zhao Xiaoqiao didn't have a telescope either and asked anxiously. Someone came down from upstairs carrying big and small boxes. It seems to be something very valuable. It's being moved to the helicopter. The driver watched as he did his commentary. Moving boxes down? The two of them, Li Cici and Zhao Xiao, glanced at each other suspiciously. The military horde surrounded this place to move things? Hey, wait, there seems to be a young man, with soldiers helping him carry his suitcase next to him, being escorted down from the upper floors as well. This young man looks like he's going to take a helicopter ride as well. Ha! What's going on here? As soon as Li Cici and Zhao Xiao both heard the driver master say that there was a young man, for some reason, the first thing that came to mind was Lin Xian. Master! Lend us the binoculars. Zhao Xiao looked at the driver's master, who was seeing vigorously, and also hurriedly said, maybe what you're seeing is our classmate. Your classmates? I'm afraid not. The driver said in shock. Even the commander-in-chief of the military region is very polite to this young man. This young man is by no means an ordinary person, he's a big shot. Even the commander-in-chief was very polite to that young man? Zhao Xiao and the two of them were even itching to know if what this driver saw was Lin Xian. After all, according to Lin Xian lived in this building. Dang dang dang. Just at this time, a sound of car window blast rang out. Outside the car window was a soldier carrying a gun and heavily armed. Looking at the rank, it was still a second lieutenant. The driver was startled and put down the binoculars with a panicked face and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Zhao Xiao and the two of them were stunned, not knowing what had happened. National top S-level secrets, no prying eyes, got it? The second lieutenant pointed at Building 18 of the Wanning district and said in a serious tone. National S-level secret? The driver was instantly just stunned. Zhao Xiao and the two of them were also dumbfounded. Seeing that you're stuck here and can't move, this time it's a warning, next time it's not allowed. The second lieutenant's tone remained serious, and after finishing, he pointed at the binoculars in the driver's hand and said, this, confiscated. Okay, confiscated, the driver said, as if dropping a hot potato, handing over the binoculars in his hand. After the second lieutenant had gone, the driver didn't slow down for half a day, his face still maintaining the look of being stunned and confused, muttering, the things the military just moved down, and that young man, what in the world are they from, that they're S-classified? Both Li Cici and Zhao Xiao's hearts were also extremely shocked. No matter what happened inside this residential building, it was bound to be extremely unusual. S level of confidentiality, but the highest level of confidentiality in China, are equivalent to national security. What exactly happened? Zhao Xiao's complex expression said, will it have something to do with Lin Xian? Xiao, let's not think too much, Lin Xian student he shouldn't have anything to do with S-level secrets, right? Master, what did the young man you just saw with the binoculars look like? Can you describe it to us in detail? Although the binoculars were confiscated, Zhao Xiao was still a little reluctant to pursue the question. This, who remembers the driver looked like he loved to talk, moreover, even if we saw it, we don't dare to say it, S-level top secret, who dares to talk nonsense? Little girl, I advise you not to ask. Downstairs, in front of the helicopter. Because the room of Lin Xian in Wanning neighborhood, exposed once, cannot be inhabited. So Lin Xian also simply packed up his luggage and brought it along to the capital. It just so happened that the National University of Science and Technology was also about to start school. Lin Xian, before I go, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Commander Yang also directly said to Lin Xian at this time, this matter is, can I invite you on behalf of the military region to come to the military region to develop? Contribute to the military region, to the country's military. Ha? Going to the military? Commander Yang throwing out an olive branch towards himself at this time, Lin Xian really didn't expect it. He didn't do anything, he just made a laser weapon, and Commander Yang invited himself to the military region? That's too soon. Seeing that Lin Xian was a bit stunned, Commander Yang even smiled and said, Lin Xian, don't worry, as long as you're here in the military region, I'll apply for as many research funds as you want. It's all on me, you can research whatever you want to invent. And the military region will also give you the most high-grade salary, absolutely guarantee that you have no worries about food and clothing, at the same time you will not have personal freedom restrictions in the military region, and any other requirements you just mentioned. As long as I can fulfill it, I will satisfy you. This treatment that Commander Yang promised Lin Xian was not generally good. To be honest, even the top researchers didn't have this kind of treatment in the military region. Li Shan from the Aerospace Bureau and the others were stunned when they saw that Commander Yang had offered such generous conditions in order to draw Lin Xian in. Although on the surface Li Shan didn't say anything, inwardly he was sighing in admiration that Commander Yang had really put his blood into it. Not to mention other things, just the research funding is enough and the conditions are favorable. These two items are all things that anyone would only dream of. Moreover, with Lin Xian's ability, after entering the military region, his rank will definitely be very high in the future. Commander Yang looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes, waiting for Lin Xian's reply. Li Shan and his group were also curious if Lin Xian would agree to Commander Yang. After all, this condition was very tempting for them all. And at this time, Lin Xian said calmly, "Commander Yang, thank you for your invitation. I'll reconsider the matter of going to the military region. For now, I just want to finish my university studies and draw a successful conclusion to my academic career." Chapter 30, Fighter Jet Escort, back to Beijing. Reconsider? Faced with Lin Xian's reply, Commander Yang was stunned. It wasn't just Commander Yang, everyone else left was also looking at Lin Xian with a face of astonishment. Commander Yang had just offered such a generous offer, and Lin Xian had politely rejected it without even thinking about it? If such a thing was placed on any graduating senior, whoever it was would surely be eager to agree to it right away. After all, this is simply the treatment that only an open life can have. And when it came to Lin Xian's side, in the face of such top-notch treatment, Lin Xian not only but didn't have any ripples. Even other people, Lin Xian, made it clear that he wanted to finish his studies first. On the one hand, Commander Yang didn't expect Lin Xian to answer so crisply, and on the other hand, he was shocked by Lin Xian's steadiness and solidity. After freezing for a few seconds, Commander Yang still wanted to confirm it again. Maybe if he said it again, Lin Xian would be moved. After all, this condition, Commander Yang himself felt, was not generally good. "Lin Xian, let me double-check with you, are you sure you don't want to come to the military region to develop now?" Commander Yang said with some reluctance. "Sure." Lin Xian answered more dryly this time. Seeing that Lin Xian answered so dryly, Commander Yang no longer insisted, but said with some regret, "Alright, Lin Xian, since this is your choice, I won't say anything else. In short, once it's you, Lin Xian, who wants to come to the military region will still welcome you with open arms to develop in the military region." "Alright, no matter what, thank you Commander Yang first." Lin Xian also said sincerely. "Lin Xian, since you said you want to finish your studies, then after you graduate, I'll personally invite you." Commander Yang finally said with a wry smile. "Wait until you graduate and then personally invite yourself?" Seeing that Commander Yang was still so persistent, Lin Xian just nodded and smiled, not giving a direct reply. Seeing that Lin Xian was all calm and collected in the face of such lucrative conditions offered by Commander Yang, he didn't agree. Originally also thought to dig Lin Xian to the space agency director Li Shan, but also more in the heart of the dark side. After this Lin Xian really graduated, maybe really can be the major military districts scrambling to dig corners. The space agency wants to dig Lin Xian over, may not even be able to rank. If a stalwart like Lin Xian, who could build laser weapons at home, was scooped up by a foreign country, it wouldn't be a matter of whether or not Huaxia lost money. It could even be called a fatal blow. However, now Li Shan could also see Lin Xian's extraordinary calm and collected character, and Li Shan believed that after Lin Xian graduated, no matter where he went, he would definitely stay in Huaxia. Thinking of this, Li Shan suddenly remembered someone, and suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his heart. This person is He Shang, back then was also a student of the National University of Science and Technology. During the university had a lot of research, attracted the attention of the space agency and the military. Li Shan even invited He Shang to come to the National Rocket Program team at that time, starting as a project engineer. Later on, He Shang went to Duke University in the United States under the name of going abroad for gold plating. Instead of choosing schools and scientific research organizations in China, he went to Duke University in the United States. Originally, everyone expected He Shang to return to China after graduation and work for China. But I didn't expect that after this He Shang studied at Duke University in the United States, he was actually poached into the United States Space Agency with a high salary. The NSA gave He Shang the highest grade of salary, and also let He Shang as a research project team leader, and now it is said to be mixed into a project of the NSA's deputy chief engineer. This matter, in the entire Chinese scientific research community, can be said to have set off an uproar. Many Chinese researchers were very angry, hating this He Shang instead of returning to China, instead of working for the United States. Li Shan was also very disappointed after learning about this at that time, and couldn't figure out what was going on. The current Lin Xian couldn't help but be something that reminded Li Shan of He Shang. Only unlike He Shang, Lin Xian's behavior made Li Shan believe that Lin Xian wouldn't become someone like He Shang. Lin Xian, the sea is wide enough for the fish to leap, the sky is high enough for the birds to fly. Li Shan also took a position after Commander Yang, just like Commander Yang's side. In the future, if you have any research needs, the National Space Administration side will do its best to assist you. Seeing that the military region and the space agency had expressed their positions, Lin Xian also smiled and said, "Good, then I'll thank you all first." After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Xian got on a helicopter alone. The airplane was filled with soldiers who were protecting Lin Xian's safety. Rumble. The helicopter Lin Xian was traveling and rose into the air. The helicopter carrying the laser weapons also took off with a bang at the same time. Commander Yang, then we'll return to the capital as well. Li Shan also said goodbye to Commander Yang. Director Li, your Aerospace Bureau's headquarters is also in the capital, so you have to take care of Lin Xian more. I'll say hello in advance on my side as well. Commander Yang looked at Lin Xian's helicopter as it went away and said with a sigh, this Lin Xian, even though he hasn't graduated yet, his future is absolutely unlimited. Commander Yang, don't worry. Although Lin Xian hasn't joined the space agency, in my case I'm already treating Lin Xian as one of the space agency's own. Li Shan smiled and said. Hearing the sound of a helicopter taking off, Zhao Qiao and the two immediately raised their heads. However, the airplane climbed in altitude with a huff, and the distance was too far for the two to see anything. After a few seconds, Zhao Qiao said with some doubt, "CC, how can I see that there is someone inside the airplane that looks a bit like Lin Xian?" Lin Xian? Li Sisi looked at the airplane hovering in the sky and was also a bit confused. I didn't see it clearly just now either, but looking at that figure by the window, I also felt a bit of a familiar feeling. If it's really Lin Xian, then why did the military region use a helicopter to pick Lin Xian up? Could it be that all of this has something to do with Lin Xian? Zhao Qiao boldly guessed. All related to Lin Xian? Li Sisi was startled and said, Xiao, how is this possible? If it's true, why would the military region be so interested in Lin Xian? The airplanes and tanks have all come. This doesn't make sense. Boom! Just then, an array of fighters suddenly flew by at a low altitude, flying not far from the helicopters, surprisingly changing their array. Then it flew along with the helicopter all the way to the northwest. This scene, looking at the two Zhao Qiao, they were even more stunned. Fighter escorts? What a treat that must be! Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi had both never seen such a big gesture before, and both of them had their mouths wide open in surprise. What on earth happened to make so many fighter jets escort these helicopters? Zhao Qiao said in shock as she looked at the airplane's imposing appearance in the distance. What exactly is going on, we don't dare to say, but to be escorted by fighter jets like this, it's definitely the country's top scientists, and the highest ranking officer only has the treatment. The driver, who would be shocked, turned his head to Zhao Qiao and said, anyway, it definitely won't be the classmate you guys are talking about. Hearing the driver say this, the two of them also felt that the driver had a point, mainly because this battle was too big. No matter how they thought about it, it wouldn't have anything to do with Lin Xian. At this time, the tanks and armored vehicles on the periphery also began to gradually retreat. Seeing this, Li Sisi hurriedly said, Xiao, we'd better hurry and contact Lin Xian again. See where Lin Xian is. Chapter 31, Who is this young man? Lin Xian was on the airplane to the capital, and this was when he saw the news about the two people, Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi, the group secretary. Having just experienced so many things, Lin Xian had forgotten that the two were coming to find themselves. Zhao Qiao, Lin Xian, your neighborhood is surrounded by the army. What's happening? Li Sisi, Lin Xian, are you still in the neighborhood? Lin Xian took a look at his cell phone and a string of messages were sent over. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian responded, I'm fine, I just have to go deal with some things for the time being, I'm not in the neighborhood at the moment, don't worry. Seeing Lin Xian finally responded, the two women then let out a long sigh of relief. Just as long as Lin Xian is fine, Zhao Qiao said with a long sigh of relief. Xiao, what did Lin Xian mean when he said he wasn't in the neighborhood? Li Sisi said in confusion. Zhao Qiao thought for a moment, it could be that Lin Xian was also trapped outside the neighborhood by the army, and then went to take care of something. Lin Xian didn't say either, so we'd better not ask, Zhao Qiao said again. Two students, are we still going to Wanming district? The driver asked as he saw the armored tanks gradually withdrawing and the car finally being able to move, slowly driving forward. No need, master, just drive straight ahead. The car drove to the front of the Wanming neighborhood and saw that in front of the neighborhood, the building where Lin Xian lived was still in a state of blockade. Although Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi didn't say anything, they couldn't help but suspect in their hearts that all of this would have something to do with Lin Xian. An hour or so later, the helicopter that Lin Xian was traveling in landed steadily on the tarmac in front of an old and quaint-looking building. At the same time, Professor Fu also landed on the tarmac next to him in his helicopter. Getting down from the helicopter, Professor Fu also smiled and said to Lin Xian, we're at the place. On the plaque outside, there was a big line written, the Space Engineering Center of the Chinese Space Agency. If one looked at this name alone, it was indeed very ordinary. The simple word space engineering does not visualize the functions involved. It was not even as domineering as the Moon Exploration and Aerospace Engineering Center of the Huaxia Aviation Bureau. But Lin Xian hadn't even stepped into the Space Agency Engineering Center yet, and he was already able to feel just how strict the secrecy of the Space Engineering Center was. There was a circle of electrified barbed wire on top of the fence outside, and there were quite a few soldiers with live ammunition guarding the entrance. All of these details highlighted the special nature of the Space Engineering Center everywhere. Aside from these, Lin Xian observed the circle and realized that how it looked in front of him, there was only a very dated 3-story small building. Lin Xian had built a laser weapon himself, and knew how much space was taken up by laser weapons and related machinery. With such a small 3-story building, how could one conduct research on space-based weapons? Lin Xian was a bit puzzled. Professor Fu, is this where our country researches space-based weapons? What's the matter, Lin Xian, think the place is too small? Professor Fu smiled wryly and said, Lin Xian, you'll understand when you come in. After you go in, you'll understand? Although Lin Xian didn't understand the situation, he still followed Professor Fu all the way inside the small building. After going inside, everything was perfectly normal, a lobby. Two soldiers, holding guns, nodded their heads toward Professor Fu. "Hello, Professor." "Hello, guys." Professor Fu answered, then with a smile on his face, he pointed to an elevator on the side and said to Lin Xian, "This way please." The two soldiers were all confused when they saw Lin Xian behind Professor Fu. They usually stood guard here and saw almost all the titans of science, all of whom were very old. It was the first time they had seen a young face like Lin Xian in the Space Engineering Center. And judging by his age, this Lin Xian seemed to be just a student? Especially when the two soldiers saw that Professor Fu, such a big shot, spoke to Lin Xian in a very respectful tone, the two soldiers were dumbfounded, feeling that their three views had been completely refreshed. They even wondered if they had misread the situation. What was the origin of this young man called Lin Xian? He's able to make Professor Fu respect him so much. Lin Xian saw that there was an elevator inside the small building. He was even more puzzled. What was the point of installing an elevator in such a small 3-story building? Wait until after entering the elevator. Only then did Lin Xian realize with a jolt that the elevator wasn't going up, but down. Original. The focus of the Space Agency's Space Engineering Center is not on the surface, but underground? Lin Xian instantly reacted to what exactly was going on. And just at that moment, ding! The elevator stopped at the -2nd floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a very large, brightly lit underground space was displayed in front of Lin Xian. The underground space on the negative floor was large beyond Lin Xian's previous imagination. At a glance, Lin Xian unexpectedly did not see the end. The different areas inside were filled with all sorts of complex instruments. And there were quite a few researchers, busy with something. Lin Xian, welcome to the Space-Based Project Research Institute of the Space Engineering Center of the Space Agency. Seeing Lin Xian froze as he looked at the scene in front of him, Professor Fu warmly welcomed him as well. "Professor Fu, this is too impressive. I never would have thought that the place where our Chinese research on the space-based project would take place would be underground," Lin Xian said in surprise as well. Just as Lin Xian was still surprised, suddenly the electronic synthesized tone of the system kept ringing in Lin Xian's ears as well. Ding! Detected that the owner is in the midst of the scientific research atmosphere of a special scientific research place, Tech Points +5, Tech Points +5. Before Lin Xian came here, he hadn't realized that the Space Engineering Center, which belonged to a scientific research place, was able to gain tech point rewards on its own. Hearing that his technology points were increasing in a steady stream of 5 points by 5 points, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise. It seemed like this trip had come to the right place. The moment Lin Xian appeared, the researchers inside the entire room, all of them froze, full of doubts as they looked at this unfamiliar face that Professor Fu had brought with him. Not only were they puzzled, but everyone was extremely surprised. Because the space-based program brought together a part of the very top and senior optics professors and physics professors in the whole of China, and the youngest of them was also 50 years old. There is no lack of researchers with gray hair. It was the first time they had seen such young faces appearing at the Sky-Based Program Institute. Inside the minds of all the researchers, there was only one question: who was this young man? Chapter 32, Nuclear Power Engine Technology. Everyone stop what they're doing and come over here for a moment. When Professor Fu saw that the researchers on this side of the Sky-Based project were all in a state of puzzled confusion after seeing Lin Xian, Professor Fu smiled back and summoned everyone who was busy over. With confusion, everyone put down their work and came over to Professor Fu's side. "Let me introduce you all first," Professor Fu introduced to everyone. "This is Lin Xian." Lin Xian? Hearing Professor Fu's introduction, the crowd of researchers instead became even more confused. All of them were desperately trying to recall inside their own minds where exactly they had heard of, or seen, the name Lin Xian. Lin Xian? How come I haven't heard of it? Someone who can make Professor Fu bring him here should be a big shot in optics or physics, but this Lin Xian is too young, right? Could it be that he's here for an internship at the Sky-Based Project Institute? No, we don't recruit interns either? But after everyone reviewed the science magazines and science programs they had read, they all confirmed that they definitely hadn't heard of the name Lin Xian. This made everyone even more curious as to why this young man called Lin Xian had appeared on the side of the National Secrecy Program, the space-based program. Professor Fu also waved his hand at this time, signaling everyone to be quiet first, and then without any nonsense, he opened the door and said, "I'm sure everyone knows that the International Space Station was pierced, right? Currently the entire world's space agency widely suspects that it is the work of an extraterrestrial civilization, and as everyone knows, Director Lee and I went to Smoky East City this time precisely to investigate this matter." Hearing this, the crowd was even more puzzled, wondering what the incident at the International Space Station had to do with Lin Xian. "Professor Fu, are there any results from the investigation?" a researcher asked curiously. "That's exactly what I'm going to say next," Professor Fu said with a straight face. "This matter, like our space-based project, also belongs to the national-level secrets, or even S-level secrets." S classified? Hearing this, the faces of all the fellows were aghast. The space-based program itself was a state-level secret, and they knew what an S-level state secret meant. Because Lin Xian's laser weapon was going to be placed in the Space-Based Weapons Research Institute, and because the research was similar in nature, Professor Fu was also here to say directly, the thing is, the International Space Station was shot through by a laser weapon that Lin Xian built himself. Of course, it was just an accident. What? Lin Xian built a laser weapon that shot through the ISS? Everyone instantly froze, a look of "this is impossible" written all over their faces. Everyone was looking at Lin Xian in shock. After a short period of shock, everyone was excitedly discussing again. One person, building a laser weapon? This is too powerful. Genius, this Lin Xian is definitely a top genius. Shooting through 400 kilometers of space orbiting the International Space Station? How was this achieved? So powerful at such a young age. Our China has produced a genius for the ages. Seeing that everyone was talking with shocked and excited faces, Professor Fu also smiled and said, I won't talk about the specific details of this matter. Anyway, we all know that Lin Xian's ability is fine. In the future, as long as Lin Xian is here, if you don't know anything, just ask Lin Xian. Don't. Lin Xian also said modestly, Professor Fu, on this side of our Tianji project, they're all my seniors, it's more or less the same for me to ask questions. Lin Xian, you don't have to be modest. Professor Fu patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, I'll give you half an encrypted RF electronic identification card later on, so if you want to come, you're welcome to come anytime. And everyone is going to help you perfect the laser weapon. Alright, let's visit first. In the middle of Professor Fu leading Lin Xian on the tour, all of the researchers were also following beside Lin Xian, and their expressions were also tinged with admiration. Simply because Lin Xian had taken the lead in doing what they hadn't done. In the course of the visit, Lin Xian also learned that the research projects on this side of the space-based program were not just laser weapons, but also high-energy ion beams, microwave beam weapons, and kinetic-killing orbital electromagnetic artillery research. Of course, due to the fact that the research on these space-based weapons was currently in its infancy because it was too difficult, and the process was slow. The research progresses between 1% and 10%, and stuck on some key issues, maybe another 5 years, 10 years, it is difficult to have a breakthrough. In addition to the difficulty of research, another difficulty is the generally heavy weight of these weapons. Pick up any one of them, and it may have to weigh a few dozen tons. Reducing the design weight of space-based weapons is also something that the space-based project side has been trying to do. Especially the design of nuclear energy space-based weapons, almost to launch a small nuclear power plant up, the weight is naturally not light. After the visit, this even made Lin Xian realize how significant it was to research the world's first truly heavy recyclable rocket earlier. With a heavy recyclable rocket, when the time comes to research what space-based weapons will not just hit into space. When space is full of China's space-based weapons, basically no ground-based weapons can threaten China's security. And China's space-based weapons can bombard wherever they want, regardless of whether you are a satellite or a ground target. This picture, just thinking about it, is beautiful. These days before school starts fly by. Lin Xian hadn't been idle inside this period of time, living in the residence arranged by the state. Lin Xian was already studying and researching the knowledge of the heavy recyclable rocket in advance. The big country science and technology system has a characteristic, is all from the system to obtain is the knowledge, is not completely ready-made 100% no problem finished product. Lin Xian also need to own learning, own digestion. For example, recently Lin Xian, although did not really build heavy rockets, but also has been in the system's interface, simulation. The process of simulation is also a process of failures and successes, and Lin Xian is also sharpening himself more and more in this process. Moreover, while simulating the heavy recyclable rocket, Lin Xian also gradually realized that just a heavy recyclable rocket could not satisfy his ambition to fill the space orbit with China's space-based weapons. Heavy rockets were no longer powerful, they were still chemical combustion energy rockets, and Lin Xian felt the need to prepare stronger rockets in advance after the heavy rockets. In the end, after synthesizing the existing technology, as well as technical support, Lin Xian also locked the next goal after the heavy-duty recyclable rocket in advance, that is, to use nuclear power on the rocket. So Lin Xian also directly spent 800 technology points to exchange for nuclear power engine technology, and the heavy fire recoverable rocket together for simulation, deduction. Of course, simulation in the system was not without any consumption, and still had to consume a certain amount of technology points. Because building a rocket itself is a thing that is difficult to guarantee a success, so compared to the reality of billions and billions of dollars of burned money and then launch failures, the consumption of this point of science and technology in the system's simulation, in fact, is nothing. Without realizing it, it was the day when the National University of Science and Technology started. This was also Lin Xian's last semester at NUST. Because Lin Xian's graduation design laser weapon was already an S-level secret, Lin Xian went to NUST without a graduation design and with both hands empty. Chapter 33, Erseong Foil also downgraded Smoky East City. Lin Xian in the first class of Chonsun classmates also long ago was to the classroom of the class fixed classroom. Because the tutor had said in advance that he wanted to check the results and progress of everyone's graduation design. So the students brought their assorted graduation designs to the classroom. The inside of the classroom was like an assorted science and technology exhibition hall, with all sorts of science and technology items that were piled up all over the classroom. There were also piles and piles of design reports, which were full of various design formulas and drawings, piled up everywhere. This strong scientific and technological atmosphere, the entire National University of Science and Technology, I'm afraid that only Tiansen's first class will have. Some of the common designs are drones, remote-controlled cars, and information signal amplifiers. There are still some students whose graduation design is not good enough, and they are a bit worried that their graduation design will not pass and they will not be able to graduate. In addition to these, there is also likely CC's this kind of weapon optimization graduation design, bring the automation of the weapon simulation model design. Of course, the brightest spot in the entire classroom was Class President Wang Luan's graduation design, a 50:1 scaled-down model of a vector rocket. The small vector rocket with a length of more than 2 meters was erected in the classroom, attracting many people's attention. In fact, vector control is very common in space rockets, but trying to manifest it on a model rocket is really already dissuading a considerable number of students whose programming skills are not particularly strong. Many of the students were also gathered around, looking at the vector rocket model designed by Wang Luan and tutoring in wonder. Big class president, this vector control is awesome. We all went to school together, why are you so showy, Wang Luan? Wang Luan faced everyone's praise, although he was complacent in his heart. On the surface he still pretended to be modest and said, actually it's just a vector control, it's not that difficult, everyone can build it if they want to. Wang Luan, don't tease us, said a nearby student. Big class president, have you ever flown this model rocket? Another classmate asked curiously. It hasn't been test flown yet, but it's definitely fine, I've already done a very thorough inspection. Wang Luan said confidently. As they spoke, the topic of the crowd came to Lin Xian's side. Dong Ming, why haven't we seen Lin Xian? Is Lin Xian not coming because he didn't build his graduation design? Dong Ming, don't say that yet, when Lin Xian comes with a laser weapon, it'll scare you to death. Han Jingming joked. He hadn't seen Lin Xian until now, and he saw that his classmates were all talking about Lin Xian. Li Sisi whispered to Zhao Xiao, why hasn't Lin Xian come yet? Do you think Lin Xian really didn't make his graduation design like they said? It shouldn't be. Zhao Xiao said, I haven't seen Lin Xian bubbling over the past 2 days, so I guess he's catching up on his graduation design. The crowd was talking. Lin Xian suddenly came in through the door. If it isn't Lin Xian! A classmate shouted as soon as he saw Lin Xian come in. In a flash, the gazes of many of the students were immediately directed to this side of the doorway. After all, at that time, when everyone was reporting on the progress of their graduation designs, Lin Xian had sworn that his graduation design was a laser weapon. Everyone was not convinced that Lin Xian could design a laser weapon on one hand, and on the other hand, they were curious about what Lin Xian's graduation design was. But when everyone watched Lin Xian come in empty-handed, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian came here empty-handed? Where is Lin Xian? Your graduation design? Dong Ming asked curiously. What about the promised laser weapon? Han Jingming followed suit. Is the laser weapon too big to carry? Wang Luan also joked with Lin Xian and said. Zhao Xiao and Li Sisi were both batting their eyelashes as well, looking at Lin Xian with doubt and curiosity. Lin Xian also thought that everyone was so concerned about the fact that he had come empty-handed. But the laser weapon had already been classified as a classified secret, so Lin Xian definitely couldn't tell the truth. Thus, Lin Xian also shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, I didn't bring my graduation design, I put it at home. With that, Lin Xian walked towards his seat amidst the curious looks of the crowd. The students certainly didn't believe Lin Xian's words. After all, today is the day when the tutor accepts the graduation design milestones. If Lin Xian has done the graduation design and didn't bring it, isn't it obvious that he doesn't want to graduate? What's going on? Is student Lin Xian giving up his graduation qualifications? Hey, what didn't bring it? I guess it's all an excuse. It must be that Lin Xian's student didn't do it. Worthy of Lin Xian, although I know my graduation design doesn't work, I wouldn't dare to just not do it. Lin Xian sat in his seat and didn't really care about his classmates' comments. At this time, the students were again discussing the matter of the large army that had entered Smoky East City a few days ago. This matter, which was later gradually discussed by netizens on the internet, also had some very blurred photos uploaded to the internet. At that time, there were all kinds of things to say. Some said that the mysterious person was taken away by the military, some said that the aliens were taken away by the military, and some said that the aliens who attacked the International Space Station were surrounded by a large army, and also the military fought. Anyway, the more the rumors spread, the more mysterious it became. And later, all this information with the entry of the big army of the Smoky East City was completely deleted on the internet, as if everything had never happened. Now Lin Xian's arrival had caused many of the students to be reminded of this again. Lin Xian, I heard that the aliens who attacked the International Space Station were captured by the military? Gao Ming came up to Lin Xian and asked curiously, did you see what was going on with your own eyes? Saw it. Lin Xian said casually. What? See? Lin Xian's words aroused the curiosity of many students, who stretched their ears. Lin Xian, tell me about it, I've never seen an alien before. Gao Ming asked excitedly. The aliens look almost like in the movie, big heads, green skin, use two-way foil, and directly lowered the smoky East City to latitude. Look at me now, am I two-dimensional? Lin Xian said seriously. Ha? Two-way foil? Gao Ming and a bunch of other students were first startled, but immediately reacted that Lin Xian was joking here. Lin Xian, you scared me to death with this joke. I really thought that smoky East City had been attacked by aliens, Gao Ming said as he let out a long breath. Anyway, I haven't seen any aliens in smoky East City, Lin Xian also laughed and said, if there were, I guess they wouldn't be so easy to find. Chapter 34, Specially for a Student. Originally, Zhao Qiaoqiao was worried that Lin Xian was in a bad state, but when she saw that Lin Xian was still talking and laughing with his classmates, she couldn't help but be smiling. It seemed that the previous worries were indeed redundant. Although he didn't know what was going on with Lin Xian's graduation design. But apparently it didn't have any effect on Lin Xian's mindset. It was at this time. It made Zhao Qiaoqiao look at Lin Xian, and a few hints of doubt flashed under her eyes. Earlier, Zhao Qiaoqiao and Li Sisi had doubted Lin Xian for a moment. Now, it seemed that since Lin Xian had come to the school as expected, it shouldn't have anything to do with the fact that the Wanning neighborhood was surrounded by an army. But I don't know why, Zhao Qiaoqiao still has a few hidden feelings, things don't seem so simple. Especially Zhao Qiaoqiao on the mine surface that day in the Wanning district last saw the helicopter takeoff scene, that helicopter inside seems to have a few familiar figure, this were not quite right feeling deeper. However, Zhao Qiaoqiao didn't think about it in detail, after all, there was no result in thinking about it. Lin Xian, what about your graduation? Li Sisi also came up at this time and asked Lin Xian worriedly, isn't today the day when the tutor checks the progress of the graduation design? What to do should be done, Lin Xian said easily, the car to the mountain, there may be a way to do it. Seeing Lin Xian's mindset so good, the surrounding students couldn't help but be smiling, and then said to Lin Xian one after another. Lin Xian, I'm convinced of you. Lin Xian, I'm showered with this confidence of yours. I'm impressed by your attitude of not being afraid of anything. Seeing that everyone was originally circling around themselves, praising the vector control rocket they had designed, it turned out that when Lin Xian came, everyone's attention was all on Lin Xian's side. Wang Luan was instantly a bit unable to sit still. The point is that this Lin Xian obviously didn't do any graduation design. Why is everyone so concerned about Lin Xian? Moreover, this Lin Xian's attitude was as if he was confident that he could successfully graduate, which was even more incomprehensible and unacceptable to Wang Luan. Especially seeing that the two recognized goddesses of the National University of Science and Technology were also on Lin Xian's side, this made Wang Luan's heart even more unbalanced. Thinking about it, Wang Luan walked up to Lin Xian, where's your graduation design? No matter how much you've done, take it out and show it to everyone first. No. Lin Xian said casually. No? Wang Luan instantly became serious and said, Lin Xian, don't you know the rules of our National Science University? And the tutor is going to inspect it today. The tutor also said that this graduation design will be judged by the 4 professors in the institution along with the tutor, and it will be very strict then. 4 professors judging together? Hearing this, the students couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The 4 professors in the academy, usually known as the 4 heavenly kings by their classmates, were all very senior professors in the National Science University, while and very strict. Originally, it was not easy to graduate from NUST, and if they were allowed to judge the graduation design together, wouldn't it be even more difficult? It's too hard for me. 4 professors all together? I'm already wimpy. This was going to struggle a bit, now I'm just giving up. The students wailed. After Wang Luan saw the reaction of his classmates, he also glanced at Lin Xian triumphantly, now he must be able to scare Lin Xian, right? As a result, Wang Luan didn't see Lin Xian being scared out of his wits as he had expected. Instead, Lin Xian didn't care at all and said indifferently, oh. Lin Xian's graduation design was a state secret, who cares how many professors come to judge it, who cares how strict it is, this Lin Xian still needs to care. Seeing that Lin Xian was still so calm, Wang Luan felt even more insulted. Lin Xian, you. Lin Xian, don't be complacent now, wait until the tutor comes, I'll see what you do. Under his anger, Wang Luan also threw down a sentence before returning to his position. The students saw Wang Luan puffing up, although on the surface, they all didn't say anything. But every student was indeed also worried about how the tutor, Wang Bowen, would react when Lin Xian came so empty-handed. Can be in the National University of Science and Technology as a tutor, or professor, each cannot be ordinary people, are with the rank of the military. Like the new president of the National University of Science and Technology, Qin Wei, is even the rank of colonel. Mentor Wang Bowen is usually just very strict. The graduation design is closely related to whether or not you can successfully leave from NUST, so the requirements will be higher than usual at any time. Contrasting with his classmates' worries, Lin Xian now seemed to be eating his heart out as if he didn't have any time at all. Worried as they were, the students were now admiring Lin Xian's good mindset from the bottom of their hearts. Defense Science and Technology University. Office of the President. A sudden phone call interrupted Principal Qin Wei. After scanning the caller's number, Qin Wei's face had a somewhat surprised look on it. North China Military Region Headquarters? With doubts, Qin Wei picked up this call from the North China Military Region. Principal Qin, this is the North China Military Region, Yan Hai. A dignified voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Commander Yang? Qin Wei did not expect that it was the Commander-in-Chief of the North China Military Region who personally called. After freezing for a few seconds, Qin Wei then said with a smile, "What is it that is still bothering you, Commander Yang, to personally call over?" "Commander Qin, let's dispense with the polite words, I'll just directly state my intentions." Commander Yang also smiled brightly and said, "I'm calling for a senior student of your National University of Science and Technology." "Old Qin, seriously, your National University of Science and Technology is really a hidden tiger in dragon." For a senior? Qin Wei had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never imagined that Commander Yang personally called specifically for a student. Qin Wei's entire body was instantly just confused. There were still such powerful students at the National University of Science and Technology? So powerful that the commander of the military region had to make a personal call? "Commander Yang, you're not joking with me, Qin Wei, are you?" As if he had thought of something, Principal Qin Wei laughed. "Is it because you want us, the National Academy of Sciences, to send some talents to your North China military region?" "Old Qin, you are mistaken," Commander Yang said in a serious tone. "My call this time is indeed specifically for a student from your school." And, Commander Yang again said in a tone that carried a bit of unwillingness, and said quietly, "This student of yours, I would like to have, but even if I offer the best conditions in the entire military region, I can't ask for him." "What? Commander Yang offered the best deal and won't even go to the military district? As the principal himself, how come he didn't know that there are such powerful students at NUST? Qin Wei was instantly just stunned. Chapter 35, the president of the National University of Science and Technology was dumbfounded. Qin Wei said with some disbelief, "Commander Yang, there's such a thing, I really didn't know that there's such a student in our school, turn around and I'll go and do some ideological work for the student." Don't, Commander Yang hurriedly said, "Principal Qin, the student of yours, is quite a character, if you go and do the work again, you are doing me a favor here." "Ha? Helping out?" Just as Qin Wei was in a state of utter disbelief, Commander Yang again continued with a few moments of helplessness. "President Qin, because of this student from your National University of Science and Technology, it's not a matter of whether or not we on the side of the North China military region choose to select him, it's a matter of whether or not he chooses to select us. I dare say so, this student of yours, in the future, there will definitely not only be all the major military regions coming to snatch people, by then, the National Academy of Engineering, the Chinese Academy of Sciences and other scientific research organizations, will also definitely all be coming over to snatch people." Now, Principal Qin's entire body was completely stunned. What Commander Yang said was definitely all true, there was no exaggeration, this was something Principal Qin believed. And what made Principal Qin Wei really want to know was who this student really was. What exactly is the origin? "Commander Yang, but I would like to ask, who exactly is this student you are talking about?" Principal Qin asked with a million doubts. "Lin Xian," Commander Yang said. "Lin Xian?" Originally, Principal Qin Wei was still thinking about which student Commander Yang was talking about who had made scientific achievements while in school. As a result, when he heard Commander Yang say a name he didn't seem to have heard of, Principal Qin Wei couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. "Commander, this Lin Xian you're talking about, I really don't know." After Commander Yang heard these words from Principal Qin Wei, he said to Principal Qin half jokingly, half seriously, "Principal Qin, there's such a supreme genius in your National Science University, and you didn't even know about it before?" Principal Qin Wei was a bit bewildered. "I don't know. The graduation design done by your school's Lin Xian has been discovered by the state ahead of time and has been classified as an S-class state secret. According to the principle of confidentiality, I won't tell you exactly what it is now." Commander Yang said in a serious tone for a few moments. "What, S-level state secret?" Hearing this, Principal Qin couldn't help but viciously draw in a breath of cold air. What was the concept of an S-class state secret? President Qin, as the president of the National University of Science and Technology, was naturally aware of it. Generally speaking, it was the research that was classified as a state secret by the state and its secrecy. A graduation design done by a graduate of his own school was directly classified as an S-class state secret. How strong must it be? President Qin said with excitement and shock, "Commander Yang, if you hadn't said it, our National University of Science and Technology would still have a genius like Lin Xian. I'll, in a moment, go pay Lin Xian a personal visit." Commander Yang Hai smiled and said, "President Qin, you should have gotten to know this Lin Xian earlier. Anyway, I want this Lin Xian to come to our military region from the bottom of my heart." This time I mainly want to tell you, President Qin, that although Lin Xian's graduation design was encrypted by the state, it can't affect this Lin Xian's graduation from the National University of Science and Technology. After all, this graduation design of Lin Xian's is on top of the quality of hundreds of thousands of graduation designs. Principal Qin immediately stated, Commander Yang, don't worry, I'll arrange all these in a clear way. After hanging up the phone, Principal Qin was still a bit stunned and couldn't slow down for a while. Of course, Principal Qin did not connect Lin Xian's matter with the matter of the International Space Station, because these were two things that were simply out of the question in Principal Qin's opinion. If Principal Qin knew that the encryption of Lin Xian's graduation design had something to do with the International Space Station being pierced, then Principal Qin was afraid that he would be 10,000 times more shocked than he was now. 1 minute later. Professor Wang Bowen, Lin Xian's mentor, was chatting with the 4 professors of the institution in his office. These 4 professors were none other than the 4 professors with the highest and oldest seniority in Chonsun Academy, Jin, Wei, Jiang, and Tao. Old Wang how are the graduates of your first class this year? Since the academy has let us join in the BJ evaluation, we won't be merciful. Professor Wei said to Wang Bowen with a smile. The students of our first class, all of them performed quite well, the students all had their own ideas. Professor Wang Bowen also smiled and said, like Wang Luan from our class, even the vector control rocket model, he made it. Vector control rocket model? Professor Jiang was slightly surprised. That's something, among the graduates of all the years, it's considered good. It's not bad, Professor Wang Bowen said with another helpless smile. Lin Xian from our class, he even said earlier that he built a laser weapon at home. A laser weapon? A few old professors were stunned, then looked at each other and smiled. Professor Wang, Professor Jiang laughed, this Lin Xian from your class is quite imaginative, laser weapons, but the world's top optics and physicists all want to overcome the problem. You Lin Xian built it at home on your own? Good guy. Professor Tao also couldn't help but laugh. Professor Wang, the students you brought out are really powerful. Professors don't say that. Wang Bowen shook his head and said, this Lin Xian, I don't want him to do well in his biography, I'll be satisfied if he can make something. Just at this time, Professor Wang Bowen's phone suddenly rang. It's Principal Qin on the phone, I'll answer it first, Professor Wang said as he glanced at the phone. What, Principal Qin wouldn't be looking for you to ask about laser weapons, right? Professor Jiang, who was next to him, joked. Wang Bowen didn't think too much about it and picked up the phone with a smile on his face. But as Wang Bowen's side was listening to the principal's call, the 4 professors next to him witnessed the whole process of Professor Wang Bowen going from a frozen smile on his face, to surprise, to shock to the point where his eyes were all round and his mouth was open in an O shape. This caused the 4 professors to be all puzzled as to what amazing thing the principal had said to Professor Wang. Yes, President Qin, I will definitely take it very seriously. I understand. Don't worry. What? You're going to come over personally later, Principal Qin? Good, I'll make the arrangements. Professor Wang Bowen, after saying these words under his breath, hung up the phone. Seeing that Wang Bowen was still shocked after hanging up the phone, the 4 professors immediately threw a look of curiosity towards Wang Bowen. Professor Wang, what happened? Chapter 36, Lin Xian is going to be miserable now? Wang Bowen took several deep breaths and still couldn't hide the shock on his face as he said in awe. Professors, the principal called because of Lin Xian from our class. What? Because of Lin Xian? The 4 professors, who had just been joking around, looked a little confused. Professor Wang, what did your class Lin Xian do? Is it hard to be in trouble? Professor Jiang asked suspiciously. What breaking into trouble? Wang Bowen's eyes glared as he said, Old Jiang, Lin Xian from our class is a genius. Principal Qin said that all the major military regions as well as the National Academy of Sciences and the Space Agency are now rushing to want Lin Xian. Rush for Lin Xian? Several professors were even more stunned, looking at Wang Bowen with an incredulous expression. The National University of Science and Technology has been established for so many years, and has never heard of any graduates being snatched by the major military regions and major scientific research institutions. Professor Wang, what's going on here? Professor Tao was shocked and puzzled. Why has Lin Xian from your class suddenly become so sought after? Principal Qin said that Lin Xian's matter has been classified as a state secret by the military. And it's an S-class state secret. Wang Bowen lowered his voice and whispered. Lin Xian? State secret? The 4 senior NUST professors in the audience were all taken aback. This was too much of an exaggeration. What has a senior student done that can be classified as a state secret? That is a state secret generally speaking ordinary people simply cannot touch, related to national security and the fundamental things will be classified as a state secret, right? Not to mention a student, even if they were old professors who had conducted a lot of senior research, their lifelong research results would not have the opportunity to become a state secret. The hearts of the several professors were becoming more and more shocked. Professor Wang, what state secret is it? Professor Jin couldn't help but ask. Professor Jin, it's a state secret. How could I possibly know? Wang Bowen chimed in, but from what that means, it seems like it has something to do with Lin Xian's graduation design? Because the principal specifically told me that if Lin Xian doesn't have a graduation design, it can't affect graduation. Related to the graduation design? When the several professors heard this, their faces also changed slightly. Can it still really be a laser weapon? I don't think so, Wang Bowen said, even though he was also vaguely suspicious inside. The laser weapon is probably something Lin Xian made up off the top of his head, because this thing called a laser weapon is really too far ahead of its time. It should be something else. Professor Tao also pondered, I also feel that it's unlikely to be a laser weapon, a person making a laser weapon, it's too unrealistic. The laser weapon power issue alone, a team of top scientists, are not necessarily able to research anymore. Professor Jiang also said, yes, if laser weapons were really that easy, the whole world would probably have them. Professor Jean also stated, so far, it seems as if the yet-to-be-found extraterrestrial civilization that attacked the space station has it. Anyway, no matter what, this Lin Xian must have made some kind of breakthrough, made something unimaginable. Wang Bowen said with a smile, there's no way we don't have enough authority, even Principal Qin isn't qualified to know, we're even less qualified. Our Qian sends first class, this time, we really did produce a great genius. Saying that, Wang Bowen couldn't help but be feeling a little proud. The four professors all smiled and took a stand. Professor Wang, we can't let you be happy alone, we have to go and meet this Lin Xian from your class as well. We have to see with our own eyes the talent that has the major military regions as well as the scientific research organizations snatching him up. The professors had that few moments though, wondering if Lin Xian had really built a laser weapon. But they only guessed for a moment and didn't think much about it. After all, they were all aware of the difficulty of laser weapons. That's why a few professors were more than a little unconnected to the attack on the ISS. As soon as Professor Wang Bowen came to the classroom, the originally lively first class was instantly quiet. Seeing Wang Bowen enter, many of his classmates first glanced at Lin Xian, and among them was of course Wang Luan. After Wang Bowen glanced around at the room full of students inside the classroom, as well as everyone's wide array of graduation designs, his gaze lingered on Lin Xian's body and the empty table in front of Lin Xian for a few more seconds afterward. After seeing Wang Bowen's gaze stay on Lin Xian's side for a few seconds, the students were all a little worried and nervous. Lin Xian is really going to be finished this time. It's over, the tutor knows that Lin Xian didn't do anything, he's afraid that he'll explode in place. Wang Bowen's gaze lingered on Lin Xian's side for a few seconds before he withdrew his gaze, and with a faint smile on his face, he said, it seems that we all have preliminary design results from our vacation, I'll be checking the design progress one by one in a moment. Ha! Seeing that Wang Bowen didn't question Lin Xian on the spot, the students didn't expect it. Wang Luan was also a bit confused. Professor Wang hadn't seen that Lin Xian had come empty-handed? Definitely didn't see it. Otherwise, with Professor Wang's past temperament, he definitely wouldn't be so calm. It must be. Thinking of this, Wang Luan couldn't help but be looking at Lin Xian one more time. Lin Xian, in a moment, when the tutor questions you, let's see if you'll still be as awesome and coaxing as you were just now. Wang Bowen immediately started checking one student after another. When he saw that the engine of the vector rocket model designed by Wang Luan was moving in autonomous vector motion along with the computer control, Professor Wang nodded approvingly. Wang Luan also saw the approval on Professor Wang's face and couldn't help but feel a little smug inside. Looking at the whole class, his own graduation design should be the most impressive. After all, Wang Luan had started preparing it half a year in advance and hadn't stopped experimenting at home for a moment. After checking around, Wang Bowen finished all of his classmates' graduation designs. But to the students' surprise, after Wang Bowen walked next to Lin Xian, he didn't make any statement or say anything, as if he had completely ignored Lin Xian. Then Wang Bowen returned to the podium. Only Lin Xian saw that Professor Wang Bowen cast an approving and eager gaze towards himself as he passed by. Lin Xian felt that Professor Wang almost didn't hold back from trying to say something to himself directly off the top of his head. It seems that on Commander Yang's side, it's all been arranged. What on earth is going on? How come Professor Wang didn't say anything about Lin Xian? Something's not right, why do I feel that this is the calm before the storm? It's over, I think Lin Xian might be directly ordered to quit school later. 3.5 years have come and gone, this is too much of a shame. Lin Xian is going to be absolutely miserable this time. The students were all incredibly puzzled and whispered, some of them had already started to brainstorm what would happen next. Wang Luan even couldn't help but take a deep breath, waiting for his mentor to speak. Chapter 37, Lin Xian's graduation design, you're not qualified to ask about it. Under the gaze of everyone, Professor Wang did not come up to question Lin Xian as his classmates thought, but said in a tone that had a few moments of excitement. I've read through everyone's graduation designs. Everyone's graduation designs, they're all not bad, they really reflect the innovative and creative abilities of our experimental class. It seems that this vacation, everyone didn't spend it in vain, but rather, they all gave their time and energy and gained a reward. Hearing Wang Bowen's affirmation about the results of everyone's designs. Pa. The students couldn't help but is applauding enthusiastically. Of course, everyone's graduation design is generally good. It doesn't mean that the caliber of everyone's design are exactly the same. Wang Bowen waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet before continuing. I can also see that some of my classmates' graduation designs are really heartfelt and have spent more time and energy on it. Here, I'd like to commend a student who did a great job with his graduation design. That's our class president, student Wang Luan. When Wang Bowen said this, quite a few students were casting their gazes towards Wang Bowen and the model rocket next to Wang Bowen. The look on the students' faces was one of some envy. Such a rocket, they also wanted to build it. Once something like a rocket is built, it sounds higher end than a drone or something like that. The students similarly gave their applause to Wang Luan. Wang Luan also enjoyed the envious looks from his classmates, as well as the praise from his mentor. Of course, at the same time, Wang Luan was more concerned about what Wang Bowen would do next to criticize Lin Xian, who had come to school empty-handed without doing anything. After Wang Bowen praised Wang Luan, he didn't speak again. At this time, the students couldn't help but hold their breath as well, and they all couldn't help but look towards Lin Xian's side. There were rewards and there were penalties, and since Wang Bowen had finished talking about good graduation designs, it was no surprise that Lin Xian would have to be criticized next. The students' looks, for a while, were all slightly a little bit tense. Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi, both of them, were also looking at Lin Xian worriedly. But to the surprise of the students, Professor Wang just seemed to have forgotten about Lin Xian and went on to talk about something else. The students were all at a loss, and they all froze. It wasn't, was it? Professor Wang has forgotten about Lin Xian? Wang Luan was also baffled. How could Professor Wang still forget about Lin Xian? The mentor should have seen that Lin Xian didn't do anything. Wang Luan felt that he, as the class president, had to remind Wang Bowen. This semester, Just as Wang Bowen was already making his arrangements for the semester, Wang Luan suddenly raised his hand and said, "Professor Wang." Wang Bowen stopped his speech and said suspiciously, "Student Wang Luan, is there something wrong?" Professor, Wang Luan pointed at Lin Xian's empty desk and said, "Professor, Lin Xian, he didn't do his graduation design, did you forget about it?" Lin Xian's graduation design? Originally Wang Bowen did not want to carry out this matter alone, after all, may involve state secrets, so Wang Bowen immediately carried out other topics. I didn't expect this Wang Luan can still bring this matter to the forefront. It's really a case of which pot is which. Don't have any eyesight. Wang Bowen glanced at Wang Luan, and in order to make Wang Luan stop asking questions, his tone deliberately became a few points more serious and said, "Fellow student Wang Luan, don't pry into things that you shouldn't." What? Wang Luan instantly just froze with a stunned look on his face. What do you mean don't pry into things you shouldn't pry into? This Lin Xian graduation design didn't do it. How come the tutor still seems to look like he is protecting Lin Xian? What's going on here? Wang Luan, under his dismay, again couldn't help but ask, "Professor Wang, Lin Xian's graduation design, it really hasn't been done." Wang Bowen had thought that with a serious tone for a few moments, this Wang Luan would understand what he meant. As a result, this Wang Luan is still asking here? Just now, Professor Wang even gave Wang Luan a few moments of face. This time, Wang Bowen did not even give Wang Luan any face, his voice raised a few points, and also revealed a few points of impatience towards Wang Luan, glaring at Wang Bowen angrily. "I said don't pry into what you shouldn't pry into, student Wang Luan, didn't you understand my words? It's not for you to ask about student Lin Xian's graduation project. In the future, no one is allowed to ask about student Lin Xian's graduation project in front of me again." What? You're not allowed to ask Lin Xian about his graduation project? Hearing this, the students were dumbfounded and astonished. What on earth is this situation? What's going on? Why, obviously Lin Xian didn't do his graduation design, and Professor Wang didn't say anything about Lin Xian. And he won't let us ask again? I'm straight up stupid? What in the world is happening that this is even possible? Could it be that Lin Xian has gone through a relationship through the back door? The students whispered, their words full of doubts. Wang Luan, the whole person is completely frozen, completely cannot figure out what is going on, the brain as if it is a lack of oxygen in general, a blank. Professor Wang not only did not allow himself to ask about Lin Xian's graduation design, and he even snapped at himself. But Lin Xian had clearly come empty-handed and hadn't made any designs. He, Wang Luan, was the one who did the best graduation design. Why? Why? That's exactly why. Why was the tutor protecting Lin Xian so much, helping Lin Xian, and criticizing himself because of Lin Xian? And just as the students were speculating, Wang Luan had begun to doubt life a little. A sudden commotion came from outside the door. Everyone's eyes went to the door. It turned out to be the four professors, Professor Jin, Wei, Jiang, and Tao, who had arrived. Chapter 38, Why is Lin Xian so hung up? Seeing the four professors who were known as the four heavenly kings, who were usually very strict and unsmiling, coming at the same time, the students were stunned and immediately thought that the four professors were going to be involved in the matter of judging their biographies, and they were more or less under some pressure inside. The four heavenly kings are here? What has startled the four professors at the same time? This is the first time, isn't it? This is to check our graduation design? No way, I'm panicking. Wang Luan knew in advance that the 4 professors, this time, were going to be involved in the graduation design evaluation. So Wang Luan's first reaction was whether or not these professors knew about his awesome graduation design and came specifically to see the vector control rocket he built. The more Wang Luan thought about it, the more he realized that this was definitely the case. Why else would the 4 professors come together? There doesn't seem to be any other reason. Thinking this way, Wang Luan's heart suddenly felt a little more comfortable again. After some whispering, as several professors entered the classroom, the students stopped discussing and said, "Hello, professor." But next, a scene that made the classmates unexpected happened. After greeting Wang Bowen, the 4 professors impatiently asked Wang Bowen, "Professor Wang, which one is Lin Xian?" Seeing the 4 professors come up and ask which one is Lin Xian, Wang Bowen also smiled and said, "I didn't expect a few professors to really come, I thought you guys were joking." "Professor Wang, we don't joke about business." Professor Tao also laughed. Immediately after Wang Bowen specified Lin Xian, the 4 professors were also all excited and thrilled as they walked towards Lin Xian. Wang Luan had been waiting for a few professors to come and admire his rocket. As a result, he saw that several professors did not even look at themselves, came up and went straight to Lin Xian, and Wang Luan people were stunned. The students saw this, also looked dumbfounded, and their hearts were filled with countless small question marks. These 4 professors usually see on the road are a look of meticulous smile. Students are afraid to greet the 4 professors. How did they smile so bright? And the point is, what are they looking for Lin Xian for? After arriving in front of Lin Xian, the 4 professors almost simultaneously shook Lin Xian's hands in excitement. "Are you Lin Xian? Nice to meet you. Lin Xian, we're officially acquainted. If you have nothing to do in the future, go to my home and sit down. Lin Xian, you don't have a date yet. Do you need a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to some graduate students?" The 4 professors surrounded Lin Xian, as if they had met each other at first sight, affectionately shaking Lin Xian's hand. "You spoke to Lin Xian about parental matters." Each one of them was excited. It was as if the professors with high profiles were not facing a senior student, but a former friend they hadn't seen for a long time. The whole class, looking at the eyes are almost staring out, one by one are as petrified as a general, stiff in place. Everyone's face was filled with incomprehension. What the hell is going on here? Lin Xian this in the end did what things, not only Wang Bowen all protect Lin Xian. And a few of the 4 old professors who are notoriously strict throughout the National University of Science and Technology on weekdays, even like Lin Xian so much? When Wang Luan saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. The corner of Wang Luan's mouth even could not help but twitch fiercely twice. Why do professors surround Lin Xian? Obviously this Lin Xian graduation design did not even do Why can he make the professors like him so much even if he doesn't do anything? Wang Luan felt like his 3 views had been turned upside down. The professor's cordiality towards Lin Xian came without any reason at all. Why? Exactly why? Although Wang Luan didn't say anything on the surface, he was already on the verge of going crazy on the inside. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Luan still had a trace of sanity left inside him, and had just been educated by Wang Bowen, the current Wang Luan was definitely going to rush up and shout 3 words, "Why?" Just as the several professors were cordially pulling a parental tete-a-tete with Lin Xian. A few of the students who were already dumbfounded were even more dumbfounded to see. Surprisingly, without knowing when, there was another majestic figure at the entrance. And this figure, looks also seems to be quite familiar? It's the principal. It's Principal Qin coming. A student let out a cry of alarm. At this time, the entire class was also seeing that the president of the National Defense Science and Technology University, President Qin, had come at some unknown time. You have to know that usually, except for the opening ceremony and graduation ceremony, everyone rarely had the opportunity to see the principal. "Hello, principal. Hello, principal." The students turned around to greet Principal Qin. Wang Luan also dully said, "Hello, Principal Qin." Qin. Seeing the principal enter the door, everyone was even more inwardly flooded with mutterings. What on earth had happened that could make the principal even come in person? It had to be something extraordinary to make the principal come in person. The students didn't dare to speak for a while. They were all looking at Principal Qin with curiosity and suspicion, wanting to see why exactly Principal Qin had suddenly come over. Principal Qin. Wang Bowen as well as the 4 professors greeted Principal Qin cordially when they saw the principal arrive. "Yo, isn't this Professor Jin, Professor Wei, Professor Jiang, and Professor Tao?" Principal Qin said with a smile, "The few of you are all here?" The few professors smiled at his words, and the hand that had just excitedly held Lin Xian's hand still didn't let go. Lin Xian was originally being surrounded by a few professors in the middle of your words and I did not stop. See, the principal came. Lin Xian can be regarded as a breath of rest. As soon as Principal Qin saw the 4 professors surrounding Lin Xian, he instantly recognized Lin Xian, and without having to confirm it, Principal Qin could hardly contain his emotions, and took a few steps forward, taking the initiative to stretch out his hand, and said to Lin Xian, "Hello, Lin Xian." "Good day, Principal." Lin Xian also stretched out his hand and said while shaking Principal Qin's hand. What's going on here? Seeing the usually godless Principal Qin, a colonel, actually came up and took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Xian. The students directly looked dumbfounded. What on earth had Lin Xian done to make the principal be able to treat Lin Xian like this? The next thing that happened was the principal's words, which even made the students thunderstruck. Lin Xian, our National University of Science and Technology has a guaranteed graduate school qualification. If you want to continue in our National University of Science and Technology in the future, I'll directly give you a guaranteed graduate school. The principal said even more fervently to Lin Xian. I'm going? Wow. Bowling? On the faces of the students, shock was written all over them. How is this still a graduate school? And the principal himself said he'd give Lin Xian a guaranteed graduation? You have to know that every year, the number of guaranteed graduate school places in National University of Science and Technology can be said to be few and far between, and countless students have to go through layers of exams and countless competitions in order to qualify for guaranteed graduate school. It can be said that the pressure is extremely great, and the competition is very fierce, and the fight is called a bloodshed. And now, the principal said that Lin Xian could bail out of graduate school if he wanted to. What the hell is this for? Lin Xian obviously didn't even do his graduation design. Shouldn't he not be able to graduate? We all read the same books, do the graduation design. Why Lin Xian did not do anything so hanging? Is it because Lin Xian is handsome? The hearts of all the students were extremely shocked, and countless questions were constantly flashing through the hearts of the students. Wang Luan was beside him, and even more so, he felt that his three views were shattered, and his entire being was completely in a state of extreme skepticism. Wang Luan glanced at the graduation design erected beside himself, and suddenly felt that he was simply a joke. Why is it that his graduation design is so powerful, and it's not him who is bailing out of graduate school? Instead, it was Lin Xian who came empty-handed. Or the principal himself said so. Why do all the professors like Lin Xian so much? Why? Why on earth? God! Why do you have to torture yourself so much? Chapter 39, Wait for the graduation ceremony, then personally invite Lin Xian. After Wang Bowen, the four professors, and Principal Qin left the classroom. The students inside the class were all still looking at Lin Xian with a dumbfounded look on their faces, not coming back to their senses for a long time. This was too outrageous. What on earth had Lin Xian done to make the principal, the professors, all be so fond of Lin Xian and treat him so well? After the students froze for a while, they were all immediately talking about it. Why is it that Lin Xian's classmates didn't even do their bye-bye, and they can still be so hung? Lin Xian is really too good. It was the principal who just personally told Lin Xian about graduate school. I'm envious. I also want to do nothing and go directly to graduate school. Of course, no students thought about laser weapons. After all, for them, laser weapons are really far away and incredible, simply the future of weapons. The laser weapon that Lin Xian had said before, in the students' eyes, must have been something that Lin Xian had made up off the top of his head. There must be another reason why Lin Xian was so hung up. It was just that the classmates couldn't even guess at this layer of reasons. A few students with strong curiosity were already smiling as they came over to Lin Xian's side and began to inquire curiously. Lin Xian, teach us a lesson. Lin Xian, I didn't realize that Bishop could still be so hung up without doing anything. I don't serve anyone but you. Lin Xian saw quite a few of his classmates surround him, and for a moment he was a bit overwhelmed. And it was true that Lin Xian still had things to do. So Lin Xian smiled back and said to his classmates, sorry everyone, I still have some things to do before I leave, I'll treat you all to dinner another day. After saying that, Lin Xian also jogged towards the outside of the classroom. Seeing Lin Xian leave the classroom, the students behind him first froze. Hey, Lin Xian, why are you walking so fast? Some of the students were very puzzled about what was going on with Lin Xian, while others were very envious of Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian didn't even need to do his graduation design to graduate, while they, on the other hand, still had to bitterly continue to do their graduation design and face the hellish assessment of the four heavenly kings. Why others Lin Xian can be so showy? Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi were also stunned by the attitude of the tutor, several professors, and the principal towards Lin Xian just now. The two of them couldn't help but recall the scene they had seen that day in the Wanning neighborhood. The situation at that time should not really have anything to do with Lin Xian. At this moment, Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi were both more and more puzzled and curious about Lin Xian within their hearts. In the meantime, North China Military Region Conference Room. Commander Yang of the North China Military Region had just finished a video conference with the commanders of several other major military regions. Because the incident of the International Space Station being pierced has developed to this day, foreign countries are still constantly calling all kinds of satellites, as well as radar, to search for signs of extraterrestrial civilizations with all their might. Of course, foreign countries have been searching fruitlessly until now. This is precisely what the commanders of the several military regions are worried about. That is, if the foreign countries search for extraterrestrial civilizations in the future to no avail, will there be a gradual suspicion that there will be other situations, will not be investigated to the head of Lin Xian. On this matter, several military commanders discuss. The result is, after all, the Chinese Space Agency is still in the alliance of the world's space agencies, the current first to keep the state of the military and other countries, as well as continue to search for extraterrestrial civilizations. Fruitless report. Then must make every effort to ensure the safety of Lin Xian, as well as the confidentiality of the laser weapon Lin Xian studied. Several other military region commanders, who had known about Lin Xian, and the encryption of the laser weapon Lin Xian had researched, as early as the first time, were all extremely shocked. When the video conference was conducted today, several of the commanders were worried about Lin Xian's safety, and deliberately asked Commander Yang about Lin Xian's current recent situation. After realizing that Lin Xian had no problems with everything and was at the National Science University, the major military region commanders, their faces revealed a look of reassurance. Alright then, commanders, if there's nothing else, I'll leave the line first. After finishing these things, Commander Yang said a word and directly went offline. Chief of Staff Su happened to come over at this time to find Commander Yang for something, and seeing Commander Yang's wrinkled brow, he seemed to have something on his mind. Chief of Staff Su asked with concern, "Commander Yang, what's on your mind?" Alas, Commander Yang rubbed his temples and said, "Old Su, you don't know, right now the commanders of the other several major military regions are all becoming more and more interested in Lin Xian as well. Even though everyone didn't explicitly say so in today's meeting, I can tell that a few of them, one by one, definitely want to wait for Lin Xian to graduate and scoop him up." Chief of Staff Su froze, then smiled, and comforted Commander Yang. "Commander Yang, that's not necessarily true. Lin Xian knows you. Even if he comes, he'll definitely come to our North China military region." Commander Yang glared at Staff Officer Su and said, "Old Su, who knows what conditions the other military region commanders will offer in order to grab Lin Xian at that time? In case Lin Xian goes to another military region, then won't our North China military region lose a lot? We absolutely can't relax. Maybe if we don't pay attention, Lin Xian will be scooped up by another military region." "Commander, didn't we say long ago that we'd wait to invite Lin Xian after he graduates? Then how about?" Staff Sergeant Su smiled and advised Commander Yang, "Let's wait for Lin Xian's graduation, and go invite Lin Xian earlier, before the other military districts. Won't that be fine?" After hearing Chief of Staff Su's words, Commander Yang's eyes lit up. "Go early?" Commander Yang pondered for a moment and asked Chief of Staff Su, "Chief of Staff Su, do you think that note is considered the moment when a college student truly graduates? Real graduation?" Chief of Staff Su thought for a moment. "I think it's the graduation ceremony, whether it's in terms of program or significance. It's called the moment when a college student leaves the campus and has to step into society." "Yes, that's it, that's right, it's a graduation ceremony," Commander Yang said excitedly at this time. "Then instead of waiting for Lin Xian's graduation to end, we'll go and personally invite Lin Xian once more during his graduation ceremony. We must get ahead of the other military regions and go be this first military region to invite Lin Xian after his graduation. I can't let the other military regions steal the show." Seeing that Commander Yang was so excited, Chief of Staff Su also smiled and said, "Commander Yang, you like Lin Xian so much, huh?" "Yes," Commander Yang nodded solemnly. "I want Lin Xian to come to our military region from the bottom of my heart." "All right." Chief of Staff Su also nodded with a big smile and said, "Then Commander Yang, let's wait until Lin Xian's graduation ceremony begins, then we'll fly the airplane directly to the National Science University's playground, and invite Lin Xian in front of the entire university's faculty and students. What do you think? Is there anything else to say?" Commander Yang said excitedly and expectantly, "Let's do it." After Lin Xian left the National University of Science and Technology, instead of going somewhere else, he had a meal and then returned to his place. The room that Lin Xian lived in was the residence that the state assigned to special talents, although it wasn't very luxurious, but it had everything that should be there. All the facilities were available. After opening the refrigerator and opening a bottle of happy water, he sat down. "System, bring up the nuclear engine test drive simulation interface for the 20th simulation," Lin Xian immediately said to the system. "System simulation interface loading. This simulation consumes 2 science and technology points. Nuclear power engine test drive simulation in progress. Select default scenario 89 uranium-235 controlled fission reaction. Simulation being initiated." The system immediately started a new round of simulation since it had deducted 2 tech points. Together with the 19 simulations conducted by Lin Xian a few days before the nuclear power engine, this simulation was already Lin Xian's 20th simulation. The program parameters for this simulation had already been designed by Lin Xian in the morning. It was just that because he had to report to school, Lin Xian didn't try it out at that time. Instead, he wanted to wait until he came back and had enough time to do the simulation again. After the previous 19 attempts, Lin Xian had almost calibrated this U-235 fission program to the point where there was nothing wrong with it this time. Lin Xian gazed at the system's virtual interface in front of him, looking at the simulation in progress. The system's simulation and the experiments in the real world could be said to be exactly the same. As long as the system can be successful, then the program of nuclear power engine, put into the real world, can be successful. If the system simulation does not work, then experiments in the real world also certainly not. With the U-235 nuclear fission engine test simulation officially launched. At first, the engine was working in an organized manner, but after working for not much longer, the whole engine, the part of the uranium-235 nuclear reactor, started to melt. As the melting began, the entire engine didn't run for long before it simply exploded. Drip! After the system simulation interface sounded a few alarms, the simulation screen stopped at the explosion. Seeing the 20th nuclear power engine simulation fail, Lin Xian was very calm inside. After all, on the path of scientific research, failure was simply too normal. Lin Xian had always believed in the truth that if something hadn't succeeded yet, it was because it hadn't failed enough. The great power technology system, strong in his openness, required Lin Xian to constantly explore the system in order to filter out the most suitable program for himself. It wasn't like the technology systems inside some novels, where the protagonist didn't know anything and just let the protagonist take off, just like a boomer. During Lin Xian's research, it was because of this attempt that all the knowledge that he had truly became Lin Xian's own. Could it be a problem with uranium-235 as a nuclear fission reactor itself? Faced with the results of this simulation, Lin Xian began to consider this problem from the root. Previously, Lin Xian was considering the fact that the entire nuclear reactors of the current nuclear power plants used uranium-235, so the first thing Lin Xian used was uranium-235 as the reaction material for the nuclear fission engine. Now it seemed as if this option was somewhat unworkable. Thinking about it, Lin Xian felt that the problem was that the volume of uranium-235 itself was too large, while the engine had a need for a thrust-to-weight ratio, which meant that the mass of the engine itself needed to be smaller. Plus the cooling system, chain control system, all account for the weight. These are the reasons for the instability of the uranium-235 fission engine. Maybe I should change the nuclear fission material and try it. Lin Xian thought as he opened the knowledge about nuclear power engines inside the system interface and began to consider more feasible options. Chapter 40, Nuclear Power Engines, China Can't Lose. Lin Xian didn't have any very good ideas for the time being after carefully studying the knowledge related to nuclear power engines given by the system. So Lin Xian simply exited the system interface and decided to rest for a while. And just at this time, a news alert suddenly popped up on Lin Xian's cell phone. The Aeronautical Nuclear Power Engine Research Group of the Rice Space Agency, led by scientist He Shang, has made a huge theoretical breakthrough and will soon be launching experiments, and has been nominated for this year's Nobel Prize in Physics. After seeing this piece of news, Lin Xian's brows frowned slightly. He Shang? Isn't this the scientist who didn't return to China after staying in the US? Lin Xian knew about this He Shang thing, and he also knew that this He Shang was now in the Rice Space Agency. Even at that time, Li Shan also mentioned He Shang with Lin Xian's casual conversation. Lin Xian can also be heard from Li Shan's words. Li Shan for the loss of Chinese talent oversees this kind of powerlessness and helplessness. After all, at that time, He Shang was also the object of national key training, and the space agency also threw out the olive branch to He Shang early. When He Shang went to graduate school in the United States, he said very beautiful, said that after finishing graduate school, learning the knowledge of the people of the United States, immediately returned to China, served the motherland. As a result, after He Shang went to the United States, he turned his back and stayed in the United States to do research for the people of the United States. Previously, Lin Xian didn't know what He Shang was actually doing in the Mi Space Agency. Only now did he realize that this He Shang turned out to be in the Rice Space Agency, helping the country conduct research on nuclear power engines. And he made a theoretical breakthrough? A Nobel nomination? What the, helping the MIB make such a big contribution and still so high profile, isn't this purely to disgust people? Lin Xian, after realizing this matter, first opened Weibo and took a look at it. Unsurprisingly for Lin Xian, all the netizens on the entire Weibo were cursing He Shang. Especially underneath a video where He Shang was announcing his research results, there was even more cursing. Obviously a Chinese, but instead of helping China, he helped the old United States make a breakthrough. How dare you even thank the meter? Without Huaxia, would you, He Shang, be able to have today? How dare you call yourself a scientist? He Shang is still shameless. Don't be foolish, China is definitely better than you. Huaxia will definitely have its own nuclear-powered engine too. After reading the comments from the netizens, Lin Xian was also getting more and more upset the more he thought about it. Thus, Lin Xian intended to first look at this banana man, He Shang, to see what breakthrough research he had made in terms of nuclear power engines that could be nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. Lin Xian wanted to see what kind of research progress this kind of trash who betrayed his country could come up with. In the meantime, National Space Agency. Director Li Shan is having a rendezvous with several bigwigs from the Nuclear Power Engineering Center of the Space Agency. The atmosphere was, well, a bit heavy. At first, all of them were silent, all of them were looking at a video that was playing on the screen. A video was playing on the screen, and the person inside the video was none other than He Shang. In the video, He Shang was fully dressed, first gabbing and pulling a foreign fart, thanking the great country of me, thanking the great me space agency, and thanking his team. Seeing He Shang clearly being a Chinese, but licking the rice country so much, Li Shan and the several bigwigs of the Nuclear Power Engineering Center, their faces gradually started to become unattractive. Then, in the video, He Shang excitedly announced the results that he had achieved with the rice team under his leadership. It was the theoretical breakthrough made in the nuclear power engine. He Shang even claimed that with the support of this crucial theoretical research, it would only take less than half a year for the US to build a complete nuclear fission power engine. By that time, Rice's spaceflight would have opened a huge gap with the rest of the world, leaving behind other countries for at least 100 years. Saying that, He Shang even shouted the slogan excitedly, "Rice will be great again." Seeing this, director Li Shan could no longer look on, and because of his exasperation, the muscles on Li Shan's face were trembling slightly. With a snap, Li Shan closed the screen. The professors of the National Nuclear Power Engineering Center, their faces are also very ugly. The two professors sitting in the very center of the room were both said to be clenching their fists in anger as well. The He Shang inside the video, every professor present, knew him. There were even professors who had personally instructed He Shang back then. Now that they saw He Shang being so shameless, no one could accept it. "Elder Rin, Elder Qi, that's how the situation is, you've all seen it." After a long silence, Li Shan broke the silence. Professor Rin and Professor Qi were the two core bigwigs of the Space Agency's Nuclear Power Engineering Research Center. Both professors nodded their heads, looking very angry. I really didn't expect that it was this He Shang who took the lead in making a theoretical breakthrough on the me side. Professor Ren's voice trembled with anger as he spoke. This He Shang, back then, when I was in the country, I even personally guided him. Who would have thought that the country underwrote all the expenses and sent him abroad for further studies, and in the end, this He Shang even worked so hard to do the research for the Rice Space Agency. This is treason. Professor Qi also said in a sad and angry tone, has this He Shang forgotten that it was the country that trained him up a little bit? How can he be like this? He also said that he wants to make the country great. How can a person be so devoid of boundaries? Really sorry for Huaxia did so much for him. Alas, this He Shang, Director Li Shan also said with a deep sense of powerlessness, at that time, I trusted him so much, and it was he himself who swore that he would return to his country right away after he finished his studies in Rice, who knew that things could turn out like this. Director, Professor Rin said firmly at this time, since He Shang chose to stay in the Rice country so shamelessly, he is no longer a Chinese. We, on the side of the Nuclear Power Engineering Center, will absolutely take this out. Right. Professor Qi also resolutely said, let this He Shang continue to lick the Rice country, we'll let them see the strength of China's scientific research. Professor Rin and I will definitely work hard to overcome the current difficulties in nuclear power engines. The two professors, Li Shan was afraid that the two professors were under too much pressure and also comforted them, let's just get down to business and follow our own program. After all, things like scientific research, simply seeking to go fast can sometimes be counterproductive. It's not that if He Shang, has brought the Rice side to study the theory, then there must be no problem. Before the nuclear power engine is actually made, we in China are not much behind the Rice side. We also have very solid experience in terms of theory. It just needs some final breakthroughs. Hearing these relieving words from Li Shan, Ren, Qi's two professors' eyes were even more glittering, and their expressions were even more resolute. Director Li, don't worry, when we return to the Nuclear Power Engineering Center, we will definitely work hard to overcome the difficulties and strive for an early breakthrough in the theoretical aspect of the research. The two old men should also pay attention to their health. The two professors were both very old, and Director Li Shan also said with concern, after all, health is the essence. Director, both of our bodies are still hardy. Professor Qi also clenched his fist and said, at least until we dry out He Shang in terms of nuclear power engines, our old bones will definitely not fall. Professor Qi, Professor Ren, on behalf of the country, on behalf of the Space Agency, and on behalf of the Chinese aerospace and spaceflight, I would like to thank you first. As he spoke, Li Shan was also a bit moved. Saying that, Li Shan also gave a bow to both Professor Qi and Professor Ren. Director, this is all what we should do. Facing Li Shan's sudden bow, Professor Rin was a bit flattered and said in a hurry, our Huaxia aerospace itself started late and has been catching up for so many years, we definitely won't let the US go ahead again this time. Secretary, the nuclear power engine, our Nuclear Power Engineering Center, absolutely will not let the United States to go ahead. Professor Qi also said with even more emotional generosity, this time, we, China, cannot lose. Chapter 41, Just This Foreign Garbage? After bidding farewell to the two old men, Li Shan looked at He Shang's picture on the news report with a grave expression. It was impossible to say that Li Shan was not anxious in his heart right now. Li Shan knows the importance of the nuclear power engine and knows how important it is for China's aerospace, as well as China's military. China has always attached great importance to research in this area and has invested a lot of human and material resources in this area. Nuclear-powered engines are the most promising engine technology that breaks through the existing chemical-fueled engine technology. Because the thrust of a nuclear-powered engine is not a little bit greater than that of an ordinary engine, but at least 10 times greater, it is also known as the engine that can change the rules of the aerospace game. Now Shang's side had already completed the theoretical research. If this nuclear power engine is really by the right side of the first to research out, then at that time, no matter whether it is aerospace or military aspects, are absolutely unfavorable to China. Thinking of this, Li Shan's face was even more cloudy. Lin Xian's side, also quickly in a foreign very authoritative, the scientific community's most famous thesis website Know the Theory Network, found Shang's team in the network released on the theoretical research breakthroughs in nuclear power engine thesis. Theoretical research on the use of uranium-235 as a nuclear reactor for aerospace nuclear power engines. As a rule, scientific papers are purely essays in general. But as soon as Lin Xian opened this paper published by Shang, what he began to see was not formulas and experimental results, but rather Shang furiously licking the meter. First of all, I would like to thank my great country, Rice. Without the support of the great country of Rice, there would be no breakthroughs in nuclear power engine research for me this time. Originally Lin Xian still held the mentality of watching the paper to come. The result did not expect to see such a disgusting thing at the beginning. Lin Xian did not hold back, directly cursed, "What the hell? It's really a dog of rice. Rice has become a great country for you? Forget who trained you?" As Lin Xian continued to look down, the content of Shang's thesis was even more unpleasant. Here, I want to focus on the scientific research environment in the United States, as well as the scientific research atmosphere. Although I was born in China, I would like to say that this strong scientific research atmosphere in the United States is something that China can't compare to at all. I believe that this is the reason why Rice has always been the greatest country in the world, the reason why Rice has attracted so many outstanding talents from all over the world, and the reason why I stay in Rice. It is my fortune, Shang, to stay in Rice and contribute to my great country. Before you all officially start reading the paper, I also call on you to also join Rice and enjoy its favorable scientific research atmosphere. What is the research atmosphere in the United States that can't be compared to that in China? Is Rice the greatest country in the world? I can really you up. The more Lin Xian looked down, the more angry he felt. I didn't expect this Shang licked the rice country even licked a step on one. The problem is that the step is still cultivated your motherland. Is this what a human being can say? And asking others to join Rice? What's the point of joining them? To be traitors together? Lin Xian was now, literally, in the mood to hit someone. With this mood, Lin Xian continued to look down. At the back, there were all sorts of very obscure and understandable formulas and theoretical calculations. However, Lin Xian was already at the top of the world in this regard because of the knowledge he had acquired from the system and the 20 simulations he had gone through in terms of nuclear power engines. So it was very easy for Lin Xian to read this paper, and he finished it very quickly. After wasting time reading the entire paper, Lin Xian first raised his eyebrows and said with some disdain, "This is it?" Then Lin Xian let out a sneer. "Your Rice Daddy's scientific research environment has spawned this kind of scientific research?" Lin Xian had originally thought that Shang was valued by the Rice Space Agency side, and that he could still do something on top of the uranium-235 nuclear fission engine. As a result, after reading the paper, Lin Xian realized that there were several very big problems with Shang's paper. It could be said to be nothing more than a completely immature theoretical breakthrough. The theory embodied in Shang's paper was not even as perfect as the theory of the U-235 nuclear power engine that Lin Xian had just discarded. However, there was one thing to be said about Shang's theoretical research. The reason why it could create a furor in the world was indeed based on previous technological breakthroughs. But these breakthroughs, Lin Xian had long ago been breakthroughs in his previous simulations. If Lin Xian was happy to take out the data from the previous system simulation, he could also completely crush Shang's research, and even be more qualified than Shang to be nominated for the Nobel Prize. It was just that it wasn't mature at all, and Lin Xian was too lazy to take it out. After Lin Xian finished reading this paper, he continued to scroll down again. Surprisingly, there were quite a few comments below, all of which were from abroad. What Lin Xian didn't expect was that all of the comments below were actually favorable. Learned. Shang is worthy of being the world's top physicist. This year's Nobel Prize in Physics, it's not Shang's team. Lin Xian was speechless from reading these comments. No way, this can even be licked up? I'm guessing the people commenting below this haven't even read the paper. Or is that the extent of foreigners' scientific literacy? This made Lin Xian think of the foreigners kneeling down and worshipping God seen a few days ago when he had smashed through the National Space Station. It had been so many days since he hadn't caught the aliens, and there were still quite a few aliens kneeling on the ground. Seeing that the aliens were all so dumbfounded, Lin Xian was relieved. So Lin Xian didn't hesitate to use his username Linda Dao and posted a comment directly below. What kind of garbage does it dare to send out? There are so many problems in it, and many of them are very deadly. Just this? Still want to win the Nobel Prize? Think of Peach. Why don't you go home and farm? after Lin Xian sent this comment. Soon, it didn't take long. Lin Xian saw that the comments section below this comment had completely exploded. Chapter 42, This Lin Dao, very insightful. At a glance, this Lin Dagger is a keyboard warrior. If you can do it, go ahead. If you can't, don't push it. This one is called Lin Dao. You have the ability to take your keyboard and build a nuclear engine. On the top floor, I guess it's another Luther who can only talk behind his keyboard. These comments, clear as day, were all scolding Lin Xian for being a keyboard warrior, and these people, all of them, were foreign netizens. Lin Xian estimated that these netizens are all the big rednecks on the me side. Listening to this, Shang licked a few phrases of the me, one by one. All of them are all the group climax. Lin Xian is too lazy to go with these people to waste any more time. After all, for Shang's research, Lin Xian's heart has a number. Just as Lin Xian was about to exit Knowledge Theory Network, suddenly, a reply caught Lin Xian's attention. There's no need to pay attention to these people. I also feel that the nuclear power engine theory in this lengthy paper is not mature. The username that posted this comment was called White Light One Sword, and it sounded like it still had a bit of the Jianghu flavor of walking the world with a sword. Inside this person's information shows that this person is from China. Oh? Chinese? Seeing that there was finally an understanding person who was also a Chinese, Lin Xian immediately became interested and didn't exit the Knowledge Theory Network's interface at the first opportunity. Immediately afterward, Lin Xian's reply interface again jumped a few times, and it was this Chinese netizen named White Light A Sword who continued to send a series of replies. Lin Dao, I can feel out that you have your own unique insights into the aerospace nuclear engine aspect. Can you leave an email address so that we can usually have some discussions about this? Shang's theory, it's not perfect, there are even many loopholes. I myself am also an enthusiast in this area, and I feel that we might collide to come up with something different. Have some discussions in this area? Kind of interesting. It just so happens that Lin Xian is also at a bottleneck in his nuclear power engine research right now. After all, Lin Xian had just given up the nuclear power engine program using uranium-235 as the raw material, which was held in high esteem by Shang and the Rice Space Agency. It was idle now anyway. Chatting with a Chinese netizen who is also more interested in this area might create some inspiration. So the corner of Lin Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and underneath the White Light A Sword's comment, he left the email Migwa Shabi at 388. After Lin Xian left his email, a reply quickly popped up on the opposite side. Okay. Thank you, little friend Big Sword. I'll contact you again through the mailbox. After exiting the website, Lin Xian didn't really take this conversation seriously. Lin Xian just took it as some academic discussion. So he didn't think too much about it, and he didn't think about the identity of the other party either. He just treated the White Light One Sword as a netizen enthusiast in a related field. At the same time, just less than 15 kilometers away from where Lin Xian lived was the physics department of the National University of Science and Technology. An old professor with white hair who originally looked a bit lost suddenly became energized. This professor was Professor Bai, who had previously been a scientist at the Institute of Nuclear Engineering of the Supreme National Academy of Sciences, specializing in the research of small-scale applicable nuclear fission power, or to put it bluntly, the research of nuclear-powered engines, which included those for fighters and spacecraft. The research conducted by the Institute of Nuclear Engineering of the Supreme National Academy of Sciences is different from that of the Nuclear Power Research Center of the National Space Agency. The Institute of Nuclear Engineering of the Supreme Academy of Sciences conducts more comprehensive studies. Unlike the Space Agency, which is limited only to the study of nuclear power engines, the Supreme Academy of Sciences also has nuclear reactors, controlled fusion-related research, which can be said to be quite authoritative and comprehensive in terms of nuclear engineering research. Later on, because of some reasons, Professor Bai left the Institute of Nuclear Engineering of the Supreme Academy of Sciences and came to the National University of Science and Technology as a professor of the physics department. However, although Professor Bai's person was not in the Supreme Academy of Sciences, his heart was. Professor Bai hopes to contribute to the country wherever he is, so over the years, Professor Bai has not stopped his research on nuclear power engines. Xiao Zhao, a researcher next to him, was also a bit surprised to see Professor Bai's mood suddenly become uplifted. After all, just now, Professor Bai was still furious because of Shang's matter, and Professor Bai, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but keep cursing Shang as a traitor inside the research lab. Professor Bai, what made you feel so much better? Xiao Zhao asked curiously. Meeting a Chinese netizen who shares my opinion. Professor Bai said prettily, I thought I was the only one who felt that Shang's research was problematic, but I didn't realize that there was a little friend named Lin Dazhou who shared my opinion. Lin Dagger? Xiao Zhao couldn't help but snort a laugh and said to Professor Bai, Professor, this person's screen name is also quite amusing. How does it sound so Jianghu-like, and a reckless energy? Are you sure this Lin Dagger can really chat with you? Why not? Professor Bai glared at Xiao Zhao and said, Xiao Zhao, you don't understand. This little friend Big Dagger gives me the feeling that it's very unusual. I have a hunch that this little friend Big Dagger is very insightful when it comes to nuclear power engines. Professor Bai, how do you know that this Lin dagger is younger than you? If this Lin dagger is really this powerful, then maybe he is even older than you. Xiao Zhao said jokingly. That's not important. Professor Bai retorted, alright, Xiao Zhao, you go ahead and busy yourself with other experiments. I'm going to start an academic discussion with little friend Lin dagger in a while. After the entire research room was left with Professor Bai alone, Professor Bai thought for a moment and organized his words. Then Professor Bai sent an email over according to the email address left by Lin Dazhou. Ding ding ding. Just as Lin Xian was planning to continue with the simulation of the nuclear-powered space engine in the system, suddenly Lin Xian's mail assistant prompted Lin Xian to receive a new mail. Ha! It couldn't be that White Light One Sword, could it? Have sent over an email so quickly? Lin Xian muttered, then opened his mailbox. It really was an email from White Light One Sword. Little friend Big Sword, first-time emailer, I don't know where to start, so let's start with one of the biggest problems with He Sheng's research in my eyes. I feel that He Sheng's choice of uranium-235 as a material is just the wrong direction. I have gone through a lot of calculations, all of which disprove the possibility of using uranium-235 in an engine. Seeing this, Lin Xian's heart was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this white light sword was really something. This idea, with Lin Xian's previous idea, was surprisingly basically the same. That is, uranium-235 doesn't work. It can't be used as a material for nuclear power engines. Nuclear power engines can't copy the idea of nuclear power plants. It has to be a whole new nuclear reaction material, a whole new way of thinking to make it work. Some difference was that this white light sword was calculated, while Lin Xian had simulated it directly with his hands. But the theory was exactly the same. At this point, Lin Xian couldn't help but be interested and continued to look down at the email. Chapter 43, what kind of speed is this? But other than uranium, I really can't tell from my calculations what material is suitable for a nuclear reaction. And radioactive materials like americium-241, polonium-210, plutonium-231, thorium-232, and so on, all of which I've calculated, are very difficult to calculate the reaction equations for their reactions as nuclear power engines. But after my calculations, it seems that the reaction equation for americium-241 to reach a stable reaction is the easiest to achieve. But this equation I have not been able to calculate, leading me to somewhat suspect that americium is not the most suitable material for nuclear reactions on nuclear power engines. Americium-241? Is it easiest to reach a critical value for stabilizing the reaction? After reading the entire email, Lin Xian was even more surprised. Previously, Lin Xian had only thought that this White Light One Sword was a lover of nuclear power engines. Now Lin Xian had begun to think otherwise. Already on the verge of calculating the equation for a nuclear matter reaction, this White Light One Sword was by no means an unusual figure. In terms of the degree of understanding of nuclear material, it is at least a very deep research character in the relevant aspects of China. Originally, Lin Xian also knew not to use uranium-235 as a material for nuclear power engine reactors. What kind of material to choose next? It was this Chinese netizen named White Light One Sword that inspired Lin Xian. Of course, this email sent by Professor Bai was only able to inspire Lin Xian. Even if someone wanted to steal the fruits of their labor, even if they saw Professor Bai's material, they simply couldn't steal it. After all, the currently recognized nuclear reaction materials around the world were all uranium-235, and no one would even consider alternative materials. He Sheng, for example, was very proud of his own research and would not even look at any other options. Even if he did, he would never calculate the reaction equation before Professor Bai. Professor Bai was also well versed in this reasoning, so sending this email to Lin Xian was purely out of academic discussion and did not involve any leaks. What Professor Bai didn't know was that his point of view was simply too easy to verify for Lin Xian, who was able to use the system to simulate it. Since Bai Guangyi said that americium-241's the easiest way to try to calculate the equation for a nuclear reaction, then why don't we start with americium as the material for the nuclear reaction for the test? Lin Xian couldn't help but be a little excited, and immediately called up the system interface, ready to start the simulation. Unlike before, this time Lin Xian was going to start the simulation from the beginning first. It was from the controlled nuclear fission of americium-241, starting the simulation. Among the alternatives given in the system is the controlled nuclear fission reaction scheme for americium. After modifying it according to his own understanding, Lin Xian immediately said to the system, start the simulation. Simulation is loading, progress 30%, 50%, 100%. As the system's electronic synthesized tone came to mind, the simulation interface in front of Lin Xian's eyes changed, and the simulation began. This was the first time that Lin Xian had conducted a simulation of the element americium as a nuclear material, so Lin Xian was also a little nervous. As the simulation continued, the americium element also began to show the standard chain reaction of nuclear fission. Unlike uranium, americium is very stable as a nuclear material under the same reaction volume. Into it? Lin Xian didn't expect that this americium element could really be used as a material for nuclear power engines. Not only was it smaller, but it was also more stable than uranium. At this time, Lin Xian glanced at the equation of the nuclear reaction, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but be flushed with a hint of a smile. So that's it. Lin Xian couldn't help but say excitedly. System, crank up the simulation speed. Lin Xian said to the system again. After speeding up the simulation of the americium and the reflection process, Lin Xian was able to confirm that this was the future nuclear power engine, the most suitable nuclear reaction material. Of course, finding a suitable nuclear reaction material is only the first step. Trying to work out a nuclear power engine can be more than just identifying nuclear reaction materials. Nuclear radiation isolation materials, cryogenic liquid heating systems, cooling systems, neutron deceleration systems, there is much more research to be done. But at least this time, after determining the nuclear reaction materials, it won't be like the last time. After 20 simulations, it will be overturned and start again from scratch, which Lin Xian is still very confident about. Only after an hour of simulation did Lin Xian detach himself from the system interface. After determining the program, Lin Xian didn't waste any time and immediately came to the computer, snapping a paragraph very quickly and returning an email from White Light One Sword. On Professor Bai's side, he saw the computer drip and ring, and also immediately went over to check his mailbox. Inside the mailbox was indeed lying an email from Lin Didao. The content of the email was very concise, just a short sentence. White Light One Sword, after my calculations, the nuclear reaction process of americium-241 is fully realizable, and I have calculated the critical reaction equation. What? The nuclear reaction process for americium-241 is fully realized? And the critical reaction equation was calculated? How is this possible? Professor Bai let out a shocked cry of disbelief immediately after reading the email. Although Lin Xian hadn't specifically written out americium's critical reaction equation inside the email, Professor Bai was still shocked and appalled. From Lin Daju's previous attitude towards Xishang's thesis, and the confidence revealed in this brief email, made Professor Bai feel that this Lin Daju was not joking. Professor Bai had originally sent the email out because he wanted to have an academic discussion with Lin Daju on the opposite side, and did not think that the opposite side would be able to calculate the reaction equation. After all, in Professor Bai's opinion, if he hadn't calculated the critical reaction equation himself, the opposite side would definitely be even more incapable of calculating it. Professor Bai had been calculating this equation for 3 years, and there was still no result. And the other party had calculated it in just 1 hour. What kind of terrifying speed was this, and what kind of talent could do this? China, is there really such a person? What kind of person is the one who was sending emails to each other across the street with himself? Professor Bai couldn't help but begin to speculate whether the opposite party was really an old professor who was older and more senior than himself, as Xiao Zhao had said. Professor Bai could hardly control the extreme excitement in his heart at the moment, and couldn't help but ask what was going on. So Professor Bai immediately sent out another email. Little friend Big Dagger, I am very excited to hear that you have calculated the americium critical reaction equation. May I ask what the critical reaction equation is? What Professor Bai didn't expect was that after he finished sending the email in excitement, the other party also quickly replied to the email, but inside the email, there were only 2 words, cannot. Can't? Seeing these 2 words, Professor Bai also froze instantly. Chapter 44, Large-Scale Netizen Meeting. Just as Professor Bai was still in a daze, suddenly another email was sent. I was just kidding, because americium's critical nuclear reaction formula can't be known to just any outsider, so I need to confirm the identity of this friend across the street before I can do so. Oh, so that's it. Seeing this, Professor Bai also instantly understood, and his face couldn't help but show a look of approval. Not bad, the sense of secrecy is quite good, a smart person. Indeed, americium-241's critical nuclear reaction equation, such an important thing, if Professor Bai really calculated it, he wouldn't really tell the equation to a person whose bottom line he hadn't been able to fathom yet. Discussing issues is fine, but there is important research that should not be leaked. The other party's attitude of secrecy also made Professor Bai feel more and more that the other party might really have calculated the critical reaction equation. Although Professor Bai's heart still didn't quite dare to believe this fact, Professor Bai still couldn't hold back his inner curiosity and sent an email back to the other party. Of course, Professor Bai didn't reveal his identity so casually in the email, and also slightly sold his identity. I won't say the specific identity first, I can only tell little friend Dagger that my current location is in the National University of Science and Technology. NCSU? Lin Xian froze even after he saw the email replied by White Light One Sword. Originally, Lin Xian had also been curious about this White Light One Sword, in the end, what kind of divine netizen he was. As a result, I didn't expect that this immortal netizen, far away and near at hand, is in the National University of Science and Technology? It's probably some professor. In fact, knowing that the other party was at NUST, Lin Xian was still surprised. After all, Lin Xian had learned before that NUST didn't have any professors specializing in nuclear power engines, at least the ones that were on the table and in the open, didn't. That's really a coincidence, I'm also at NUST. Lin Xian also immediately replied to the email. This time, it was again Professor Bai who was confused. This Lin Dao, he's also at the National University of Science and Technology? No way. Professor Bai's face was instantly filled with surprise and doubt. Because as far as Professor Bai knew, there were no professors at NUST who researched nuclear power engines. Although Professor Bai was not in the Supreme Academy of Sciences, Professor Bai was still in charge of the research of the relevant projects of the Supreme Academy of Sciences. Logically, Professor Bai should be aware of any relevant personnel transfers. Could it be that a new professor has transferred over? At this time, Professor Bai's heart couldn't help but be flooded with mutterings and was even more curious about the opposite side of this Lin Dao, exactly which professor? How do you not know? Thinking of this, with doubts and curiosity, Professor Bai quickly sent another email over. It really surprises me that little friend Big Dagger is also at NUST. And I'm also very interested in the results of Big Dagger's calculations, so if Big Dagger agrees, we can meet at NUST for some in-depth exchanges. After Lin Xian saw Professor Bai's email, he also replied painfully, okay, no problem. Elder Bai, you pick the place. Then let's go to the Institute of Physics at the National University of Science and Technology. Professor Bai quickly replied. Lin Xian naturally knew where the Institute of Physics was and also replied, okay, then I'll see you in 20 minutes. After receiving Lin Xian's exact reply, Professor Bai also found it hard to hold down his inner excitement and anticipation, and even changed into a very formal outfit. After packing up, Professor Bai was once again walking towards the outside of the lab. Seeing Professor Bai dressed so formally, with a happy face, the assistant Xiao Zhao outside, as well as a group of researchers, were all puzzled. Professor Bai, are you going to some scientific conference? Xiao Zhao asked curiously. Attending what conference? Professor Bai said seriously, everyone prepare in advance, in a moment, on this side of our lab, a professor is coming. Professor Bai was now directly identifying Lin Xian as a professor, without even the slightest doubt within. A professor? Hearing this, the fellows were puzzled. They had followed Professor Bai in his research and knew what level of existence he was. If an ordinary person came to the lab, Professor Bai would never be so excited and formal. Those who could make Professor Bai pay so much attention were definitely the titans of the scientific research world. The researchers' hearts were puzzled as to which professor it was that could make Professor Bai so excited. Xiao Zhao was also a bit surprised. Professor Bai, which professor is coming? It's that Dagger Lin, he's also a professor at NUST. Professor Bai said excitedly, I didn't expect that our NUST would have a professor who was also engaged in research on nuclear power engines. He made a research breakthrough that none of us have made. Lin Dazhou? Xiao Zhao was even more stunned, his face in disbelief. It was only just an hour ago that Professor Bai had said that he wanted to discuss and explore with some online friend, Lin Dao. How long has it been, and this Lin Dagger has made Professor Bai so expectant, and is already excited to start preparing to meet him in advance? And that Lin Dazhou is also at the National University of Science and Technology? Or a professor? Is this the legendary large-scale Netizen meeting? Inside Xiao Zhao and the crowd of researchers, they were all very curious as to what this Professor Lin Dao, who could make Professor Bai so excited, was really all about. Moreover, what research breakthrough had this Lin Dagger, in the end, made Professor Bai so expectant? Chapter 45, This is Professor Lin. 20 minutes later. Lin Xian arrived at the entrance of the Physics Institute of the National University of Science and Technology. It was also the place where he was going to meet with that white light one sword crossing. In fact, when that white light a sword said in front of the Physics Research Institute to meet, Lin Xian has already realized that this netizen in all likelihood is the professor of the National University of Science and Technology. After Lin Xian arrived, he didn't think too much about it and went straight inside. Just then, Lin Xian was stopped by a researcher from the Physics Institute. The researcher glanced at Lin Xian suspiciously, and after confirming that he had never seen Lin Xian before, the researcher raised an eyebrow and said in a tone that wasn't friendly, "Student, this is the Institute of Physics, you can't just enter." Oh, Lin Xian didn't force his way inside either, explaining, "I came here to meet with someone." Meet with someone? The researcher froze for a moment and continued, "What class are you in and who are you meeting with?" "Shansong's first class, Lin Xian." Lin Xian said unhurriedly, "I'm here to meet a netizen." Meet a netizen? You're meeting a friend at the Physics Institute? I'm afraid this isn't meant to be funny. The researcher's voice raised a few points and said, "Mr. Lin Xian, you've come to the wrong place, haven't you? This is the Institute of Physics, ordinary people can't enter. Not a place for you to meet your online friends." "I'm pretty sure I didn't come to the wrong place," said Lin Xian, shrugging his shoulders in disbelief. Just at this time, Professor Bai and a group of researchers who were inside the institute also heard the noise outside the institute's door. All of them were puzzled as to what was going on outside. Professor White also quickly came outside. What's going on? Professor Bai said sternly to the researcher, didn't I say that a very important professor was coming to have everyone prepare in advance? Why are you making so much noise? The researcher first apologized, Professor Bai, I'm sorry. Professor Bai? Lin Xian couldn't help but see that the researcher was calling this old, white-haired professor in front of him Professor Bai. Professor Bai, could it be that he was the white light one sword that he had just talked to? This student is. Professor Bai glanced at Lin Xian again and asked the researcher suspiciously. If he didn't say it, it was fine, but when he heard Professor Bai say it, the researcher was instantly aggravated and said, Professor Bai, this student, nonetheless said that he came here to meet his online friends. What? Meeting an online friend? As soon as Professor Bai heard these 3 words, it was like he was struck by lightning, his entire body froze, then he looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Seeing that Professor Bai's expression instantly became dismayed, Lin Xian's heart bottomed out. This Professor Bai in front of him was the same white light one sword that he had arranged to meet with. Professor Bai, are you the white light one sword? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth revealed a smirk as he asked tentatively. When Professor Bai heard Lin Xian directly say his screen name, his body shook and he looked at Lin Xian with a face of disbelief and shock. Lin did Dao little friend? Professor Bai fiercely drew a mouthful of cool air and asked in a million confused voices. That's right, it's me. Lin Xian nodded and said to Professor Bai with a smile, I was the one who just discussed the issue of nuclear power engines with you on the internet. After Lin Xian affirmed with certainty that he was the same Lin Daji that Professor Bai had just discussed with each other. Professor Bai was completely stunned, his mouth wide open in surprise, his jaw about to drop. No way. Professor Bai looked at Lin Xian, who was also only in his early 20s in front of him and still very young, with a face of incredulity, and said, Little friend Big Dagger, you're too young for this. Haha, Lin Xian laughed cheerfully, took the initiative to extend his hand and said, Professor Bai, my name is Lin Xian, I'm from Johnson's first class, and I'm very happy to meet you. Lin Dao, no, Lin Xian. Professor Bai was again very stunned and excited at the moment. He also hastened to stretch out his hand, holding Lin Xian's hand tightly, and said cordially to Lin Xian, Go, let's not be outside first, go inside and talk. Seeing that Lin Xian and Professor Bai were both like old friends at first sight, they walked towards the inside of the institute in a very cordial manner. The researcher who had just stopped Lin Xian outside was already completely confused. What this researcher hadn't expected was that this Lin Xian had actually come to meet the netizen. And the netizen that Lin Xian was meeting was no other than Professor Bai. What the hell is going on here? Why would Professor White be so excited about meeting a student? And this Lin Xian, what exactly was his origin? When they arrived inside the Institute of Physics, a group of researchers were surprised to see Professor Bai walking in with a student who was talking to him. Professor Bai, didn't you want to invite a professor back? Where's the professor? Xiao Zhao asked in confusion. Professor? Professor Bai laughed, then excitedly pulled Lin Xian over and enthusiastically introduced him to everyone. Come on, let me introduce you all. This is that Professor Lin I said I was going to invite before. What? This is Professor Lin? Seeing that Lin was so young and completely student-like, the crowd of researchers were stunned, and instantly all exploded in conversation. I'll go. So young to be a professor? There are still professors this young? This Professor Lin, his face value is so high. What exactly is this Professor Lin's origin? Chapter 46, Americium 421 Critical Nuclear Reaction Equation. After introducing Lin Xian to the group of researchers, Professor Bai also cut to the chase at the first opportunity. Professor Bai looked at Lin Xian and asked with a bit of disbelief in his eyes, Lin Xian, you said earlier that you had calculated the critical equation for americium's nuclear fission reaction? You can't be joking with me, an old man, can you? Professor Bai said again, half joking, half serious. Earlier, when he had sent the email, Professor Bai still had little doubt that Lin Xian had calculated the critical equation. But after actually meeting Lin Xian and seeing how young he was, Professor Bai couldn't help but have some doubts at the moment. Professor Lin had calculated the critical reaction equation for americium? As soon as Professor Bai said this, the group of researchers next to him all looked at me in disbelief, with a look of utter shock on their faces. Calculating the equations for the critical reactions of nuclear materials other than uranium is something they've been trying to crack for a while now, huh? This young-looking Professor Lin in front of us had actually calculated the critical reaction equation for americium? That's a lie. In the face of Professor Bai's misgivings, as well as the disbelieving looks of the various researchers, Lin Xian smiled and said to Professor Bai in a relaxed tone, Professor Bai, what's there to joke about? I did calculate the critical equation, and didn't I come here this time just to share my results with you before I came? Although Lin Xian's tone was relaxed, his attitude was very serious, and instantly that was what dispelled Professor Bai's inner doubts. Professor Bai's face instantly flushed with surprise, and without saying anything polite, he couldn't wait to say, Alright, Lin Xian, since you've already calculated the critical reaction equation for americium, let's hurry up and take a look at it together. The results of your calculations, are they in the computer, or are they written on acting sketch paper? Seeing that Lin Xian seemed to have come empty-handed, Professor Bai asked again. Oh, neither. Lin Xian pointed to his head and laughed. It's all inside the brain. All inside the brain? Professor Bai knew that the critical reaction equation was very complicated to write out in its entirety, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian had it all in his head. What kind of brain is this? Professor Bai froze for a few seconds before he let out a hearty laugh and said excitedly, Lin Xian, this brain of yours can really work. Let's go then, let's go inside the lab and take a look at the critical reaction equation you gave. After arriving inside the lab, Lin Xian casually pulled out a piece of draft paper and immediately began to write at a rapid pace. F241M2LNA plus 1N equals 137BA plus 2N. Lines and lines of obscure nuclear fission reaction equations were written under Lin Xian's hand as if they were flowing. While writing, Lin Xian was still explaining inside his mouth. The nuclear fission critical reaction of americium-241 is different from that of uranium-235, and when bombarded by neutrons, the special spin state of americium atoms leads to an unstable chain of nuclear fission reactions, thus leading to a reaction equation for americium that is different from that of other nuclear reactants. That's the entire nuclear fission equation for americium. After writing it, Lin Xian pointed to the complicated equation on the draft paper and said, What? The critical fission equation for americium? You've written it all in one sitting? Seeing that Lin Xian had given the complete americium-241 nuclear fission reaction equation, for a moment, the entire institute instantly fell silent. Everyone present was looking at Lin Xian in shock. This Professor Lin, what kind of monster was he? How could he calculate the critical reaction equation for americium, which even Professor Bai hadn't calculated? You know, this equation, all of them have been involved in the calculation process of it. The researcher knew the complexity of it better than anyone else. And Lin Xian, he actually wrote it out in its entirety? Professor Bai was also stunned, and seemed to glance at the complete equation that Lin Xian had written out, and began to look at it carefully. The more he looked down, the more excited Professor Bai's expression became, and even when he saw the end, Professor Bai couldn't help but exclaim, Genius, it's simply genius-like thinking. It turns out that americium's critical nuclear reaction equation has to take the spin state into account. It's too strong. Really too strong. So, americium as the raw material for nuclear reactions in nuclear power engines is really feasible. Previously, Professor Bai had been searching for the best reaction material for nuclear fission, but no matter how he calculated, he couldn't figure out the nuclear fission reaction equation for americium. Lin Xian's reaction equation completely established the feasibility of americium-241 as a nuclear fission material. Lin Xian, it's really you. Why didn't I recognize you earlier? Saying that, Professor Bai couldn't help but clench his fists, with a few moments of anger and unwillingness in his expression, and said to Lin Xian, if I had known you earlier, would Yisheng still have had the chance to come out and jump around? That Yisheng's program itself is problematic, sooner or later it will fail, even if it doesn't fail, sooner or later something will go terribly wrong. Lin Xian smiled and said, That's why, Professor Bai, it's not too late for us to get to know each other. Well said, not too late, not too late. The anger on Professor Bai's face disappeared and he was all smiles. Professor Bai. Lin Xian at this point was again pointing at the nuclear fission reaction equation for the americium element and continued, with the reaction equation, the next step should be to calculate the reaction critical value. Yes, Professor Bai also frowned slightly and said, calculating the reaction critical value is also a big project, and it's estimated that without 2 or 3 years, it won't be possible to take it down. Plus the subsequent repeated tests, it might take 5 years. Said here, Professor White again is a turn of phrase, said, but determine the nuclear fission material, and Lin Xian you calculated the nuclear reaction equation, this is already a big step forward. Scientific research, step by step. At least in terms of direction, we didn't take a wrong path like Yisheng. 1 or 2 years? Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and said to Professor Bai, for this nuclear reaction critical value, I've really calculated some approximate values that I can share here. What? The moment Lin Xian said this, Professor Bai, as well as all of the researchers, all froze. This Lin Xian had not only written out the equation for a nuclear reaction, but had even started calculating the critical value of a nuclear reaction? What kind of speed is this? What kind of efficiency is this? Chapter 47, Absolute Genius. After Professor Bai froze, he also hurriedly said to Lin Xian, you're worthy of it. Keep talking. Lin Xian was also unceremonious at this time, and under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian said, Americium-241, because of its unique physical properties, the critical value of the nuclear reaction needs to be controlled within a very small dynamic range. Now that we have the nuclear reaction equation for americium, we next need to synthesize all of the reaction conditions required in a nuclear power engine, which include the volume of the nuclear engine body cavity, the chain reaction levels, the number of neutron bombardments for fission reactions, and the ejection rate for neutron nuclear reactions. Hearing Lin Xian analyze so comprehensively, the look on Professor Bai's face grew more and more excited. Synthesize the above nuclear reaction conditions, set the nuclear reaction critical values to delta, and then bring all the reaction conditions into this formula. Saying that, Lin Xian took over the acting straw paper and wrote up an unusually complex, yet at the same time tight and incomparable formula on it. This formula was so complex that all the reaction conditions required for a nuclear power engine were all taken into account. While taking all the reaction conditions into account, this reaction material, again, is extremely rigorous and watertight. This was of course attributed to Lin Xian's simulations in the system, as well as the knowledge of nuclear power engines that Lin Xian had gained in his mind. Simulations and knowledge, anything less would not do. Then after my calculations, the critical nuclear reaction value for americium-241 is 8.97. As long as the critical reaction value of americium is controlled at this value, then it will be stable enough for americium to carry out a nuclear reaction under the combined operating conditions of a nuclear power engine. Of course, this is just my own preliminary calculation, and I'm not saying that this value is absolutely rigorous anymore. After saying that, Lin Xian took the acting grass paper in his hand and handed it to Professor Bai. And Professor Bai was now completely shocked, looking at Lin Xian with a stunned expression, as if he couldn't believe it. The formula had just been created, and this had calculated the critical value of nuclear reactions for americium-241? This is too unbelievable. Originally, Professor Bai thought that Lin Xian giving the nuclear reaction equation for americium was enough to shock him. What Professor Bai didn't expect was that the nuclear reaction equation for Lin Xian was just the beginning. With consternation, Professor Bai took the acting straw paper from Lin Xian's hands. After looking at it for a few seconds, Professor Bai also couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. Impressive. It's really awesome. The formula on top of Lin Xian's entire draft paper, as well as the calculated critical value, was exactly what was needed if the current experiment wanted to proceed. Even Professor Bai dared to say that just such a draft paper was enough to raise the research progress of the nuclear power engine forward by 3 years. 3 years? For nuclear power engine research now, it was really too precious. And before that, Professor Bai had already been researching for a full 3 years just on researching suitable nuclear materials and nuclear reaction equations. That adds up to 6 years. Before, Professor White has been stuck here. I didn't expect that it would be resolved by Lin Xian. Professor Bai cupped his hands around the draft paper in his hands. His hands were slightly trembling as he said to Lin Xian, how long did it take you to get americium's reaction equation and to calculate the critical value? Naturally, Lin Xian couldn't tell Professor Bai Xian that he had performed an accelerated simulation in the system, and it had only taken a few hours. Actually, before I exchanged emails with you, Professor Bai, I was already performing the relevant calculations, Lin Xian said casually. Before and after, it took about 3 days. 3 days? Professor Bai was even more shocked beyond words. 3 days? Not only did he break through his previous research bottleneck, but he did all the calculations and research that would take 3 years to do in the future? What kind of devilish speed is this? Professor Bai's expression as he looked at Lin Xian was flickering. Right now, in Professor Bai's eyes, Lin Xian was simply a complete genius. And definitely a unique kind of genius in the world. Professor Bai didn't know that Lin Xian had also built a laser weapon before now, and if he knew this news, Professor Bai was afraid that he would be even more shocked. Quickly go, according to this data, immediately prepare to start arranging critical value experiments. Professor Bai turned towards the researchers next to him and said seriously. Yes, Professor Bai. The crowd of researchers had also long been stunned into silence by Lin Xian at this moment, and it wasn't until Professor Bai gave the word that the researchers reacted, carefully receiving this incomparably precious piece of arithmetic paper from Professor Bai's hands. Then a group of researchers quickly went to prepare for the test. At this time, Professor Bai couldn't care less that there were others beside him, and said excitedly and formally to Lin Xian, I don't even know what to say. On behalf of the entire scientific research community of China, I'd like to express my gratitude to you. Lin Xian smiled and said, Professor Bai, I've actually just done a little something. Lin Xian, Professor Bai's eyes continued to twinkle as he said, I've decided that for this project, you'll take the lead. Our entire research team will all give you an assistant. Take the lead by yourself? Lin Xian froze for a moment, then said to Professor Bai, everyone has been following you on this project for so long, how can I have the nerve to take the lead? It's really inappropriate. Then in that case, Professor Bai took Lin Xian's hand and eagerly said to Lin Xian, this project, it can't work without you. You must join this project. Good, Lin Xian responded with a smile as well, Professor Bai, if you've said so, then I must join. I also want the nuclear power engine to come out sooner. Good. Professor Bai nodded his head excitedly and said to Lin Xian, let's go. Let's go together to see the equation you calculated and the test results of the critical value. Although you can't get your hands on the actual operation with americium yet, you can witness the test results in a laboratory setting. Chapter 48, the next puzzle, nuclear radiation shielding. After Lin Xian came to the lab with the two of them, Professor Bai. The group of researchers on this side of the lab were already starting to prepare their experiments according to what Lin Xian had written down on the draft paper. Lin Xian and Professor Bai also joined in the preparations before the experiment. During the preparations, every researcher's expression was one of excitement and anticipation. Everyone was busy, without even the slightest rest. Because if this experiment was successful, they were about to witness their biggest experimental breakthrough in nuclear power engine research in several years. Professor, the preparations before the experiment are already all set. After a few hours of busyness, Xiao Zhao trotted 2 steps and came up to say to Professor Bai, "Then let's officially begin this experiment." Professor Bai was also hard-pressed to hold down his inner excitement and announced. As soon as Professor Bai's words fell, the group of researchers were almost all eager to start acting at the same time. Temperature normal. Reaction rate normal. Critical value stabilized. Neutron slowing efficiency stable. Nuclear reaction criticality stabilized. The stabilized nuclear reaction threshold value for americium-241 has been determined to be 8.97. Under laboratory conditions, the final nuclear reaction critical value displayed on the instrument was exactly the same as the critical value Lin Xian had previously calculated, 8.97. And this reaction critical value had been stabilized at this value, without any unstable conditions such as subcritical or supercritical. Success! Professor Bai couldn't help but shout excitedly, it really worked. Professor Bai did not expect a problem that had stuck him for 3 years, a problem that would take him at least 3 more years in the future. With the addition of Lin Xian, it only took a few hours for it to be completely solved. This was simply a leap forward in breakthrough. It can even be said that at this stage, it is just a few final steps away from the final success of the nuclear reaction engine. It wasn't just Professor Bai, the entire people inside the lab were also cheering. Professor Bai, it worked. Professor Lin is really too strong. All the researchers, all of them, were excitedly gathered in front of Lin Xian, their eyes looking at him adoringly. They didn't expect that Lin Xian, being so young, was the one who could lead them to make such a big breakthrough. Seeing that everyone was so excited, Professor Bai also smiled and said to everyone, "You should not imagine that our Lin Xian, Professor Lin, is actually a student of our National University of Science and Technology." What? Professor Lin is a student? The crowd of researchers suddenly froze. Oh, my God. It turned out that Lin Xian, who had always been called a professor by them, was still a student? After a short period of dismay, the researchers present were even more excited as they spoke to Lin Xian. "Professor Lin, it's hard to tell. I'm impressed. Professor Lin, now I'm really convinced. Really kneel down." After the researchers knew that Lin Xian was a student of the National University of Science and Technology, they still didn't change their name to Lin Xian, and still called him Professor Lin in one mouthful, and even called him more smoothly. Lin Xian, facing everyone's praise, also smiled and said, "In fact, the success of this experiment is not just me, it's also inseparable from everyone's efforts together. Here I have to thank Professor Bai for thanking everyone." Seeing Lin Xian at such a young age, making out such a big research breakthrough, still not arrogant, Professor Bai and the group of researchers looked at Lin Xian with even more admiration and appreciation. At this time, Professor Bai took a deep breath, glanced at the lab data, and with still pressed excitement in his eyes, said, "Since americium's critical value for nuclear reactions has been determined, the next thing we need to determine is the nuclear radiation shielding material." Lin Xian also nodded his head in agreement and said, "Although americium's reaction volume is smaller than that of uranium-235, and is also milder and more stable, and won't appear to be molten like uranium, nuclear radiation shielding is still a very important issue. After all, americium's nuclear reaction properties are, well, very unique. If this problem is not solved, the operating hours of future nuclear power engines will be unsustainable." The reason why nuclear radiation shielding was necessary was because nuclear power engines were very sophisticated engines. They contain many very sophisticated electronic components. Since these electronic components are precise, it means that they are very fragile. And for americium to be used as a material for a nuclear reaction to take place inside the core of an engine means that there's a lot of neutrons and high energy rays that are going to be released. These neutrons and high-energy rays are deadly to precision electronic components. After the explosion at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, any helicopter that came close to it would have lost control. The robots that were sent up to clean up the nuclear reaction wouldn't have lasted a minute. That's how powerful the neutrons and high-energy rays from the nuclear reaction process can be in destroying electronic components. Even if neutrons are slowed down in a small nuclear reactor, neutrons and high-energy rays will inevitably leak out of the core reactor of a nuclear power engine. Of course, in addition to the effect on electronic components, there is another reason why nuclear radiation shielding must be done is that in the future, when conducting manned flights of vehicles, whether space rockets or fighter jets, the pilots and astronauts inside will also be affected by radiation. So there is a need for additional specialized nuclear radiation shielding for the internal core, to shield this part from neutrons and high-energy rays. Never let a single neutron and high-energy ray leak out. Trying to be completely shielded from nuclear radiation is no easy task. Before the official experiment, it is still necessary to carry out a lot of calculations to find out the materials that can really shield nuclear radiation. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Professor Bai also pondered for a moment and said to Lin Xian, this problem is indeed an urgent problem to be solved, but we're not that bad for a while. Let's go, you're hungry too. Let's chat while we eat. I'll treat you. The issue of nuclear radiation shielding, even if Lin Xian had conducted system simulations before, he hadn't proceeded this far yet. Among the knowledge given by the system before, there was also relevant raw information, but it also required Lin Xian to conduct another attempt at simulation and calculation research before he could do so. Although it was expected to take longer, Lin Xian was in no hurry now. After all, the general direction had already been determined, with a system that allowed for simulations, and it was getting closer and closer to the introduction of the nuclear power engine. As for Professor Bai, after having dinner with Lin Xian, the first thing he did was to go and find Principal Qin to let Lin Xian join the project team. After Principal Qin realized that Lin Xian had also helped Professor Bai's research make a breakthrough, he was first shocked, then he was also happy. As for Professor Bai, knowing from Principal Qin that Lin Xian had turned out to have been given special care by the military region, and that there was also research that had been encrypted, he was even more incomparably shocked. Chapter 49, Rice's Suspicion. The last semester of senior year was supposed to be very short. Coupled with the need to take care of the graduates to prepare ahead of time for where they will be going after graduation, the graduation ceremony is very early. The time passes in a flash. It was soon 2 days before the graduation ceremony of the National University of Science and Technology. Within this period of time, Lin Xian was almost always buried in the system simulation, over and over again. In addition to the simulation of the shielding materials for the nuclear power engine, Lin Xian also continued to push forward with the subsequent research in order to speed up the speed of the introduction of the future nuclear power engine. For example, the exchange of heat energy and kinetic energy of nuclear power engine, and the cooling problem of nuclear power engine, one by one, the difficult problems in nuclear power engine, all of them gradually came to a head amidst Lin Xian's continuous simulations. Of course, while simulating the nuclear power engine, Lin Xian didn't forget to continue simulating the heavy rocket and recycling technology. In terms of difficulty, the heavy rocket and recycling technology, which was smaller than the nuclear power engine, had gradually reached maturity in Lin Xian's simulations. In Lin Xian's plan, by the time the nuclear power engine research to the experimental stage by the time can contact the space agency side. The heavy recovery rocket program and the nuclear power engine program complement each other and are not in conflict. And just as Lin Xian was conducting constant simulations on this side of the system, the major Western space agencies, too, were in the midst of the process of searching for extraterrestrial civilizations, and had lost their way back again and again. Of course, the Chinese space agency and the military, who know everything, are also the same, saying that China has not searched for anything. In these 2 months, not only did the national space agencies fail to find any signs of extraterrestrial civilization, but the next round of high-energy beam attacks that was originally expected has not happened. This made the Western countries all extremely puzzled. In the midst of this loss and doubt, suspicion is gradually spreading. The first to become skeptical was the Rice Space Agency. Even the director of the MNSA, John, secretly approached the director of ESA to specifically discuss whether there could be other possibilities for the attack on the International Space Station. Director James, if we can no longer search for signals from extraterrestrial civilizations, what do you think is the likelihood that this matter has something to do with China? John said to the ESA director with a different meaning. After all, we all know that when the ISS was attacked at that time, it happened to pass through the eastern part of China. What? Huaxia? James was obviously startled by this shodai of John's. Director John, this can't be right. If Huaxia has such a powerful weapon, then surely Huaxia won't be so low profile. With such a horrible weapon, any of our countries, we don't have the ability to fight against Huaxia. Don't jump to inferences yet, John said. What if it's because the technology of Huaxia is still immature, and it was just a mistake of testing before? Anyway, no matter what, we have to take this possibility into account in our next secret investigation. Moreover, John was not only gradually becoming more and more skeptical of the Chinese side. Considering the existence of the possibility that China might be leading in high-energy laser weapons, Director John even pushed the progress of the joint development of laser weapons by the MI Space Agency and the military. Although the major space agencies are still cooperating on the surface to find the source of the extraterrestrial civilization that attacked the ISS, the atmosphere behind the scenes is gradually becoming more subtle. If the countries of the world knew that the International Space Station had been penetrated by a Chinese student, Lin Xian, then the entire world would inevitably set off an even bigger uproar at that time. Lin Xian didn't know about the international undercurrents. Even if he did, Lin Xian wasn't worried. After all, at that time, Commander Yang also personally said that the matter of piercing the International Space Station, the country would deal with it. At the moment, Lin Xian was at his residence, conducting simulations and calculations for the radiation shielding of the nuclear reactor. Although each simulation didn't consume many technology points, it couldn't resist so many simulations. Lin Xian was already consuming nearly 1,000 technology points on system simulations during this time. The consumption of these technology points didn't make Lin Xian feel any heartache. This consumption was a fresh need. And it will definitely pay for itself in one wave when the time comes. Promoting a scientific research project as big as the nuclear power engine, once successful, then at that time the system's science and technology point rewards, absolutely no less. Simulation in progress, radiation cleanliness measurement, the presence of 50 neutrons detected, this nuclear radiation shielding simulation failed. After the system announced that the simulation had failed again, Lin Xian was not discouraged, but immediately adjusted the data parameters and started a new simulation. And this new round of simulation caused Lin Xian's entire being to become ecstatic. Chang. After Lin Xian saw that the nuclear radiation shielding degree after accelerated simulation was 100% and the leakage number of neutrons was 0, Lin Xian couldn't help but clap his hands together and said joyfully, "The radiation shielding of the nuclear reactor, it's really come true." Lin Xian immediately recorded the key experimental data and rushed towards the Physics Institute. Or not. Inside the Physics Research Institute, Professor Bai and a group of researchers were also synchronizing their research with Lin Xian, and seeing that the experiment had failed once again and still failed to meet the standards, Professor Bai couldn't help but feel a little lost. It wasn't just Professor Bai, the group of researchers were also silent at the moment. Because this was already the result of thousands of times they had experimented, but it still didn't work. "Professor, we've had 38 consecutive times with a neutron number flux of 3003, which is a 95% shielding rate." A researcher said to Professor Bai. "Less than 100%, it won't work," Professor Bai said encouragingly despite his loss. "If we continue, we'll definitely be able to get the nuclear radiation shielding rate to 100%, no big deal." Lin Xian was outside the lab door when he heard Professor Bai's lost voice. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth lifted as he walked inside the lab as well. "Lin Xian is here?" Seeing Lin Xian arrive, Professor Bai's tightly furrowed brows finally stretched a little. "Professor, the results of the experiment don't work?" Lin Xian asked. "It's always worse. There was some progress in the beginning, but lately, I don't know what's going on. It's always been in the same place." At this time, Professor Bai snapped to see that Lin Xian seemed to be holding a piece of draft paper filled with formulas in his hands. Professor Bai's expression was instantly stunned. "Lin Xian, what are you?" Lin Xian smiled back and said to Professor Bai, "Professor Bai, this is the result of my research over this period of time. I've calculated a formula that shields 100% from nuclear radiation." Chapter 50. Immediately have the military region escort the information. What? Calculated a 100% shield from nuclear radiation? Seeing Lin Xian say this so absolutely, Professor Bai was surprised and couldn't believe it. "Lin Xian, are you serious?" "Really, after my calculations, the neutrons and high-energy particles won't leak after my shielding design," Lin Xian said with certainty. Seeing Lin Xian arrive, a group of researchers gradually gathered on Lin Xian's side, with curiosity in their eyes. "No way. Lin Xian is actually calculating a material solution that insulates 100% of nuclear radiation?" Professor Bai's eyes flashed with surprise after he glanced at the draft paper Lin Xian had handed over. It turned out that Lin Xian was using a completely different nuclear radiation shielding method than their side of the lab. After Professor Bai finished reading, he again handed the information in his hand to a group of researchers and said, "Come on, let's all take a look at Lin Xian's side of the program." After the group of researchers received the proposal from Professor Bai's hands, they all passed it from one to the other and carefully looked at it. After reading Lin Xian's proposal, the eyes of the group of researchers flashed with surprise. Although Lin Xian had only transcribed a few key data, the researchers were all able to tell that this nuclear radiation shielding program of Lin Xian's was following a completely different path from the experiments they had been conducting before. "Professor Bai, this." A leading researcher, somewhat skeptical, said to Professor Bai, "Professor Bai, this proposal of Lin Xian's is completely different from ours, to the point of completely overturning it and starting over from scratch." After saying that, this leading researcher then said to Lin Xian with an apologetic face, "Lin Xian, it's not that I'm targeting you, so don't misunderstand for now. What I want to say is that our current side, after thousands of experiments, is already increasing the shielding degree of nuclear radiation to 96%. We are the results of the experiments, more practical and more rigorous. So I hope you can understand me." Lin Xian's data was constantly simulated in the system simulation, which Lin Xian of course couldn't say directly. Therefore, when Lin Xian faced this researcher's skepticism, Lin Xian just nodded and laughed. "This data of mine is indeed just calculated and has not been verified by tests. It's very normal for scientific research to have doubts, and that's fine." Hearing Lin Xian say this lead researcher also nodded his head to thank Lin Xian for being able to understand each other in scientific research. "Professor Bai, look at this." The leading researcher was again asking Professor Bai, this proposal of Lin Xian's, if we were to make an attempt, our previous efforts would have to be completely overturned and come back again. And as you know, the theoretical data and the real experimental data are also two different concepts, which may have many brightening effects. Professor Bai did not reply, but asked the group of researchers, saying, "What about everyone? You can say your opinions." A group of researchers had paid a lot for this research before, and at this time, faced with the uncertainty of Lin Xian's data, everyone's heart was actually not very eager to overturn the previous research and start again from scratch. Professor Bai also saw the implication in everyone's expression, but Professor Bai still said to everyone, "Let's save the previous experimental data, and let's follow this program of Lin Xian's." Seeing that Professor Bai had said so, everyone had no choice but to do as they were told. It was just that everyone's hearts were still filled with worry. It wasn't that they didn't trust Lin Xian, but they were afraid that once Lin Xian's program failed to achieve the expected test results, they had taken a very big detour. However, Professor Bai's heart was full of trust in Lin Xian, although before the test, Lin Xian's data did not guarantee 100% success, but Professor Bai just had this confidence in Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, I trust your data." Seeing that the researchers were all busy, Professor Bai firmly said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also said to Professor Bai with confidence, "Professor Bai, thank you for your trust, I'm still very confident in my calculations." "Then come along and join in the experiment." Professor Bai was also infected by this confidence of Lin Xian and laughed openly. "Lin Xian, if the experiment succeeds this time according to your test data, then I'm afraid that this is going to shake the entire scientific research community of China." "Let's go," Lin Xian smiled back and said, "let's use the experimental data to speak." Lin Xian and Professor Bai, both of them, soon joined the busy ranks of the researchers. Everyone, despite being a little worried about whether or not Lin Xian's proposal would be a success, nevertheless, they were still very organized when doing their research. Because the data was given by Lin Xian was also walking back and forth inside the lab, guiding the researchers in their experiments. And Professor Bai happily assisted Lin Xian by acting as his deputy. In this way, a day and a night passed. No one left the lab except for taking turns to rest and eat. Everyone was busy in their positions as if they were pumped up. Just like that, everyone worked in unison. The time came to 10 o'clock the next night. That was the night before Lin Xian's graduation ceremony began. Professor Bai. It worked, Lin Xian's data, it worked. Right at this moment, a researcher with excitement written all over his face, holding a thick stack of test data, jogged all the way to Professor Bai. "Chang. Into it?" Professor Bai froze, and then somewhat disbelievingly received the thick book of data in the researcher's hands. As Professor Bai flipped through this book of information, the look on Professor Bai's face became more and more elated, and when he saw it at the end, Professor Bai said excitedly, "It really worked. Lin Xian's data doesn't have any problems." As soon as Professor Bai's words fell, the entire lab's researchers, all of a sudden, just let out an exclamation of surprise. "Success! Professor Lin's data has succeeded. It really reached 100% radiation isolation. Not a single neutron or high-energy ray has leaked. Nuclear radiation shielding, successful." Although it only solved the nuclear radiation shielding problem, this was actually a big step forward towards the introduction of nuclear power engines. The next step is to validate it on the finished product through a lot of subsequent tests. "Lin Xian, we've succeeded. The launch of the nuclear power engine is getting closer and closer," Professor Bai said excitedly to Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw that the lab data was not even remotely close to what he and the system had simulated, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart as well, and said to Professor Bai, "Professor Bai, in the past 2 days, it's been hard on you and everyone else. The one who really worked hard is you." Professor Bai gratefully said to Lin Xian, "This test data is really too precious. This is the biggest breakthrough we've made in the last 10 years. I'll call the military district and have it escort the data to the National Academy of Sciences right away." Chapter 51, The National Academy of Sciences, 2, will surely come to rob people. Jinbei Military Region. 3 o'clock in the morning. Wang Jijun, the commander-in-chief of the Jinbei Military Region, who was sleeping, was awakened from his sleep by an urgent phone call. This number of Commander Sang's was the highest priority number of the military region, and ordinary people would not know this number. Jinbei Military Region, Wang Jijun. Commander Zhang picked up the phone, glanced at the time, and said, "Commander Wang, hello, by E from the physics department of our University of Science and Technology." Professor Bai's voice came from inside the phone. "Professor Bai?" Wang Jijun was a bit surprised and queried, "Professor Bai, what's the matter with calling so late?" "Commander Wang, right now I have a very important piece of information here that needs to be escorted to the Supreme Academy of Sciences immediately." Professor Bai said immediately. "There is a piece of information that needs to be escorted to the Supreme Academy of Sciences?" Wang Jijun was instantly stunned. Wang Jijun knew that Professor Bai was a professor at the Nuclear Engineering Center of the National Supreme Academy of Sciences, in which Professor Bai spearheaded the research on nuclear engines, which was listed as a national key project by the state, by the military region. Professor by calling over at this point can only mean that this information that the understanding professor has asked himself to escort must be very important. Thinking of this, Wang Jijun also said seriously, Professor Bai, don't worry, I'll personally arrange for personnel and escort work right away. Good, then I'll trouble Commander Wang. Professor Bai thanked. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jijun immediately was arranging for his guards to gather the only special operations team in the Jinbei military region, the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team. Ding ding ding. After a day of training, the members of the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team who had entered into Dreamland were all woken up by an unusually sharp bell. After hearing the bell, the Special Operations Team members were also immediately in front of the dormitory door at the first time, assembling and standing by. Captain, what's going on here? A Special Operations member asked in confusion. Don't ask so many questions, it's an order from the commander himself, in a moment the commander is going to come over personally. Su Wei, the captain of the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team, said seriously. What? The commander himself? The crowd of Special Forces soldiers were all at once dumbfounded. What in the world had happened to make the commander come over personally even at this hour? Could it be a war? Just as the crowd was talking, the Snow Leopard Special Forces were seeing Commander Wang walking over. Commander Wang, all members of the Snow Leopard Special Forces, report to you. Su Wei saluted towards Commander Wang. Well, Commander Wang nodded and said solemnly, Snow Leopard Special Warfare Team, we now need you to go to the National University of Science and Technology to pick up a piece of information and escort it to the National Academy of Sciences. Escort a piece of information? The Snow Leopard's special warriors were stunned after hearing about this mission. What information was so important? What else would require their Special Forces team to personally escort it in the middle of the night? Although there was some doubt in his heart, orders were orders, and there was no room for any questioning. Captain Su Wei immediately said, Don't worry, Commander, the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team guarantees to complete the mission. Good, Snow Leopard Special Operations Team. Depart immediately. Commander Wang ordered majestically. Soon, the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team's group of 8 people began to form a line, jogging onto the military SUV and speeding towards the military region's airport. Although it was the middle of the night. But because of Commander Wang's order, the entire airport was a brightly lit and busy scene. The ground crew, staff, and commanders of the airport had already mobilized 4 fighter jets and 1 helicopter gunship, waiting for the members of the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team. At this time, the 2 military off-road vehicles, also a sharp brake, stopped in front of the helicopter. Seeing that the airplane was ready, the pilot was also on standby, and there were also 4 fighters on standby next to it, ready to take off at any time. The members of the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team even realized that this mission of escorting information was extraordinary. Su Wei didn't dare to have any hesitation, and immediately led a group of Special Operations Team members to board the helicopter. Who? As soon as the 8 special combatants boarded the airplane, the helicopter pilot immediately began to start the helicopter, and the helicopter's paddles began to whir. As the helicopter flew high into the sky. Rumble. The 4 fighters on the ground also started up at the same time, roaring high into the sky. After the 4 fighters took to the sky, they also stayed in the vicinity of the helicopters, performing maneuvering arrays of circling, guarding the safety of the helicopters. 1 helicopter, 4 fighters, and just like that, they flew quickly all the way to the west. Destination, National University of Science and Technology. NUST Institute of Physics, a group of researchers are already back to rest. Only Lin Xian and Professor Bai were left. After Professor Bai checked the integrity of the information with Lin Xian and turned off the equipment in the lab. Professor Bai said to Lin Xian with concern, Lin Xian, it's been hard on you, you should also go back and rest first, I'll just submit the information. Lin Xian wasn't sleepy at the moment and said, Professor Bai, I'm not sleepy either, I'll stay here with you for a while. Saying that, Professor Bai said to Lin Xian as if he remembered something, Lin Xian, is today the graduation ceremony? Graduation ceremony? Lin Xian froze, then said, it's really true, I've been busy doing experiments for the past few days in the gray sky, Professor Bai, if you don't say it I've forgotten. Lin Xian, after you graduate, have you thought about where you want to go? Professor Bai asked Lin Xian with a different meaning. After all, Professor Bai had also heard from the principal that all the major military regions could be trying to dig Lin Xian over. Now once this information was submitted to the National Academy of Sciences, it would definitely cause a huge stir. With Professor Bai's understanding of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, after knowing that NUST still had such a genius as Lin Xian, the Supreme Academy of Sciences would also surely be the first to join in on this rush. Where to? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, Professor Bai, I haven't really thought about this. Right at this moment. Rumble. Outside in the air, there was suddenly a loud roar of warplanes and helicopters. Professor Bai's face was delighted as he looked at the dark sky and said, people from the military region, they're coming. Chapter 52, what big thing is happening here? The sound of the fighter jets and helicopters, which was already loud, was amplified by the silence of the night, making it even more deafening. Countless students of the National University of Science and Technology, as well as the teachers in the staff dormitories, were woken up from their sleep by this roar. The lights of the dormitories of the National University of Science and Technology were lit up one after another, and many students came to the balcony in a daze to look outside. Lin Xian's classmates, too, were all standing on the dormitory balcony a few people at a time, looking out at the dark sky. What's going on here? What's so loud? Look! It's the helicopters coming. With fighters behind them? What? The fighters are coming? Something big is happening. Could it even have something to do with our graduation ceremony? No way, when have you ever seen a graduation ceremony with a fighter? And it's not even graduation time yet. A few of Lin Xian's classmates were discussing it. Suddenly a few people saw that the helicopter, escorted by fighter jets, seemed to be heading in one direction. A few people were a bit surprised and couldn't help but talk again. The helicopter seems to be landing. That direction, isn't it the Physics Institute? What exactly is the situation? Could it be that the Physics Institute, something big has happened? At this time, suddenly a student said as if he remembered something. A while ago, I also seem to have seen Lin Xian go to the Institute of Physics. Could it have something to do with Lin Xian? This student's words quickly drew the questioning of several students next to him. You can't just enter the Institute of Physics, right? The whole NUST knows this. What's Lin Xian doing at the Physics Institute? You're probably mistaken. Then I seem to have misread it. This student also scratched his head and said. After some discussion, Lin Xian's classmates, at this moment, were all looking at the direction the helicopter had flown off in, just like the countless students of the National University of Science and Technology. Everyone's hearts were filled with doubt. What was the big deal that had happened to get the helicopters and fighters together to escort them? Or maybe something really big is about to happen? Lin Xian's classmates, the two of them, Li Sisi and Zhao Xiaoqiao, also looked at the sky, full of skepticism. The two of them had also seen the scene of the warplanes escorting them in the Wanning neighborhood that day. The two of them couldn't help but secretly suspect in their hearts that these two events, one in Smoky East City and the other in the National University of Science and Technology, couldn't be connected in any way, right? In the meantime, North China Military Region. After working overtime to deal with some of the military region's documents, Chief of Staff Su passed by Commander Yang's office and realized that the lights in Commander Yang's office were still on. Commander Yang, still not sleeping, Chief of Staff Su knocked on the door and after receiving Commander Yang's answer, pushed the door in and asked with concern. A little bit unable to sleep. Commander Yang smiled and said. What's wrong? Staff Sergeant Su smiled as well and asked, Commander Yang, you shouldn't be thinking about Lin Xian, right? Old Su, you can, Commander Yang said, you can even guess this. Commander Yang, the thing you've been most preoccupied with lately is Lin Xian's matter. I can't tell this. Well, Commander Yang nodded and said, after the International Space Station was pierced by Lin Xian, things have developed to the point where it seems that there are a few countries that are a little nervous about China. Commander, this also has nothing to do with the International Space Station. There are a few countries that aren't like that from start to finish, this is just their nature. Chief of Staff Su said. Anyway, no matter what, Lin Xian's safety, we will definitely guarantee it. Chief of Staff Su sighed again, Commander, time can be really fast, in a flash, it's time for Lin Xian to graduate. Yes, Commander Yang said with a bit more anticipation in his expression, today is Lin Xian's graduation ceremony. We'll have to go to the National University of Science and Technology to formally invite Lin Xian one more time. Hearing Commander Yang's words, Staff Officer Su couldn't help but be a little expectant as well. I don't know what Lin Xian has been doing these past 2 months. I heard Principal Qin say earlier that Lin Xian seemed to be helping a professor with some kind of research. Helping a professor with research? Commander Yang couldn't help but smile and said approvingly, this Lin Xian, he really is full of energy. No matter where he goes, he has to get something special out of it. What Commander Yang didn't know was that the information that was being escorted by the Jinbei military region right now, as well as the research and development of the finished model of the nuclear power engine that Lin Xian was going to carry out next, was soon going to shake the entire Chinese scientific research community, the Chinese military, and even the entire world. Alright, Old Su, I'm going to take a rest. Commander Yang glanced at the time and said, you go take a rest too. When it's time during the day, we'll go invite Lin Xian together. Chapter 53, this research material, it's awesome. Rumble. With a loud bang, the helicopter that the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team was traveling in landed steadily in front of the Physics Research Institute. The two of them, Lin Xian and Professor Bai, were also already waiting at the entrance of the Physics Institute with their materials. Su Wei, the captain of the Snow Leopard Special Warfare Team, with a group of special warriors, after getting down from the helicopter, his pace was vigorous and he walked quickly towards Professor Bai's side. Lin Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw the military temperament that came down from the helicopter, which was very special at first glance. After seeing the special markings on Su Wei's and their side shoulders, Lin Xian instantly reacted. It was the Special Forces. With a Special Forces escort, then the safety of this information is absolutely guaranteed. After Sue walked in front of Professor Bai, the special forces behind him all consciously stood in a row. At this time, Sue gave a military salute towards Professor Bai and politely said, "Captain of the Snow Leopard Special Operations Team, Sue." I.e., Professor Bai also nodded, then again pointed at Lin Xian, and without even thinking, he directly introduced, "This is Professor Lin." If anything, when Professor Bai first met Lin Xian earlier, he was still joking a bit when he introduced Lin Xian as Professor Lin. Now Professor Bai was completely serious. Lin Xian had made such a big scientific breakthrough, he was completely qualified for the title of professor, and with Lin Xian's contribution, not to mention professor, a higher level of honor, after the country knew about it, would definitely be awarded to Lin Xian. Lin. Sue's words had just left his mouth when he saw Lin Xian standing next to him with a young face and froze. So young to be a professor? What's going on here? Sue froze for several seconds before finally greeting Lin Xian and saying, "Hello, Professor Lin." Lin Xian smiled back, "Hello, Captain Su." "Captain Sue, this is the information you are required to escort this time." Professor Bai handed the information in his hand to Sue and urged, "The value of this information is very high, so please make sure to send this information to the Institute of Nuclear Engineering of the Supreme Academy of Sciences at the first opportunity." Sue also solemnly received the information from Professor Bai's hands and resolutely said, "Don't worry, Professor Bai. Our Snow Leopard Special Operations Team will definitely safely escort this information to the Supreme Academy of Sciences. The importance of this mission has been personally communicated by Commander Wang as well." After the research data was submitted, Sue and his group, immediately, were back on top of the helicopter. Boom! The helicopter took off again, only this time the destination became the Supreme Scientific Research Nuclear Plant Institute. Watching the helicopter go away, Professor Bai also let out a long sigh of relief, and in his expression, there was also excitement and anticipation. With the personal escort of the Snow Leopard Special Warfare Team members, this research material must be able to safely arrive at the Supreme Academy of Sciences. Professor Bai even couldn't help but begin to imagine that after this information arrived at the Supreme Academy of Sciences, the experts who worked with him back then, as well as the leadership of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, in the end, what would be the reaction? After this information reaches the Supreme Academy of Sciences, it will definitely set off an uproar. "Professor Bai, let's go back and rest as well." Seeing that the information had been safely sent away, Lin Xian also instantly felt a wave of fatigue and sleepiness coming over him and said to Professor Bai, "Let's go." Professor Bai glanced at the time and said, "Lin Xian, you still have to participate in the graduation ceremony tomorrow, so seize this last moment and rest well." After saying goodbye to Professor Bai, Lin Xian also returned to his residence. As soon as he touched the bed, Lin Xian immediately fell asleep. After all, these days, Lin Xian had been soaking inside the lab and really hadn't gotten much rest. This time, it was finally possible to have a peaceful sleep. 1 hour later. The east was already vaguely fish-belly white. A small building somewhere in the capital of China. This small building was very special, and on the outskirts of this small building was a camp where the army was stationed. Armored vehicles, tanks, radar vehicles, anti-missile vehicles protected the entire small building safely in the middle. Outside the building, there was also a sign that read, "Nuclear Engineering Research Institute of the Supreme Academy of Sciences." Because nuclear engineering research has always been the top priority in the country's scientific research, the Institute of Nuclear Engineering, all year round, has a military presence. After all, the research here is not only classified, but also full of danger. Inside the hall of this small building, there was a group of people standing here as if they were waiting for something. Among them, at the front, was the director of the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute, Professor Yan. Behind Professor Yan was the entire research staff of the Institute of Nuclear Engineering. "Professor Yan, what are we waiting for here?" A researcher asked Professor Yan curiously and said, "I don't know exactly what it is." Professor Yan also shook his head and said, "Anyway, Professor Bai, who was at the National University of Science and Technology, notified me within the phone call to have our entire institute come out to receive a very important piece of information." Receive a very important piece of information? The researcher's face was instantly filled with question marks. What kind of information was it that was so important that it required the entire institute to come out to greet it? This was the first time such a thing had happened in the entire Nuclear Engineering Research Institute. Just then, suddenly a roar rang out in the distance. After hearing the roar coming from outside, Professor Yan was pleasantly surprised. "It's here. Let's go out and take a look." The group of researchers were also all at once curious and puzzled as they followed Professor Yan outside. Rumble. As the roar in the sky got closer and closer, the crowd of researchers looked at the sky, their eyes wide with shock. Holy! Surprisingly, a fighter jet escort? Boy, what kind of information is this? This is too awesome. Professor Yan was also instantly confused when he saw the helicopter slowly falling under the escort of fighter jets. At the same time, Professor Yan's heart was filled with countless doubts. On Professor Bai's side, what research breakthrough had he made that would allow the military region's fighter jets to escort the information? Just then, the helicopter landed steadily. Su Wei, also aircraft with the information, walked all the way to Professor Yen and gave a salute. Professor Yen, this is the information that Professor Bai asked us to escort. Thank you very much. Professor Yen received the paper bag filled with a thick pile of information with both hands. After saying that, Professor Bai also made his way inside the institute. The researchers at the back, too, were all following behind with a million curiosities. They were all wanting to know what kind of important information could make all the fighter jets from the military region come to personally escort them. Su Wei and the special forces, in the back, also breathed a sigh of relief. The information was submitted, the mission was complete, and they could return to the ship. After entering the research institute, Professor Yen chanted, old Bai, I'd like to see what kind of surprise you brought here," while opening this thick file bag. After opening the bag, Professor Yen pulled out information that was 3 to 4 centimeters thick. The eyes of the crowd of researchers were suddenly wide. Just by looking at this thick pile of information, the research breakthrough on Professor Bai's side was extraordinary. After pulling out the information, Professor Yen immediately looked at it, only to see that the first page of this thick pile of information reads, "The Americium-241 stabilized critical reaction equation for nuclear power engines and radiation shielding solutions for nuclear engines." Upon seeing this title, Professor Yen couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cool air. I knew it. It's a nuclear reaction and shielding program for nuclear power engines. Professor Yen let out an exclamation. Professor Bai was the leader of the nuclear engine project inside the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute at that time, which Professor Yen naturally knew, because Professor Yen was also involved in this project back then. Later, after Professor Yen became the director and had no time to take care of this project, Professor Yen would also communicate with Professor Bai from time to time about the nuclear power engine. Because the nuclear power engine is a very important scientific research project in China that needs to be solved. Whether it is for the Chinese military or Chinese aerospace, are very important. As far as Professor Yen knew, this project was not only being done by their Supreme Academy of Sciences, but the National Space Administration also had a relevant secret agency working on it. It was just that what Professor Yen did not expect was that Professor Bai was the first to make a breakthrough. A kind of researchers, after hearing this exclamation from Professor Yen, all froze. Nuclear power engine nuclear reaction and shielding program? No wonder fighter jets are coming in for escort. Now, it was more than 2 months since He Sheng of the Rice Space Agency had announced a breakthrough in the theory of nuclear power engines. In these 2 months, the researchers of the nuclear power engine related projects are worried about being the first to cause the nuclear power engine to come from the Rice side. Unexpectedly, Professor Bai's side had made a research breakthrough. The looks on the faces of all the researchers were excited and expectant as they looked at Professor Yen, waiting for Professor Yen to personally speak after reading the information. As this thick pile of research data turned over page by page in Professor Yan's hands, the look on Professor Yan's face, too, grew more and more excited. When Professor Yen finished reading the information, Professor Yen could no longer control his excitement, and swept a glance at the researchers present and said, "It's true, Professor Bai really made a breakthrough in the nuclear power engine. All the experimental data in here are completely without any problems. Come on, let's all take a look together." Upon hearing Professor Yan's affirmative words, coupled with everyone circulating this research data of leapfrog significance, the entire research institute instantly erupted in a burst of cheers. All the researchers, all of them were boiling. This research material, it's really too powerful. We, China, are one step closer to the introduction of nuclear-powered engines. This information uses brand new ideas. This is simply a world leader. Professor Yen, I also want to join this research program. Provide my share of strength for the introduction of nuclear power engines. Professor Yen also understands what kind of significance this information has. This information, as if to let Professor Yen see, complete nuclear power engine launch, is not far away. Thinking of this, Professor Yen passed through the excited crowd. Now Professor Yen wanted to give Professor Bai a call to personally express his gratitude and congratulations to Professor Bai. Because this information is definitely going to rock the entire scientific research community. Chapter 54, All Come to Rob People. Professor Bai returned to the staff building and hadn't slept for long when he was called up by a rush of phone calls. As soon as Professor Bai heard the call coming at this hour, he didn't even need to think about it to know who was calling and directly picked up the phone. "Elder Yen, it's you, isn't it?" Professor Bai said as he picked up the phone. "Professor Bai, how did you know it was me?" On the other end of the phone, Professor Yen was surprised. "Other than you, who else could it be?" Professor Bai said with a smile, "Professor Yen, since you called, it means that you finished reading the information that I asked the military region side to escort over, right?" "Read it." As soon as he thought of that information, Professor Yen said excitedly, "Professor Bai, that information you sent over really completely subverted our previous research on nuclear power engines. And the experimental data, it's really too perfect. Professor Bai also said happily, "That's not true. With this information, we are really a big step closer to the introduction of our Chinese nuclear power engine." Professor Bai, congratulations. Inside the phone, Professor Yin heartily congratulated, "When the nuclear power engine comes out, you'll really be a great contributor to our China." Hearing this, Professor Bai was happy, but also a bit helpless as he joked, "Professor Yin, I wish that I had researched the research data for the nuclear power engine. But this research data, it really didn't come from my hands." What? This scientific data is not from Professor Bai? Professor Yen on the other end of the phone was instantly dismayed. If it didn't come from Professor Bai, where else could it have come from? Didn't Professor Bai arrange for the military region to send over this information? "Professor Bai, don't joke with me," Professor Yen said in a confused voice. "If this information didn't come from you, where else could it have come from?" Professor Bai didn't even think about it, and said proudly, "Elder Yen, I don't have the slightest intention to joke with you. This research data is actually all due to Professor Lin." Professor Lin? Lin? Professor Yen began to quickly recall inside his mind, which Professor Lin, in the scientific research community of China, was a big shot in the nuclear engineering community. However, after recalling a large circle, Professor Yin found that his mind was still blank, and he simply could not recall any related research area, called Professor Lin's big brother. "Professor Bai," Professor Yin said with some embarrassment, "how come I don't remember there is a Professor Lin in the field of nuclear engineering in China? This Professor Lin, where exactly is he serving?" "Right here at the National University of Science and Technology." Professor Bai smiled and said, "You could say that without Professor Lin, we wouldn't have these perfect experimental data. Then I really must thank this Professor Lin on behalf of our National Academy of Sciences. This Professor Lin is really a great contributor to our Huaxia." Professor Yin said, and then there are a few complaints to Professor Bai said, "Hey, I say that old Bai, you are really, just know that they buried their heads in research. There is Professor Lin such a top talent, but also do not introduce me earlier to get to know." "Professor Yin, it's not too late to get to know Professor Lin," Professor Bai said with a different meaning. "Good, it's indeed not too late." Professor Yen also made a decision at this time, and said to Professor Bai, "Professor Bai, then I now formally invite you and Professor Lin to join the research and development program of our Supreme Academy of Sciences nuclear power engine. Although the experimental data provided by you and Professor Lin is perfect. But in order to carry out the subsequent research and development work, our Supreme Academy of Science needs you and Professor Lin in order to do it." After Professor Bai heard Professor Yan's invitation, he also said happily, "Professor Yan, I'm happy to join in the subsequent research process of the nuclear power engine and witness the introduction of the nuclear power engine." As for Professor Lin's side, before Professor Bai could finish his words, he was interrupted by Professor Yan. "Old Bai, this Professor Lin, you don't need to notify him first. I, Yenigom, will personally go to the National University of Science and Technology at that time to invite to ask him to come and join in our project. It's just as well for me to get to know this unseen Professor Lin properly." Ha ha. A personal invitation? As soon as he heard these words from Professor Yen, Professor Bai was also directly happy. "Alright, Professor Yen, then I'll leave this news to Professor Lin for now. You'll personally come and invite him at that time. You, the director of the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute, have a bigger brand than me, Bai," Professor Bai said with a smile. "What, this Professor Lin can't even invite you, Professor Bai?" Professor Yen only thought that Professor Bai was joking here, and also smiled and said, "Well, in that case, Professor Bai, I'll be there in 3 hours. Come over after 3 hours? Professor Bai glanced at the time and said, "Professor Yen, you're in too much of a hurry. Aren't I in a hurry to come and invite you and Professor Lin?" Professor Yen smiled. "Alright, Elder Yen, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to rest, bye." After saying goodbye to each other, Professor Bai also hung up the phone. Professor Yen would be here in 3 hours, and Professor Bai still wanted to take advantage of this time to have another good night's sleep. North China Military Region. It's already dawn. On the tarmac of the military area, the ground crew, the guards, and the helicopter pilots were already ready for takeoff in advance according to Commander Yang's request, and were waiting for orders at the same place. At this very moment, 2 very majestic soldiers also walked towards the tarmac one after the other. It's really Commander Yang Hai, and Chief of Staff Su. "Commander, Chief of Staff." The ground crew, the guards saluted Commander Yang Hai. Seeing this, the pilot also hurriedly started to start the helicopter. Hard work everyone for making preparations in advance. After nodding at the crowd, Commander Yang looked at the helicopters that had already begun to start up and said to Chief of Staff Su with a smile, "Old Su, today is Lin Xian's graduation ceremony, the day Lin Xian graduates. I just don't believe there's anyone else who will go and invite Lin Xian even earlier than us, the North China Military Region. How could they have thought that we'd come so early?" Chief of Staff Su nodded expectantly as well, laughed, and said to Commander Yang, "Let's go. Commander Yang, let's just kill the other military regions and research institutes by surprise. They definitely don't know that we're going to invite Lin Xian today. Go!" With that, Commander Yang took the lead and stepped onto the military helicopter. Boom! After Commander Yang and Chief of Staff Su, as well as the guards boarded the two helicopters respectively, the two helicopters, one in front of the other, drove off in the northwest direction. The soldiers on the ground watched Commander Yang and Chief of Staff Su go away. On the helicopter, the two of them, Commander Yang and Chief of Staff Su, were still happy, thinking that they must be the first to come to the National University of Science and Technology to invite Lin Xian. But what the two of them didn't know was that just as they were on their way to NUST, preparing to go to the graduation ceremony to invite Lin Xian, Professor Yen from the Institute of Nuclear Engineering of the Supreme Academy of Sciences was also already on his way to NUST to personally go and invite what he considered to be a nuclear engineering expert, Professor Lin. And Lin Xian, as the person in question, was oblivious to all of this at the moment. Lin Xian was sleeping soundly in the exclusive dormitory arranged by the National Science University. After all, Lin Xian had previously conducted a large number of simulations in the system, and had engaged in 2 consecutive days of experimentation, and now Lin Xian really needed to sleep comfortably to recover his energy. Chapter 55, The Military, Supreme Academy of Sciences, 2 Clueless Parties. 8:30 a.m. The playground of the National University of Science and Technology was already a gathering of students from the graduating classes of all the different faculties. Among them were naturally Lin Xian's Chanson class. During these 2 months, everyone was busy participating in various school recruitment and interviews in addition to perfecting their respective graduation designs. After the school recruitment and interviews, no matter whether it is their favorite choice or not, everyone basically has a place to go after graduation. Gathered in the playground, everyone was talking about their respective destinations after graduation. I'm going to the army after graduation. Northwest Military Base. A small trainee researcher at the South China Institute of Biological Research. After some discussion, everyone saw that Wang Luan didn't say anything. They all came up and asked Wang Luan curiously, "Class president, what about you?" After all, Wang Luan's graduation design, a vector carrier rocket model, is a plus for graduation. Plus Wang Luan seems to have been busy with internships lately, and everyone hasn't seen much of Wang Luan, so they can't help but be curious about where Wang Luan is going. Wang Luan seemed to be waiting for everyone to ask him. At the moment, although he was a bit complacent inside, he still said in a light-hearted manner on the surface, Aerospace First Academy. The First Academy of Aerospace, in the capital, was also called the Huaxia Launch Vehicle Technology Research Institute, and was one of the research institutes of the National Space Administration. As the name suggests, the First Space Academy specializes in launch vehicles. Because the launch vehicle manufacturing difficulty can be said to be the foundation and core of the entire space, but also closely related to China's military research, such as some of China's intercontinental ballistic missiles, directly as the first institute of space solid-engine rocket modification. So even if it is a student of the National University of Science and Technology, if you want to enter the First Aerospace Academy, you have to go through layers and layers of selection before you can hope to enter the First Aerospace Academy. When Wang Luan said this, the students were a bit envious. Aerospace First Academy, class president, in that case, you can participate in the research and development and manufacturing process of our Chinese launch vehicle? A classmate asked. Research and development is not quite there yet, Wang Luan said with a bit of pride. Right now, after all, I'm still just an intern at the First Academy of Aerospace. I'm just helping to assemble and calibrate the parts of the Chang'e 5 rocket. Oh, and in a little bit of time, aren't we going to be launching Chang'e 6 in our Huaxia? This Chang'e 5 rocket I'm involved in assembling, without any surprises, is going to carry Chang'e 6 to the moon. Wang Luan, this sentence is completely bragging. Wang Luan, as a trainee in the Aviation First Academy, is not qualified to participate in the manufacturing of the Long March 5, can only be far away from watching, playing miscellaneous only. But this still can't stop the students from being envious. Envy, envy, envy. Big squad leader, you even got your share of the Long March 5? It's really awesome. I also want to contribute my share to China's launch vehicle, but unfortunately I don't have the skill of a squad leader. In the midst of some envious words, one of the students again asked Zhao Xiaoqiao next to him curiously, League Secretary, what about you? The 5th Aerospace Academy. Zhao Xiaoqiao smiled faintly and said, the 5th Aerospace Academy is mainly engaged in the research and development of moon and fire exploration vehicles. The students didn't expect that Zhao Xiaoqiao would have entered the Academy of the Space Agency as well, and they all let out a gasp of surprise as well. No way, Zhao Xiaoqiao actually entered the Space Agency as well. Our first class is really something. Legionnaire, doesn't that mean that the development and manufacture of Chang'e 6 has your share? A student asked, didn't Wang Luan even join the research of Chang'e 5? No, Zhao Xiaoqiao glanced at Wang Luan with a different meaning and said with a smile, I just did my internship, so it's definitely not possible for me to get involved in the manufacturing of Chang'e 6 so soon. Discussing, the topic came back to the matter of the helicopter arriving at the school in the wee hours of the morning. By the way, did everyone see the fighter jets and helicopters coming to our school in the morning? Saw them, this formation, it's really too big. It feels like something big is about to happen. Huh, where's Lin Xian? At this time, a student suddenly realized that the graduation ceremony was about to start, but there was no sign of Lin Xian yet. Yeah, where's Lin Xian? The students all looked at each other and realized that Lin Xian wasn't even there. Lin Xian is afraid that he didn't oversleep. Dong Ming laughed and said, during this period of time, I haven't seen Mr. Lin Xian going to school recruiting and interviews, so I don't know where Mr. Lin Xian can go after graduation. Didn't the principal say the other day that he was going to give Lin Xian a guaranteed graduate program, said a classmate. Lin Xian doesn't even have to do his graduation design, but he can also get a diploma at the National University of Science and Technology. That's the biggest winner. In this society, just having a degree is useless, right? Wang Luan suddenly transformed into a chicken soup tutor and said, if you don't have any skills of your own, then no matter where you go, you won't get far, right? That's what I said, but who doesn't want to be a salted fish when they can? A student said somewhat sourly. Hey guys, look, it's Lin Xian coming. A student with sharp eyes pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone took a look, and it was really Lin Xian who had come. Only looking at Lin Xian's face, there seemed to be a few tired looks. Lin Xian, why does it look like you haven't woken up? What did you do last night? Wang Luan thought that Lin Xian had played games all night last night and patted Lin Xian, saying with a smile. I was busy last night. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say much. Lin Xian, hurry through. Zhao Qiao greeted Lin Xian. The graduation ceremony is about to start. Coming, Lin Xian also walked over quickly and found a place to sit down. There were still 10 minutes before the graduation ceremony started. Lin Xian, what have you been busy with lately? I don't usually see you in the classroom. I don't see you in the school recruitment. Do you have any plans after graduation? Lin Xian just sat down. Zhao Qiao couldn't help but ask. Lin Xian said truthfully, haven't thought about where to go yet. Lin Xian, your mindset is really good. Li Sisi also came up and said, I was under a lot of pressure before I didn't find a place to go after graduation. What about in the end, where to go after graduation? Lin Xian asked with a smile. China Weapons Industry Research Institute, Li Sisi said with a bright smile as she revealed two small tiger teeth. Oh yeah, your graduation design is automated weapon optimization. Li Sisi, congratulations. Lin Xian said from the bottom of his heart. It's okay, mainly because I'm also quite interested in weapons manufacturing. Li Sisi also smiled and pointed at Zhao Qiao, saying, Zhao's group secretary also went to the Aerospace 5 Academy. Oh? Aerospace 5 Academy? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Chang'e, that Aerospace 5 Academy from Heaven's Question? Yes, Zhao Qiao nodded as well, showing her teeth and said to Lin Xian, Chang'e 6, which is about to explore the moon, and Tianwen 1, which is about to explore the fire, are both from the Aerospace 5 Academy. Then I can't miss the launch of our Chang'e and Tianwen at that time. Lin Xian smiled back and said. Just as Lin Xian was still chatting with Zhao Qiao and Li Sisi, a loud piece of music rang out and the graduation ceremony began. The president of the National University of Science and Technology, President Qin, also walked onto the stage amidst everyone's warm applause. Raise an army for a day, use it for an hour. As a student of NUST, everyone should be able to better understand the significance of graduation for everyone. After graduation, it's even more important for everyone not to forget their identity as a student of NUST. Although we are distributed in different military regions and research institutes, we also hope that after graduation, we will contact each other more, cooperate as much as we can, and exchange more of what we have gained from each other. Qiao. Hearing the principal speak, Li Sisi also shook Zhao Qiao's hand and whispered, we'll have to communicate more in the future. Exchange more exchanges? Zhao Qiao snorted and said, Li Sisi, you're at the Weapons Research Institute, and I'm at the Aerospace Bureau's Aviation Academy. That's a bit of a span, isn't it? Why can't it be? Li Sisi bristled and said, who stipulated that we can't carry weapons on our Chang'e? Can't we just build a lunar armed base? A lunar armed base? Zhao Qiao smiled and said, Li Sisi, you're going too far. Lin Xian, what do you think? Zhao Qiao asked Lin Xian again. I don't think it's really possible to say in the future. Lin Xian smiled and said, isn't the meter country already preparing for a Thai Air Force? If they send me GIs to Earth's orbit and the moon in the future, then our Chang'e probe can totally carry weapons and bomb them back to Earth. Pooh. Zhao Qiao couldn't help but laugh again and said, Lin Xian, your brain hole is really big. I'm not just hoping that Chang'e 6 and Tianwen 1 will be launched successfully. Lin Xian also just laughed and didn't say anything else. Now Lin Xian already had in his hands the recyclable heavy rocket technology that had matured after countless simulations, as well as the Americium-241 nuclear power engine technology that had just made a breakthrough. With all of this, Lin Xian was already completely capable of realizing many things that ordinary people couldn't imagine. For example, launching several hundred tons of space station modules, launching high-energy weapons into space, arranging space attack defense networks, and also arriving at the moon at a much faster speed to establish a base. Something like the weapons-carrying lunar rover that Li Sisi had just imagined so freely was no big deal at all. Thinking about it, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but be lifted into a smile. Rumble. Rumble. Just at this time, the roar of a helicopter suddenly sounded above the heads of the students. The sound of this sound instantly attracted the attention of all the students, teachers, and Principal Qin. All of them raised their heads in unison, looking at the helicopter flying low over their heads with a look of surprise. Because right now, the National University of Science and Technology was having a graduation ceremony. What was so urgent that two military helicopters flew over the NUST playground at low altitude at the same time? What surprised the students the most was that these two helicopters, from two different directions, flew over NUST. Obviously, they didn't come together. What is the origin of the people on top of these two military helicopters? Commander Yang and Chief of Staff Su are on one of the helicopters. When Commander Yang saw another helicopter flying to NUST, his face changed and he said to Chief of Staff Su next to him, "Old Su, which military region's helicopter is this? Why are they coming to the graduation ceremony of NUST? Can't it be that they're also here to invite Lin Xian?" Chief of Staff Su scrutinized for half a day, and also said with some surprise, "Commander, it seems like it's not any military region, but someone from the Supreme Academy of Sciences." Supreme Science Academy? Chief of Staff Su froze for a moment, puzzled. What's so urgent about the Supreme Academy of Sciences that they have to come over during the graduation ceremony as well? "Commander, we're about to land," the pilot said. "There's an emergency tarmac up ahead." Good. Commander Yang didn't care about the helicopter on the Supreme Academy of Sciences side anymore and said with some excitement, "Land. Then we'll go find Lin Xian." At the same time, Professor Yan, who was on top of the other helicopter, saw that the helicopters from the North China military region were also coming at the same time, and was also dumbfounded. Professor Yan's heart was filled with endless confusion. He had come in such a hurry to invite Professor Lin. What were the people from the North China military region doing over at this juncture? Chapter 56, Who is Professor Lin? Under the gaze of the entire faculty and students on the playground of the National University of Science and Technology. After the two helicopters flew over the playground at a low altitude, they again immediately parted ways and landed in two separate locations within the NUST campus. One helicopter landed on the tarmac not far from the East Gate. The other landed on the tarmac in front of the Institute of Physics. Principal Chin, who was originally speaking on the stage, was also instantly confused when he saw the two helicopters arrive unannounced. After arranging for a few faculty members to check out what was going on, Principal Chin continued with his graduation speech. "Ahem, students don't look around for a while, let's continue with today's graduation ceremony," said Principal Chin as he cleared his throat. But the sudden appearance of two helicopters that landed inside the campus during the graduation ceremony made the students restless as well, so where could they listen to President Chin's speech? There were quite a few students who were whispering, "What's the origin of these two helicopters? Coming over like this directly in the middle of our graduation ceremony, they must be some big shots. Could it be that high-ranking leader who came to attend our graduation ceremony at NUST? No? It always feels like something big is going to happen." Lin Xian saw two helicopters suddenly arrive at the National University of Science and Technology, and one of them even landed in the direction of the Institute of Physics. Lin Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Li Sisi, who was sitting next to Lin Xian, also looked curiously openly and asked in a low voice, "First there were fighter jets and helicopters in the early hours of the morning, and now two helicopters are coming straight from the graduation ceremony. What's going on here?" Zhao Chaoqiao shook her head blankly and said with a complex expression, "I feel that the ones on top of these two helicopters are definitely extraordinary characters." After Commander Yang and Chief of Staff Su came down from the helicopter, three more people came down from the helicopter. These three people were none other than the director of the National Space Administration, Li Shan, Professor Fu of the Space Engineering Institute, and the bigwig of the Optical Research Program of the Space Engineering Institute, Professor Chin. Time back 15 minutes ago. Li Shan was originally working inside the office of the space agency when he suddenly saw a helicopter from the military region landing on the front tarmac. Li Shan instantly froze after seeing the people coming out of the helicopter, and then hurriedly went out to greet them. "Commander Yang, why are you here?" Chief Li Shan said with a surprised look on his face. "What's the matter, Director Li? Can't you come to our space agency to take a look if you have nothing to do?" Commander Yang smiled brightly and said to Director Li. "Commander Yang, I think you have nothing to do." Director Li Shan also smiled and said right to the point, "Commander Yang came all the way from the North China military region to the space agency in the capital, surely he wouldn't have nothing to do." "Director Li, don't you remember what day today is?" Commander Yang laughed. "What day is today?" Li Shan thought for a while, but he couldn't figure out what exactly Commander Yang's words meant, and said with some confusion, "Commander Yang, today is." Director Li Shan can really be willing to forget things. "Do you still remember what I said before we saw off Lin Xian in Smoky East City that day?" Commander Yang said. "Before sending off Lin Xian?" When Director Li Shan heard Commander Yang say this, it was as if he remembered something, and he slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Commander Yang, I remembered when you said that. Today is Lin Xian's graduation ceremony, right?" "That's right." Commander Yang nodded with a smile. "Commander Yang, you're in such a hurry?" Director Li Shan blinked and said, "This Lin Xian is still in the middle of a graduation ceremony and you people are here? Then I have to keep my appointment, don't I?" Commander Yang laughed and said, after all, I said I'd invite Lin Xian after graduation. Then Commander Yang, what are you here for this time? Director Li Shan wondered why Commander Yang had to make a detour to come to the space agency to invite Lin Xian. Director Li Shan, I came to find you to invite Lin Xian together. Commander Yang also said with a big smile, after all, the space-based project is a cooperative project between our North China military region and your space agency. Our North China military region and the space agency as a collection, together inviting Lin Xian to join in the research of high-energy weapons for the space-based project. This face, is it big enough? As a collection, inviting Lin Xian together? Director Li Shan didn't expect Commander Yang to come with such intentions. After freezing for 3 seconds, Li Shan couldn't help but clap his hands, unable to hide his inner joy, and said with a face of great joy, Commander Yang, you're really sending charcoal in the snow. I'm not going to lie, I had been thinking about how to dig Lin Xian over before. Since you've said so, then I have nothing more to say. Our Aerospace Bureau and your North China military region were originally in a cooperative relationship. I'm definitely 10,000 times more happy to go with you to invite Lin Xian now. After saying that, Li Shan was again excited and called up Professor Fu and Professor Qin, who were in the General Directorate. Seeing that the people were all together, Commander Yang also smiled and said, let's go together to invite Lin Xian to join in our collaborative research. Commander Yang and Li Shan had come with the mentality of inviting Lin Xian for fear of being snatched away by someone else. After all the few people got off the airplane, they were even more puzzled as to why the helicopter of the Supreme Academy of Sciences would also land directly at the National University of Science and Technology. Naturally, they didn't know that the people from the Supreme Academy of Sciences were rushing towards Lin Xian's research on nuclear power engines. At the moment, what several people were most afraid of was that the Supreme Academy of Sciences, too, was here to rob Lin Xian. By the looks of it, the Supreme Academy of Sciences here, it should be for something else. Li Shan looked at the direction where the Supreme Academy of Science helicopter was parked and exhaled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, the location where they're parked should be the tarmac on the side of the Physics Research Institute of the National University of Science and Technology. I also feel that they should have something else, Commander Yang, although a little worried, but also still self-consoling. After all, Lin Xian's research has been encrypted well. In addition to the military region, is your space agency, the Supreme Academy of Sciences side. No one can tell them right. Right, Director Li Shan also hurriedly said, Lin Xian's manufacturing of laser weapons is something that the Supreme Academy of Sciences side definitely won't know about. If the Supreme Academy of Sciences knew about it, the Research Institute on the side of the Supreme Academy of Sciences would have definitely come to the door a long time ago. Fine, then the Supreme Academy of Science can come if they like, it has nothing to do with us anyway. Commander Yang also laughed and said to Li Shan, Director Li, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Go directly to invite Lin Xian. In the meantime, Professor Yen, Professor Wang, and Professor Han on the side of the Supreme Academy of Sciences had just gotten off the helicopter. They saw a familiar figure welcoming them. Professor Yen. Professor Bai quickly took a few steps forward and held Professor Bai's hands, saying, I've been waiting for you for a while. Old Bai. Long time no see. Professor Yen was also a bit excited once he saw Professor Bai. Professor Bai, this is Professor Wang, an expert in the field of thermonuclear reactions, and this is an expert in high-power engines, Professor Han. Professor Wang, Professor Han, hello. Professor Bai, hello, I've heard a lot about you. After introducing each other and getting to know each other, Professor Yen glanced at the Physics Research Institute behind Professor Bai and asked curiously and impatiently, Old Bai, where is Professor Lin? Is he not here? Didn't you get Professor Lin over here? Seeing Professor Yen with this anxious look, Professor Bai's eyes glared and said to Professor Yen, Professor Yen, you're so forgetful. Wasn't it you who said you'd personally come over to invite Professor Lin? How dare I inform Professor Lin in advance? Right, that's right, Professor Yen smiled and said, Professor Bai, then where is this Professor Lin? I'll go and invite him personally. Professor Bai shook his head and said, Professor Yen, this I really don't know. Don't know? At this time, Professor Yen was even more curious as to what this one Professor Lin, who had researched such complex information, was really from, and why even Professor Bai didn't know where this Professor Lin was. Professor Bai, are you sure that there really is such a person as Professor Lin in the National University of Science and Technology? Professor Yen said. Then there's still a fake? Professor Bai smiled in a different way and said, Let's go, I'll take you to find Professor Lin. Seeing that Professor Yen and his party were still frozen, Professor Bai said anxiously, Go. What are you waiting for? Don't want to see the nuclear power engine come out earlier? Yes. Professor Yen said with anticipation written all over his face, I'm going to personally invite this Professor Lin to lead us in building the nuclear power engine. Walking on the road. Professor Yen suddenly thought of something and asked Professor Bai, by the way Professor Bai, you didn't tell anyone else about the nuclear power engine research breakthrough on your side and Professor Lin's side, did you? Professor Yen, why are you netting some confusing words today? Professor Bai would glare at Professor Yen again and said, "It's not like you don't know, as soon as my research came out, I immediately had the special forces of the Jinbei military region send it over. Who can know such a confidential matter?" Oh, said Professor Yen, even more puzzled. "Then what did the North China military region people come for? We just saw the helicopter from the North China military region land on the other tarmac of the National University of Science and Technology. Anyway, we didn't leak the information, so it's impossible for the North China military region to know." Professor Bai waved his hand and said, "If they want to come, let them come. It's probably the military region coming to recruit." Oh. Professor Yen also dispelled his inner doubts after hearing this, and his group all followed Professor Bai's lead as they walked forward. Walking along, Professor Yen suddenly felt something is not quite right. "I say, old white, you should not take us to the staff building? Why are you taking us in the direction of the playground? Isn't that where the senior graduates are having their graduation ceremony? Don't ask so many questions." Professor Bai laughed. "Professor Yen, I've known you for so many years, I could still screw you over. And just at this time." Suddenly, Professor Yen and his group, who were walking towards the playground, happened to bump into Commander Yang and Li Shan and his group, who were walking towards the playground. As soon as the two groups of people met, they all froze, and one by one, they all stopped in their tracks and froze in place. The eyes that the two gangs looked at each other were all of a sudden all a little bit not quite right. Chapter 57, Graduation Ceremony, Big Brother Gathering. After freezing for a full 3 seconds. Only then was Professor Yen the first to react, breaking the silence between them. Professor Yen took 2 steps forward and extended his hand and said smilingly, "What a coincidence. Isn't this Commander Yang of the North China Military Region and Director Li of the Aerospace Bureau?" Hearing Professor Yen say this, Commander Yang, Li Shan, and the rest of the party immediately reacted from their frozen state, glanced at each other, and all smiled while coming up to shake hands with Professor Yen and the others. Professor Yen and Professor Bai, as leading figures in the nuclear engineering field, Commander Yang and the others naturally recognized them. Commander Yang shook Professor Yan's hand and said with a smile, "Professor Yen, it's a pleasure to meet you. I thought that the helicopter looked so familiar just now. So you guys from the Supreme Academy of Sciences are here." Although on the surface, Commander Yang was all smiles, but having just seen Professor Yen and the others heading towards the side of the playground where the graduation ceremony was being held, Commander Yang was also a little nervous about whether Professor Yen from the Supreme Academy of Sciences was also rushing towards Lin Xian. So, after shaking hands, Commander Yang tentatively asked, "Professor Yen, I wonder if you guys came to the National University of Science and Technology at this time?" Oh. Professor Yen didn't hide anything and said painfully, "We, came to the National University of Science and Technology to look for a professor." Looking for a professor? It's not to find Lin Xian. That's good. Commander Yang and the others were greatly relieved. As soon as Professor Yan's words fell, Commander Yang, Li Shan, and their group, the look on their faces loosened up a lot with the naked eye, and there was even a look of delight on their faces. So that's how it is. Good. Really good. Commander Yang could not hide the happiness on his face and said. Beside him, Li Shan also couldn't help but clap his hands, worthy of being the Supreme Academy of Science. In order to find a professor, you, Professor Yen, who is the head of the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute, have personally come here. Professor Yen, as expected, you really do love talent. Loving talent is one aspect, the main thing is that this professor is so powerful that I, Yen, had to personally come to the door. Professor Yen also said with a big smile. Since Professor Yen has said so, then this professor must be very powerful. Then I must congratulate you in advance, Professor Yen. Li Shan also said with a smile. In Commander Yang and Li Shan's opinion, it was the professor that the Supreme Academy of Sciences had come to see anyway, not Lin Xian. Then they, the Supreme Academy of Sciences, could look for whatever they liked, and it had nothing to do with them anyway. Even if the Supreme Academy of Sciences found this professor, they wouldn't be jealous. After all, in their eyes, one Lin Xian was worth an unknown number of professors. At this time, Professor Yen saw Commander Yang and Li Shan being so jovial, he was also a little wary and curious as he asked, "What about Commander Yang and Director Li? What is this military and space agency of yours coming to NUST together for?" Li Shan said mysteriously, "Professor Yen, we, the space agency and the military, are also here to find someone." Also here to find someone? When Professor Yen heard this, his heart was immediately nervous, but on the surface, he still didn't move and said, "That would really be too coincidental. I wonder which professor is the one that Director Li and Commander Yang came to look for." "Which professor?" Commander Yang let out a big laugh and said, "Professor Yen, then you've really misunderstood a lot. It's true that we came to the National Science University to look for someone. But what we are looking for is not any professor, but a student." A student? Professor Yen was a bit surprised by Commander Yang's answer. After all, it was a very unusual thing for a student of the National University of Science and Technology to make both the military and the space agency come together to look for him. If this were usual, Professor Yen might be curious about what kind of student it was that made the military and the space agency take it so seriously. But right now, Professor Yen was in a hurry to go back to Professor Lin to develop the nuclear power engine, and wasn't curious about Commander Yang's side of things. So, Professor Yen smiled back and said, "It's not a coincidence, is it?" "Yeah. What a coincidence." Commander Yang also couldn't help but sigh. "I have to say, our National University of Science and Technology in China is really a piece of feng shui treasure, with so many talents gathered here. It's really fate that our team of searchers can still meet." No, it's still Commander Yang and Director Li who cherish talents." Professor Yen also laughed. "No, it's still the Supreme Academy of Sciences that cherishes talent." Li Shan also said. The two groups of people, after confirming that one of the ones they were looking for was a student and one was a professor, not only did they not have any suspicion of each other, but they also blew each other off commercially. They didn't realize that the professor, the student in their mouths, was actually one person, all Lin Xian. And Professor Bai, who knew that Lin Xian was still a student, after hearing Commander Yang and Director Li say that they were coming to look for a student, at first there were some mutterings in his heart. But in the end, when Professor Bai thought of the fact that Lin Xian had made a breakthrough in nuclear power engine research, the North China military region and the space agency definitely didn't know about it, so his heart felt a lot more at ease, and he didn't think much about it. Surely it wouldn't be such a coincidence. After all, the National University of Science and Technology was full of talent, and they must have been looking for other students. At this time, Professor Bai looked at Professor Yen and Commander Yang, who were still commercially blowing each other off, and was somewhat unable to hold his tongue. "Professor Yen, let's just keep going." Professor Bai glanced over at the playground and said in a somewhat anxious mood, "Time waits for no one." Right. Professor Yen said to Commander Yang, "Commander Yang, we're going to the playground." Li Shan was surprised. "Professor Yen, the professor you're looking for is also on the playground?" "Yeah." Professor Bai said so. As if he had thought of something, Professor Yen asked, "The student you are looking for is also on the playground, right?" "Yes, not surprisingly, it's having a graduation ceremony, right?" Commander Yang said with a piebald face. "Then what are we waiting for?" Professor Yen waved his hand and said, "Let's go together." "Go!" Commander Yang also took big steps in the direction of the playground. Graduation. The students who were attending the graduation ceremony were all already unmotivated to continue attending the graduation ceremony once they saw the helicopters coming. So, just the moment Commander Yang, Chief of Staff Su, Director Li Shan, and Professor Yen, Professor Bai, and a bunch of professors appeared in the middle of the field of vision. There were quite a few students who were looking around to see what was going on, and they immediately let out a gasp of surprise. "Quickly look! It's the military coming! Look! People from the space agency are here too! I'll go! There's a lot of professors back there." The students who hadn't yet seen Commander Yang and his group were all a bit baffled after hearing the first cries. What space agency, military, professor? What the hell is going on? And when the next second all the students were turning their heads to look toward the end of the playground, the students present who were participating in the graduation ceremony were stunned. Everyone's face was filled with a look of 10,000 astonishment. What the hell is going on here? It's really the military, and the space agency is coming to graduation? And those professors in the back looked very old, a look of high seniority. At a glance it is not shallow. Today's graduation ceremony is too much of a show, isn't it? The one walking in the front, looking at his rank, is definitely a military commander. Why are the people from the space agency here too? What's this about? Lin Xian's classmates, when they saw this scene, were all completely dumbfounded as well. Especially Wang Luan, who interned at the First Academy of Aerospace, was still shocked after seeing Li Shan, and even lost his voice a bit as he said, "Isn't that the director of the National Space Administration, Director Li?" Those two professors, Professor Fu and Professor Qin, who are following behind Director Li Shan, are all titanic figures in the aerospace industry. Zhao Xiaoqiao, an intern from the 5th Aerospace Academy, also affirmed Wang Luan's statement with a stunned look on her face. "It's really Director Li and the bigwigs of the aerospace industry." The students were a bit envious. "Wang Luan, Zhao Xiaoqiao, I'm so envious that you can work with the aerospace director and all the bigwigs." These words made Wang Luan look terrified. "No. Dare. How would I dare? Director Li, and these bigwigs, I usually can't come into contact with them at all, I can only look up to them from afar." In addition to recognizing the people from the space agency, Lin Xian's classmates were all shocked from afar by the majestic military temperament of Commander Yang's body, and even from a long distance away, the classmates didn't dare to utter a single word, and only dared to discuss in a very low voice. "I go. The rank of Lieutenant General? This is definitely the Commander-in-Chief of the local military region. For the first time in my life, I've seen such a high rank with my own eyes. This is the pinnacle of my life." The professor in the back, with people from the military and the space agency, must have come from a very bad place. Li Sisi also verified her classmates' guesses and said with shock, the one walking in front seems to be the commander-in-chief of the North China military region. I interned at the Arms Industry Research Institute, and I've heard of Commander Yang's North China Military Region weapons research, very, very famous. Among the scientific research rankings of the major military regions, it can definitely be ranked in the top 3. The students are stunned, while shocked, while all are extremely eager to know, the people of the military region, the people of the space agency, and a line of professors, to come to the graduation ceremony for what? Such a big scene was also a first in the history of the founding of the National University of Science and Technology. What the hell is going on? Could it have something to do with the fighter jets and helicopters in the early hours of the morning? I'll be damned, with so many awesome people coming, this graduation ceremony is really overpriced. I'll really be able to blow off my graduation ceremony for the rest of my life. The students were all shocked and discussing what exactly had happened, completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Xian sat next to them without saying a word. Lin Xian looked at Commander Yang, Director Li, Professor Bai, and a few unfamiliar professors, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he had guessed something. But what made Lin Xian a little puzzled was how the few of them, Director Li, Commander Yang, Professor Bai, had suddenly gotten together. Chapter 58, it's over. This time the people had really been robbed. Principal Qin was still on stage delivering his graduation speech. Seeing that the students under the stage were in a flurry of commotion, they craned their necks to look in one direction. Obviously it had something to do with the 2 helicopters that had just landed directly on the National University of Science and Technology without saying hello. Principal Qin also simply stopped his speech and also looked in the same direction with a puzzled expression. He wanted to see what was going on and why the 2 helicopters had suddenly arrived at the National University of Science and Technology. And when Principal Qin got a good look at the familiar faces of the few people coming this way towards the playground, the expression on Principal Qin's face was instantly dumbfounded. North China Military Region. Commander Yang? Director Li, Director of the Aerospace Bureau? And Professor Yen of the Supreme Academy of Sciences. What the hell is going on here? Why would the commander of a military region, the head of the space agency, and a professor from the Supreme Academy of Sciences all come to the graduation ceremony of the National University of Science and Technology at the same time? President Qin's heart was simply baffled. So many bigwigs coming to NUST at the same time was definitely a first in the history of NUST. President Qin was puzzled, but he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. President Qin couldn't care less about the graduation ceremony, and jogged all the way over to Commander Yang's side. Commander Yang, Chief of Staff Su. Chief Li. Professor Yen. Principal Qin ran forward and greeted the 2 groups politely while shaking hands one by one. Hello, Principal Qin. It's been a long time, Principal Qin. The 2 groups of people saw Principal Qin coming over and also exchanged pleasantries with him. Professor Bai was unable to resist the anxiety in his heart at the moment, and began to look around, searching for Lin Xian's class amongst the graduates who were curiously looking this way on the playground. Commander Yang, Director Li, Professor Yen. After some pleasantries, President Qin also finally said his inner doubts at the moment. How do you guys get together, at this juncture to come to the graduation ceremony of the National University of Science and Technology? I should have known that you guys want to come. You tell me in advance or I can prepare for the preparations. Ha. Commander Yang patted President Qin's shoulder and laughed. President Qin, what else to prepare? We are just a trip, and we'll leave soon. President Qin, this matter is coincidental, Professor Yen also said at this time. Our side of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, and Commander Yang, Director Li, and their side just happened to meet here, and did not come together. And Professor Yen said excitedly again, and our Supreme Academy of Science and the military region side have the same purpose. They both came to your NUST to find someone. Do you think it's coincidental, President Qin? Both coming to look for someone? Principal Qin froze for 2 seconds before he was nodding his head repeatedly and said, coincidence. For all of you to come to our National Science University to ask for someone, this is an honor for our National Science University. President Qin, I have to say, this National Science University of yours is really full of talents, Commander Yang said, and then looked at Professor Yen and the others with a smile. Just then, Professor Bai suddenly found Chanson's first class where Lin Xian was, and he also saw Lin Xian. Professor Bai also urged Professor Yen, let's go, I've found the person. People found? Upon hearing Professor Bai's urging, Professor Yan's eyes also glistened and he immediately said to Principal Qin and Commander Yang and the others, Principal Qin, Commander Yang, Director Li, the few of you will chat first. We'll go find the person first. After saying that, Professor Yen anxiously said to Professor Bai, where is the person? Quickly lead the way. Professor Yen was already impatient to meet Professor Lin and invite him to participate in the final research of the nuclear power engine. Don't ask so many questions, just follow me. Professor Bai smiled wryly and walked quickly in a direction. This Professor Yen, after many years of not seeing him, is still really cute. Seeing Professor Yen in such a hurry, Principal Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Commander Yang, who didn't know that Professor Yen and his group were here to find Lin Xian and Li Shan, also followed with a laugh. Commander Yang was not like Professor Yen, who was anxious to meet the Professor Lin he had never met before. Commander Yang knew that Lin Xian must be at the school here for the graduation ceremony. And now at the graduation ceremony, besides them who had come to invite Lin Xian, it was the Supreme Academy of Sciences who had come to invite the professors. There was simply no other competitor to rob Lin Xian. This also made Commander Yang and the others very relieved, and they were completely determined to invite Lin Xian to participate in the research. Therefore, they were not in such a hurry, and they all exchanged pleasantries and chatted with President Qin first. At this moment, the most anxious, no one is more than is Professor Yen and Professor Bai side. A few people's footsteps were fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive behind Lin Xian's class. Look, it's the professor coming over. The symbol on his clothes, it's the Supreme Academy of Sciences? It's a professor from the Supreme Academy of Sciences coming. What are the professors doing on our side? Lin Xian's classmates were shocked after seeing the Supreme Academy of Sciences logo on several of Professor Yen. No one knew why on earth a professor from the Supreme Academy of Sciences would come to their side of the class. The students were all looking at the professors, who were full of academic temperament, with a look of curiosity and surprise. Seeing that Professor Bai had directly brought himself to the side of the students attending the graduation ceremony, Professor Yen also looked skeptical. Professor Bai, are you sure that Professor Lin, as you said, is here? Saying that, Professor Yen scanned the crowd of students in front of him again and said with even more confusion, aren't all the senior students here? The look on the faces of the remaining Wang, Han two professors, were also extremely puzzled, and looking around, they didn't see any professors here. Professor Bai also smiled in a different way at this time, and said to Professor Yen and the others, Professor Yen, I'm pretty sure that the Professor Lin you're looking for is right here. Professor Lin is here? Professor Yen was even more confused when he saw how certain Professor Bai was. At this time, Professor Bai didn't waste any more time and greeted Lin Xian enthusiastically a few times from afar towards his side, signaling Lin Xian to come over first. Lin Xian already pretty much knew what was going on after seeing Professor Bai and the others coming towards his side after parting ways with Commander Yang. Lin Xian came to Professor Bai's side after walking a few dozen meters. Professor Bai, Lin Xian greeted Professor Bai after coming over. Seeing that Professor Bai hadn't found any Professor Lin, but had instead found a graduate to come over, Professor Yen and his group didn't think too much about it, and directly took the Lin Xian in front of them as Professor Lin's assistant. This student, may I ask where Professor Lin is right now? We're from the Supreme Academy of Sciences and would like to find Professor Lin to discuss academic issues. Professor Yen came up and directly asked Lin Xian, saying. At this time, the nearby Professor Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud as well, and said to Professor Yen with a smile, Professor Yen, come on, I'll introduce you to him. This one standing in front of you is the one who single-handedly researched that information, Professor Lin Xian. What? This is Professor Lin? How is this possible? Professor Yen and his party of three were instantly just completely stunned. Professor Yen's eyes were as big as walnuts, his mouth wide open as he said incredulously, Professor Bai, is this the Professor Lin you were talking about? But this is clearly still just a student about to graduate? Professor Bai, tell me truthfully, you're not joking with me. What's there to joke about? Professor Bai glared at Professor Yen and said in a very certain tone, this is Professor Lin, it's with Lin Xian's data and leadership that we accomplished the crucial breakthrough. Seeing Professor Bai speak with such certainty, Professor Yen and the others looked at Lin Xian with an even more stunned expression. The main thing was that this was too young for Lin Xian, or a student who was about to graduate. What Professor Yen and the others were thinking before was that Professor Lin could make that kind of breakthrough. He was definitely a very senior professor to do so. As a result, after seeing Lin Xian in person now, Professor Yen and the others felt that their three views had been completely turned upside down. Seeing Professor Yen shocked like this, Professor Bai continued to say with a smile, this Professor Lin, he's awesome in that he doesn't just dabble in one research. Before he got involved in the research of this project, Professor Lin also had other research results that were classified as state secrets. A college student whose research results were classified as a state secret? Is there such a thing? Professor Yen and the others were even more shocked as they sucked in cold air. Although inwardly or rationally, Professor Yen still cannot believe that a graduating student can be so powerful. Simply only the absolute genius can make that kind of breakthrough in the nuclear power engine above. But Professor Yen knows how important the nuclear power engine is. In such a serious matter, Professor Yen does not dare to have any sloppiness. Professor Yen took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, and then formally said to Lin Xian's, Professor Lin, hello. I am Yen Yigong from the Nuclear Engineering Institute of the Supreme Academy of Sciences. This is Wang Jin, who specializes in thermonuclear reactions, and this is Han Ning, an expert in high-power engines. As he spoke, Professor Yan's expression became eager and expectant as he said to Lin Xian, Professor Lin, we've come to find you this time in order to invite you and Professor Bai to join us at the Institute of Nuclear Engineering, to take part in the research of nuclear power engines together, and to witness the launch of the nuclear power engine with our own eyes. Lin Xian, our Chinese nuclear power engine, needs you. Professor Bai also said to Lin Xian next to T. At this time, Lin Xian also finally came to understand the intentions of Professor Yan and his party. After Lin Xian had broken through the research in nuclear power engines, he had also thought that he would definitely be involved in nuclear power engine research in the follow-up. It was just that he hadn't expected that the professors of the Supreme Academy of Sciences were the ones who had personally come to invite themselves. This was completely out of Lin Xian's expectations. Professor Lin, how was it? Professor Yan asked Lin Xian again expectantly. In the meantime, on Commander Yang and Principal Qin's side. After the group chatted with Principal Qin for a few minutes, Principal Qin still couldn't help but ask curiously, Commander Yang, after talking for so long, you guys still haven't said who the student you're looking for is? Who is it that you're looking for? The corner of Commander Yang's mouth lifted into a meaningful smile as he smiled and said to President Qin, aren't you asking a question knowingly? As the president of the National University of Science and Technology, you should know better than anyone else who the student we're looking for is. Hearing Commander Yang say this, President Qin also became even more certain of his previous guess and said with a smile, Commander Yang, I get it. What you guys are coming to find is definitely Lin Xian. Ha! Commander Yang smiled brightly and said, Principal Qin, it's still you who understands me. I knew it. Seeing that Commander Yang as well as Director Li and the others were so attached to Lin Xian, Principal Qin was also a little proud. Then can Principal Qin point out to me where Lin Xian is right now? Commander Yang also immediately cut to the chase and said, Lin Xian ah. Principal Qin looked at the senior students who were attending the graduation ceremony, and while looking at them, he recited, Lin Xian's class, Johnson's class 1, is over there at. With that said, Principal Qin was pointing in a direction with great certainty. Following Principal Qin's instructions, Commander Yang and the rest of them all simultaneously turned their gazes in the direction that Principal Qin was pointing at. What made Commander Yang and the others feel a bit surprised was Professor Yan of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, who had just come with them, and the others were also heading in the direction that President Qin had pointed out. Strange, aren't the people from the Supreme Academy of Science going to find the professor? How come they're still on the students' side as well? Commander Yang said with some suspicion. The Supreme Academy of Science side should have found the professor they were looking for. Chief of Staff Su took a look over there and also said, Commander, look at Professor Yan and the others in their midst, isn't that a person surrounding them? And just at this time, Director Li Shan suddenly felt that things seemed to be a bit off, squinted his eyes and looked carefully at the person surrounded by Professor Yan and the others. At this time, Li Shan suddenly let out a cry of disbelief. Isn't the one surrounded in the center by the people from the Supreme Academy of Sciences, Lin Xian? What? It's Lin Xian? As soon as he heard Li Shan's words, Commander Yang, who was still puzzled, immediately scrutinized the professor who was surrounded by Professor Yan. When it became clear that it was indeed Lin Xian who was surrounded by Professor Yan's group, Commander Yang and his group were dumbfounded on the spot. What's going on here? Didn't Professor Yan and the others say they were coming for a professor? Leaving a good professor behind, what were they doing looking for Lin Xian? Could it be that they also knew about Lin Xian's research on laser weapons? Thinking of this, a few people suddenly had a very bad premonition inside their heads, and they all looked at each other with very ugly expressions. It's over. Chief of Staff Su slapped his thighs and looked at Lin Xian's side with a nervous expression. We've been set up by the Supreme Academy of Sciences. They must have come to invite Lin Xian as well. Now they've gotten the jump on us. Chapter 59, the students were dumbfounded. Shocking research. Hearing these words from Chief of Staff Su, Commander Yang also gradually reacted from his previous skepticism. Let's go, let's hurry over there as well. Commander Yang also hurriedly said to Li Shan and the others, Director Li, let's hurry to invite Lin Xian as well, we can't let the Supreme Academy of Sciences get the jump on us. After saying that, Commander Yang took large steps towards Professor Yan and Lin Xian. Lin Xian's classmates, who had originally seen the professors of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, surrounding Lin Xian not knowing what they were talking about, were already a million times more puzzled and didn't know what the hell was going on. Every single one of the students was puzzled as to what exactly the professors of the Supreme Academy of Sciences were looking for Lin Xian to do. As a result, now, seeing Commander Yang and Director Li as they walked over to Lin Xian's side, the students were even more incomparably puzzled and surprised. It couldn't be that the military region and the space agency were also here to find Lin Xian? This is a little too outrageous. What exactly had Lin Xian done to attract so many powerful figures to him? Lin Xian's classmates were all looking at Lin Xian with puzzled eyes, all unable to figure out what the hell was going on. On Professor Yan's side, he happened to be inviting Lin Xian to join the nuclear power engine program. When Professor Bai saw Commander Yang and also Li Shan and their party all walking towards them with hurried steps and anxious expressions, he also said with a puzzled look on his face, Professor Yan, it's Commander Yang and Director Li who are coming over. Commander Yang came over? Professor Yan also looked puzzled, wondering what he was doing over here inviting Lin Xian, Commander Yang, and the others over. Could it be that Commander Yang and the others knew that they were here to invite Lin Xian to join the nuclear power engine program and wanted to come and take him away as well? Just as Professor Yen was flooding his mind with mutterings, Commander Yang was also already in front of Professor Yen, and said in a single-minded manner, "Professor Yen, this is unorthodox of your Supreme Academy of Sciences. Previously, it was you who personally said that you were here to invite the professor, but as a result, at the end of the day, you're here to invite Lin Xian as well? What? What do you mean, you're here to invite Lin Xian too? What is this?" Hearing these words from Commander Yang here, Professor Yen was instantly confused. Professor Yen froze for a full 3 seconds before he was surprised and asked Commander Yang, "Commander Yang, the student you said you were going to invite, is Professor Lin? Professor Lin?" Upon hearing this title, Commander Yang also froze, nodding his head with a puzzled expression and said, "Professor Yen, it's indeed true, Director Li and I came to the National University of Science and Technology in order to invite Lin Xian." The person that the military and the space agency came to invite was also Lin Xian? Professor Yen and Professor Bai, they were all dumbstruck at once. In their hearts, they couldn't help but begin to wonder why the military and the space agency had come to invite Lin Xian. Could it be that the military and the space agency really knew about Lin Xian's progressive breakthrough in researching nuclear power engines? This can't be right? At this time, Commander Yang asked Lin Xian again, "Lin Xian, what's going on here? How come you become a professor after not seeing you for 2 months?" Commander Yang, directly, Lin Xian this time also understood over Commander Yang they and Professor Yen came to invite are themselves, but the two gangs should not know in advance, also smiled and said, "This professor's name, in fact, is Professor Bai and Professor Yen they make a joke." At this time, Professor Yen was even more confused, while looking at Lin Xian, while looking at Commander Yang and the others, dumbfounded, said, "Commander Yang, Lin Xian, so you guys have known each other for a long time? Why don't you know each other?" Commander Yang glanced at Professor Yen and said, "Professor Yen, I have to make it clear, our North China military region and the space agency have long agreed to invite Lin Xian to come to our side. You can't suddenly step in and snatch Lin Xian away from us." Now Professor Yen completely understood that the North China military region and the space agency were really here to rob Lin Xian. Once Professor Yen thought that the nuclear power engine was about to be released, he didn't care about that much and also said to Commander Yang and Li Shan in a serious tone, "Commander Yang, directly, that I'll also make it clear here that I must also invite Lin Xian to the Supreme Academy of Sciences. The Supreme Academy of Sciences needs Lin Xian to join." What? The Supreme Academy of Science needs Lin Xian? Li Shan was also a bit sullen at this time, and said to Professor Yen, "Professor Yen, although I don't know why your Supreme Academy of Science suddenly came over to invite Lin Xian, our side invited Lin Xian because we have a very important research. Lin Xian must join our side. Lin Xian, we, the space agency and the North China military region, will definitely combine our efforts to create the best research conditions for you, and if there's anything you need, just mention it and we'll be able to do it for you." Saying that, Li Shan also cordially pulled Lin Xian's hand and said, Right. Commander Yang was also full of smiles as he patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "Lin Xian, it's not just our North China military region that's inviting you right now, but Director Li's space agency and I are also joining forces to invite you, so these conditions, they're good enough, aren't they? The space agency and the North China military region joining forces to create the best research conditions for Lin Xian? To fulfill Lin Xian's every need?" Seeing that Commander Yang and Director Li were so bloodthirsty in order to invite Lin Xian, Professor Yen was instantly anxious. Professor Yen didn't budge in the slightest, first sticking his neck out and saying to Commander Yang and the others, "Commander Yang, Director Li, on our side of the Supreme Academy of Science, we also have very important and crucial research waiting for Lin Xian to make a breakthrough. Lin Xian must also join the Supreme Academy of Sciences." After saying that, Professor Yen also took Lin Xian's other hand and said enthusiastically, "Lin Xian, join our Supreme Academy of Sciences, we'll also give you the best treatment, and in the future, the entire Supreme Academy of Sciences will give you full support for whatever research you want to do. Lin Xian joining our research is about the future of China. Lin Xian, come to our side. Lin Xian joining our side of the research is even more about the future of China. Lin Xian, the Supreme Academy of Sciences needs you too." For a while, neither side would let anyone in, and for the sake of inviting Lin Xian to join, Director Li, the military and the space agency represented by Commander Yang, and the side of the Supreme Academy of Sciences represented by Professor Yen were all fighting to the death. Lin Xian was caught in the middle of the two sides. Seeing that both sides were riveted for the sake of inviting himself, he was also somewhat in tears, and couldn't even find a gap to say something if he wanted to. Although Lin Xian's classmates couldn't hear what Commander Yang and Professor Yen were saying on their side. But when they saw Commander Yang, Director Li, and the professor from the Supreme Academy of Sciences, again affectionately taking Lin Xian's hand, and again putting their hands on Lin Xian's shoulders as if they were very familiar with each other, they all stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. What is this situation? The commander of the military region, the director of the space agency, and the professor of the Supreme Academy of Sciences are all very familiar with Lin Xian? I'll go, Lin Xian is awesome. What the hell did Lin Xian do? The commander of the military region came to look for him personally? This is too deep and hidden, Mr. Lin Xian. Could it be that the helicopters and fighters in the wee hours of the morning also have something to do with student Lin Xian? No way? Among them, Wang Luan, Zhao Xiao, who had interned at the aviation academy, were also stunned when they saw that not only the commander of the military region had come to look for Lin Xian, but also the director of the aerospace bureau had come to look for Lin Xian. Especially when Wang Luan saw the director of the aerospace bureau, who in his opinion was out of reach and could only look up to him, shaking Lin Xian's hand with a gracious face, the entire person was as if he had been struck by lightning, and was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't just that. After the students saw that all of these bigwigs had come to find Lin Xian, and then after they saw that a line of people seemed to be arguing about something for Lin Xian, the students were even more completely dumbfounded. Not to mention the students, President Qin of the National University of Science and Technology looked at this scene from afar and was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? These bigwigs, not only did they come to find Lin Xian, but now they're even robbing him? The military region and the space agency, the Supreme Academy of Sciences, neither side would allow anyone to invite Lin Xian, and both sides made every effort to invite Lin Xian, and neither side mentioned what exactly it was because of which Lin Xian was invited. Just at this time, Professor Bai, who had been watching this scene from the side, couldn't help himself. After all, there wasn't much to be gained by grabbing on like this, so why don't we all spread out the reasons for wanting to invite Lin Xian so desperately? Professor Bai knew that Professor Yen was stubborn, and pulled Professor Yen, saying, "Professor Yen, you should stop talking first, let's all calm down first." Commander Yang, directorly, at this time, Professor Bai also smiled helplessly and said to the two, "I know about Yan's temper, he's just stubborn. Although I don't know why our North China military region, as well as the space agency, invited Lin Xian, but since things have come to this point, I'll tell you the reason why Professor Yen invited Lin Xian first." Professor Bai also continued. After he finished speaking, Professor Bai glanced at Lin Xian again, a pleased smile on his face. Lin Xian was also relieved when he saw Professor Bai come out to explain the intentions of the Supreme Academy of Sciences side. It was good to spread things out. Professor Bai said this, but it reminded Commander Yang and Director Li of them. Indeed, they had just been arguing for so long, and they still didn't know the reason why Professor Yang's side of the Supreme Academy of Sciences was so argumentative and had to invite Lin Xian to the Supreme Academy of Sciences. "Alright, Professor Bai, go ahead." Commander Yang nodded as well and said, "I'll put my ugly words in front of you. If the Supreme Academy of Science invites Lin Xian over to conduct painless research, that's not something we can do. What the Supreme Academy of Science invites Lin Xian to do is definitely research that shakes the entire scientific research community, shakes the entire world." Professor Bai also said with great confidence at this time. A research that shook the entire research community, the entire world? Hearing this, both Commander Yang and Li Shan were also stunned. Then Commander Yang and they were also both a little curious as to what kind of research was it that could shake the entire scientific research community, and also make Professor Yan so obsessed that he couldn't do it without Lin Xian. Can it be more important than the space-based weapon research on their side? Professor Yen, this research is going to succeed sooner or later anyway, so I won't keep it a secret. Professor Bai spoke to Professor Yen again. Make it public. Professor Yen also glanced at Lin Xian with some pride at this time and said, "Let the North China military region and the space agency see how powerful Professor Lin really is." Chapter 60, was it really Lin Xian who shot it? Good. Professor Bai nodded and said to Commander Yang as well as Director Li and the others with a smile after glancing at Lin Xian under their curious gazes. "Commander Yang, Director Li, you should know that I used to be at the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute and led a national key project, right?" "I know, it's research in nuclear power, right?" Commander Yang nodded, then with an even more puzzled look, he asked Professor Bai, "Professor Bai, this previous research project of yours, does it have anything to do with the Supreme Academy of Sciences coming to invite Lin Xian?" Professor Bai wasn't in a hurry and continued, "Commander Yang, although I'm not in the Supreme Academy of Sciences anymore, I've always been conducting research on nuclear power engines, but after so many years, I've been stuck in a bottleneck. Our space agency side is also researching nuclear power engines on spaceflight ahead of time, and it is also progressing slowly." Li Shan also said with deep feelings as he listened to Professor Bai. Nuclear power engine on spaceflight? It was also the first time that Lin Xian knew that the space agency also had a nuclear power engine research program, and with a flash of light in front of his eyes, he said, "Director Li, we also have nuclear power engine research on the side of the space agency?" "Yes," Li Shan smiled and said, "Unlike the launch vehicles and moon and fire exploration projects that are placed in the open, our space agency's nuclear power engine research is not open to the public, just like the space-based projects, so it's normal that you don't know about it, Lin Xian." So it's not open to the public. Lin Xian also nodded in realization. On Commander Yang's side, he didn't connect Professor Bai's words with the Supreme Academy of Science's invitation to Lin Xian, and remained puzzled as he asked, "Professor Bai, I know that nuclear power engine research is not easy, and that there's a long way to go, and that there are a lot of problems that need to be solved, but what are you trying to express?" At this time, Professor Bai could no longer hold back his inner excitement and directly said to Commander Yang, "Commander Yang, I'm saying all this because I want to tell you that the biggest bottlenecks I encountered in the research of nuclear power engines before were all solved by Lin Xian. And we've gone through preliminary laboratory tests to verify that the breakthroughs Lin Xian made above the nuclear power engine are all without any problems." What? Lin Xian made a breakthrough in nuclear engine technology? Commander Yang, Li Shan, and both of them were instantly dumbstruck as they looked at Lin Xian. It was as if they didn't recognize Lin Xian. Originally, they had thought that Lin Xian was already a genius enough for having built a preliminary laser weapon. As a result, now, in these 2 short months since Lin Xian had returned to the National University of Science and Technology, he had even made a breakthrough in nuclear power engines? It's not just anything else, it's a nuclear power engine. Especially know that the space agency and the nuclear power engine above is already stuck for 10 years. Li Shan, at this moment, is even more incomparable shock. Where could Li Shan have imagined that Lin Xian could not only build laser weapons, but also nuclear power engines? This was too unbelievable. Thinking of this, Li Shan could no longer control his inner excitement, stepping forward and hugging Lin Xian's shoulders, saying with a delighted expression, "Lin Xian, is what Professor Bai said true? You really broke through the nuclear power engine technology?" That's right, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and he also said with a big smile, "It's indeed me, but thanks to Professor Bai and everyone else's help, I wouldn't have made such a big breakthrough on my own." After receiving Lin Xian's affirmative reply, Li Shan said with a bit of a grudge, "Lin Xian, why didn't you tell me earlier if you had such a great ability? We, the space agency, are also conducting research on nuclear power, and all of our professors can assist you as well." Lin Xian laughed and said, "I didn't know about this before either. Moreover, the process of meeting Professor Bai was quite amazing," said Lin Xian. "After I had a face-to-face with Professor Bai, I stopped by to conduct research with him." Face-to-face? The group froze, not knowing what Lin Xian meant by facetious. Only Lin Xian and Professor Bai, an old man and a young man, looked at each other and smiled. After all, Lin Daju in the white light of a sword, only Lin Xian and Professor Bai knew about the two of them. "Lin Xian, you're really something." Commander Yang also couldn't help but give Lin Xian a thumbs up and said excitedly, "The talent in you, it really does keep coming. Who would have thought that you would even be able to make a breakthrough in nuclear engine technology?" Facing Commander Yang's praise, Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Lin Xian's classmates were even more completely stunned when they saw that the commander of the military region, the director of the space agency, and the professor of the Supreme Academy of Sciences were all excited and thrilled and didn't know what they were saying to Lin Xian. The corners of some of the classmates' mouths were twitching viciously, as if they didn't recognize Lin Xian's anymore. It was even if the principal had come to find Lin Xian before, but now what was this? What exactly had Lin Xian done to make the military region commander and the others so agitated? Well, seeing that Commander Yang and Li Shan were both pleasantly surprised after learning about Lin Xian's research, Professor Yan said with a smile at this time, "Commander Yang, Director Li, now you should know how powerful Lin Xian is." "Professor Yan, you really are too." Li Shan glared at Professor Yan and said grumblingly, "Why didn't you say earlier that Lin Xian had made a breakthrough in nuclear power engine research?" "Professor Yan, that's not true." Commander Yang smiled mysteriously and said, "Even though we just found out about Lin Xian's breakthrough in nuclear power engines, we've known for a long time how good Lin Xian is. Otherwise, why do you think we came to find Lin Xian?" Now, it was Professor Yan's turn to be puzzled. Professor Yan indeed still didn't know why the military and the space agency had come to invite Lin Xian, and at one point, Professor Yan even thought that it was because the military knew about Lin Xian's research in nuclear power engines. Commander Yang also continued at this time, "Your Supreme Academy of Sciences is qualified to know about encrypted files, so you should know, Professor Yan, that there was a previous study on high-energy weapons that was encrypted. The Supreme Academy of Science was qualified to know about encrypted files, so this matter that Commander Yang was talking about, Professor Yan had indeed heard about it, just about 2 months ago. There is such a thing." Professor Yan was first a little puzzled, then suddenly as if he had thought of something, he instantly just stared with his eyes wide open, his mouth opening at an unbelievable angle, and said in a stunned voice, "Commander Yang, are you saying that the encrypted research on high-energy weapons is Lin Xian's research?" "That's right, it's Lin Xian's graduation design." Commander Yang smiled and said, "What? Graduation project?" Professor Yan immediately felt his head spinning a little, and said in disbelief, "Such a powerful research is used as a graduation design?" Lin Xian, Professor Yan looked at Lin Xian dumbfounded and said, "Lin Xian, you're really taking research that can rock the entire world and not using it as research. Laser weapons or don't shock the world first, this matter can actually openly scare other countries if it's normal." Lin Xian also smiled and said, "But right, there are some hiccups in this, it's better to wait for the wind to pass. And the laser weapon itself still needs a long time to be perfected." "Hiccups?" Professor Yan froze, immediately associating something, and even more so, his eyes stared like bronze bells with a shocked expression. "Lin Xian," said Professor Yan, cautiously glancing around before whispering, "That International Space Station thing, shouldn't it be?" Lin Xian nodded before Professor Yan could finish. You're quite quick to react, Professor Yin, Commander Yang also whispered. That's right, it's for Lin Xian to shoot through. Surprisingly, it's really Lin Xian? Professor Yin, as well as Professor Bai and the professors of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, were all completely stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Xian in disbelief. Originally, they had thought that Lin Xian just making a breakthrough in nuclear power engines would be enough to shake the entire scientific research community. As a result, they didn't expect that Lin Xian had built a laser weapon that could even shoot at the International Space Station. What kind of brain was this to be able to make so many awesome research breakthroughs? Lin Xian, now I've really refreshed my knowledge of you once again. Professor Bai looked at Lin Xian with admiration and excitement. I didn't realize that you're really an all-round talent. No, a super genius. Lin Xian, I suddenly feel that just inviting you to the Supreme Academy of Sciences to do research on nuclear power engines is really too much for you. Professor Yen also said in a heartfelt manner, it's really an honor for the Supreme Academy of Sciences if you really come to the Supreme Academy of Sciences. Professor Yen, where are your words? It's my honor to work with all of you seniors, it's just that if you're alone, you can't do much. All scientific breakthroughs require everyone to work together. Lin Xian also said sincerely. Seeing Lin Xian's attitude of not being arrogant and not being impatient, the people present all appreciated and liked Lin Xian even more. Not only was Lin Xian a supreme genius, but he wasn't arrogant, he wasn't greedy, he was simply integrating all of his strengths into one. Everyone was looking at Lin Xian with eyes of appreciation and admiration. Right at this moment, Commander Yang was smiling again and said to Professor Yen, Professor Yen, since we all know the reason why we invited Lin Xian to each other now, let's talk about what we should do. What we say doesn't count. Professor Yen looked at Lin Xian and said with anticipation, it's still up to Lin Xian. Right, that's right, it's still up to Lin Xian. Commander Yang also smiled and said to Lin Xian, how about it, have you considered where you're going next? Is it on the side of our military region and space agency, or on the side of the Supreme Academy of Sciences? Lin Xian actually had his own thoughts within his heart for a long time. Facing the crowd's expectant eyes, Lin Xian said without hesitation, children only make choices, I say I want them all. Chapter 61, Lin Xian, Project Leader. The Dragon Flame program begins. All of them? Commander Yang and the others were immediately stunned. After hearing this reply from Lin Xian, the two sets of people first looked a little surprised. After all, this meant that Lin Xian had agreed to their invitation. But at the same time as the surprise. Searching carefully for Lin Xian's reply, the faces of all of them looked a little puzzled. Lin Xian meant to go to both sides? How is that possible? Can it be that Lin Xian still knows the art of bilocation? Lin Xian, what do you mean? Commander Yang asked in confusion. Judging from the current research progress, nuclear-powered engines are going to progress faster than laser weapons and will come out a bit earlier. Lin Xian said unhurriedly, moreover, you all should know that the Mi Space Agency side has also obtained a theoretical breakthrough on nuclear power engines, although it's not mature, but I think they should start preparing for manufacturing at this time. As soon as Lin Xian said this matter, the expressions of the group of people present all became a lot more serious. That's right, Li Shan also nodded and said with a grim expression, according to what Yi Sheng put out, they're going to display the prototype of the nuclear power engine at the space show as early as 2 months from now. This nuclear power engine is indeed very important, Commander Yang also said with a grim expression. Rice's space agency and the military are also inextricably linked. They can be placed on the launch vehicle for spaceflight, and later on, after modification and optimization, they can be placed on fighters or other flying machines. We 5th-generation fighters have already chased the F-22 of the Pygmy country. In the future nuclear-powered fighters, we Huaxia surely can't lag behind, and we must be ahead of them to be able to do so. Seeing that several people agreed on the importance of nuclear-powered engine research, Lin Xian also continued, since Commander Yang, Director Li, you also believe that nuclear-powered engines are very important, so your views should also be in line with mine, that is, nuclear-powered engine research, at this stage now, is very important. And there is also a critical timing issue between the research of laser weapons and nuclear power engines, leading to the prioritization of nuclear power engines over laser weapons. There is a timing issue? A few people failed to understand what Lin Xian meant, and they all knitted their brows, looking at Lin Xian with an expression full of inquiries. Lin Xian, this time sequence problem refers to, Director Li inquired. Leaving aside the issue of laser weapons to be perfected, considering the problem of the Earth's curvature, in fact, laser weapons are not very capable of long-range combat on land. Lin Xian was not in a hurry, but analyzed in a gradual manner. So the laser weapon wants to play out the real strength, the final form, or the arrangement needs to arrange the laser weapon attack defense network in the Earth orbit, in order to maximize the power of the laser weapon. After all, the laser weapon is only in Earth orbit, we can do where we point and hit, right? Commander Yang, Director Li, and the others, after hearing this rigorous analysis from Lin Xian, they all nodded their heads repeatedly, surprised that Lin Xian was looking at the whole picture and thinking broadly. And then? Commander Yang listened mesmerized and said anxiously, Lin Xian, go on. Although the laser weapon isn't finalized, I estimate that the weight of a laser weapon, if it wants to work independently, should be around 30 tons. Lin Xian said after roughly estimating it in his mind based on the knowledge he obtained from the system. 30 tons? Commander Yang and the others were all taken aback. Lin Xian, even after this laser weapon is molded, it weighs this much? Commander Yang was surprised. 30 tons, still a conservative estimate. Lin Xian at this time was again saying to Li Shan, directly, if I'm not wrong, our space agency's Long March 5, as our Chinese country's strongest active launch vehicle, the Earth's near-Earth orbit LEO's carrying capacity, should be 25 tons, right? That's right, Li Shan nodded, a somewhat incredulous look on his face. Lin Xian, this laser weapon is indeed outrageous according to you, even the Fat Five's 25-ton load isn't enough to launch a laser weapon into space. Right, that's the problem. Lin Xian's expression became serious, saying, according to my projections, it's necessary to form a complete Earth space laser attack defense network, including Earth's near-Earth orbit, Earth's geosynchronous orbit, and Earth's polar orbit, and it would require at least 80 laser weapons to cover the globe. For the near-Earth orbit orbits, the load of our current launch vehicle isn't enough to hit one laser weapon up there, let alone the higher geosynchronous orbits. Forming a space laser weapon defense attack network? You need 80 laser weapons? Lin Xian's words were heard by everyone present. Commander Yang said in shock, Lin Xian, you've even figured this out? You've even considered the step of forming a global space laser network? Just estimated it when I was fine. Lin Xian said with a smile. So getting back to the point, Lin Xian said squarely at this time, I mean to say that even with laser weapons, how to hit space is the biggest problem. At this time, the crowd finally came to a realization. Understanding exactly what Lin Xian meant. It turned out that Lin Xian meant that even if the laser weapon was built, there was no way to hit the space orbit. Lin Xian, I understand what you mean. Li Shan looked at Lin Xian approvingly and said, you mean you'll build the nuclear power engine first, and then you'll be able to hit the Earth orbit with a bigger payload, right? That's right. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise a few smiles as he said, that's what I mean. According to my calculations, if the carrier rocket is fitted with a nuclear-powered engine, the near-Earth orbit load can reach over 250 tons. That's more than 10 times the load of our current Long March 5 launch vehicle. It can hit nearly 50 North Shiver satellites above Earth orbit at one time. And 8 laser weapons. And Lin Xian smiled and said, isn't the ISS 400 tons? With 2 launches we can launch the same weight of ISS segments into space, and even more than enough. It's like playing when we Chinese want to launch our own space station. After installing nuclear power engines, near-Earth orbit NEO loads of 250 tons or more can be achieved? 10 times the capacity of the current Long March 5? After hearing this horrifying figure, everyone present was completely stunned. This was too terrifying. Hiss. Everyone present couldn't help but draw in a hard breath of cool air. Lin Xian, so a nuclear-powered engine is so terrifying? Commander Yang said with some disbelief, then our fighters are fitted with nuclear-powered engines, can our airplanes resist them? Maybe then it wouldn't be called a fighter jet, it would be called a nuclear-powered air and space plane, space and high altitude, just go wherever you want, with this much power, it wouldn't be anywhere you want to go. Lin Xian laughed. If the nuclear-powered engine can really succeed, that would be a complete qualitative leap for our Chinese spaceflight. Li Shan also said excitedly, in this way, not only can we launch more satellites to space at the same time, our probes, too, can be bigger and more numerous. Director Li, why don't you think bigger? Lin Xian said with the corner of his mouth lifting, with such a large payload of nuclear-powered rockets, our manned probes to the moon and fire, including moon bases, Mars bases, asteroid mining, and even farther deep space exploration, will slowly become a reality in the future. That's awesome. Li Shan said excitedly, Lin Xian, seriously, if I can see all of this with my own eyes, my life will be worth it. Li Shan. Lin Xian, I really have to get to know you again now. Commander Yang was also continuously shocked. These ideas of yours, where do they look like they were thought up by a student about to graduate? Professor Yen, right at this moment, Commander Yang, who gradually understood Lin Xian's meaning, also said to Professor Yen with a clear understanding of what he was saying, then, since nuclear power engines are the highest priority, why don't we set up a team together and let Lin Xian be the leader and lead everyone in researching nuclear power engines? Engine research. I'm also in favor of this proposal, Commander Yang. Li Shan also clapped his hands and said excitedly, with Lin Xian's leadership, and the strong combination of our military, the Space Agency, and the Supreme Academy of Sciences, we'll definitely be able to witness the nuclear power engine come out sooner. Then there's nothing more I can say. Professor Yen also had an expectant look on his face as he said, anyway, the technologies that were originally researched to be able to be used for military and aviation on our side of the Supreme Academy of Sciences were all going to be handed over to both of you, so let's join forces together and let Professor Lin take the lead, and come up with a nuclear-powered engine. Good. Commander Yang also smiled happily and said, in that case, then our three-way cooperative alliance is officially established. After a few people had discussed the matter, Commander Yang immediately asked Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, are you willing to serve as the leader of our three-way cooperative nuclear power engine research program? Having said that, Lin Xian wasn't being modest this time, but said resolutely, Commander Yang, directorly, Professor Yin, I'm willing to be the leader and lead the way to make our Chinese nuclear power engine come out as soon as possible. Lin Xian, since you're the project leader, then you'll name this project. Commander Yang said again with excitement. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, let's call it the Dragonflame Program. The Dragonflame Program? Commander Yang and his party nodded in approval. The Dragon's heir, the descendant of Yen Huang, representing the Dragon Yen program of nuclear power engine research, was indeed true to its name. With the introduction of nuclear-powered engines, the countries of the world are bound to tremble as a result. Since the decision has been made, there's no time to lose, let's set off now. Professor Yen couldn't help but urge anxiously at this time. After all, everyone had already decided to work together, and Lin Xian had also agreed to be the leader of the Dragonitis project. The sooner they started, the sooner they would also be able to witness the introduction of the nuclear power engine. Let's go. Let's go over together. Commander Yang also said expectantly, I'll immediately arrange for the military region's top researchers in the relevant fields to rush over to assist. Lin Xian, just say what you need and I'll immediately arrange for someone to send it over. The space agency will also do their best to assist Lin Xian. Li Shan also made a statement. Since that's the case, let's go straight away, I won't pack my things. Seeing that several people were in such a hurry, Lin Xian also smiled and said. Chapter 62, Lin Xian, the future of Chinese technology. Just as Lin Xian and Commander Yang and his group were about to leave directly, Principal Qin jogged all the way over at this time, glanced at Lin Xian who was walking side by side with a few people, and said with a smile, Commander Yang, directorly, and Professor Yin, it turns out that the people you're all looking for are Lin Xian, huh? Yes, Commander Yang said with a smile as well, President Qin, our military, the space agency, and the Supreme Academy of Sciences have a tripartite research collaboration, and Lin Xian is the leader of this research project. So we'll have to go ahead. A three-way research project between the military, the space agency, and the Supreme Academy of Sciences? Lin Xian is the leader of this research program? Lin Xian is so powerful? Lin Xian this is just about to graduate, it is directly by the military, the space agency, the highest academy of sciences to people to invite not to mention, Lin Xian also directly became the leader of the scientific research project of the tripartite cooperation. This is simply creating the history of the National University of Science and Technology. Principal Qin's jaw was about to drop as he looked at Lin Xian with a shocked expression. After some shock, Principal Qin ran a few steps forward with a face of delight and said to Lin Xian, you've really honored our National Science University this time. Principal Qin, Lin Xian isn't just giving NUST a long face, soon Lin Xian is going to rock the world. Director Li said with a smile. Shock the world? Although he didn't know what project Commander Yang and the others were looking for Lin Xian to spearhead. But judging from this gesture of the three parties coming to the graduation ceremony to invite Lin Xian, this project that Lin Xian was going to spearhead was definitely very unusual. Lin Xian, although I know that you're probably in a hurry to leave, but here, I still have an unkind request. Principal Qin inquired Lin Xian with excitement and anticipation, I wish to invite you to come up on stage and speak a few words to the graduates of the entire school, in your capacity as principal, before you leave. Go on stage and say a few words to the graduates of the entire school? Lin Xian didn't expect that Principal Qin would invite himself to go up and address the students at this time. This is a bit too sudden, said Lin Xian, scratching his head. Principal Qin, I'm completely unprepared for this as well. And Commander Yang and the others are quite anxious, why don't we do it next time? Next time? Lin Xian's words amused Commander Yang and his party. Lin Xian, it's enough for you to graduate once, you still want to graduate several times. What, you don't want to graduate? Commander Yang said with a smile. Since Principal Qin has personally invited you, you should give Principal Qin face. Commander Yang also inquired about Professor Yen who was next to him and said, Professor Yen, you guys shouldn't be too far behind this moment. Not too bad, Professor Yen also smiled and said, it was also us who had suddenly come out and interrupted Lin Xian's classmates' graduation ceremony. Lin Xian, the end of the graduation ceremony means that your academic career has been declared over, since President Qin invited you, go, don't let yourself have regrets. Professor Bai also came out and said. Alright then, Lin Xian didn't say anything else when he saw a few people persuading him so. Moreover, Lin Xian remembered that after he graduated, there should still be a system reward. Now that the system reward hadn't been triggered yet, maybe if he went up and said a few words, he would be recognized by the system as having graduated. Lin Xian took a slight breath and said to Principal Qin, let's go then. Then I'll trouble Commander Yang and everyone else to wait here for a little while, Lin Xian said to Commander Yang. What's the trouble? Commander Yang laughed, go ahead Lin Xian, we're all here to watch you. Thus, under the blazing gaze of the entire school, Lin Xian and Principal Qin walked together towards the graduation ceremony stage. Seeing Lin Xian and Principal Qin walk up to the stage side by side, the students under the stage were even more dumbfounded. For a moment, the entire room was silent, and all eyes were on Lin Xian. Students, below, let's welcome our school's outstanding graduate representative, Lin Xian, to deliver his graduation speech. Principal Qin announced immediately after standing on the stage. What? Lin Xian, the representative of the outstanding graduates? Lin Xian's classmates under the stage were instantly just confused. You looked at me, I looked at you, all of them didn't know what was going on. Principal Qin's words had caused a huge uproar amongst the students. First, the commander of the military region, the director of the space agency, and the bigwigs of the Supreme Academy of Sciences came to Lin Xian, still looking as if they were scrambling to bring Lin Xian on board. Now, Lin Xian is giving a speech as the representative of the outstanding graduates? Inside everyone's hearts, they felt an extreme shock. Was this Lin Xian still the Lin Xian they knew? Everyone is to graduate graduates. Lin Xian in the end did what? Why Lin Xian people are so hanging? Other classmates, there are also those who have heard of Lin Xian before, and at this moment, they are also whispering with a shocked face. What? Is this the Lin Xian from Chanson's first class? I heard that the principal even paid a personal visit? And I heard from the first class that this Lin Xian doesn't even need to do his graduation design, he'll graduate straight away. Are you stupid? Do you see how he looks like he's short of a diploma? The military and the space agency have all come to invite him. Oh my god, what has this Lin Xian done? Why is he so powerful? He's definitely done something big, otherwise he wouldn't be able to have such a battle. The helicopter in the early hours of the morning, it couldn't be related to this Lin Xian. We're usually in the same school as such a great god, I can't believe I didn't know. Lin Xian's classmates, seeing Lin Xian suddenly speaking on stage as an outstanding graduate, were also blindsided. Wang Luan, who considered himself an outstanding graduate, was also twitching madly at the corners of his mouth. The students were all filled with endless questions about what exactly Lin Xian had done to be personally invited by the principal to speak on stage. Or an outstanding graduate. You guys, do you think Lin Xian could be hiding something from us? Absolutely Even the country's top researchers don't have this kind of treatment. I'll go, what's going on? What kind of great thing has Lin Xian done? I'm certain that the helicopter fighters from before are definitely related to Lin Xian, no way. The students murmured in consternation. Ahem. On the stage, Lin Xian cleared his throat and began his graduation speech as well. Hello classmates, I'm Lin Xian from Shanson's first class. Lin Xian quickly captured a group of fangirls just by opening his mouth. This Lin Xian is so handsome. Such a handsome little brother, why didn't I recognize him earlier? Actually, this speech came to be quite bald to me, said Lin Xian, scratching his head again. Lin Xian's words amused the students below with a burst of laughter. Lin Xian's affectionate gestures and words instantly brought him much closer to the students below the stage. Here, I'd like to say a few words about the current technological competition between us and a certain country, the armament competition and the aerospace competition. Lin Xian's tone at this time was again serious for a few moments as he said. The students under the stage knew exactly which country Lin Xian was talking about, and also instantly all looked serious, listening attentively to hear Lin Xian's speech. Certain countries, instead of conforming to the current international situation and engaging in globalized cooperation, they instead go for cheating, sneak attacks, and resort to means that make people look down on them, in a vain attempt to strike at our huaxia technology. This kind of behavior, we scoff at, but it doesn't mean that we have to be passive all the time. We, as students of the National University of Science and Technology who are about to graduate and are about to go to the major military districts and research institutes, should be better able to understand that we are, at this moment, in the middle of a war without smoke. Moreover, everyone should also know that there are still people who are obviously nurtured little by huaxia, but when they arrive on someone else's land, they become dogs that kneel to others. Become traitors, sellouts. The students had all read about the Hishang matter on the internet, and knew that Lin Xian was now referring not to others, but to the foreign students who were willing to be dogs, represented by Hishang. The students also felt anger towards people like Hishang because of Lin Xian's words, as well as contempt and disdain. Lin Xian paused for a moment, and then continued generously, here, I call on every student to maximize their abilities, to teach certain countries, by their ability, exactly how to behave. Saying that, Lin Xian also couldn't help but be clenching his fists, raising his head, and saying impassionedly, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning for the past saints, and to establish peace for all ages. I have long had the ambition of the clouds, and I will walk in song. I hope that no matter where we go, we will keep in mind that we are not only students of NUST, but also Chinese. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he also walked directly towards the bottom of the stage. The students underneath the stage didn't know what exactly Lin Xian had done to be able to go up and deliver a speech as the representative of the outstanding graduates though. But Lin Xian's power-filled words shook the hearts of every student. Every single one of them felt their hearts completely ignite with these words of Lin Xian's. Everyone's emotions were completely mobilized by Lin Xian's impassioned tone. As Lin Xian walked towards the stage, the students in the entire playground were all silent. Almost everyone was looking at Lin Xian with burning eyes. And it was at this time. Snap, 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 snap. The entire crowd of students, as well as Principal Chin, all spontaneously applauded. Principal Chin nodded his head repeatedly in satisfaction, glad that he had found Lin Xian to come up and give his graduation speech. What Lin Xian said was really great. Every word was like the sound of a bell, striking Principal Chin's heart. In addition to Principal Chin and his classmates, Commander Yang, Director Li, and a line of professors offstage couldn't help but applaud for Lin Xian with an emotional expression. Even Professor Bai's eyes were slightly moist because of this speech of Lin Xian's. This Lin Xian, he even said he wasn't prepared. This speech is really inspiring. Commander Yang said to the group while clapping. It seems that we can really pin the future of the entire Chinese technology on Lin Xian. Director Li also said excitedly, Lin Xian is really thousands and thousands of times better than that what's his name He Shang. It's not just Lin Xian's academic knowledge, but more importantly, Lin Xian's qualities, they're really too excellent. Thunderous applause roared through the entire National Science University. Almost every corner inside the NUST campus could hear the thunderous applause. Lin Xian's classmates had also once again completely refreshed their perception of Lin Xian. Damn, Lin Xian's words really made my blood boil. I couldn't tell before that our student Lin Xian was so appealing. Although I don't know what Lin Xian has done, I feel like my heart has been struck by classmate Lin Xian. In the midst of this thunderous applause, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth gradually raised into a smile. This was because at this moment, the system's electronic synthesized tone was ringing out serially in Lin Xian's mind. Congratulations, Master, for successfully completing your schooling. Embark on the next stage of your life. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining 20,000 technology points. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining the Advanced Brain Strengthening Pill. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining the Advanced Concentration Strengthening Pill. And congratulations to the Master for obtaining the Advanced Stamina Strengthening Pill. Lin Xian had no way to open the system interface and check it out even though he was in front of so many people right now. But just by listening to this series of reward broadcasts from the system, Lin Xian's heart was already as pleasantly surprised as a river turning over. This graduation, the technology points were directly given 20,000 points. In addition to the tech points, there was actually an Advanced Brain Strengthening Pill, Advanced Concentration Strengthening Pill, Advanced Stamina Strengthening Pill. This wave, it was really hairy. Previously, when Lin Xian had been continuously conducting system simulations, as well as contacting to conduct research for too long, it was true that he would feel that his brain was a bit tired and his body was a bit overwhelmed. And now the system was directly giving various strengthening potions. In this way, it would be much easier for Lin Xian to engage in research next than before. It had to be said that the system was still powerful. This graduation was worth attending. Chapter 63, Standing on Top of Technology. This day had been waited for too long. Under the burning gazes of his classmates, as well as the roaring applause, Lin Xian also made his way back to Commander Yang and their side. Lin Xian, well said. Commander Yang was still thrilled inside when he saw Lin Xian coming over, stepping forward to shake Lin Xian's hand and saying with emotion, Lin Xian, every word you just said can really speak to my heart. I didn't prepare anything in advance either, just now I just had a feeling and said what I wanted to say inside my heart. Lin Xian smiled back and said, Lin Xian, it's really the luck of Huaxia to have you. Director Li Shan also couldn't help but look at Lin Xian with emotion and admiration and said, Lin Xian, if only those foreign students who stayed in the rice country had the same realization as you, how good it would be. Professor Bai couldn't help but come up and pat Lin Xian's shoulder and say, that part of the world proved with their character that they don't deserve to be Chinese, Lin Xian said confidently, when China's science and technology stands at the top of the world, let these people continue to lick it and continue to be sour. China's science and technology standing on top of the world, said Professor Bai while wiping his eyes, I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Lin Xian saw Professor Bai, such an old professor who had paid for China for the sake of scientific research in the older generation, wipe up his tears, and Lin Xian couldn't help but be a little moved. Want to see China in science and technology become the most powerful country, should be the old generation of researchers, old professors, the common dream of it. Lin Xian, don't laugh at me, Professor Bai said at this time, wiping a handful of tears again, I just feel that what you just said is really too touching. Hey! When people get older, they are just easily moved. Professor Bai, what are you talking about? Lin Xian said with feeling, I can completely understand your current mood. Old Bai, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long, you've become so sentimental. Professor Yen laughed from the side. You Yenigon, what do you mean by sentimental? Professor Bai wiped his eyes, glared at Professor Yen and said, I'm happy for the future of our Huaxia, with Lin Xian, what do you know? Why don't I understand? Professor Yen also said with both anticipation and urgency at this time, it's getting late, we should go too, old Bai, you have to keep this energy and spread it on your research. As soon as Professor Yan's words fell, the few people in the line all smiled. Commander Yang also smiled and said, good, since Lin Xian also spoke at the graduation ceremony, then Lin Xian is considered to have officially graduated from NUST. Lin Xian, if there's nothing else, we'll just set off? Commander Yang again asked Lin Xian. Let's go. Lin Xian said firmly as well, it's time for the nuclear engine to come out. Good, Commander Yang said with a bright smile even after seeing Lin Xian's determined demeanor. Lin Xian, I just love your drive to do what you say you're going to do. Commander Yang, Director Li, Professor Yan and a few others in their group were all excitedly walking with Lin Xian in the direction of the NUST's tarmac. The students were all very shocked to see Lin Xian following Commander Yang and the others with a smile on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian's classmates were already determined that Lin Xian had definitely done something remarkable. Almost all of the students above the playground were following Lin Xian with their sights, looking at him enviously. Hey, look at this graduation ceremony of other people's Lin Xian. It's really poker. Is this the winner of life? To attend a graduation ceremony, you can be personally invited away by all the bigwigs. The helicopters in the early hours of the morning and the fighter jets are related to Lin Xian, stone cold. I'm envious. People get hired by bigwigs when they graduate, but I can only get an internship when I graduate. Why is Lin Xian so good at this? Amidst the envious murmurs of his classmates. Rumble. Rumble. The two military helicopters both took off with a bang at the same time, flying in the same direction. Seeing this scene, the students also stood in awe and watched the helicopters leave. As for Lin Xian's classmates, as they watched their usual classmate, Lin Xian, being invited away by all the bigwigs just like that, leaving in a special helicopter, their expressions were filled with envy. I have to say, Lin Xian usually really hides himself too deeply. What exactly did Lin Xian's classmate do? This is too powerful. Shouldn't you ask Lin Xian-san what he's up to? I have a hunch that student Lin Xian, in the future, will definitely appear inside our line of sight again in an unbelievable way. The crowd of students, amidst such discussions, also gradually watched the helicopter Lin Xian was traveling in leave their sight. And even if the helicopter disappeared out of sight, the students' eyes still did not retract for a long time. The curiosity and disbelief within everyone's heart was even stronger. What exactly was the reason for all the bigwigs to invite Lin Xian? What exactly was Lin Xian invited to do by all the bigwigs? 2 hours later. Institute of Nuclear Engineering, Supreme Academy of Sciences. Rumble. The two helicopters also landed steadily on the tarmac in front of the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute. And just as Lin Xian and his group had just gotten out of the helicopters, there was another small helicopter that landed on the nearby tarmac. Two aged, but hale and hearty old professors, also directly wearing white coats for experiments, walked down from the top of the helicopter. The white coats of the two old professors were a bit dirty, with some black oil stains on them. Obviously the two were doing experiments or something before, and the clothes hadn't even had time to change, so they rushed over directly from the lab. Seeing this, Director Li Shan greeted them with a smile and said cheerfully, Ren Lao, Xi Lao, you two came quite fast. Usually when the meeting was held, I didn't see you come so fast. Professor Ren was a bit emotional and expectant at the moment, saying, Director Li, can the current situation be compared to a meeting? What time is it now? The nuclear power engine has made a breakthrough. The two of us, Professor Chi and I, were still doing experiments in the nuclear lab, and as soon as we received your news, we didn't even have time to change our clothes, so we came straight here. Li Shan had briefly told the two professors of the Space Agency's Nuclear Power Engine Research Center the current situation inside the phone call before, which was the reason why the two professors had come without bothering about anything. Li Shan glanced at Professor Ren's white coat as if it was a splash of ink landscape painting, frowned slightly and said, I can see that you guys came straight from the lab. Director, without can other things, Professor Chi said as his eyes glowed with anticipation, where is that genius you mentioned, Professor Lin Xian Lin? While Professor Chi was still inquiring to Li Shan, Professor Ren was already locking onto the youngest among the crowd, Lin Xian, with a single glance, and then suddenly was stunned. Previously, Li Shan had said on the phone that Lin Xian was very young, but he hadn't expected that Lin Xian would be so young. Young like a student. Returning to his senses, Professor Ren directly ran forward, regardless of all that, and directly held Lin Xian's hand, confirming in disbelief, Lin. Professor Lin Xian? Seeing Professor Ren in front of him, who was disheveled and had black motor oil on his face, Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Awesome. It's true that since ancient times, heroes have been young. You're also too young, Professor Lin. After confirming his identity, Professor Ren excitedly introduced himself, National Space Agency Nuclear Development Engineering Center, Ren Chun Lin. Seeing this, Professor Chi, who still cared to talk to Li Shan, also hurriedly jogged all the way to Lin Xian in front of him, looked at Lin Xian with some disbelief, and then looked at Professor Ren and asked, Professor Ren, is this really Lin Xian? This is a bit too young. After saying that, Professor Chi also excitedly shook Lin Xian's hand and introduced him, National Space Administration Nuclear Development Engineering Center, Chi Yang. Lin Xian had just learned at the graduation ceremony that the National Space Administration also had a secret organization that researched nuclear hair, and now that he had met two of the leading professors, Lin Xian also felt very cordial and said with a smile, Professor Chi, Professor Ren, how are you? The two professors hadn't had time to change their clothes, and even had that unique flavor of the lab on them, but this smelled very dear to Lin Xian. Professor Lin, we also brought some equipment necessary for the experiment, maybe we can use it later. Professor Chi said again in an agitated manner, no, I should call you Head Lin now. No need to be so polite, just call me Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, let's go conduct the test first. After the small interlude, the group also followed Lin Xian inside the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute. As soon as they entered the institute, the system's beep immediately sounded. Detected that the owner is receiving the scientific atmosphere of the research institute, technology points plus 10, technology points plus 10. Lin Xian knew that his tech points, again, were going to go up by a wave. The corner of his mouth lifted up, and he also temporarily shielded the system's movement. After arriving inside the lab, the group of researchers were a bit puzzled when they saw that the commander of the military region, the director of the space agency and the professors of the space agency had all come. Because didn't Professor Yen go to invite Professor Lin at that time? How come the military region commander and the director of the space agency were all here? Professor Yen didn't say too much and first introduced Lin Xian. Upon realizing that a piece of research material came from the hand of this Professor Lin in front of them, the group of researchers were all incredibly shocked. Because Lin Xian was really too young as a professor. And, I have one more announcement to make. Professor Yin waved his hand again, signaling for silence, and then excitedly announced, as you may have noticed, the commander of the North China military region, where our scientific research is very strong, and the director of the space agency, are both here as well. The reason for this is that our Supreme Academy of Science and the military, the space agency, are going to work together to carry out a nuclear-powered engine research program, and this program first from now on is known as the Dragon Yen program. And Professor Lin is the project leader of the Dragonitis program. Saying this, Professor Yen also pointed at Lin Xian with an emotional expression. Professor Lin? Leader of the Dragonitis program? Hearing this, the group of fellows were dumbstruck and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Unexpectedly, Professor Yen had only gone out for a trip, and the nuclear power engine project had turned into a big three-way cooperative project. This is too awesome. You know, there were basically no projects in Huaxia before that were important enough for three parties to work together. Most importantly, there were so many bigwigs present, and the leader of this nuclear power engine project was actually Lin Xian. This was definitely the youngest leader of the key projects in China. After a brief moment of shock, every researcher's face blossomed into a delighted smile and a cheer erupted. This is too awesome. I can't wait to start experimenting. Great! Our Chinese nuclear engine is finally coming out. Professor Yen, I also want to join the Dragonitis program. Follow Professor Lin in his research. Chapter 64, You conduct the experiments, I'll do the synchronized calculations. Seeing that the fellows had not felt that Lin Xian was not capable of taking on this position as the leader of the Dragonflame program just because they saw how young he was. On the contrary, every researcher had great respect for Lin Xian, and had expressed their willingness to be Lin Xian's deputy and assist him in his research. Professor Yen also had a pleased smile on his face as he said to Lin Xian, all of us professors present here will also serve as your deputies, so as long as you have any arrangements, don't be shy and just mention them to us directly. Then I won't be polite to everyone. Lin Xian didn't say anything pretty either, but smiled and said dryly, I've been pushed by you, Professor Yen, Commander Yang, and Director Li, to be the leader of the Dragonitis program, and in my heart of hearts, wanting to succeed in the test is as urgent as everyone else's. So, Professor Yen, don't worry, if there are any arrangements, I will speak directly. Lin Xian was already quite the leader at the moment, speaking in a calm tone, but between Lin Xian's words, he still revealed an air of control over everything. Professor Yen also said with a joyful smile, this is the best, Lin Xian, I like you like this, you don't see outsiders at all. Professor Bai was researching with Lin Xian all the way here, seeing Lin Xian face to face with so many experts from all walks of life in nuclear engineering, nuclear development, also not the slightest bit of fear. Anyway, it was more of a leading style, also couldn't help but appreciate the nodding of his head. Professor Rin, Professor Chi, two professors although just met Lin Xian, see Lin Xian's small age is so calm, eyes also cannot help but flow out of the appreciation of the look. Just at this time, a researcher ran over with an excited face and said to Professor Yen, the materials for the Americium-241 nuclear fission reactor engine's reactive heat test and radiation shielding have all been prepared in accordance with Professor Lin's information. The tests can begin at any time. Nuclear fission reaction engine heat tests and radiation shielding tests are ready? Lin Xian was first stunned after hearing this researcher's report. Lin Xian thought about how Professor Yan's side might have gotten the information and was already asking the researchers to start experimenting in preparation. But what he didn't think about was the thermal reaction test of the nuclear reactor and the preparation of the nuclear radiation shielding test are already ready. Thinking of this, Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being the Institute of Nuclear Engineering of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, it's so efficient. Although the preliminary data had been provided by Lin Xian, the efficiency of this organization's tests was definitely at the world's first level. This is what the traitor He Shang said in his mouth about the bad scientific research environment in China. In Lin Xian's opinion, the scientific research environment in China that centralized efforts to do things, this atmosphere of everyone working together, was 11 million times better than the so-called scientific research atmosphere in the United States. Hearing Lin Xian praising a mouthful of the research efficiency of the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute, Professor Chi of the space agency next to him also said with a glance, "Lin Xian, if you come to the Nuclear Development Engineering Center of the space agency, I'll be able to arrange a clear arrangement for you as well." Elder Chi, now that we're all on the same project, there's nothing to argue about, Professor Yen laughed and said, "This just goes to show that we have a strong basic scientific research in China." After saying that, Professor Yen was smiling again and said to Lin Xian, "Professor Lin, all the preparations have been made, so let's go and start the test together as well." After saying that, Professor Yen began to lead the way, and after the group had put on their nuclear radiation protection suits, Lin Xian and all the bigwigs also came together in the nuclear protection workshop of the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute. A group of researchers were busy going back and forth, preparing test materials, and there were also quite a few researchers adjusting data on computers. As soon as Lin Xian and the professors arrived at the nuclear protection workshop, they didn't say much to each other, and immediately entered into the preparations for the test. Control carbon rods are operating normally. Nuclear radiation shielding materials are arranged properly. Core temperature normal. Graphite moderator normal. All hands on deck. Professor Wang, an expert in the thermonuclear field from the Supreme Academy of Sciences, Chief from the National Space Administration, 2 professors from Ren, and Professor Bai were all experts in this field. Under Lin Xian's leadership, everyone was making their final preparations. Lin Xian didn't treat himself as an outsider either, on the general console, directing all the researchers, and even when it came to very busy times, several professors would do it themselves under Lin Xian's arrangement. The professors, on the other hand, were happy to follow Lin Xian's coordinated command and make preparations with anticipation. Although there were many researchers at the scene, everything was being carried out in an organized manner under Lin Xian's command. Seeing this scene, Li Shan, who was also inside the protective workshop, as well as Commander Yang and the others, all nodded their heads repeatedly with a face of admiration. The more and more they realized that it was really too wise to let Lin Xian be the leader of this. Lin Xian was perfectly capable of picking up this burden. Time passed by minute. Everyone was buried in it, with no time to think about anything else. The experimental equipment of nuclear engineering, the formation of the very perfect, and before with Professor Bai in the physics laboratory for the preliminary physical experiments are different. Nuclear engineering laboratories formed up as really americium-241 nuclear reactor, and in the outer layer of the nuclear reactor, according to Lin Xian's calculations, there is also a layer of nuclear radiation shielding material plastered with detection equipment. Professor Yen, all preparations are in order, all calibrations are complete, the nuclear reaction test can begin. A researcher came up to report. Professor Lin, can we start? Professor Yen took a deep breath and asked Lin Xian, saying. Lin Xian looked at the reactor below that had done a good job of nuclear shielding amongst the cold liquid inside the reaction chamber, and also took a slight breath and said, beginning of the americium-241 nuclear reaction formal test, as well as the nuclear shielding formal test. This step of the work was supported by Lin Xian's data, so all the researchers were also very relieved and only slightly nervous. Control carbon rod lift. Moderator stabilization. Chain reaction initiation. As the reaction began, the signature blue sheen of a successfully conducted nuclear reaction appeared amongst the moderators inside the nuclear reactor. Cherenkov radiation. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but be slightly raised. Cherenkov radiation only appeared when a particle's speed of movement in a slow agent exceeded the speed of light. The presence of Cherenkov radiation means that the operation of the nuclear reactor is completely stable and normal. Snap, 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 snap. The professors and also the researchers in the room, all of them were in a state of mind and spontaneously applauded. The stabilization of the nuclear reaction was only the first step. The next step was to see if the radiation-proof material Lin Xian had calculated was able to resist the radiation from the nuclear reactor under the conditions of a real-scale nuclear power reactor. Neutron, high-energy particle, high-energy ray leakage value is 0. Professor Lin's nuclear radiation shielding material, 100% shielding rate. After hearing the researchers' report, the entire room once again erupted into an unusually loud round of applause. 100% nuclear radiation shielding means that the nuclear-powered engine, the electronic components on the spacecraft, and the astronauts will not have any effect, and it is 100% safe. The test so far, it means that, in the case of the nuclear reactor inside the nuclear power engine is a complete body, no matter the stability, and radiation shielding, are completely no problem. This was also all based on Lin Xian's previous perfect test data. That is to say, not to mention the other parts of the nuclear power engine, just the nuclear reactor part, it was already completely problem-free. This nuclear reactor can be put directly into the nuclear engine application. All that remains is the thermal mechanical energy conversion system for thermonuclear reactions, and the cooling system. Professor Lin, congratulations, the Americium-241 nuclear reactor, as well as the nuclear radiation shielding, have all been verified under real working conditions. Professor Yen said excitedly to Lin Xian. The nuclear radiation shielding material is completely fine. Professor Qi also said with some disbelief, a miracle, it really is a miracle. Professor Lin, you don't know how long we've been working on nuclear radiation shielding materials. We've never been able to find the perfect nuclear radiation shielding material. And you actually accomplished it. The idea of americium as a nuclear reactor material is also very good, small in size, and better in stability than uranium, and the reaction critical point control is also very perfect, brilliant, really brilliant. Thermonuclear reaction expert Professor Wan was even more shocked. The result of this test was expected by Lin Xian. After all, there were previous test data to support it, and Lin Xian had also simulated it countless times in the system. The successful verification of the nuclear reactor's stability in nuclear radiation meant that the next tests of thermal-mechanical energy conversion, as well as the assembly of the cooling system, could begin. Facing the praises of the professors, Lin Xian smiled faintly, then said to the professors, "Thanks for your hard work, let's move on to the final stage of the nuclear power engine, the thermal-mechanical energy conversion, and the nuclear power reactor cooling system." Seeing that Lin Xian was so energetic and busy for so long, and after completing a wave of very important verification tests, he was about to move on to the next stage, several professors were stunned. "Lin Xian, you've just been busy, do you want to take a break first?" Professor Bai said to Lin Xian's with concern. "Professor Bai, I'm fine," Lin Xian shook his head and said, "I want to work on the complete body of our Chinese nuclear engine in one go." "Good." Professor Bai's expression flashed with a trace of admiration, and he also nodded resolutely, saying to Lin Xian, we'll also follow you in the next test. But just at this time, Professor Yin again said as if he had thought of something, with a puzzled look on his face, he raised a query to Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, so far, on our side, we only have the nuclear reactor reaction, and nuclear radiation shielding information provided by you and Professor Bai, and there's no test information on the thermal-mechanical energy conversion, and the cooling system, so how can we start the next step of the test off?" Speaking here, Professor Yin again glanced at Professor Bai, glared and questioned, "Is it true that you, old Bai, have the information on the subsequent tests of the nuclear engine in your hands, and you didn't give it to me?" Professor Yin, this really isn't, facing the questioning, Professor Bai also hurriedly explained with a smile, "I just believe in Lin Xian, and want to assist Lin Xian in his next endeavor. As for the information, there really isn't any." No information? Professor Yen was instantly dumbfounded and asked Lin Xian with a confused expression, "Lin Xian, this?" The other professors, including Li Shan, Commander Yang of all people, also looked at Lin Xian with confusion. "Everyone just prepare for the next test at ease," Lin Xian said at this time, also very confidently, "all the information and data needed for the test, I will synchronize the calculations in the middle of everyone's preparation for the next test." What? Simultaneous experimental data calculations while everyone prepares for the experiment? Everyone present, once they heard these words from Lin Xian, all of them froze and looked at Lin Xian with a stunned expression. Chapter 65, Walking Humanoid Supercomputer. What does it mean to prepare for a test while performing test data calculations? It means that Lin Xian's side is calculating the data while calculating a portion of the test data, and then handing it over to the test personnel to conduct a synchronized test? All of the professors were instantly shocked and were all looking at each other. The professors present were all bigwigs in the scientific research world, and all sorts of complicated experiments had been done countless times. All of them had all the experimental data first, and then carried out the subsequent calculations. But no one has ever heard of doing an experiment and calculating while doing it. The point was that Lin Xian was the only one to perform the next calculations. Instead, it was a whole team of top-notch people that performed the next calculations. How is this possible? Although it is said that the core reactor portion of the nuclear power engine with the nuclear shielding has been completed, but the next calculation work of the thermal mechanical energy conversion system, as well as the cooling system, is definitely not less than the calculation work of the test part carried out before. This if even let these top professors, experts, scientists composed of a team to calculate, even in the case of preliminary data, without more than half a month's time, is absolutely not complete the calculation of so many complex test data. Lin Xian, are you saying? Professor Yen looked at Lin Xian with a stunned expression and said, "You want to complete all the subsequent calculations for the nuclear power engine all by yourself? And that's right here, on the spot, performing the calculation work synchronized with the tests?" Seeing that Professor Yen and all the people present were looking at him with skepticism, Lin Xian also said with a serious expression, "Professor Yen, you're right. I feel that by adopting such an approach, the progress of the development of our nuclear power engine will be faster. After all, it's been 2 months since the Yisheng team from the United States made public their breakthroughs in nuclear power engines." Lin Xian continued again, "Although I've read that there were problems with their program inside the paper before, but in these 2 months, they've probably already solved the problem and entered the assembly process of the nuclear power rocket." The assembly process of the nuclear-powered rocket. As we all know, nuclear-powered rockets, unlike other solid-fuel rockets and liquid-fuel launch rockets, the core of a nuclear-powered rocket is a nuclear engine. With a nuclear engine, a nuclear-powered rocket is quickly built. That's why we absolutely can't fall behind with traitors like He Shang's. I want to get the nuclear engine, the nuclear-powered rocket built earlier, and smack them hard in the face. Lin Xian's words also made everyone present understand the reason why Lin Xian was in such a hurry. The mood of everyone present was the same as Lin Xian's, wanting to witness the launch of the nuclear-powered engine and the nuclear-powered rocket at an early date. However, the hearts of everyone present still couldn't help but feel a little worried. But Lin Xian. Director Li Shan also worriedly said to Lin Xian, the test of the nuclear power engine can be different from other types of tests once it is carried out, but it is very difficult to suddenly stop in the middle. I'm sure you'll be able to calculate the data needed for subsequent tests of nuclear power engines. But under such a high-density test, you want to synchronize to give the data needed for the test. You have to bear the pressure of calculation and the intensity of calculation, including your body, turn around for weeks in a row. I'm afraid it will not be able to eat it. Director Li Shan's words also voiced the concerns of everyone present. Professor Yen also frowned slightly and came up to persuade Lin Xian. Lin Xian, why don't we organize the data needed for the test before we proceed with the test? The rush is a rush, but you're putting it all together too much. The crowd's concern, Lin Xian could completely understand. But right now, Lin Xian, on the one hand, wanted to urgently see the introduction of the nuclear power engine, and on the other hand, he also wanted to try out the systematic medication that he had obtained after the completion of the graduation ceremony. Advanced brain strengthening pill, advanced endurance strengthening pill, advanced concentration strengthening pill. Isn't this specially prepared for this emergency situation? If you don't use it now, when will you wait? Professor Bai had conducted experiments with Lin Xian before, had seen Lin Xian's skills, and could also see the determination written in Lin Xian's eyes. I support Lin Xian, Professor Bai stepped forward. It might take a few weeks if we were to carry it out, but since Lin Xian is confident that he can synchronize his calculations with the experiment, Lin Xian's time will definitely be faster. You know, americium's nuclear reaction threshold was calculated by Lin Xian in only 2 days. This was something that the crowd hadn't known before. When Professor Bai said this, everyone present was wide-eyed. 2 days to calculate a nuclear reaction critical value? What kind of devilish speed is that? What kind of genius mind is this? No wonder Lin Xian was able to calculate the critical reaction value of nuclear fission as well as the shielding material at such a young age. So it turns out that people's brainpower is here. Professor Yen also took a deep breath at this time and said to Lin Xian, since this is the case, I don't have anything else to say. You're the leader of the Dragonitis project, you call the shots. Good, since there's no more questions, Lin Xian didn't say anything nonsense and said directly, Professor Yen, we can start the next test now. Hearing that Lin Xian was about to start the next test, Commander Yang also had both eyes glowing, looking at Lin Xian with admiration, saying, doing things in a thunderous manner, not dragging your feet, doing things when you say they're going to be done. Lin Xian, you're really born with the general will of a soldier. Professor Yen also excitedly said to the researchers present, everyone has heard Professor Lin's words, prepare to start the next test. With Lin Xian's command, the entire nuclear protection workshop, everyone had just calmed down from the joy of the previous success of the nuclear reactor, and immediately entered into a very busy state again. All the researchers were seriously looking at the screen in front of them, as well as the data panels, methodically preparing for the next task. It was because Lin Xian had gone to a small compartment on the side to carry out calculations. So the test command work was temporarily taken over by Professor Yen and Professor Bai. Of course, Lin Xian wasn't just simply carrying out the calculations. From time to time Lin Xian would also come out to guide the test. After all, what Lin Xian intended for this trial was to succeed once and for all. Directly building the nuclear power engine in one breath. In the whole process, there is no room for error and mistakes. Seeing Lin Xian being so efficient, performing calculations and guiding the experiment, not missing a beat on either side. Commander Yang, Director Li, and all of the professors were all growing more and more impressed to admire Lin Xian. Like scientific experiments, such a rigorous and highly cerebral activity, it was usually difficult to carry out a good one, while Lin Xian was carrying out several in parallel. And only Lin Xian himself knew that he hadn't reached his peak yet. This was just the beginning. Lin Xian hadn't taken the 3 potions yet, and Lin Xian planned to wait until he was tired, then he would proceed with the potions. Without realizing it, the time came to evening. Lin Xian, after just handing over the data to the researchers and guiding a wave of experiments, also finally felt a wave of fatigue. His brain felt a bit immobilized by the calculations, and a wave of tiredness, which also somewhat attacked him. After all, Lin Xian had always been running in a row. After returning to the cubicle, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. System, redeemed the brain strengthening pill, endurance strengthening pill, and concentration strengthening pill. As soon as Lin Xian's words fell, 3 bottles of different colored potions, red, orange, and blue, immediately appeared in his hands. Lin Xian didn't care if these 3 different potions would react with each other if they were taken at the same time. Time was running out, so Lin Xian opened the lids of the 3 small potions and took all 3 of them, at the same time, in one drink. The taste of these 3 bottles of potions was somewhat refreshing and somewhat sweet. When he had just taken them, Lin Xian didn't feel anything. Just as Lin Xian was wondering when this potion would take effect. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt an extremely unique, as if enlightened, sensation surging down his spine and all the way up into his brain. Then this feeling was like a firework that instantly exploded in the middle of Lin Xian's brain. Lin Xian enjoyed this strange sensation while feeling the changes that had occurred in his body. The thoughts of his originally tired brain suddenly became incredibly clear, and all the data, the knowledge, became extremely organized. Lin Xian's mind instantly became more than 100 times more agile. Lin Xian merely scanned the following data, and a very complex calculation of data was instantly solved in his mind. Obviously, this was the effect of the brain-strengthening pill. That's awesome! Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. And then, a unique sensation came from Lin Xian's body, a sensation that felt as if the muscles of his entire body had been washed and all relaxed. The exhaustion that Lin Xian had felt on his body before had also completely disappeared. In its place was a steady stream of energy that surged towards Lin Xian's body. This feeling was even more sour than drinking 100 cans of Red Bull. This must be the effect of the endurance-enhancing medicine. As for the concentration strengthening, Lin Xian hadn't felt it yet. After completing the 3 enhancements in one breath, Lin Xian also immediately threw himself into the next calculations with full blood once again. Although there had been system simulations before, trying to convert complex system simulations into calculations also required a very large amount of calculations. In the meantime, the researchers and professors outside were also busy minute by minute, without eating or drinking until now. Professor Yen was worried that everyone's bodies wouldn't be able to cope if they went on like this, so he also arranged for everyone to go in batches to eat and rest first. Seeing that Lin Xian hadn't been resting, Professor Yen, Professor Bai and the others were also a little worried, and while eating, they all brought a meal back for Lin Xian. When the 2 of them returned with a meal for Lin Xian and saw that Lin Xian was lying in front of the table calculating, the 2 of them also both came inside the house and gave Lin Xian a meal. And Lin Xian didn't feel the arrival of the 2 professors at all, still performing calculations. Seeing that Lin Xian was so focused, not even noticing their arrival, or even that the rice was placed on the table, the 2 professors were stunned, their eyes filled with dismay. What kind of focused attention was this? No wonder Lin Xian's efficiency was so high, just this concentration alone was too terrifying. And when the 2 professors looked down and saw that Lin Xian was carrying out calculations that the 2 of them couldn't even see at a speed so fast that it dazzled their eyes, the 2 of them were even more shocked and drew in a breath of cold air. What kind of calculation speed is this? I'm afraid no one in the entire world can have such a calculation speed. Such complex data, Lin Xian actually calculated it over in a flying manner? Professor Bai curiously picked up one of Lin Xian's calculations, and after carefully looking at it, he realized that this calculation was perfect, without any problems. Professor Bai's eyes were even wider, looking at Lin Xian in disbelief. And the point was still that Lin Xian still maintained such a fast calculation speed and concentration after more than 10 hours of intense calculations. Moreover, the 2 professors didn't see any signs of fatigue on Lin Xian's body, and even felt that Lin Xian was even more energized. The 2 were completely shocked by Lin Xian. This was simply a walking humanoid supercomputer. Chapter 66, Nuclear-Powered Rocket Engine Test Drive. The 2 professors just stood next to Lin Xian for a long time, and Lin Xian didn't even realize they existed. It was like he was completely immersed inside his own world, performing calculations. Professor Yen and Professor Bai had some helplessness at this time. Lin Xian was so focused that even they didn't see him, let alone being able to see the meal on the table. The 2 of them couldn't bear to disturb Lin Xian in this state of extreme concentration, and both retreated from the room. Old Bai, you've conducted experiments with Lin Xian before, can Lin Xian resist like this? Professor Yen said with some concern. This is also the first time I've seen Lin Xian in this state, Professor Bai also said with surprise after surprise. Lin Xian is really immersed in a state of complete selflessness. Old Yen, this is the kind of state that only a top-notch scientist would have. Lin Xian really is awesome, Professor Yen couldn't help but say again at this time. When we were young, we weren't as desperate as Lin Xian. It's useless for us to worry here. Professor Bai again looked at Lin Xian, who was in the middle of his calculations with a complicated expression, and said, I know Lin Xian, and what he determines, he's bound to do. Elder Yen, let's hurry up and carry out the experiment as well. This is the only thing we can do for Lin Xian. Professor Yen also nodded heavily and said, let's go. Unconsciously. The sky was already bright and the time had come to the next day. Lin Xian also walked out, holding a thick pile of hand-calculated data, and said with great excitement, the results of the new round of calculations are available. All the required test data, all of it is in there. Several researchers heard Lin Xian's words and were careful to receive the data that Lin Xian had written down. Only to see that it was written on it. Graded cyclic heat conductivity of liquid hydrogen, M12 equals ρ pi dl plus D2H. Thermomechanical energy cycle conversion, R equals chamber pressure parameter, P equals mixing ratio, gamma equals nozzle area, M equals FP, gamma. After seeing these data that Lin Xian had written on the draft paper, the crowd of researchers, instantly, were stunned, all of them froze in place. Professor Yen, Professor Bai, Professor Rin, and Professor Qi were also very anxious when they saw Lin Xian come out, and jogged all the way to Lin Xian's side. What happened? Professor Yen asked. After Professor Yen asked, a researcher handed over the information in his hand, took a deep breath and said, Professor Yen, the graded cycle and the heat cycle are the key to our next test. Professor Lin, all of them have been calculated. The graded cycle of liquid hydrogen? After reading it, Professor Yen was shocked. Lin Xian, you calculated the thermal mechanical energy conversion system so quickly? This information is too perfect. Professor Qi also looked at it while being stunned repeatedly, saying, it requires countless complex data calculations, but Lin Xian, you actually calculated it in such a short period of time? After looking at Lin Xian's calculations, the complexity of the calculations in it completely exceeded the professor's imagination. What shocked the professors the most was that not only had Lin Xian gone through the complicated calculations, but the program given was also Lin Xian's own program, which had never been done before or since. Several researchers were also looking at Lin Xian with a face of admiration, because Lin Xian had not only come up with his own program in such a short period of time, but also carried out a large number of calculations to verify it. This operation, it was really too divine. Professor Bai also took a long time to get over his surprise after reading the information. At this time, Professor Bai was again concerned and said to Lin Xian, let us do the test. You've also been busy for 24 hours straight, you should be very tired, do you want to take a rest? Lin Xian shook his head and said to Professor Bai, I don't have any problems, I'm going to carry out the next stage, which is the calculation of the cooling system. After saying that, Lin Xian scrambled back to continue his calculations. Seeing that Lin Xian looked like he was pumped up with chicken blood and didn't feel the slightest bit tired, several professors were shocked and dumbfounded. Even Commander Yang, with a shocked face, looked at Lin Xian's background without the slightest bit of fatigue and said in dismay, Prof. Bai, are all of you who are engaged in research as strong as Lin Xian's endurance? This endurance of Lin Xian's, how does it feel like it's even stronger than the special forces of our North China military region? Where, Professor Bai also felt incredulous and said, I don't know what's going on with Lin Xian either. Lin Xian, this is the spirit of scientific research. Li Shan also couldn't help but sigh, this energy of Lin Xian's, it really makes me suddenly feel that if Lin Xian has this energy, maybe there's no problem in this world that Lin Xian can't overcome. Professor Yen also nodded silently and said, we absolutely cannot let down this effort of Lin Xian's. Let's proceed with the next experiment right away. Lin Xian's program requires a large amount of liquid hydrogen, right? Said Li Shan, who also immediately took a stand. This is something we have a very large stockpile of at the space agency, so I'll arrange for it to be shipped over here. Good. Professor Yen also immediately arranged for the researchers, everyone get ready right away, don't let down Professor Lin's hard work. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye another day passed. Under Lin Xian's calculated data and guidance, the experimental research progressed by leaps and bounds. Seeing how focused and wasted Lin Xian was, the researchers were all infected by this vigor of Lin Xian's, and they all conducted their experiments minute by minute as well. And in the early hours of the third day, Lin Xian, through a large number of calculations, gave the program and calculation data for the last key part, the cooling system, on top of the nuclear power engine. The cooling system, as the name suggests, was to cool the entire nuclear power engine to avoid the temperature from getting too high. After several professors saw Lin Xian's proposal, a strange glow was even released inside their eyes. Professor Lin, your proposal is really brilliant, developing an additional vortex pressure piping system to allow the liquid hydrogen, which was originally a fuel, to act as a coolant and then flow through this piping and be cooled. But the principle of maintaining pressure in it is? Professor Han, a professor in the field of high power engines, looked at Lin Xian in shock, stunned and somewhat puzzled. Lin Xian, no one in the world has used this program yet. After Director Li Shan had seen the program, several flashes of shock flashed through his expression as well. This is simply a groundbreaking cooling method. Lin Xian didn't say too much, he simply said, this program has gone through my calculations and there are no problems. Everyone had been following Lin Xian's data up until now, conducting tests on the nuclear power engine. Now that we have this cooling system data, although some of the principles are not clear to the professors, but they all believe in Lin Xian and know that following Lin Xian's program will work. Arrange for the test and carry out the assembly of the cooling system. Professor Yen also immediately said without hesitation. As the testing and assembly of the nuclear power engine reached the final stage, everyone was even more energetic, and everything was in a state of white heat. The entire nuclear protection workshop was silent, everyone was busy. It was as if all of them had become a single unit, working in rapid concert to carry out research and manufacturing. Such a scene, in any other country, would be impossible, only here, in China, could such a scene occur. After arranging for the researchers and research resources of the military region to come over, Commander Yang couldn't help with anything else, but he also marveled at this cohesion of all the people and the will of all the people that Lin Xian had brought about with his own strength. It was until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, throughout the nuclear protection workshop, suddenly resounded a number of excited and expectant shouts. It's done. The assembly of our own Chinese nuclear power engine is complete. It's really done. I can't believe we were able to complete the assembly of the nuclear power engine in such a short period of time. Thanks to Professor Lin. These chants drew everyone in. Everyone was gathered around the center of the entire workshop, excitedly and apprehensively looking at the nuclear power engine, which was as perfect as a work of art. The reason why they were excited was because the nuclear power engine had been successfully built at an incredible speed according to Lin Xian's calculated data. Apprehension, on the other hand, was apprehensive in that the nuclear power engine was built on the one hand, but whether it was ultimately a success or not, it was still the test run, that is, the results of the real run. Nuclear-powered engines are a key component of nuclear-powered rockets. Once a nuclear power engine is successfully tested, it means that it is very, very close to the completion of the nuclear power rocket. Lin Xian's data, it's all perfect. I believe that the probability of our nuclear-powered engine test run being successful is very high. Professor Yen said with certainty. There was also a unique light flickering within Li Shan's eyes. I hope that the test run of the nuclear power engine will be a success. Lin Xian, you're the leader of the Dragonflame program. Commander Yang's mood at the moment was also incomparably expectant as he said to Lin Xian, you decide if we should just go ahead with the test drive now. Of course we should go straight to the test drive. Lin Xian had been fighting continuously for a few days. There was just a slight bit of fatigue, but it was also already dampened by the excitement within. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to say, it's time to give all of us the results of our hard work, and come up with a demonstration of the results. The previous calculations had been reviewed hundreds of times in Lin Xian's mind. Therefore, in Lin Xian's heart, he was very confident in the final results of the test drive. Lin Xian, I do realize that inside your lexicon, there is no such word as retreat. Commander Yang was also infected by Lin Xian's confident attitude and praised him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth also lifted slightly, and he announced to all the researchers present, I declare that the first test run of the Dragonflame program's nuclear power engine officially begins. Chapter 67, Lin Xian is Professor Lin? After Lin Xian officially announced the start of the nuclear power engine's test drive, everyone also retreated outside the protective lab, looking at everything inside through the special transparent material. Neutron control rod lift. With Lin Xian's command, a neutron control rod inside the nuclear power engine reactor was also lifted up under the control of the researchers. The control rods are used to control the speed of the nuclear reaction. The neutron control rod's lift degree can control the speed of the reaction, and thus play a role in controlling the size of the nuclear power engine thrust. Americium-241 nuclear reaction proceeding normally. Liquid hydrogen fuel injection begins. Just then, everyone was also seeing that within the protective laboratory, the nuclear power engine had begun to operate. The heat energy generated by the nuclear reaction was almost completely converted into the mechanical energy of the engine itself. That is, the energy that can propel the rocket into the air. Seeing that the nuclear-powered rocket engine had begun to work properly, there was both excitement and nervousness in everyone's demeanor. Everyone was praying in their hearts that this test drive must be a success. Lin Xian, as the leader and conductor of the trial test, shouted without any fluctuation in his tone, report the real-time data. Operating normally. Engine pressure test normal. Throttling test in progress, 50% engine throttling, normal 20% engine throttling normal. Nuclear radiation shielding normal. Hearing all the data, all normal, everyone was getting more and more relaxed, with more and more smiles on their faces. 15 minutes later. The nuclear power engine was still working very stably, without any abnormal conditions arising, and all the indicators were perfect. And, most importantly, the test data showed that the thrust of the nuclear engine had reached 20 times the thrust of the previous YF-77 hydroxide engine. With this much thrust, not only can heavier loads be shot into space, but the speed of the rocket is also faster. Lin Xian saw that everything was normal, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Sweeping a glance at everyone in the room, he exhaled slightly, and said, I declare that everything is normal for the nuclear power engine test run, and that our Chinese-owned nuclear power engine has succeeded. With Lin Xian, who was the leader, announcing the news. A deafening chant erupted from the entire room. Our nuclear engines, ready for operation. It's so awesome. Professor Lin is truly amazing. I never thought that I would be able to witness the success of a nuclear power engine with my own eyes. After days and nights of non-stop fighting, the test run of the nuclear power engine is now a perfect success. This means that the nuclear power engine is ready to be mounted on the rocket and launch the nuclear power rocket. Every researcher present was overwhelmed and excited by this. Many of the researchers were hugging together in excitement, shedding tears of excitement. There were no words that could describe the excitement within the crowd at this moment. Professor Bai looked at Lin Xian, his eyes moist, and said with great emotion, I didn't expect that I would really be able to wait for this day. The nuclear engine that we've been working for so long, under the leadership of Lin Xian, it's really been born. It's been born. Professor Bai, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. Professor Yan also looked at Lin Xian with a face of admiration and murmured. The two of them, Professor Rin and Professor Qi from the Space Agency, were also excited and directly hugged each other. It's done. It's done. It's really done. We're the world leader in nuclear engines. The two men had previously wasted sleep and anxiety after hearing the news that He Shang's side of the meter had made a breakthrough in nuclear power engines. And now, Lin Xian had led the way and built a Chinese nuclear power engine. Their hearts felt a wave of relief. Director Li Shan looked at the experimental data of the nuclear power engine and was also repeatedly shocked. The thrust is 20 times that of our previous hydroxide engine. Doesn't this mean that it will take less than 5 minutes for us to break through the atmosphere from the ground? Director, more than just a shorter time to break through the atmosphere. Our China program, with such a large thrust engine, the time to go to the moon will be at least 5 times shorter than before. Professor Qi said with incomparable excitement. And Professor Ren couldn't wait to say, the difference between nuclear-powered engines and traditional engines is that they are almost infinitely reusable. That's the most powerful part. Commander Yang was here to witness the birth of the nuclear power engine, and his heart was filled with joy, and he couldn't help but say with emotion, since this nuclear power engine used in rockets can be successful, you mean that we will be able to successfully use this nuclear power engine in the future in the combat-oriented equipment of our army? This is also completely far-reaching for the future of our army. Lin Xian also had a smile on his face at this time as he walked over. As soon as he came over, everyone also surrounded him, excitedly praising Lin Xian. Lin Xian also enjoyed the joy of success at this moment. Now, the successful test run of the nuclear-powered engine meant that the nuclear-powered rocket, too, would soon be available. Inside Lin Xian's heart, he had already begun to vaguely look forward to the successful launch of China's first nuclear-powered rocket. Once China's first nuclear-powered rocket was successfully launched, it would certainly rock the world, and would also be able to ruthlessly hit the face of the He Shang team of the Rice Space Agency. Thinking of this, Lin Xian also couldn't help but say, the nuclear power engine test run was successful, so we can proceed with the assembly of the nuclear power rocket next. I believe it won't take long before we can start our first launch. Nuclear-powered rocket assembly? Everyone present was first stunned, not expecting Lin Xian to be in such a hurry. He had only just successfully test-drove a nuclear-powered engine and was about to start assembling a nuclear-powered rocket. Lin Xian, you've been busy here for several days straight. The space agency can take up most of the work in assembling the nuclear-powered rockets, so you can breathe a little easier too. Li Shan smiled and proposed to Lin Xian, how about taking a break tonight? Everyone come together and have a celebration dinner, my treat. Li Shan was right, the space agency side was very experienced when it came to assembling rockets. It was also true that Lin Xian would have an easier time before the launch of the nuclear-powered rocket. Plus, Lin Xian also knew that everyone had given much more in the past few days and needed news as well. So Lin Xian also accepted this suggestion from Li Shan and smiled, alright, since Director Li is treating me. Let's go then. Let's eat. Everyone at the scene also let out a cheer at once, let's go eat a celebration dinner. Time flew by. After the success of the nuclear-powered engines, the assembly of the nuclear-powered rockets, with the amazing efficiency of the space agency, began to be assembled. This nuclear-powered rocket was also named Dragonitis I, in accordance with the name of the Dragonitis program. This time, because it was the first launch of China's nuclear-powered launch vehicle, the space agency had also decided that the payload for this Dragonitis I nuclear-powered rocket launch would be none other than the Chang'e 6 lunar probe, which was previously intended to be launched 2 months later. Of course, unlike the previous Chang'e 6, because the nuclear-powered rocket's carrying capacity had greatly increased, the weight of the Chang'e 6 probe could be much greater than before. This was a great joy to the researchers of the Aerospace Academy 5 who were responsible for the research and development of Chang'e 6. Previously, many of the scientific instruments that had been cut down for fear of being overweight and used to test various data were now all added to Chang'e 6. After all, the development of a Chang'e 6, the cost is at least a few billion upwards, since the space agency has a nuclear-powered engine that wants the performance of the collection of more scientific data, it is naturally better. Lin Xian recently only occasionally come to the space agency to see the work of nuclear-powered rocket assembly. And Lin Xian also wanted to take the rocket's recyclable technology and use it on a nuclear-powered rocket. In this way, both the cost could be greatly reduced, and after a first-stage rocket was recovered, it could be launched multiple times, which was more in line with the fact that the engine of a nuclear-powered rocket could theoretically be used an unlimited number of times. Because in order to carry out the first nuclear-powered rocket launch as soon as possible, the space agency has also drawn a lot of personnel over to this project. Wang Luan, who was originally working as an intern at the space agency, was also notified to participate in the assembly of the aerobody. On this day, Zhao Qiaoqiao from the 5th Aerospace Academy also followed the research team leader to the assembly workshop of the Longyanai. Wang Luan was still busy and saw that he was excitedly running up to greet him. Wang Luan was still busy, and when he saw that Zhao Qiaoqiao had actually come, he hurriedly and excitedly ran up to greet her. Qiaoqiao. Wang Luan? Zhao Qiaoqiao froze and smiled. Such a coincidence? Yes, Wang Luan said impatiently, I'm here as part of the space agency, in the middle of the assembly of China's first nuclear-powered rocket, the Longyan 1. Squad leader, awesome, how long have you only been at the space agency? Zhao Qiaoqiao said chillingly. That's true, Wang Luan looked proud. By the way, Qiaoqiao, what are you doing here? Wang Luan was curious. Me, Zhao Qiaoqiao laughed, my research team leader is here, discussing some details of Chang'e 6 as a load for the Longyan 1 rocket, and I'm tagging along to learn the ropes. Saying that, Zhao Qiaoqiao looked at the nuclear-powered rocket being assembled in front of her with a face full of reverence and excitement, and said excitedly, I really didn't expect that our Huaxia had built a nuclear-powered engine so quickly, this speed is really shocking. Yes, Wang Luan also couldn't hold back his excitement, looking up at the huge arrow being assembled in front of him, he introduced, the Dragon Yin No. 1 is 85 meters in length, its carrying capacity is unknown how many times greater than before, and it's said that the research on the nuclear-powered engine was done by a professor called Professor Lin. Professor Lin? Zhao Qiaoqiao froze, as if thinking of something, her eyelashes fluttered a few times. Could this Professor Lin be Lin Xian? Remember on the day of the graduation ceremony, there was the director of the Aerospace Bureau among the people who came to find Lin Xian? Lin Xian? Wang Luan really didn't connect Lin Xian and Professor Lin before. Hearing Zhao Qiaoqiao say this, Wang Luan was also startled at first, then followed by denial. This can't be possible, Lin Xian has only just graduated, it's not possible to fight with the title of professor. And I've never seen Lin Xian in the space agency either. Professor Lin must be someone else. Oh? You haven't seen Lin Xian? Zhao Qiaoqiao looked up at this time, and over on the second floor, she saw a familiar figure walking side by side with the director of the space agency. Then, Zhao Qiaoqiao's pupils shrunk violently, realizing that that familiar figure was no other than Lin Xian. I don't know why, Zhao Qiaoqiao felt that she hadn't seen Lin Xian for more than 2 weeks, and realized that the temperament on Lin Xian's body was even more than 2 weeks ago with a few more indescribable sensations. Wang Luan, look who that is, Zhao Qiaoqiao said to Wang Luan as her eyes slanted towards the second floor. Ha! Wang Luan followed Zhao Qiaoqiao's line of sight and was stunned, but corners of his mouth twitched viciously twice as he said in surprise, Lin Xian? How did Lin Xian appear here, and he's even with Director Li? I don't know, Zhao Qiaoqiao looked at Lin Xian with a somewhat straightened expression, and muttered, anyway, I feel that what's going on with Lin Xian isn't simple, it's not guaranteed, this Professor Lin could really be Lin Xian. How is that possible? Wang Luan saw that Lin Xian and the director of the space agency were able to walk side by side, and was a little envious, but was denying Zhao Qiaoqiao's statement. A nuclear-powered engine requires decades of technological accumulation. Lin Xian has only graduated a few days ago. Where to research a nuclear-powered engine? Zhao Qiaoqiao didn't answer, but the look in his eyes towards Lin Xian was even more full of confusion. It can't be? Lin Xian can't really be Professor Lin, right? Chapter 68, Winning Thoroughly and Beautifully. At the same time, Rice, Space Agency. A press conference, which had been prepared for a long time by the Rice Space Agency, was about to begin under the spotlight of countless media reporters. Before the start of this press conference, the MNSA has long been letting the wind out to go. However, the content of the press conference in the United States Space Agency has not mentioned a word. However, this still can't stop the major media from speculating about the content of this conference. A lot of media speculation, this time the MNSA preparations for such a large press conference, it is likely to be related to the MNSA Xishang, announced the research of the MNSA's nuclear power engine has made amazing breakthroughs. After all, when this news was made public, it set off a furor in the world, and the relevant experts from all over the world are still warmly discussing this matter. Among the countless media waiting and focusing, John, the director of the Rice Space Agency, took the lead in an opening statement. With a smile on his face, John said, for this conference today, the Space Agency has a very important announcement to make. I dare to make a guarantee that the shocking degree of this news is even more shocking than the news of our Apollo moon landing back then. John's words even more aroused the curiosity of the reporters and media on the scene. Click, 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 countless flashes and camera sounds rose and fell, and everyone wanted to know what this shocking heavyweight news that the MNA wanted to announce was. This news, I won't announce it myself. John suddenly changed his words and said, next, we have our space agency's designer Xishang, to make this announcement to you all. Xishang was also well known since the last time he personally publicized the news of the nuclear power engine research. As soon as Xishang appeared on the scene, he smiled and said, before I announce this exciting news, allow me to give some thanks. What I'm about to announce cannot be successful without our country's strong scientific research strength, powerful scientific research accumulation, and the world's best talents gathered here. That's why I want to thank the great country of me for giving me such an opportunity to be able to participate in the space agency's research. Then, amidst the expectant gazes of the media and reporters present, He Sheng announced, "I hereby announce that the first launch of Mi's first nuclear-powered rocket, the Hercules, will be launched for the first time this Friday, that is, 5 days from now, at our Mi's Kennedy Space Center. And the Hercules nuclear-powered rocket will carry the Perseverance Mars exploration rover, which carries the dream of exploring Mars for the people of the United States." Nuclear-powered rocket Hercules, with its first launch this Friday? After hearing He Sheng announce this news, all the reporters in the room were incredibly shocked, and then their faces were flooded with excitement. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. Rice is really great. The world's first nuclear-powered rocket, Rice is going to leave other countries completely behind. After He Sheng finished the announcement, he smiled again and said, "By the way, there seems to be recent news that China seems to be conducting research on nuclear power engines as well. To this, I would like to say that this idea of catching up with the meters in China is still a good one. But the technology of Huaxia is decades away from our Me, and the gap is still widening with our great Me, so how can Huaxia possibly catch up with me? Everyone can take a look at the various technologies that are at the forefront of science and technology, the 5th-generation warplanes, the anti-missile systems, which technologies were not researched first by our country, the United States of America. So for the news of Huaxia's research on nuclear-powered engines, everyone should just listen." He Sheng's speech was filled with disparaging remarks about China and denigration of China's scientific research strength. The following media reporters from the United States, after hearing He Sheng's words, couldn't help but let out all sorts of snickers. By this point, the purpose of He Sheng's speech had already been achieved. On the one hand, He Sheng wanted to announce the news that the United States was about to launch its first nuclear-powered rocket. On the other hand, He Sheng had recently heard some rumors that China was researching nuclear-powered engines, and also wanted to use these words to tell China that it was completely futile for China to try to catch up with Rice. After He Sheng's speech, the conference ended very quickly. The contents of this conference were also quickly spread all over the world through the media at the scene. The upcoming launch of the first nuclear-powered rocket in the United States quickly became a matter of great interest throughout the world. Chinese Space Agency. Lin Xian was inside the space agency, following up on the progress of the manufacturing of the nuclear-powered rockets with director Li Shan and a bunch of other bigwigs in the space industry. So far, the assembly of the nuclear-powered rocket, Dragonitis I, is all but perfect. After all, unlike traditional rockets that had liquid storage tanks and other complicated original parts, the nuclear power engine was the main body of the nuclear power rocket, and the assembly work behind it was not troublesome. Of course, in addition to this, Lin Xian had also just completed the verification of the recoverable technology of nuclear-powered rockets in the system simulation, and was going to talk to Director Li and a group of aerospace bigwigs about this matter at this meeting. Lin Xian, I believe we'll soon be able to witness the liftoff of a nuclear-powered rocket. Director Li of the conference room couldn't help but say to Lin Xian in admiration, as soon as this nuclear engine was researched, the assembly of the nuclear-powered rocket was carried out right away, and I haven't even had a chance to give you a reward yet. Reward? Lin Xian smiled and said, Director Li, this is something I really didn't think about, I just wanted to watch our nuclear-powered rocket launch successfully. Good job. Li Shan looked at Lin Xian even more appreciatively. Lin Xian, this spirit of yours is truly worth learning from all of us. But one size does not fit all. The rewards that should be there must still be there. When this nuclear-powered rocket launch is successful, I will save up the rewards from the 2 times and give them to you all at once. Professor Fu also looked at Lin Xian appreciatively from the side and said, Lin Xian has made such a great contribution to China. I feel that any greater reward for Lin Xian would not be enough. Lin Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. Rewards and whatnot, Lin Xian really hadn't thought about it. For Lin Xian, he was most concerned about the success of the nuclear-powered rocket launch, and ruthlessly smacked the face of the meter country. Lin Xian's heart was full of confidence in the first launch of the Longyan 1. It was at this time. A researcher, holding a cell phone, took big steps towards Li Shan and a group of professors. Director, take a look at this. This researcher raised his cell phone in front of the crowd with a very ugly look on his face. Li Shan received the researcher's cell phone with a puzzled expression and looked at the contents on top of the phone with several professors and Lin Xian. The man inside the video, who looked to have a Chinese face, was no other than He Sheng. After seeing that it was He Sheng, Li Shan's and their faces were all a little less than favorable. If one were to say who was the person that Li Shan's group of professors hated the most, it would definitely be this He Sheng. He Sheng looked smug. Rice's first nuclear-powered rocket, the Hercules, will be launched this Friday. Seeing that it had just begun, Li Shan, along with a group of professors, was first stunned. A nuclear-powered rocket is going to be launched this Friday? Li Shan said with some surprise, how can the actions on the side of the Rice Space Agency be so fast? Professor Chi also pushed up his glasses and said, if we extrapolate from the timing of this launch, the Rice should have completed the nuclear power engine around the same time as us. That's also because they're lagging behind. Professor Ren also said indignantly, they could have researched the theory 2 months earlier than us. In terms of the manufacturing speed of nuclear power engines, who can be faster than us in Huaxia? But we have Lin Xian to lead us. Seeing He Shang's confident announcement, Professor Fu also said with some concern, "It looks like the Rice Space Agency is very confident about this launch of theirs." Li Shan's expression was also a bit worried as he nodded and said, "Originally, we thought we were ahead of the curve, but we didn't expect the Mi side to be so fast. The speed of action on the Rice Space Agency's side is really puzzling." Professor Ran also couldn't help but say. Lin Shen didn't feel surprised after seeing He Shang's announcement that the MiG would be launching the Hercules nuclear-powered rocket this Friday. Judging from the eagerness shown by He Shang's team in the previous paper, it made sense that they would be launching a nuclear-powered rocket so soon. Launching is one thing, but whether or not it will succeed and when it will succeed is another matter. Lin Shen, who had read He Shang's paper, did not feel worried, but also said to the crowd in a very confident and calm manner, "Don't worry, the launch of Rice this time, according to my estimation, will not be successful." Do they really think that nuclear-powered rockets can be built casually? It's too much to look down on nuclear-powered rockets. Lin Xian had simulated countless times in the system, spent countless technology points, and accumulated countless failures in the system's simulation before leading the professors of the Dragonflame project all the way to the present through thick and thin. He Shang wouldn't really think that he could successfully launch a nuclear-powered rocket with that half-assed level of scientific research in the United States, would he? Will the launch of the Rice country not be successful? Seeing Lin Xian say these words with a disbelieving face, several professors were somewhat surprised. Although the few professors didn't ask Lin Xian the exact reason for this either, since everyone was very trusting of Lin Xian, the worries within everyone's hearts were dispelled quite a bit. Li Shan tapped the screen and the video continued to play. It seems that China is also conducting research on nuclear power engines. Let's just say that the idea is still good. Seeing this, Li Shan and also the professors present, their faces also brushed even more. Everyone's faces were filled with anger. This time, everyone present was truly on fire. This He Shang was really something else. Obviously a Chinese, after going to study in the United States, he didn't return to China and didn't contribute to China even if he was a Chinese. If he wants to be a dog himself, let him be the dog. But now, this He Shang, under the spotlight of the whole world, in the press conference of the Rice Space Agency, even openly denigrated the scientific research environment and scientific research strength of China. Is this something that a human being can do? To call the United States my country, is very disgusting to hear. Lin Xian also took his cell phone at this time and glanced at the comments section underneath this microblogging video. Inside the comments section, everyone's comments, they were all very neat. All of them were cursing He Shang from one side to the other. And the netizens didn't perceive how great the nuclear-powered rocket launch of Rice was. Everyone was trusting Huaxia, believing that since Huaxia was already working on it, it must be stronger than Rice. There are such shameless people in the world. Huaxia will use facts to tell you what is called Huaxia's technological strength. I'm sorry, Rice is the one blowing awesome. The reason why Huaxia doesn't say anything is because Huaxia only says it when it does it. And China always does what it says. And the Hercules, why don't you call it the 200-pound Eagle Kingdom marble? Seeing everyone scolding He Shang like this, Lin Xian was relieved. The more vigorously everyone cursed, the more enjoyable it would be to watch when Long Yen No. 1 was successfully launched. Professor Fu also couldn't help but curse, this dog. Really ungrateful. Really a. Director Li couldn't help but curse out angrily as well after holding his tongue for half a day. Director Li, as well as the professors, couldn't help but express their indignation. And at this time, Lin Xian took out a piece of information under everyone's gaze. After Lin Xian took out this piece of information, several people also curiously gathered around. Lin Xian, this is? Director Li asked curiously. Lin Xian smiled and pointed to this information. Since we want to win, we have to win beautifully and more thoroughly. This information of mine will more than likely allow us to take the Hercules of the Mi Kingdom and rub it thoroughly under our feet. Chapter 69, Huaxia Press Conference. Professor Lin, who is a holy man. Lin Xian's words made Li Shan and all the professors present even more glazed over. What on earth is this good stuff? Li Shan asked expectantly. Lin Xian also didn't talk nonsense and said in a simple and straightforward manner, the rocket recyclable technology that can be used on our Longyan 1. Rocket recyclable technology? Li Shan, along with a group of aerospace bigwigs, just froze. Currently, there is no space agency in the entire world that has successful rocket recovery technology. After Lin Xian saw the look of surprise on the faces of Director Li Shan and a group of professors, he also continued, although the Space Exploration Technology Corporation of the United States of America is currently able to achieve the so-called first-stage rocket recovery, there are many problems after the recovery. If we can use the recyclable technology on our Longyan 1, then not only can we guarantee the safety of the nuclear-powered rocket, but we can also reduce the launch cost to 1/10, or even 1/20th, of what it was before. After hearing Lin Xian's explanation, the looks on the faces of Li Shan and the group of professors were even more shocked. It was important to realize that the cost of a single rocket manufacturing and launching was about several $billion. This would be horrible if the cost could be reduced to 1/10, 1/20th of what it was before. Li Shan, as well as the professors, were even more shocked while looking over the information Lin Xian had taken out. Lin Xian, this information on the rocket recoverable technology is really too good. Professor Fu said in horror as he held the information in his hands. Lin Xian, this was all written by you alone? Li Shan also said with some disbelief. Yes, Lin Xian said with a smile, I've personally examined all these data hundreds of times, and there's no problem at all, and it's built in accordance with the Dragon Yen number 1, and it's completely synchronized with the current progress of the rocket's assembly. After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, Li Shan's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Xian, your efficiency, it's really too terrifying. I really didn't expect that you'd be able to come up with so many more things all by yourself. Director Li, if we follow my information for the assembly of the rocket now, we'll be able to complete the assembly of the retrievable recovery part and the aero body before the launch in the meter, and we'll be able to launch it completely on Friday. Generally speaking, a new technology is not used so casually on top of a rocket. However, Lin Xian's recoverable rocket data and Long Yan I completely match and does not affect the progress. Plus, after witnessing the birth of the nuclear power engine before, Li Shan on Lin Xian's scientific research strength, very trusting. Xiao Wang immediately arranged for someone to add the data inside this information from Professor Lin to the construction of the nuclear-powered rocket. Li Shan immediately made the final decision and instructed one of the researchers, tell everyone that the launch time for the Dragon Yen number 1 rocket is tentatively scheduled for Friday. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise a hint of a smile at this time. Nuclear-powered rockets, with the addition of recyclable technology, now there's something for the MNSA to look at. We'll see what happens at the launch on Friday. Seeing that Li Shan had so readily added Lin Xian's rocket recycling technology to the rocket assembly process, they all looked at Lin Xian with admiration and appreciation. It had to be said that Lin Xian could always bring unexpected surprises. Long Yan number 1 assembly workshop. A leading engineer excitedly announced to everyone, we, the space agency, are going to carry out the launch of Dragonitis I on Friday. Everyone will next follow this technical data of the recoverable rocket written down by Professor Lin and carry out the subsequent assembly of the aero body. Cheer up, everyone. Recoverable rocket technical data written down by Professor Lin? The engineers and technicians in the room were all staring in disbelief. Professor Lin is awesome. Too strong. This is going to make history. Nuclear-powered rockets plus recyclable technology, this is totally the strongest combination on Earth. Wang Luan and Zhao Qiao who were present were also stunned. As if struck by lightning, Wang Luan stood frozen in place and said in dismay, this Professor Lin, what kind of god is he in the end? This has only just researched the nuclear power engine for a few days, and now the rocket recyclable technology is available? I'll go, doesn't the whole world have no real recoverable rocket technology now? Zhao Qiao also stared wide-eyed and said with an incredulous face, this Professor Lin is really a god. This is really going to beat the world's aerospace industry. The clock is ticking down to Thursday. 8 o'clock in the evening. After completing the assembly of the recoverable nuclear-powered rocket arrows according to Lin Xian's data, and then after countless more tests, there were no problems. The Chinese Space Agency, too, decided to conduct a press conference for the whole world on Thursday night. A couple of days ago, the MNSA had just conducted a press conference in which it was said that MNSA was going to conduct the launch of the first Hercules nuclear-powered rocket on Friday. The Chinese Space Agency then announced that it was going to conduct a press conference on Thursday night, which was clearly a firestorm. The sharp sense of the world's media, or smelled this gunpowder smell, is also to get the conference of the live broadcast rights, in the world, live broadcast. This conference of the Chinese Space Agency can be said to be in the limelight, attracting the attention of the whole world. It was because of He Sheng's statement at the previous launch of the Rice Space Agency, which made netizens all over the internet furious. This time, when the Chinese Space Agency held a press conference at this juncture, many netizens were under the impression that the Chinese Space Agency was definitely going to zoom in this time. Countless netizens, too, had opened their cell phone live broadcasts early, waiting with anticipation for the start of the space agency's press conference. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, the conference began. The spokesperson of the Chinese Space Agency, Wu Lei, also appeared in front of the many media. Click, click, click. Camera flashes and photo-taking sounds rang out. Spokesman Wu Lei, at the beginning of the conference, opened with a thunderclap full of confidence. Good evening everyone, as the spokesman of the Chinese National Space Administration, I am honored to be able to speak here on behalf of the National Space Administration. Here, on behalf of the Space Agency, I would like to announce something. This matter is that at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, at our Changsha Rocket Launch Center, we in China are going to launch the first nuclear-powered rocket that belongs to our China, the Dragon Yen number 1. And Long Yan 1 is also the first recoverable rocket of China. What? The launch of China's first nuclear-powered rocket at 10 a.m. tomorrow? At the moment. Whether it was the Chinese netizens who were watching the live broadcast in front of their cell phones, or the Chinese people who were watching the live broadcast in front of their television sets after tea, all of them froze at the moment this news was announced. Immediately afterward, Every Chinese who was watching the live broadcast was becoming incredibly excited. I knew it. Our Huaxia has been holding back a big move for a long time. What else can I say? Huaxia is awesome. This press conference, give it power. Oh. Cool. Our Chinese nuclear-powered rockets will be launched. Not only launching a nuclear-powered rocket, but also playing with recoverable technology? Awesome. Rice. He Sheng is having a get-together with John, the director of the space agency, the staff of the space agency, and mascot of the Space Technology Exploration Corporation. They were also watching the press conference of the Chinese space agency. After seeing the Chinese spokesperson announce that China was also going to launch a nuclear-powered rocket, He Sheng and John didn't feel surprised, but instead, they all revealed a few disdainful smiles. This wave of China, what tricks are they trying to play again? John laughed and said, as far as I know, their technology in this area is completely blank. Where did they get a nuclear-powered rocket? Change out? I know Huaxia, He Sheng also said in disbelief. Director John, Huaxia is definitely playing a trick right now. When the time comes, they definitely don't have the guts to broadcast the launch live, and then claim to the public that it's some kind of secret launch. The reason they're sure to do that is because they don't have any nuclear-powered rockets at all. Not to mention recoverable. Mr. Mask's recyclable technology has been built up over many years to get to where it is today, and China has always had a gap in this area, so how could they do it in China? Ma Sika smiled and nodded, expressing his approval of He Sheng's words. John also looked at He Sheng appreciatively and said, Designer He Sheng, there really is no one who knows more about China than you. Come on, let's keep looking. He Sheng was complimented by John. He also became more energized and said with great enthusiasm, let's continue to watch the Chinese jokes together. Wu Lei, the spokesman of the space agency, announced with a smile again as all eyes watched. Here, I want to thank one person in particular. This person is Professor Lin, who made research breakthroughs in nuclear-powered rockets and recyclable technology, and who single-handedly catalyzed the birth of the Dragonflame 1. Professor Lin? Hearing this, the viewers who were watching the live broadcast, on one side, were all feeling in their hearts that this Professor Lin was powerful. On the other hand, they are all a bit puzzled. This Professor Lin, in the end, is that person? Why didn't the spokesman for the space agency give out Professor Lin's name? At this time, a reporter at the scene curiously raised his hand and asked, Spokesman Wu, may I ask who this Professor Lin is? And since this Professor Lin has made such a great contribution, why don't you disclose Professor Lin's name? Spokesperson Wu Lei also said with a smile at this time, I'm sorry, I can't disclose Professor Lin's identity for the time being. Can't reveal Professor Lin's identity? The viewers of the live broadcast who were watching the scene were even more puzzled at this time. What exactly is this Professor Lin's origin? This is too mysterious. Maybe this Professor Lin is too powerful and is being protected by the state. This is the first time I've seen such a mysterious professor. Facing the extremely puzzled looks of the media and reporters at the scene, Wu Lei also continued, this Professor Lin is currently working on another even more impressive scientific research project, which is also the reason why Professor Lin can't disclose his true identity for the time being. I believe that when Professor Lin's that even more powerful scientific research project comes out, that will be the day that this mysterious Professor Lin will openly meet everyone. The spokesperson's words even more provoked the audience of the live broadcast to show even more interest in this Professor Lin, and to discuss it even more intensely. Professor Lin has other research projects? This is too powerful. Having already researched nuclear-powered rockets, how can they still be working on something else? What I think is the pinnacle is just the starting point for someone else, Professor Lin. This Professor Lin is the one sent from heaven specifically to hang the rice country? What else can I say? Professor Lin is awesome. Shouting out loud. Chapter 70, A Nation's Attention. Professor Lin himself conducted the countdown. While the netizens of Huaxia were frantically calling Professor Lin. On the rice side, it was a very different scene. When the spokesman Wu Lei said that the one who made the technological breakthrough in nuclear-powered rockets was Professor Lin, and that this Professor Lin was unable to meet with you all because he had other research to do. There were snickers all over the banquet of the NSA. In their opinion, what the Chinese spokesman said about Professor Lin was simply too fake to be true. This Professor Lin has made such a great contribution to China, why does he not come out to show his face? Instead, he does not even dare to disclose his identity. Obviously, this so-called Professor Lin, like China's nuclear-powered rockets, does not exist at all, are made up by the Chinese space agency. He Sheng, this Professor Lin of your China, is quite powerful? John also didn't believe this Professor Lin that the Chinese spokesman said. With a few sneers, he said to He Sheng, I don't know if you've heard of it when you were in China? He Sheng laughed and said, as far as I know, there is no Professor Lin in the nuclear field in China. If this Professor Lin was so powerful, I would have known about it a long time ago. Moreover, the Chinese space agency side, it is also too fake. He Sheng even more cannot stop the smug smile on his face, said, this Professor Lin, if it really exists, it must be a long time ago to come out and show up. Obviously this what Professor Lin, it is the Chinese fabricated. Hearing He Sheng's words, a snicker once again came from the entire room. Huaxia also said that this Professor Lin is conducting other, more powerful research? John was also excited at this time. Let's guess what kind of research. Professor Lin doesn't even exist, so this even more powerful research must also not exist. It's just an excuse from Huaxia. He Shang also said with an exaggerated expression at this time. However, if you really let me guess, then I guess that Professor Lin might be researching on star annihilators? Or rather, orbital laser cannons? Ha 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 ha. As soon as He Shang's words fell, a burst of laughter erupted from the entire room once again. After the banquet, He Shang is again sent a tweet. Shady, said Emil, if China's nuclear-powered rocket launch is fake, China certainly do not dare to openly launch live. Professor Lin also does not have this person at all. Are China's space agency made up, or else have the ability to let this Professor Lin out to the real face of the people? At the end of this tweet, He Shang even deliberately used the Chinese language to at Professor Lin. Once He Shang's tweet was sent, it even provoked the anger of millions of Chinese netizens. He Shang is really too shameless. He Shang, who gave you the face at Professor Lin? Sorry, Professor Lin doesn't even want to bother with traitors like you. Just you? A dog from the meter country still has the face to talk here? I'll let you see the technological strength of China tomorrow. Stop yelling. In advance, we wish China's Longyan number 1 a successful launch. Day 2. 9 a.m. National Changsha Rocket Launch Center. A huge rocket, 80.5 meters high, is already erected ahead of schedule at the launch center. It was none other than the Dragonflame 1. The exterior design of the Dragonitis 1 is very simple, yet it looks very technological. The body of the white dragon Yan number 1, in addition to the national flag of China, there is also a flame modeling in the shape of the Chinese dragon painted on it. The staff of the space agency was conducting the final intense inspection, and after the inspection, they were going to evacuate the launch area. 10 kilometers away. Lin Xian was with the director of aerospace, as well as various professors, inside the main console of the launch site, looking at the distant Longyan number 1 from afar through the special shockproof glass windows. Just at this time, another familiar face came. It was Commander Yang, who had returned to the military region first a few days ago. Commander Yang. Several people were greeting Commander Yang one after another. Commander Yang, what brings you here? Lin Xian said with some surprise. The first launch of our Huaxia's nuclear-powered rocket, how could I not come to such a big event? Commander Yang said eagerly to Lin Xian, I've come specifically to witness our Huaxia's history. It's indeed going to make history. Director Li Shan could hardly contain his inner excitement as he looked at Longyan 1 outside the glass window and said expectantly, if the launch is successful, we, Huaxia, are going to take the lead in pioneering a low-cost and high-efficiency space age. This will simply have a profound impact on the future of our Chinese spaceflight and military. Commander Yang excitedly said to Lin Xian, even though the rocket hasn't been launched yet, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the military region side first. Thank me on behalf of the military region? Lin Xian smiled, and without avoiding it, said to Commander Yang, you want me to take my current technology and use it towards military technology, right? Truly nothing escapes your eyes, Lin Xian, Commander Yang said with a smile as well. Lin Xian, not just nuclear-powered engine technology, I heard that you've also utilized recyclable technology on this launch rocket. Can this be used for military purposes? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said to Commander Yang, you don't have to say, it's really possible to use these two technologies for military use at the same time. It's definitely something that can greatly strengthen our Chinese military power. What? Can we really use these two technologies for military purposes? Commander Yang's eyes were instantly glowing, excitedly saying, Lin Xian, what is it? What is it that can grow our Chinese military power? This. Lin Xian blinked and deliberately sold a lie, saying, Commander Yang, since you're here to see the launch of the Dragon Yan number 1, let's watch the launch first, and we'll talk about this matter when the rocket launch is finished. It's not too late. Wait until the rocket launch is over to talk about it? Commander Yang froze, but then let out a hearty laugh and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian, it's hard to tell. Without realizing it, you've learned to whet people's appetites. Good, then we'll wait until the launch is over. After all, you're the leader of the Dragonflame program, you call the shots. Lin Xian also smiled and said, Commander Yang, I'm not specifically hanging on to your appetite, because what's coming up next for me is also a huge plan that can't be explained in a few words here. I knew Lin Xian you still have the goods. Commander Yang's eyes were even emitting a refined light. Director Li Shan and Professor Bai, who were present, were all astonished when they heard that Lin Xian still had a new military research program. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian had only just broken through the nuclear-powered engine technology and the recyclable rocket technology. This nuclear-powered rocket hasn't even been launched yet, and Lin Xian has a new research idea on his side. This is too incredible. This efficiency, this brainpower, it really is unbeatable. Thinking of this, several professors were looking at Lin Xian with great admiration, and their admiration for Lin Xian was increasing exponentially. By the way, did everyone see the remarks Xi Sheng sent out last night? At this time, as if he had thought of something, Professor Yin clenched his fists and said, he and the Rice Space Agency, not only did they question the authenticity of the launch of our Longyan No. 1 nuclear-powered rocket, but they even questioned the existence of Lin Xian, Professor Lin, which is really too hateful. Yes, and deliberately using the Chinese language to aid Professor Lin, I was all puked out by this little brat's remarks. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, when you say it, the veins above Professor Bai's forehead were also jutting out, saying angrily, it's really angry on behalf of Huaxia, on behalf of Lin Xian. Lin Xian had seen He Sheng's remarks last night, and had even seen He Sheng ate himself. This didn't make Lin Xian feel angry, instead, he felt more interesting. Because He Sheng was like an ant trying to shake a tree right now, and soon he would realize the real gap between him and the technology of Huaxia. Professors, Lin Xian said as the corner of his mouth lifted, this time, He Sheng has kind of run into the eye of the gun. We on our side can use our strength to give them, Rice, a hard slap in the face. Lin Xian's words were like a tranquilizer pill for the several professors, causing them to gradually subside as well. This was because everyone was very confident that this launch would be a success. The live broadcast of the Hercules rocket launch on the MiG side should have already started, right? Lin Xian inquired. It started, Director Li said at this time. They seem to have modified the launch time, and it's also the same as ours, a 10 o'clock launch. Because of the time difference, the Changxi Launch Center was launching at 10 in the morning, and the Kenny Space Center in the United States of America was launching at 10 at night, which was the same time. Oh? Rice wants to launch at the same time as us? Lin Xian laughed and said, isn't this a fancy way to deliver? Director Li, the several machine positions over at the Dragonitis 1 rocket, are they already set up? Li Shan immediately inquired about the staff that had just evacuated the launch site, and then nodded his head and said to Lin Xian, the camera positions, all of them have been set up, according to the requirements. Good, Lin Xian also said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, then we'll also start the global live broadcast of the Dragonitis I rocket launch. Time back to 10 minutes ago. Kenny Launch Center, MI. Rice's Hercules, also erected on the launch site. This scene, too, was being broadcast live in its entirety inside the live broadcast room of the Rice Space Agency. The host of the live broadcast room inside, Judy, is a face full of smiles to the camera side, said, today is our country's first nuclear-powered rocket Hercules rocket launch day. There is less than an hour of time, our rocket will be launched. On this very important day for the country of Rice, we have invited our space agency director, John, and the designer of the Hercules nuclear-powered engine, He Sheng. The camera panned, after He Sheng as well as John greeted the camera. The host smiled and asked, Director, for this launch, I wonder how sure we are. 100% certainty, John smiled and looked at He Sheng and said, although there are successes and failures in rocket launches, but this time, because it is an extremely important nuclear-powered rocket, the equivalent of us launching a nuclear reactor into the sky, safety is naturally very important, and designer He Sheng has already gone through a comprehensive inspection of the Hercules, there are no problems. The host was smiling again at this time and asked, I've also heard that the Chinese side is also going to carry out a nuclear-powered rocket launch. I don't know what you all think of this news. Huaxia? He Sheng said with a smile on his face, the Chinese Space Agency hasn't made any moves so far, so I guess it's not going to be broadcast live, right? Just at this time, the host suddenly got an item of the latest news, also immediately accessed a video signal to the inside of the live broadcast room, said with some surprise, according to the news we just got, China has also begun the nuclear-powered rocket Dragonitis I, the launch of the live broadcast. What? This news was completely unexpected by He Sheng and John. Seeing the rocket in the live feed of the Chinese Space Agency, John's face, at once, changed. After He Sheng froze for a few seconds after looking at the Dragon Yen No. 1 in the broadcast screen, he immediately smiled and said, it's impossible for China to build a nuclear-powered rocket, this I dare to guarantee, because our technology, at least a few decades ahead of China's, only the scientific research environment of the Rice country can give rise to this kind of trans-genre technology. The rocket that Huaxia is putting up right now is estimated to be Huaxia's hydrogen-oxygen engine rocket. He Sheng was pointing at the broadcast screen again. When it comes to the time of launch in a while, Huaxia will definitely cut off the screen. And the entire launch of our Rice country will be broadcast live. He Sheng was proudly announcing again. John also didn't believe that China really had nuclear-powered rockets, so after a brief moment of surprise, John's face gradually recovered, and he also laughed and flirted with the host about the launch of China's Dragonitis 1. And in the meantime, there were countless Chinese netizens who were excitedly watching the official Chinese live broadcast screen. This is Dragonitis 1? I'll go, this face value, it's too capable. Professor Lin is awesome. Call Professor Lin like crazy. Next door, Rice says we'll cut a segment of the live feed later, ha! Under the attention of countless netizens, the host of the official live broadcasting room also smiled and introduced to everyone, the nuclear-powered rocket that we launched this time, Longyan No. 1, has a maximum thrust that is more than 20 times that of the Fat 5 that we were all familiar with before, and is capable of sending loads weighing more than 250 tons into the space. In comparison, the Fat 5's payload is 25 tons. Hearing the host compare the Fat 5 with the Dragonitis 1 and popularize it, the netizens in the live broadcast room opened their mouths wide in shock. Did I hear it right, 250 tons? More than half the mass of the International Space Station? That's too much. After all that, the host laughed again. By the way, there's another piece of good news to tell you all, because the core technologies of the Dragonitis 1 rocket are all breakthroughs made by Professor Lin. Although Professor Lin can't show up in person due to some special reasons, when the time comes for the launch, everyone will be able to hear Professor Lin himself counting down for the launch of Dragonitis 1. Professor Lin personally conducting a countdown? This Professor Lin, he's really a god. 10,000% anticipation. I'm getting more and more curious about Professor Lin. Everyone had been informed of this news, and there was even a feverish debate about Professor Lin's identity. Chapter 71, Dragonitis 1, Success. The meter country panicked. On the side of the Rice Space Agency, it was still broadcasting the Hercules live at the same time, relaying the images from the Chinese side. When they heard the Chinese host talking about how Professor Lin would be personally counting down the time and could not show up yet, John and Hishang were even more determined to think that China was playing a trick on them, and that there was no such person as Professor Lin at all. Huaxia really knows how to play, Hishang said mockingly. Why don't you let this Professor Lin show up? Maybe Huaxia is afraid of being discovered by us. In fact, they don't even have Professor Lin as a person, nor do they have nuclear power engine technology. John also said with what he thought was humor. Just at this time, the launch of the Hercules also came to a 10-minute countdown. The host, Judy, with excitement in her eyes, announced to the camera, there are still 10 minutes to go, and our Hercules nuclear-powered rocket is about to be launched. Because our space agency is very confident in the success of this Hercules nuclear-powered rocket launch, our Hercules is carrying the very same payload of the Perseverance Mars rover that's going to go to Mars for exploration. As the host's words fell, the screen of the live broadcast room on the Rice side was also all occupied by the Hercules, temporarily cutting off the broadcast screen on the Chinese side of the Longyan one. John and Hishang both, after saying goodbye to the camera side, the two also returned to the control room of the Kenny Launch Center. The first launch of the nuclear-powered rockets of the Me and China was not just a matter for the two countries, China and Me, but also for the large space agencies around the world, which were also paying attention to the launch. However, the many space agencies, too, were surprisingly unanimous in their speculation about who would succeed in the launch between China and Rice. Everyone agreed that Rice, which had more experience in spaceflight, would have a higher probability of success this time. After all, the country has a new star in the nuclear physics world, Hishang, and still earlier announced the news of a breakthrough in nuclear power engines. And the Chinese side, before from no nuclear-powered rocket news, suddenly to launch a nuclear-powered rocket, and one of the nuclear hair designer Professor Lin, the major space agencies have not heard of, and did not see what Professor Lin published the relevant papers. So the major space agencies are more optimistic about the launch of the United States. For the Chinese launch, the major space agencies are still more curious and want to see the strength of China. Huaxia. Changsha Rocket Launch Center. The staff inside the Launch Control Center were all staring nervously at the instrumentation in front of them, waiting for the countdown inside the General Command Room. Inside the General Command Room, Li Shan, Commander Yang, and Professor Yen, they also could not help but hold their breaths and look at the countdown screen in front of them in a nervous mood. Lin Xian's mood couldn't help but be a little tense as well. This was, after all, the first launch as well as recovery of the Dragonitis I. This was unprecedented in the entire world. Lin Xian stared at the numbers on top of the display and took a slight breath before following suit and starting the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. At this moment, countless Chinese netizens, also in a state of extreme nervousness, heard the sound of Lin Xian's countdown inside the live rocket screen. When Lin Xian's voice rang out inside the screen as the background sound, the Chinese netizens were both excited and puzzled. Is this the voice of Professor Lin, the designer of the Dragonitis one? I'll go. This is different from what was imagined. I thought it was a very old voice, but I didn't expect Professor Lin's voice to be so young. This voice is so magnetic. I love it. Stop it, stop it, stop it, the rocket's about to launch. Amidst all the excited and nervous chatter. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Lin Xian's voice sounded over the live broadcast at the same time. As Lin Xian's countdown ended, the electronic system inside the Dragon Yen No. 1 began to activate. The neutron control rods were drawn out under the control of the electronic system, and the nuclear engine began to work. Rumble. As a loud sound rang out, the huge body of the Dragon Yen No. 1 rocket also began to rapidly ascend into the air under the impetus of the nuclear-powered engine. Because the principle of nuclear-powered rockets was different from the traditional chemical-fueled rockets, everyone didn't see the kind of flame spraying seen in the past. Instead, a white mixed with light blue high-speed gas was ejected from underneath the Dragon Yen No. 1 nuclear-powered rocket. The Dragon Yen No. 1 was like a roaring dragon, with a roaring sound that shook the sky, ejecting a dreamy high-speed gas, taking Chang'e No. 6 all the way to the clouds. Successful launch. Successful liftoff. Is that a nuclear engine tail flame? This is too sci-fi. Professor Lin is really too awesome. Thanks to Huaxia for sending the rocket. Who dares to say that we, Wasia, don't dare to broadcast live? Seeing the successful liftoff of the Dragon Yen #1 rocket, all the Chinese netizens, all of them, boiled over. Unlike the reaction of the audience, the launch general command room, the launch control room, everyone was just slightly relieved, but the look on their faces had not yet relaxed. Because next, the rocket still needs to travel steadily to the predetermined altitude, and then successfully carry out the first stage of the aero-body separation, and finally successfully recovered before it can be considered a real success. Unlike traditional chemical-fueled rockets, nuclear-powered rockets thrust countless times harder. So in just 3 minutes' time, the speed of the Dragon Yen #1 rocket reached 30,000 km/h, successfully reaching 150 km into space. Like previous launches, this process took at least 20 minutes, and it was a multi-stage rocket that took turns pushing. On the other hand, Longyan 1, all the power was provided by the nuclear power engine of the first stage Aero, and it only needed to be separated once, and then the first stage Aero would return to the Earth, while the rest of it continued to propel China 6 towards the moon. Because this was the first rocket recovery in China, the recovery was still a nuclear-powered rocket. If this exploded, it would be completely the power of a small nuclear bomb, so the people inside the control room were all a little nervous, but at the same time, they were methodically carrying out the controls. First stage Aero body successfully separated. Attitude control complete. Nuclear engines temporarily shut down, first stage Aeros are returning. Automatic recovery platform at sea is ready. Under the gaze of everyone's expectant eyes, the first stage of the nuclear-powered rocket also completed the process of stopping the reaction, separating, and returning in one fell swoop. Watching the arrow in the screen gradually fall back into the atmosphere according to the predetermined trajectory. The control center on the ground was once again busy. Secondary nuclear reaction initiated. Reverse thrust initiated. All clear, returning to sea platform. Just at this time, the image of the sea recovery platform inside the live broadcast suddenly shook a few times. Then everyone saw the first stage Aero body with a nuclear power engine landing steadily and vertically in the center of the sea recovery platform. Right in the center of the bullseye. Longyan 1 first stage Aero body successfully recovered at sea. On the other hand, Chang'e 6 also bid farewell to Longyan 1 and successfully entered the Earth-Moon transfer orbit, all the way to its final destination, the Moon. The entire process was described as clean and smooth, and the total time spent in the end was 7 minutes. After witnessing all this with countless Chinese netizens, everyone in the command room and the control room let out a long breath. Then a look of elation appeared on everyone's face. And under everyone's expectant gazes, Director Li Shan also excitedly shouted into the microphone, "I announce that China's nuclear-powered rocket, Dragonitis 1, launch success. The recovery at sea was successful. Everything is a complete success." Saying this, Li Shan again looked at Lin Xian with a joyful expression and shouted, "On this occasion, I would like to once again thank Professor Lin, who made the greatest contribution to this." As soon as Director Li's words fell, the entire control center all boiled over. Everyone cheered in unison. "It's a success, Dragonitis 1 has succeeded. We have our own nuclear-powered rocket in China. Professor Lin is great. Let the whole world see the strength of our Huaxia." Lin Xian's face, too, was filled with the joy of success. Facing the crowd of professors who were congratulating him, as well as Commander Yang and the others, Lin Xian smiled and said, "I'd like to thank everyone here for their efforts as well. It's just that I, myself, couldn't have made it this far." Just then, Professor Yin suddenly said with a smile again, "I wonder what's happening with the Hercules from the meter, now?" Li Shan also glanced at his cell phone and said, "Yell, it seems like the live broadcast on the Rice side hasn't ended yet. We've successfully recovered on our side, what's going on with them in Rice?" Professor Chi also teased. A few professors also came over and said, "I can't believe the Rice rockets haven't blown up yet." Lin Xian had a very good idea of the nuclear power engine technology on the Rice side, and Lin Xian had carried out countless failed simulations in the system at the time, accumulating countless rocket launch data in his brain. Coupled with the fact that Lin Xian had gone through brain enhancement, the live broadcast screen that was going on the Rice side at the moment, Lin Xian just scanned it and saw through all the problems on the Rice side, and couldn't help but say with a smile, "No wonder their process is so slow. It turns out that the thrust of their Rice nuclear-powered rocket is only 1/10 of ours. And let's not talk about the power problem of this nuclear-powered rocket of Rice, this aero vibration frequency of theirs, it's also asymmetrical, it's hard to survive the next maximum dynamic pressure." Lin Xian was again continuing his analysis. The so-called maximum dynamic pressure was the maximum value of the mechanical stress pressure of the rocket's aerobody, also called max Q. Seeing that Lin Xian had seen the problem with the Hercules on the Me side with a single glance, all the experts, professors, and Director Li, Commander Yang and the rest of them present were all looking at Lin Xian with a very shocked expression. "Lin Xian, you're too good at this. You can tell the problem on the Me side with a single glance?" Li Xian's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Xian in shock and said, "How did you do this?" Professor Fu had accumulated a very large amount of experience with problems in rocket launches, and at this moment, he also stared at the Hercules in the screen for several seconds, and didn't see any problems, and was even more shocked. Lin Xian, you're really godly, I couldn't see any of the problems that you're talking about at all. How on earth did you see it? Professor Fu was right, the problems that Lin Xian could see were not only not visible to them, but the monitoring instruments of the MNSA on the rocket also didn't monitor any anomalies at this stage. In other words, Lin Xian was now able to see problems that even the computers couldn't monitor. Lin Xian, why do I feel like you're a veteran of rocket launches? So much experience? Commander Yang also joked to Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally couldn't say that his experience came from simulations within the system. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's not that impressive, it's probably due to the fact that I usually calculate more data. At this time, Lin Xian also didn't continue this topic, again looking at the live screen on the Mi side, the corner of his mouth lifted up, and continued, if my estimation is correct, the Mi nuclear-powered rocket, within 2 minutes, is going to fail. It's about to fail? Hearing Lin Xian's words, all eyes were on the side of the live broadcast screen of the meter. In the meantime, Rice Kenny Launch Center. Everyone inside the Rice Space Agency is basking in the joy of a successful launch. Everyone was high-fiving, cheering, and celebrating in advance. No one realized that defeat was waiting for them just ahead. In another 2 minutes, our Hercules will be considered a complete success. He Sheng looked at the completely normal data on top of the screen and said confidently, judging from the data, our nuclear-powered rocket can be completely declared a success in advance. I don't know what's going on over there in China, He Sheng said again at this time in a jocular manner. The Chinese side must have cut off the live rocket broadcast a second before the rocket launch. I guess that's it. John also smiled and said, wait until we send the Perseverance completely into space, then we'll go and see what the jokes are on the Chinese side. Speaking of which, John also couldn't help but say excitedly, we, Rice, will soon be the only country in the world with successful nuclear-powered rocket technology. We're going to set the new rules of spaceflight. We, Rice, are really too great. He Sheng also poured a glass of wine for John and raised his glass to the great country of Rice. And just at this time, suddenly, a staff member of the space agency, panting, ran to the general control room, came up for air and said with an ugly look, Director. He designer, bad. Not good? He Sheng and John, who were about to raise their glasses, were stunned at the same time. Huaxia. The staff member had not been able to say the next half of his sentence because he ran too fast and was too emotional. John was again confused and a little impatient. Huaxia, what's wrong with Huaxia? Was Xia really launched live and failed? No, the staff member shook his head frantically, took several deep breaths and said, Huaxia. Ding 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 ding. Before the staff member could finish his words, a long series of sharp alarms suddenly rang out in the control room of the Kenny Space Center. He Sheng and also John's expressions suddenly changed, both looking at the main console with a dumbfounded expression. What's going on? John and He Sheng both asked almost simultaneously. Chief, something is wrong with. Come over here and look. A monitor, with an alarmed face, said to John. What? Something wrong? He Sheng and John's two faces changed even more. They both looked very ugly, and even had a few moments of panic as they threw down the wine glasses in their hands and ran directly toward the console. The nuclear-powered rockets can't go wrong. Nuclear-powered rockets go wrong. That's equivalent to a nuclear bomb explosion. Chapter 72, Shattered Rice Dreams. Professor Lin is indeed a person. The alarm went off and the red light flashed. The general control room of the Kenny Space Center in the United States was a mess. The staff member who had just come to report to John about the situation in China was also stunned by this sudden change. What the hell is going on? Wasn't the data normal just now? He Sheng ran to the front of the console, his forehead oozing bean-sized sweat, his tone somewhat trembling as he shouted, Where on earth is the problem? It's not the nuclear engine, is it? Who can tell me what's going on? Our Hercules, what's going on? The controller next to him was also immediately sweating like a pig, staring at the data on top of the screen in a panic and said, Director of the Bureau, the data from our sensors on top of the Hercules shows that the Hercules' aero vibration angle is abnormal and has already reached 2%, and it's still rising. At this rate, our rocket will go completely out of control, and it will disintegrate and explode when it reaches max Q in 2 minutes. What? Anomalous aero vibration angle? About to disintegrate and explode? After hearing this report, John and He Sheng, both of them, were completely dumbfounded and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. At this point, it's no longer a question of whether or not the rocket launch failed. Now the problem is, once the nuclear-powered rockets explode, then, in that high altitude, countless radioactive material volatile down to the Rice Country, by then there are bound to be countless people in the Rice Country, will be affected, and also have to move on a large scale. At that time, the MNSA will become a mortal sin. What's going on? Didn't we check the counterweight? How could there be a problem with the aero vibrating? John was on the verge of losing his mind and snapped, Find out the cause quickly, or our space agency will be completely finished. He Shang's entire body stood woodenly in place and said dully, "It should be a problem with the nuclear-powered rocket's aerobody, not the nuclear-powered engine." Ding ding ding. Just then, an even more urgent alarm sounded. A technician panicked and reported, "It's over, we have a meltdown in the nuclear power engine. This should be the cause of the asymmetrical mass of the arrow, resulting in a shock anomaly." A nuclear power engine meltdown? When Director John heard this, he was even more horrified, then glared fiercely at He Shang. It was because He Shang was in charge of all the nuclear power engine part of the work. Impossible. Impossible, it's impossible for our nuclear power engine to have problems. He Shang's entire body was instantly completely drenched in cold sweat, and his entire body was completely paralyzed with fear, sitting on a chair with his butt. He Shang, the problem with your team's nuclear power engine will be discussed later. After the director of the space agency yelled at He Shang, he said, "Let's see if there are any remedies first. Can we stop the rocket from running?" Then director, "What about our Perseverance Mars rover?" A technician asked in tears at this time. The Perseverance Mars probe, which cost $5 billion and took 3 years of time and effort from the Me space agency before and after, was the strongest Mars probe in Me at the moment. "Leave the Mars rover alone." John cursed angrily and said, "If our rocket explodes in the air, all of Rice will be covered in radioactivity. We'll be cursed by the whole country. There's only one way out of this." At this time, He Shang also gradually accepted the fact that the nuclear power engine developed by his team had major problems, and the entire person said powerlessly, "We can only let the nuclear reaction end before the nuclear power engine completely burns out so that the rocket loses power, and let the rocket fall back to the ground in free fall before it explodes in the air." Let the rocket fall back to the ground? John said with a grim look on his face, "Doesn't that mean we're going to destroy an area of our ground?" "Chief, this is the only way." He Shang couldn't think of anything else at this time. "We're definitely going to be scolded to death by President Bayer." John said indignantly. "Control center, if we plug back in the control rods now and let the rocket lose power and free fall under inertia, where will our rocket land?" John asked. "The town of Roseville, TX. A control center officer answered immediately. "Notify the military and immediately send helicopters to evacuate the residents of the town of Roswell and tell them that they will never return to their town because of the nuclear radiation." John said sadly. Hercules nuclear power engine neutron control rods inserted center, Hercules losing power. As the ground controllers operate, the power of the Rice's nuclear-powered rockets is shutting down. The Hercules nuclear-powered rocket of the United States, despite its name of quite a lot of force, in the end did not even break out of the atmosphere. 10 minutes later, the Rice Hercules, along with the Perseverance above it, and the Rice nuclear-powered rocket Dream, crashed into the town of Roswell, exploding violently. Because of the nuclear radiation from the nuclear-powered rocket explosion, the Rice town of Roseville was not suitable for the Rice people to live in within 100 years. People all over the world who were watching the live broadcast of the Rice Space Agency at that time were simply cut off from the live feed when Rice realized that there was a problem with the Hercules. The Rice Space Agency, which claimed to be the one that would broadcast the whole thing live, ended up slapping itself in the face with its own hands. After witnessing the explosion of the Hercules with their own eyes on the screen uploaded back from the rocket, the Kennedy Space Center, everyone was silent, the whole place was silent, everyone dared not make a sound. He Shang was even more like a lost dog, a loss of the original image of complacency. John knew that the president's phone call would be coming soon, and before that, John would have to think carefully about how to explain to the president. Just then, John saw that the technician who had come to report earlier was still standing frozen in place without moving, and only then did he remember what had happened earlier. "What's going on with Hua Xia?" John asked the technician. "Director, the launch of the Chinese nuclear-powered rocket Longyan I was successful, and their China 6 successfully entered the Earth-Moon transfer orbit. In addition to this, China has also successfully completed the sea recovery of the first stage of the nuclear-powered rocket. Moreover, the entire launch process on the Chinese side was broadcast live." This technician, who had just witnessed the failure of Rice, said with some trepidation. "What? China's Dragonitis I launched successfully? And it was successfully recovered?" All of the people present, after hearing this news, all of them had a face of extreme shock and dismay. How is this possible? Isn't China years behind in technology? He Shang was also completely dumbfounded upon hearing this, with endless astonishment written all over his face. He Shang is still immersed in the realization that China's scientific research strength does not work, and even after hearing the news of China's success, He Shang's first reaction was that it was impossible. Director John's eyes stared like a cow, fiercely sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and said with a face of disbelief, "China really succeeded in launching a nuclear-powered rocket, and successfully recovered it?" "It's true." The technician was on the verge of tears, holding up his cell phone and said, 10 minutes ago, the internet was already full of videos of China's successful launch." John, He Shang, were all incredulous at this time and pulled out their cell phones. The control center personnel present also all took out their phones and found the video of the live broadcast of the Chinese launch. The more they watched, the look on everyone's face, the more incredulous they were, the more shocked they felt. Inside the video. China's Longyan No. 1 nuclear-powered rocket, a perfect start, a quick liftoff, another perfect shutdown of the nuclear-powered engine, a separation of the aero, then a perfect secondary ignition, and finally a steady landing on a recovery platform at sea. The whole process was only 7 minutes short, as if it was an absolute work of art in general, perfect, natural, internal dragging, without a trace of error. This puts the whole Kenny Space Center inside. All the people are given a silly look. Even watching, some staff members were infected by the joy of the successful launch and recovery of the Chinese nuclear-powered rockets, forgetting the national boundaries, forgetting the failure of the United States just now, and could not help but sigh in admiration. The absolute leading technology is able to shock people regardless of national boundaries. China's nuclear-powered rocket is the real nuclear-powered rocket. It's simply a work of art. The separation process, the recycling process, is also perfect. This thrust, it's so strong that Huaxia is at least 30 years ahead of us. The comments of the staff next to him also continued to reach He Shang's ears. He Shang's hands, which were holding up the cell phone at the moment, were also shaking like chaff, and He Shang was completely skeptical of life at the moment. Looking at this perfect launch, He Shang could not believe that this was the aerospace strength of China. It turned out that China had long ago, at some point in time, dumped itself, and how far it had dumped rice in terms of nuclear-powered rockets. At this time, He Shang even realized a problem. That is, Professor Lin, who designed the nuclear power engine, does indeed exist. Thinking of this, He Shang's heart suddenly felt a burst of extreme fear. Professor Lin, who could make the entire nuclear-powered rocket launching process so perfect, just how terrifying should his strength be? China, there was even such a person. John, on the other hand, the more he looked at the video playing inside his cell phone, the more ugly his face became. Plus there was a part of the staff that was talking about how great the Chinese spaceflight was. Pa! Irritated, John couldn't help but slam his cell phone down hard on the floor before shouting, "Stop it all!" Huaxia. Changsha Rocket Launch Center. The live signal was cut off after seeing an abnormality in the MiG's rocket. And the Rice officials acted like they were dead, without any movement. Everyone also understood that the Hercules of the United States must have failed, as Lin Xian had said. This even made everyone feel a burst of relief at the same time as they cheered the success of the Longyan No. 1 from the bottom of their hearts. Thinking about that, He Shang's face when he saw our successful launch is a relief. Professor Bai said with a sense of relief. This time, the meter country is really thoroughly frustrated, Li Shan said with a smile as well. It's estimated that the arrows on the Mi side will either explode in the air or fall to the ground and blow up. Lin Xian also smiled. With this lesson, it's estimated that the Mi side won't dare to hit the idea of nuclear-powered rocket launches again for many years. As netizens all over the internet were cheering. Lin Xian's classmates who were in various parts of China were excited about the success of China's nuclear-powered rockets, while at the same time being filled with endless suspicions inside. Professor Lin's familiar voice during the countdown to the rocket launch at that time lingered in their minds. Although they hadn't seen Professor Lin himself, that voice was indeed somewhat familiar. Plus the fact that everyone had seen Lin Xian at the graduation ceremony being approached by various parties. At this time everyone's hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. Could it be that this Professor Lin, who had designed the nuclear-powered rocket, was really Lin Xian? It can't be. It can't be true. Chapter 73, Professor Lin speaks out, shocking the West. The successful launch of the Chinese Dragonitis I nuclear-powered rocket completely brought a huge tremor to the entire world's aerospace community. Correspondingly, the failure of the launch of the nuclear-powered rocket of the United States, but also more so that the world recognized that the rocket technology of China is already the world's first. The European Space Agency immediately held an emergency meeting at the first time, and began a very urgent discussion. China's rocket technology is already completely ahead in the world. We need to speed up our space technology research too. China's recoverable nuclear-powered rockets, theoretically, can be used countless times. The cost is bound to be greatly reduced if we don't take action. The world's commercial satellite launch market is going to be completely taken over by China. Everyone should also know that Professor Lin, the researcher of China's nuclear-powered rockets, is also conducting other even more impressive research. This Professor Lin is truly terrifying. Europe, East Japan, India, and the Space Agency, all of which have redesignated a series of aerospace research programs to catch up with Huaxia, and not to let Huaxia seize the lead. All countries are from the successful launch of the Chinese nuclear-powered rockets, smelled the signal of the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in space. A secret space race, unknowingly because of Lin Xian, has also begun in the world. The Indo-Chinese Space Agency even released the words, "Become the world's second largest spacefaring nation after China within 3 years." After repeated studies, the MiNSA finally and completely rejected He Shang's nuclear power engine program, and all nuclear power engine research was reset to zero, starting from scratch. After this nuclear power rocket explosion failure, originally recognized as a new star in the physical world of He Shang, also a complete defeat, in his licking of the rice country has become a street rat. The official blog of the Chinese Space Agency has not issued a statement on He Shang's remarks before, and this time, China did not hesitate to beat the dog. The official blog of the space agency sent out a meager message, slamming with sharp words and leaving no mercy. Previously, when He Sheng was publishing a paper on nuclear power, Professor Lin from China had lashed out at He Sheng's research and the Nobel Prize's loophole-filled vetting process. Facts speak louder than words, and now the facts have proved that Professor Lin's attack was right, and I hope that the Nobel Prize awarding office, in the future, will improve its own professional review level, instead of losing the bottom line in the spirit of scientific research in order to lick certain countries. At the end of this Weibo, the official blog of the Huaxia Space Agency also at the Nobel office in Huaxia, as well as Lin Xian's newly registered Weibo account, Lin Dazhou. Immediately after the official blog published this Weibo, some netizens found out what Lin Xian had said at that time underneath He Sheng's thesis, slamming He Sheng and the Nobel office in the capacity of Lin Dazhou. What a piece of garbage, and you dare to send it out. Thinking about Peach? Hurry up and go home to farm. There's a need for the Nobel Prize to raise the level of professional scrutiny, instead of just kneeling to certain countries. Seeing that Lin Xian's was full of gunpowder as well as unforgiving diatribes at the time, he even said in advance that there were problems with He Sheng's research. The netizens all over the net were also excitedly posting comments. XSWL, I didn't expect Professor Lin to be so humorous. Professor Lin's is really fierce. He Sheng, come out and meet Professor Lin. After reading this fierce critique of Professor Lin, I feel that Professor Lin is not like an old professor, but more like a young man. Professor Lin said it well. The Nobel Prize is supposed to be just and fair. Countless more netizens flocked to the microblog of the Nobel office in China and began to post comments. I hope the Nobel Prize will behave itself and not play smart. I won't watch the Nobel Prize in the lower world without Professor Lin winning. Rice's nuclear-powered rocket blew up and licked rice? Then, countless netizens flooded into Lin Xian's Weibo, leaving messages for Lin Xian to express their excitement at the moment. Lin Xian had just registered on Weibo, and after seeing that he had been ate by the official blog, the backstage messages instantly broke through 99,999 plus, and the number of followers even broke through 1 million in an instant, and it was still rising madly by tens of thousands of 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 tens of thousands. Thus, Lin Xian was touched by the enthusiasm of the netizens, and also directly picked up his cell phone, thought for a moment, and edited a Weibo. Huaxia Science and Technology, Ben started floating. Born at the right time, self-research and innovation. Call yourself a great nation, America. Instead of benevolence, they bully. Blocking technology, dividing the world into two. In the end, it backfired, and his life was chased after Susho. Nobel Prize, no academic research. Forgetting his heart, he licked a certain country. Posterity should remember, the country should encourage. Those who engage in bullying can never be far away. Today, Huaxia, will surely rise. We'll see what happens today. Lin Xian's tweet was full of affirmation of China's previous arduous scientific research path, and also told everyone that China's current scientific and technological innovation capability was absolutely no less than any other country in the world. In addition to this, Lin Xian also criticized the technology blockade practiced by certain countries without mercy. In the end, Lin Xian also told everyone with fierce words that China's technology would surely rise completely in the world. Right now, in this generation, China's technology would dominate the entire world. The entire world was going to be subjugated at the feet of Chinese technology. After editing, Lin Xian also clicked the send button with a surging heart. After Lin Xian had sent this microblog, the entire netizens who were concerned about Lin Xian were completely abuzz after seeing this microblog of Lin Xian. It's the same Chinese language. Why is it that when I see Professor Lin's microblog, I feel a rush of scalp numbness? It's so well said. It's time for Rice to reflect on itself. He Sheng, dog bastard, watch this. See the gap between you and Professor Lin? Come out and get beaten. What Professor Lin said was simply wonderful. It's simply my luck to be able to live in the same era as Professor Lin. Can't wait to see China's technology completely dominate the world. This literary talent, this writing, I'm convinced. I didn't realize that Professor Lin is not only good at rockets and engines, but he is also good at using language to attack the United States and raise our country's prestige. Lin Xian's tweet ignited the excitement of millions of netizens, causing every Chinese netizen's heart to surge with blood as they posted comments below. Soon, this tweet of Lin Xian's was directly topped to the #1 spot on the hot search list. In just a few minutes, the number of likes and retweets quickly broke through 1 million. There are still more and more netizens forwarding and liking. As Lin Xian's microblog became more and more popular, more and more netizens, too, appealed expectantly at the top of the network for Professor Lin's appearance. I'm getting more and more excited to meet this biggest contributor to Huaxia, Professor Lin. When will Professor Lin finish his even more important research? Professor Lin, I'm your fan. National Space Agency. Professor Bai, Professor Yan, Professor Fu and a host of other professors were originally inspecting the recovered nuclear-powered rocket. I don't know who shouted out, "Everyone, look at Lin Xian's Weibo post." Then a group of professors and Li Shan all immediately took out their cell phones to check the Weibo sent by Lin Xian. Huaxia Science and Technology originally started as floating weeds. Born at the right time, self-research and innovation. After reading this tweet sent by Lin Xian, the professors had excited and incredulous expressions on their faces. This Lin Xian, it's usually hard to tell. Professor Bai said in surprise, not only is he so good at working on engines and rocket recovery, he's even better at disliking people. Lin Xian is really much better than us old guys. Professor Yan also gave a thumbs up and sighed in admiration. Lin Xian's words, they're speaking the minds of all of us. Professor Fu also said excitedly, what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and like and forward it. Right. Professor Bai and the others also immediately began to like and retweet this tweet of Lin Xian's. The professors, aerospace directors, as well as experts and bigwigs from all the major academic circles were all shocked by Lin Xian's fiercely spoken words, and they all retweeted and liked the tweet. Not only that, but countless celebrities had also come out to forward and like this microblog for Lin Xian. Huang Bo, Professor Lin is the idol that all of us should learn from. Actress Liang Ying, Professor Lin is really so handsome. This is what a male god should look like. Professor Lin, nuclear-powered rockets, Longyan 1, successful rocket recovery, 1 by 1, all of these words occupied the top few spots on the internet's hot searches. Network for the first time, everyone is not concerned about the flow of celebrity gossip, but the big country science and technology, as well as the rise of Chinese science and technology. Everyone also realized for the first time, the original development of science and technology can also make people so excited, so empathetic. All of this was because of Lin Xian's appearance, which had pushed China's space rocket technology to develop rapidly. Lin Xian's previous comments slamming the Nobel Prize in thesis, as well as Lin Xian's microblogging, had even spread abroad. It was only then that He Shang also came to realize that the one who had scolded himself underneath his own thesis in the first place was no one else but none other than Professor Lin. At that time, He Shang thought that this was a Chinese who didn't know anything about anything, but he didn't think that it was the world's top Professor Lin. At the moment, He Shang, who had been thrown a rotten egg on the streets of Rice, also had tears of incomparable remorse streaming down his face. The official blog of the Nobel Prize office in China, under the bombardment of countless netizens, as well as Lin Xian's explosive microblogging comments, also know that if they do not make a statement, the Nobel Prize as the first prize of the scientific research community's credibility will be gone. So not only the Nobel office in China, but also the Nobel Swedish headquarters, also immediately sent a microblog at the same time, as an apology and statement. First of all, the Nobel Review team, to the whole world, especially the people of China, to express their deep apologies for their previous assessment work mistakes on He Shang's thesis research. The Nobel Prize Review Group thanks Professor Lin of Huaxia for his supervision and reminder. We are here to guarantee that the review process of the Nobel Prize in the future will be conducted by a team of the world's top scientists for a fairer and more impartial review. Please also supervise. The Chinese netizens saw that the Nobel officials had all personally come out to specifically apologize. This time you are forgiven, the next one will not be a repeat. Know what to do about the next Nobel Prize. Professor Lin is awesome, his words have shocked even the West. I look forward to Professor Lin coming out in person someday and disliking the West. Chapter 74, Air and Space Airplanes. Planning the Tiangong Space Station. Lin Xian after the successful launch of Dragonitis I and its successful recovery. While enjoying the joy of success, Lin Xian also received a very generous system reward. Last time when the nuclear power engine was successfully developed, the system didn't issue a special reward, so this time it should be settled together. The first reward was a full 30,000 science and technology point reward. What Lin Xian hadn't expected was that apart from the huge reward of technology points, he had managed to obtain other rewards as well. This reward happened to fit in with Lin Xian's goal for the next stage. That was the technology that Lin Xian had mentioned to Commander Yang before the launch of the Dragonitis I that could combine a nuclear-powered engine with recyclable technology, the airborne airplane technology. The so-called air and space airplane was a vehicle that could also fly at high altitude and carry out flights in space. Airplanes can fly at altitudes ranging from a few thousand meters to thousands of kilometers in Earth orbit, so they can go wherever they want to go without any obstacles. In contrast, the military's fifth-generation fighters fly at an altitude of 9,000–20,000 meters any higher, and the fighter's jet engine will simply die out because there isn't enough oxygen for combustion. Rice has been secretly experimenting with spaceplanes, like the rumored X-37B. But their airplanes, which are very small in size and use engines that are common to both the atmosphere and vacuum, have very unreliable engines and completely immature technology, and are more like miniature versions of the space shuttle. According to Lin Xian's knowledge, the Chinese military and the space agency had also jointly conducted related secret tests before, only to return to the ground after a few days in the air, and did not stay in space, more or less belonging to the verification aircraft. And all the current airplanes in the world cannot take off directly from the ground, they must be inside the fairing at the top of the rocket, with the help of the power of the rocket in order to enter into space. Can be said, now the whole world of airplanes research are just starting. From the real form of airplanes, there is still a difference of 10,800,000 miles. Lin Xian wanted to develop an aerial airplane that could take off from the ground by itself and then come and go freely in the sky in space. This was of great significance, whether it was for China's military or spaceflight. After obtaining the airspace aircraft technology, Lin Xian also immediately entered the system simulation with curiosity and excitement to carry out the design and development simulation of the airspace aircraft. After conducting the system simulation, there were surprises and troubles at the same time. The surprise was that Lin Xian realized that the previous nuclear power engine could indeed be slightly modified to be used in the spaceplane, and with the addition of the super combustion ram engine as the engine system within the atmosphere, forming a dual engine system, the power problem of the spaceplane could be solved. The trouble is that Lin Xian found out that there is a very difficult problem for the spaceplane, that is the heat insulation problem for the spaceplane to return to the atmosphere from space, and to find the right heat insulation material. The difficulty is not less than the difficulty of the nuclear engine manufacturing. However, for Lin Xian, who was able to spend technology points on simulation, Lin Xian was also very confident that he would be able to solve this problem very soon. After organizing some of the relevant information and data of the airspace plane, Lin Xian also immediately came to the space agency to have a previously arranged meeting with Commander Yang and Director Li. After seeing Lin Xian's profile, Commander Yang and Director Li both looked at Lin Xian with a shocked expression. This information from Lin Xian was completely out of their expectations. An airborne airplane? Commander Yang's eyes glowed with brilliance as he viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said, "Lin Xian, the project you mentioned before that can be used for the military is the air and space airplane? I can't believe it, I can't believe it." Director Li held the information in his hands and said to Lin Xian in disbelief, "Lin Xian, you're moving too fast here. Our nuclear-powered rockets have only just succeeded, and this airspace airplane program of yours has come straight out? The nuclear-powered engines are all there, using them on an airborne airplane is a powerful combination." Lin Xian laughed. "Incredible!" Commander Yang said excitedly, "If the skyplane really succeeds, then we, Huaxia, will have more control over space. For our enemy's satellites, equipment, a deadly strike can be made at any time." That's right, the significance of the airspace plane for future wars and military defense is huge. The airspace plane with laser weapons, also edible better. Lin Xian also joked and said, "But that's all an afterthought for now, we have to let our airspace planes fly into space first. Just thinking about it is exciting." Commander Yang said expectantly, "Lin Xian, isn't it true that when the time comes, the soldiers of our military region will be able to fly airplanes on missions in space? The design of the airspace airplane itself is to carry people," Lin Xian explained. "As long as they go through the relevant training, it's certainly no problem for our soldiers to go to space." Fantastic! Commander Yang Feng was even more excited. Our soldiers have never been to space before, let alone going on a mission in space. Commander Yang was excited when he thought of the use of the spaceplane in the military above. "Lin Xian, do you really want to get an airspace airplane?" Li Shan was again concerned at this time and said to Lin Xian, "It's only just after the launch of the nuclear-powered rocket. Do you want to take a meal break first?" "Engage." Lin Xian said without hesitation. The launch of the nuclear-powered rocket established our position in the world's spaceflight, and this time, with the spaceplane, it will be more important to establish our control of space in Huaxia. In terms of space control, we must hurry. Winning space is also winning the initiative of future wars. Speaking of the aspect of the control of space, the recent actions of the Rice Country are frequent. First of all, the Rice Country's Space Exploration Technology Company, a year on the launch of more than 1,000 star-chain satellites, and also declared that it wants to launch 13,400 star-chain satellites, composed of the global network of satellite arrays. Said network satellites, but in fact is nothing more than occupation of space vantage points, and these star-chain satellites in times of war, at any time can be requisitioned by the US military, to become spy satellites. Rice's spaceplane tests are also in preparation for Rice's Pacific Air Force. In terms of seizing control of space, the Rice Country has always been ambitious. Lin Xian naturally cannot let the Rice Country snatch this first, absolutely must give the Rice Country a heavy setback. After Commander Yang and Director Li heard these words from Lin Xian, they both nodded approvingly as well, and admiration couldn't help but show in their eyes. "Lin Xian, I've realized that you're really looking at the very long term," Commander Yang said admiringly. "You also have an understanding of the shape of future wars that exceeds that of ordinary people, and in this, I really need to learn from you." After saying that, Commander Yang exchanged another meaningful glance with Li Shan. Then Li Shan also understood and said to Lin Xian, "Since you want to do it, then I'll listen to you, and you'll take the lead in our air and space airplane project. We at the Space Agency and Commander Yang's side will give you our full support." Once the airspace plane program was finalized, with the support of the Space Agency and the North China military region, the construction process of the airspace plane also began at a rapid pace. Lin Xian also gradually solved the airspace plane insulation problem in the system simulation. This is China's first spaceplane, also named by Lin Xian for the Star River, the meaning of the Nine Heavens and the Star River, on behalf of the spirit of China's scientific and technological exploration. At the same time, there is another very heavy news from the international scene. That news is the news that the International Space Station is about to return to the atmosphere to burn up and disintegrate. Originally, the ISS was expected to be in service until 2024. As a result of Lin Xian's laser weapon test at that time, the ISS, which did not have a long lifespan, directly accelerated the process of decommissioning. That is to say, there is less than a month's time, the International Space Station will gradually in the Earth's gravity to return to the atmosphere, completely burned in the atmosphere. In the International Space Station, there are 3 astronauts. At this moment is simply a batch of panic, every day in the hope of the stars and the moon in general every now and then call the Earth, waiting for the Earth to come up to the spacecraft to take them back. And the Rice Space Agency also at this time publicized the news. The Rice Space Agency will unite Space Exploration Technology Corporation, will launch a manned Dragon spacecraft in the International Space Station for docking, to pick up the 3 astronauts of the International Space Station, and then the International Space Station will fall into the atmosphere within a week, disintegrated over the Pacific Ocean, burned up completely. The ISS was the only space platform on Earth in orbit, and ever since it had been shot through by Lin Xian's laser weapon, it had been the subject of constant attention across the internet. Now that the Dragon spaceship was going to launch a rescue mission for the astronauts of the ISS, the news that the ISS was about to crash was causing the topic above the internet to grow even hotter and hotter. What about the extraterrestrial civilization that attacked the ISS? Haven't they been found yet? The ISS disintegrated in the Pacific Ocean? What a pity! I wanted to witness the disintegration of the ISS. In that case, in Earth's orbit, won't there be no more space station? The Rice side will definitely take the lead in building space stations again soon. We weren't invited last time, and we're sure to remain this time. We don't care. It's not like we can't build one in China. After seeing that the Dragon spacecraft is going to launch a rescue mission for the space station's astronauts, the news that the ISS is about to crash. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth, who was the originator of all of this, couldn't help but raise a hint of a smile. Long before, Lin Xian was already exchanging the technology for the various modules of the space station. Energy module, water cycle module, flight module, energy module, plant test module. Several different functions of the space station module, Lin Xian had all completed the exchange in one breath. In conjunction with the Chinese Tiangong space station team, Lin Xian had already taken the lead in starting the modification work of the Tiangong space station. The crash of the International Space Station is an opportunity for China. Chapter 75, the lower the official profile, the more big things are going to happen. The space agency's Tiangong space station team previously built Tiangong 1, 2, belonging to the space laboratory to verify the space station technology, weighed about 8.5 tons. However, Tiangong 1, 2 crashed under control after the validation mission. In other words, there is now no space station in space in China. The only international space station now in orbit is in the process of being prepared and constructed, and the Celestial Kingdom has not been invited to join it. The space agency's Tiangong team had already been working on assembling 2 brand new modules for Tiangong. After Lin Xian had redeemed the space station module technology, he had also immediately become the project leader of the Tiangong team to lead the team's experienced veteran professors in the modifications. Because almost everyone in the space agency knew of Professor Lin's strength in scientific research, almost all of them followed Lin Xian's data exactly to carry out the modifications. It was said to be a modification, but it was basically a rebuild. Not only did Lin Xian add 4 modules, making the total modules of the space station 6, but the total weight of the 6 modules came to a staggering 470 tons. It directly exceeded the current total weight of the ISS. The existing ISS's dozen or so small module segments are cramped and narrow, so crowded that it's very difficult for astronauts to turn around inside. But the 6 modules designed by Lin Xian can be said to be very luxurious, not only with a variety of experimental functions, but also very spacious, allowing astronauts to walk back and forth in it at will, to conduct a variety of space experiments, space observation. After seeing Lin Xian's space station design, Li Shan was even more impressed. It was important to know that Lin Xian was now leading the simultaneous design and development of both the spaceplane and the space station, and the progress of both projects could now be described as rapid. It was almost as if they were changing every day. Such a scene of fire, and with everyone focused on a single goal, became a unique sight in the space agency. Soon, the Air and Spaceplane, Star River, had its first test flight. Under the expectant and excited gaze of Commander Yang and Director Li, the Star River took off from the ground and rushed into the sky without any external rocket thrust. After arriving at the predetermined altitude, the supercombustion ramjet engine was immediately switched to a nuclear engine for propulsion. The Star River has successfully entered its intended space orbit. Entering space is only the first step. The new material of the heat insulation layer plays a role in the return of the space shuttle to the ground, and the safe return of the space shuttle to the ground is the real success. From now on, everyone take turns to maintain 48 hours of observation to monitor the Star River's data. Lin Xian said as he also arranged for the ground observers. Understood. Professor Lin. The ground observers said in unison. 48 hours later. The Star River spaceplane returned to the atmosphere without incident and landed at a secret military airfield in the North China military region. After Lin Xian's personal inspection, the new heat insulation material of the airspace plane was completely fine. In other words, the airspace airplane could take off again at any time for its next flight mission. Success! It worked! Everyone present was hugging into a ball of excitement, thrilled and elated by the success of the perfect test flight of the Star River air and space plane. The success of the airspace plane means that after the airspace plane is retrofitted with weapons, China will be able to strike a fatal blow to the enemy's satellites and equipment in space at any time in the future war. The point is that the Star River fulfills the condition of being able to take off from the ground to space and back to the ground from space at any time, which is still unprecedented in the whole world. There has never been any kind of spacecraft that can do this to this extent. Commander Yang was even more emotional as he said to Lin Xian, I really don't know how to be grateful to you. The contribution you've made to Huaxia's military, is truly immeasurable. Saying that, Commander Yang was even more impatient. In a moment, I'm going to personally tell the higher-ups about the news of the successful test flight of our Star River air and space plane. Lin Xian, you've made such a great contribution. The rewards you need to obtain are no longer something I can decide. Commander Yang is right. Li Shan couldn't help but nod his head appreciatively as well, and said with a few moments of difficulty, Lin Xian, on the side of our space agency, there's not much of a reward that can compare to the contribution you've made. Rewards, again, Lin Xian also smiled and said with a big smile. Seeing that Lin Xian was so modest, even after making such an amazing contribution, he didn't have any inflation. Commander Yang and Li Shan even felt that Lin Xian was really too powerful in terms of being a person at such a young age. In terms of dealing with people, Lin Xian even surpassed many elders. After one more inspection, we can proceed with the next test flight of the Star River. Lin Xian announced again at this time to the airspace airplane research team. Seeing that this had only just been a successful test flight of the airspace airplane, Lin Xian was immediately going to conduct another round of test flights. Commander Yang and Director Li couldn't help but admire Lin Xian's efficiency in their hearts. Moreover, the two were secretly determined to give Lin Xian some big rewards. After the successful first test flight of the Star River spaceplane, Chinese officials sent out a very low-key newsletter. The test flight of the new spacecraft independently developed by China has achieved a complete success. Although it is only a low-profile and simple newsletter, and the spacecraft is only mentioned in it, there is no mention of other words at all. However, this newsletter directly stirred up 1,000 waves on the internet. The netizens simply knew the Chinese officials too well. For so many years, we all have an agreed cognizance that the more low-key and simple the newsletter published by the Chinese officials, the more it means that things are not ordinary, and the more it means that this matter is bigger. Netizens were abuzz with curiosity and excitement, discussing it on top of the internet. Spacecraft? It can't be the legendary spaceplane. The lower the profile, the more important it is. Here it comes. Our Chinese skyplane. He's coming. Recently our Huaxia's has really been full of good news. As a Chinese, I'm so proud. Rice's X-37B, come out and take a beating. The heated discussion among Chinese netizens about whether or not the spacecraft that was test-flown in China was an airspace plane also quickly reached the me side. Rice. Tolexel's military base. John, the director of space of Rice, is in the presence of William, a 3-star admiral of Rice, discussing cooperation regarding the launch of military satellites. Suddenly, Admiral William took out his cell phone, frowned slightly, and asked, Director John, what do you think? On the cell phone was the official newsletter released by Huaxia. After seeing the newsletter released by Huaxia, John was first stunned and muttered a little inside. Spacecraft? When did China research spacecraft? It can't be an airborne airplane, can it? However, this mood of suspicion and worry of John's only lasted for a while. Out of his confidence in the technology of the Rice, John still said, the nuclear engine, China may have succeeded because of what Professor Lin has. But a spacecraft, an air and spaceplane? China is definitely behind us even if they have some kind of validation test. That's true, Admiral William also laughed and said, our airspace plane, spent decades of our efforts, invested countless funds, and failed countless times. China has never heard of any airspace planes before, and it is estimated that it's now at the same level as we were 10 years ago. The more John thought about how much research has been carried out by the United States in the airplanes over the years, how much money has been invested, for the Chinese side of the worry, it is less and less, also smiled and said, with the scientific research strength of China, just a heat insulation material will not be so fast to make a breakthrough. It is estimated that their rockets hit up the toys only. William smiled, and also said, Director, our Cooperation X-37B, these days just returned. I do not know when we can arrange personnel to go up off. It needs at least 2 more years of technical validation before it can be manned. John also said with some difficulty, Admiral, as you know, our nuclear-powered rockets have just had an accident, and we don't dare to risk the lives of our pilots right now. Admiral William, himself an avid supporter of the Thai Air Force and interested in becoming the commander of the Thai Air Force, also said meaningfully to John, Director John, you guys need to hurry up. I am actively urging the President to pass the bill for the formation of the Rice Thai Air Force. That's why we need to occupy all the favorable resources in space and deploy our soldiers into space before Huaxia can react. Although there's definitely a gap between Huaxia's air and spaceplanes and ours, we're afraid that they'll rise to the occasion. Don't worry, Admiral. John confidently patted his chest and said, in terms of spacecraft, airplanes, and space deployment, we have an absolute lead. I also believe that the technology of the Rice Space Agency is a world leader. Admiral William also said expectantly. Just one day later. A secret base in the North China military region. The Star River air and spaceplane will soon begin its second test flight. This test flight, unlike the last one, was joined by 2 professionally trained military fighter pilots. In addition to having the pilots on board, this time Lin Xian was going to test the gripping ability of the airspace plane's built-in mechanical arm. Before Ningguan, Sun Hao, and the 2 pilots entered the Star River, they were both very surprised when they learned that Lin Xian was the designer of the huge and cool airspace airplane in front of them. Professor Lin. The 2 men gave a very standard military salute in unison towards Lin Xian. Thank you. Lin Xian also smiled. It should be me who should thank you both pilots. This is the first manned test flight of our Chinese air and space plane. It's very significant, and I thank you for being able to come and conduct the test flight in person. I'll do anything for my country. The 2 pilots resolutely stated. Commander Yang also laughed and came up to pat the 2 pilots on the shoulders and said, Ningguan, Sun Hao, you don't need to be nervous, just think of it as the same as your usual fighter test flight mission, only this time you're going hundreds of kilometers into space. Don't look at Professor Lin's young age, but when Professor Lin does things, he's very reliable. Commander Yang looked at Lin Xian again with a smile and said, Professor Lin has checked the airspace plane at least 1,000 times. We trust Professor Lin. The 2 pilots stepped onto the airspace plane after giving Lin Xian another military salute in unison. Although it was the first manned flight of the Star River, the 2 pilots had long been aware that it was Professor Lin who had designed the nuclear-powered rockets for China, and inwardly, they were completely at ease with Lin Xian's design of the airspace plane without the slightest worry. Boom! With a loud roar, the Star River, which was carrying the 2 pilots, also took off with a bang once again, and then successfully entered into space orbit. This time, the 2 pilots would be on a week-long flight mission in space. 2 days later. The 2 pilots also reported to the ground as usual that the Star River had successfully circled the Earth 50 times in Earth orbit, and during the tests of orbit upgrading, orbit downgrading, and maneuvering changes in space, all the data of the Star River was completely normal. At the same time, at the Kenny Rocket Launch Center of the United States, the manned Dragon spacecraft from the United States Space Exploration Technology Corporation was about to take off under the propulsion of the Falcon 9. Under the focus of countless pairs of eyes all over the world, the Dragon spaceship is going to the International Space Station ISS to take up the task of rescuing the 3 astronauts on top of the ISS. After the last complete failure of the Mi nuclear-powered rockets, this rescue mission, the Mi Space Agency and Space Exploration Corporation, in order to once again prove the powerful space strength of the Mi country, to take the entire live broadcast of the way to carry out the rescue. Moreover, there are other intentions for the Mi nation to show off its muscles in such a big way. That is to tell the world about its own spaceflight strength, and then, after the ISS crashes, once again justifiably invite countries to fund the construction of a new ISS. Chapter 76, Aliens Attacking the International Space Station Again? Rice. Kenny Rocket Launch Center. In front of the soon-to-be-launched Falcon 9 and Dragon spacecraft, 2 astronauts, Braun and Miller, who are about to go on a rescue mission into space, are being interviewed by a large number of media outlets. The host of the Rice Live broadcast room also connected with the astronauts of the Dragon spaceship. Mr. Braun, what do you have to say about this rescue mission? Astronaut Braun, this mission, not only a rescue mission to the International Space Station, but also can show the strength of the Rice country in space technology. It took less than 2 months to prepare for this Dragon launch, and to be able to put together a manned launch in less than 2 months is something no other country has been able to do. We will successfully rescue the astronauts who are on the International Space Station and return. At this point, the presenter asked Bob another question that is still very much on everyone's mind at the moment. That is the matter of the international space being shot through by an unknown high-energy weapon a few months ago. By the way, Bob, there's a question here I'd like you to answer for everyone who's very concerned about the state of the station. The host asked, that is, everyone wants to know how the investigation is going on the attack on the International Space Station, and has the extraterrestrial civilization that our space agency was talking about at the time been found? Bob thought for a moment and said, Host, our mission this time, in addition to carrying out rescue, but will also bring some specialized instruments to sample and investigate this matter of the International Space Station being pierced. I believe that after our investigation, there will definitely be results by then. Then, the host similarly connected to Bob, who was currently inside the ISS, anxiously waiting for rescue. Host, Bob, what's the current situation over at the ISS? Astronaut Bob, who has lost a lot of weight due to his fear, said with an ugly face, Moderator, the situation of the International Space Station is extremely bad. Since it was pierced by an unknown laser weapon, the sealing of the airlock is getting worse and worse, and we've made a few orbital raises, but all of them have failed. The ISS is accelerating its fall back to Earth. In less than a week, the ISS could crash into the atmosphere. Host, Bob, don't you worry, our astronauts, Braun and Miller, are about to go get you home. Bob, with tears in his eyes, chokes up and says, thank you, Rice. Thank you, NASA. Host, go Braun, go Miller, Rice bless you. Then, the Falcon 9 rocket ignited. After performing booster separation, the Dragon was also sent into space. Conventional docking of a spaceship to a space station takes about 20 hours, but in a show of strength, Rice intends to go with a 5-hour rapid docking program. Countless Rice netizens stood guard in front of their cell phones and watched the live broadcast. Their moods were all over the place. Our space technology is so strong. Huaxia, come out and see. Is your spacecraft any good? What's wrong with launching rockets? Our astronauts can go to space and dock at the International Space Station. I look forward to investigating the attack on the International Space Station to the bottom this time. In the meantime, the ground monitors of the Star River airspace plane also suddenly reported the Star River is about to brush up against the International Space Station in 5 hours. Oh, the International Space Station? Lin Shen, who was in the control center, was also stunned when he learned of this news. The current Star River was undergoing a 350 km low-orbit flight test to test the Star River's ability to fly at the low-orbit limit in space, and he hadn't expected to meet up with the International Space Station here. This was really a coincidence. At 350 kilometers, the spacecraft's centrifugal force cannot resist the Earth's gravity, and without additional power, it can only be slowly yanked back to Earth by the Earth's gravity. To be able to bump into the ISS here, in such a low Earth orbit, shows that the ISS is indeed about to crash in a short time, probably less than a week away, or maybe even sooner. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately had a bold idea, just in time to test the Star River's space robot arm, as well as the ability of the openable storage module. Seeing the corners of Lin Xian's mouth lifting into a smile, Director Li couldn't help but ask curiously, Lin Xian, what idea are you thinking of again? The International Space Station is about to crash anyway. I'm more interested in the scientific energy module of the ISS. Maybe the scientific energy module will be of some help to the research of our own Tiangong space station in China. Lin Xian said with a smile. Interested in the International Space Station's scientific energy module? Director Li was first stunned, then immediately said with a look of disbelief as if he had thought of something, Lin Xian, do you mean to recycle a part of the International Space Station back? Yes, Lin Xian said with a smile, it's also a verification of the function of our space robot arm. Li Shan pondered for a moment and also said to Lin Xian, since it's a help to our space station research, then you'll be the one to arrange the entire recycling process when the time comes. Alright. Lin Xian happily and expectantly answered. Seeing Lin Xian smiling so happily, Li Shan also smiled and said, Lin Xian, how do I feel that you were designing the space robot arm on the Air and Space airplane, that is, you already knew that it could be used on top of the International Space Station now. This hadn't really occurred to me before. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, it wasn't a coincidence. And the moment. On the Rice side. The control center of the launch center, John and Mask were waiting in the control room for the Dragon ship to dock with the ISS. After all, this was Rice's chance to show off its spaceflight muscle, and they both wanted to witness the whole thing. At this time, a staff member walked in with a report. Director, according to our satellite monitoring, it seems that there are unidentified craft in the flight path of our Dragon airship that will brush shoulders with our Dragon airship 5 hours from now. Unidentified craft? John looked puzzled. What other flying machines are there at this altitude? Mascot thought for a moment and said, Director, recently there has been a lot of news from the Chinese aerospace community, so I guess it's the Chinese side testing unmanned aerial vehicles, and at this altitude, it's probably intended to be a controlled crash. It is indeed very likely that it is China. John also felt that Mask had a point, and again inquired, this vehicle, will it affect our rescue mission? No, it won't have any effect on our mission. The staff reported. It's okay then, John said as he waved his hand. John, at this time, rubbed his head again and said with a bit of a headache, Huaxia, why is there Huaxia everywhere? It's just an unmanned aerial vehicle, it's nothing. Masquerade also comforted John, after all, our manned aerial vehicle capability is the strongest in the world. Right, John's face also recovered some smiles and said, in terms of manned vehicles, there's really no way for China to compare with us. Their Shenzhou series is merely sending people up into space for 2 laps and then coming right back down. 5 hours later. A staff member at the Kenny Launch Center in the United States of America excitedly reported, our Dragon spaceship has been gradually approaching the International Space Station according to the predetermined orbit. The astronauts inside the International Space Station, Bob and Tom, are ready, and the docking is expected to be completed in 30 minutes time. Upon hearing this news, Director John and Mask were both in an uplifted mood. Soon, the world would witness the whole process of the Dragon ship docking with the International Space Station and bringing back the 3 astronauts inside the station. This operation will be an opportunity for the MNSA to re-establish its prestige in the world. Isn't China great? If you're capable, why don't you try docking a manned spacecraft with a space station? This time, it's going to be a day of great victory for us, Rice. John couldn't help but start celebrating in advance already. The docking process started automatically under the computer's automatic instructions. During this time, the Rice astronauts did not need to operate manually, but only needed to wait for the Dragon ship to dock automatically according to a predetermined program. Seeing that he could finally go back, Bob and the ISS also turned on the communication band and said excitedly, "God. Miller, Braun, we can finally go back. We've had a hell of a time since the ISS was shot through. God bless." Inside the Dragon ship, Braun could hardly contain his excitement either. "Brother Bob, we've come to get you back." Bob couldn't control his emotions at the moment, tears were flowing down his face. "Thank you, brother, thank you." In the middle of the live broadcast screen facing the whole world, Bob's face couldn't help but be flushed with a hint of triumph, saying, "Brother, don't thank me, I didn't do anything. If you want to thank me, thank our great Rice space technology. We are the only ones in the world who can travel to and from space so freely. No other country can do what we do." Bob was even more incomparably moved and said excitedly, "Thank you, Rice. Thank you to the most powerful country in the world." Braun glanced at the docking time above the display screen and said to Bob, "Bob, there's still 25 minutes left before we can dock with the ISS. 25 minutes is nothing compared to the ordeal of these months." For the first time in months, Bob, who was stuck on the ISS, had a big smile on his face. The people all over Rice who were watching the live broadcast felt heartfelt joy that Bob was able to go home. They were also proud of the country's powerful manned spaceflight technology. At this time, a change suddenly occurred. Boom! A sudden loud bang came from inside the live feed of the International Space Station. Then, everyone inside the live feed was seeing the live feed from inside the International Space Station, jolting. Director John and Mascot, who were watching the live feed from the ground control center, all of a sudden changed their faces, and confusion was written all over their faces. The data they saw on their side showed that the ISS and the Dragon ship had clearly not docked yet, so how could the ISS be moving so much? And even if it had successfully docked, there wouldn't have been such a big commotion. This loud noise, and this violent vibration, inside the ISS Bob and Tom, they heard it more clearly, and felt it more truly. Drip drip drip. The alarms of the International Space Station all sounded at the same time. This sudden change of events made the three astronauts on top of the ISS instantly just confused. After freezing for 3 seconds, Bob asked Wang inside the Dragon ship with a puzzled look, "Wang, just now there was a sudden and very huge vibration. Are you guys docking in advance?" "Bob, we are still some distance away from you guys before we can dock." Braun looked at the electronic display screen in front of him with a surprised face and said in a loud voice, "Our data shows that your ISS has shifted its orthogonal axis by 5 degrees. What? Not docked yet? And the station's off by 5 degrees? It's not like there's anything else inside this space but a Dragon ship." Bob was instantly just stunned, and said with a panicked face, "Braun, don't scare me, what's going on here? Could it be that the alien civilization has come to attack the International Space Station again?" Bob's mind went blank, immediately remembering the fear of being dominated by the laser weapon that day. The whole person was completely flustered, his heart filled with fear. The Rice space director and Mascot were also baffled, with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Could it really be that an alien civilization has come to attack the International Space Station again? It's not, is it? Did the alien civilization also know that they were coming to pick up the astronauts back on Earth today and that they were going to investigate the ISS breach? Is this pissing off the alien civilization too? Chapter 77, This is the Chinese Star River ship. Please avoid it immediately. Rice netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also baffled when they saw the sudden turn of events at the International Space Station. Many of the Rice netizens immediately connected it to what happened a few months ago when the ISS was pierced. God! Has an alien civilization come to punish us again? What the hell is going on? It's over, we've pissed off the aliens again. God forbid. Just at this time, the Rice netizens again is to see the live screen inside the Rice International Space Station, again is up and down wildly shaking a bit, as if by what in the darkness of the behemoth to the grasp of the same. This shaking, but also in the International Space Station inside the Bob they were completely stunned. Now they were even more certain that they were definitely under attack. And it was a very targeted attack. This is the International Space Station, calling Dragon ship, calling Dragon ship. Never mind the automated program docking. Come and rescue us. Bob lost his voice and sent a distress signal toward the Dragon ship. It had been hard to get through these months. Bob didn't want to be ed by the aliens' weapons again at this juncture when he was about to return to Earth. The Dragon ship, which was slowly approaching the International Space Station, became the only saving grace for the three astronauts. The countless Rice netizens were even more incomparably terrified. Many of the netizens who were watching the live broadcast were praying to God, praying for God's blessing. Rice's control center. At the moment, it was also a complete mess. Inside the real-time picture of the International Space Station, the ISS shook once again, letting out a loud boom. This tremor shook the astronauts inside the space, as well as the control center's heart, followed by a violent plunge. To only know, the International Space Station is more than 400 tons. 73 meters long and 106 meters wide. It is equivalent to the size of a standard soccer field. There is no way that the existing human vehicles in space can shake such a huge ISS. What else could it be if not an alien civilization? Even in the weightlessness of space, absolutely nothing could shake this behemoth. Director, Mr. Mask, what should we do now? A staff member asked in panic. Director John didn't want our rescue operation to turn into one that witnessed the sacrifice of several astronauts. After taking several deep breaths and trying to calm his panicked emotions a bit, John first asked the two astronauts aboard the Dragonflyer, Miller, Braun, what can you see when you look out from the porthole of the Dragonflyer right now? Reporting to the director. Our field of view is right blocked by the docking module section and solar panels of the ISS, and our visual field is almost zero. Braun also reported an alarm. From our side, the ISS as a whole seems to have been panned by some unknown force. Leveled by an unknown force? John and Mask were even more stunned, and the two realized more and more that something big was wrong. What in the world? Said Mask dumbfounded. All the vehicles that have records on the International Space Network, it is impossible to appear here, and there is no ability to shake the International Space Station. Could it be that there really be an extraterrestrial civilization? How long will it take for the computer to automatically program the docking? John asked the crew in a stern voice. Director, because of the unknown vibration, the declination of the orthogonal axis of our ISS is already reaching 8 degrees. If we add in the computerized auto-calibration time of the Dragon ship, the docking time will probably be more than 1 hour. A staff member looked at the data on top of the computer and cried out. 1 hour? John's eyes went wide. Now that the ISS was in such a state, where were the astronauts inside for another hour? Mr. Mask, can our Dragon ship do manual docking in such an emergency? John said as he hurriedly asked Mask. There is a manual docking mode, but the risk is very high, Mask also said helplessly, because the ISS and the Dragon ship are both operating at the first cosmic speed. At such a speed, once it is a slight offset or acceleration abnormality, then it is very likely that there will be an accident. Never mind that, the veins on John's forehead jutted out, and he gave orders to the Dragon ship. Braun, Miller, you guys turn off the auto docking mode on top of the ship and switch to manual docking mode. Get our astronauts back in 10 minutes or less. Understood. Braun answered. The two astronauts of the Dragon ship immediately switched the docking mode to manual docking. The clothes underneath the two astronauts' spacesuits were already completely drenched in sweat, and the palms of their hands were also seeping with fine beads of sweat. Who would have thought that the manual docking mode, which they originally thought they would not use for 800 years, would be used today? All it would take was a little carelessness and they would have a violent collision with the ISS and be blown right through it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. With everyone watching nervously, the docking process seemed to take as long as a world. Click, 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 click. Finally, amidst a few clicks of docking cards, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The docking was successful. The astronauts on the International Space Station are saved. All those who saw this scene also breathed a long sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, there were still so many steps to be taken after docking, but in this critical situation, there was no need to care about that much. The sealed hatch of the ISS and the hatch of the Dragon ship slowly opened at the same time. The three astronauts inside the ISS quickly rushed out of the ISS as if they had seen their loved ones, rolling and crawling as they floated inside the Dragon spaceship. The addition of the three people made the originally somewhat crowded Dragon airship even more crowded in an instant. Saved. Finally saved. Quickly, quickly. Let's get the hell out of here. Bob was already in tears. He had already endured enough stress during this period of time, not realizing that the aliens would have to come and mess with him at the end of the day. Director, we've managed to receive 3 astronauts, Braun asked the control center. Are we still going to investigate the part of the ISS that was attacked earlier? Forget about that and get the hell out of there. John said as he immediately gave the order. Director, understood. We'll disengage from the International Space Station right now. After Braun said that, he closed the hatch of the Dragon ship. And immediately afterward, the Dragon ship completed its detachment from the ISS at a flying speed. This was the last batch of astronauts of the ISS, and then the ISS, which had been in operation for more than 20 years, was going to return to the atmosphere and burn up completely. But at this moment no one has the heart to remember the ISS at all. Everyone's attention is focused on the other side of the ISS docking bay. Everyone wants to know what the hell is going on there. Is it really an extraterrestrial civilization coming? As the Dragon ship gradually moved away from the International Space Station, the Dragon ship's previously blocked view became more and more open. And just then, the astronauts on the Dragonfly ship, John from ground control and Mask, as well as the audience inside the live broadcast room, they all saw an extremely shocking scene. Over at the Scientific Energy Module section of the ISS, there was actually a huge spacecraft docked. This craft was white in color, with a very cool shape, and was half the size of the International Space Station. The upper part of the first half of the flying machine was already open, and the most incredible thing was that a huge mechanical arm was sticking out from it. This robotic arm, surprisingly, is on the scientific energy module section of the International Space Station, not knowing what it is tinkering with. Not only that, there was also a logo very conspicuously printed on top of this all-white vehicle. It was none other than the national flag of China. Seeing this scene, everyone was all stunned and confused. It turned out that the vibration from the International Space Station just now wasn't some extraterrestrial civilization, but a Chinese flying machine? And this flying machine, looking at this shape, is a Chinese skyplane? What the hell is going on here? Seeing China's huge airspace airplane dismantling the International Space Station, the corner of Director John's mouth was twitching fiercely, and his face changed drastically as he said, "This is China's airspace airplane? This is the airspace plane that China had previously declared a successful test?" Mascot saw the Dragon airship compared to the Chinese airspace plane, completely only 1/10 of the size of the Chinese, also dumbfounded. When did the Chinese have such a technology? Huaxia's air and space airplane, what is this doing? John was again pointing at the picture that came back in real time and asked. "Chief," said the stunned astronaut from the Dragon spacecraft, "it looks like China is using a robotic arm to recover the scientific energy module segment of the International Space Station." Recovering a module segment of the International Space Station? After seeing exactly what the Chinese airspace plane was doing, John almost didn't gasp and spit a mouthful of old blood right out. The corners of John's mouth were even more frantically twitching. Why can they, China, recover the International Space Station? Who gave them this qualification? The ISS was built by us in conjunction with various countries. It's not like Huaxia paid for it. John's words just fell. The dismantling of the scientific energy module section on the ISS was also completed on the Star River Air Shuttle's side. The robotic arm slowly pulled the segment of the pod, which was about 9 meters in length, and loaded it back inside to the half of the space that it opened up in front of it. Then the front half of the Star River ship was closed again in full view of everyone. A segment of the International Space Station, successfully recovered by the Star River. Seeing the huge space in front of the Chinese air and space plane, John and the others who saw this scene were even more stunned. This recycling space alone, fitting 5 Dragon airships, would not have any problems at all. Then the Star River was again perfectly maneuvering in space, gradually moving away from the International Space Station and flying in the direction where the Dragon ships were. Just at this time, the communication band inside the Dragon ship suddenly received a communication invitation. After connecting it in a haze, a Chinese voice with a strong attitude also resounded from inside the Dragon airship. "Man Dragon spaceship, this is the Chinese Star River air and space plane. Please adjust your flight angle immediately, away from orbital angle 221 to prevent a collision accident." Chapter 78, Rice's face is lost. Next big plan. What? The Star River of China? After hearing the voice coming from inside the communication band, the astronauts inside the Dragon ship were dumbfounded on the spot. China's space shuttle, was it even manned? When did they become so powerful in China? Hasn't China's manned technology always been inferior to that of the United States? Rice's ground control center, also clearly heard the opposite side of the Star River ship, issued a warning. The entire room was instantly all Yahoo silent, and everyone was astonished. Who would have thought that China's airplanes would not only be several times the size of the MiG's airplanes and the Dragon airship, but also have the ability to carry people? This is impossible. John said angrily with an annoyed look on his face, "It's impossible for China's spaceman technology to develop so fast in such a short period of time. It must be that Huaxia is playing a trick. It must be so." John immediately made a judgment. Manned spaceflight has to go through countless tests. Mask said incredulously as well, "There's no way that China could have just test flown an airborne airplane to the extent of manned spaceflight." Yes, it must be. John's face was also instantly a lot of relief, although still a bit suspicious, but the warning that he just heard, in John's opinion, was just China playing a trick. It was definitely not someone on top of China's air and space plane. After all, it was just an audio signal. Who knows whether or not the Chinese airspace plane has the ability to carry people or not? It must be Huaxia playing some kind of trick. Rice's airplanes have been tested for a full decade and have yet to reach the level of carrying people, and China's airplanes were successfully test flown only a few days ago, so what gives them the right to carry people? Don't be fooled by Huaxia's gimmick. John's face squeezed out a small smile, and said over to the live broadcast screen, "This is just Huaxia's unmanned aerial vehicle. There's no one on it at all. It's the audio signals they're putting out to confuse us. An unmanned aerial vehicle like this one from Huaxia can be built by Army country as well. Moreover, in 2 more years, Army country will be the first country in the world to carry out a manned airborne aircraft. Everyone can take a look at our manned Dragon airship. There's simply no way to find a second manned vehicle like this in the world." John's words made the Rice netizens inside the live broadcast room once again regain their confidence. And just at this time, the electronic screen inside the Dragon ship, which was connected to the Star River's communication band, poked out another video signal. Inside the video signal were 2 Chinese people. One of the Chinese, with a serious face, repeated the words he had just said once again. Man-Dragon airship, this is the Chinese Star River airspace plane, please adjust your flight angle away from the orbital angle of 221 at once, to prevent a collision accident. The current Star River's speed was about 25 times the speed of a bullet. At such a fast speed, once it was a collision, the consequences would be very serious. So the pilot Sun Hao's attitude was even more serious and tough than just now. If no more evasions are made, in order to safeguard the safety of both your and our vehicles and avoid unnecessary losses, the Star River will recover the Dragon ship and carry it back to Earth. The front half of the Star River ship itself had the function of carrying a load, and although it had already recovered part of the ISS, there was still no problem in recovering another Man-Dragon ship of the younger brother in general. Seeing that China's Star River directly connected to the video signal, the people in the ground control center of the Rice country, as well as all the people who were watching the live broadcast, all of them were stunned. China's air and space plane actually really has the ability to carry people? Ma Sika couldn't believe it. His eyes were instantly just straight, dumbfounded. And just now said that China is playing games with the secretary John, at this moment is even more with snapped crazy face. The audience of the live broadcast room to see the Star River inside very spacious and luxurious, space is very huge, full of the future feeling is incomparable shock. In contrast, the Dragon airship was crowded with 5 people inside, not even a place to breathe. The mood of the netizens of the meter country was simply more sour than chow lemon. It's too sour. Why is China's manned spacecraft so luxurious? Don't be sour. Even if it's sour, it's still someone else's from China. It's horrible. China's aerospace strength is really horrible. Seeing that the gap between the air and space planes of Rice and Huaxia was so large, John was even more instantly annoyed. Fark. Don't broadcast it. Close the live broadcast. Close the live broadcast. John knew that this live broadcast, which was originally intended to establish the majesty of Rice in the world's aerospace community, could not be broadcast. If it continued to be broadcast, the face of the Rice country was really going to be completely disgraced. Soon, the video of China's air and space plane, also through the networks, reached China's side. The netizens of Huaxia were all abuzz after seeing the video of the Star River's airspace plane recovering the International Space Station, as well as the video of making the Dragon ship make way, and if it didn't, it would be directly recovered. Huaxia is really either not making things happen, or they'll just make a big deal out of it. What else can I say? The Star River is domineering. Too strong, too strong. Now Rice knows how powerful China's manned vehicles are. Seeing our Chinese Star River ship, I suddenly feel that space travel is just around the corner. Huaxia, a family of 3. After watching the video of the Star River, a 3 or 4-year-old child also pointed at the Star River ship on top of the screen and said excitedly to his mom and dad, "Mom and Dad, I want to be an astronaut like that when I grow up." "Good," said the child's father, smiling from ear to ear. "I believe that when the time comes, we in China will definitely need more astronauts to protect our country." Let countless netizens feel a little strange is that this time the incident of Chinese airplanes made such a big fuss, but the Chinese official is not the slightest voice. The more the official does not make a sound, the more numerous netizens vaguely feel China is not the next to engage in what big events. This makes countless netizens even more full of anticipation. The debut of the Huaxia Star River air and space plane has even stimulated the military and space agencies of countless countries. The people from various national space agencies and militaries, when they thought of the Huaxia's air and space plane and their own country's military satellites, all in space, they just felt a chill in their dandan. This feeling was like a giant sword hanging above one's head, ready to fall at any moment. Each country's space agency and military are applying to file a case, applying for double the amount of money to be spent on space vehicles and nuclear-powered rocket research. For a while, the space competition between each country became more and more intense. In the midst of several consecutive strikes by Huaxia, Rice learned the hard way and increased its investment in space, and Rice's Space Force, the Pacific Air Force, was also formally established as a special branch of the Air Force under the impetus of Admiral William. Iaigua also began the transformation of the military, increased military spending substantially, established the Space Command, and began researching launch vehicles. India still has the same slogan, become the world's second largest space power in less than 3 years. All countries are aware of the importance of space for future wars, and all of them have begun to save for a rainy day, making large allocations for research and development. After the Star River returns to the ground, the ISS module segments that were recovered at Lin Xian's request also brought some help to the research at the Tiangong space station. And the ISS, too, ended up being a complete atmospheric burnout, with nothing left at all. Originally, the ISS crashed in the South Pacific Ocean, but after the dismantling of the Star River that day, the ISS deviated from its intended trajectory, and finally disintegrated and burned up in the sky above China. It was like a meteor crashing to the ground. After witnessing the fall of the International Space Station, countless Chinese netizens also chimed in. "This is the most valuable meteor shower I've ever seen. I saw countless amounts of money burning in the sky. The funding is burning." The International Space Station was built without inviting China, and in the end the ISS still defected to China's embrace. With the disintegration and crash of the International Space Station, the entire world was ushered into space without a space station. This is the first time since the world entered the space age. This seems to be signaling a major reshuffle in world spaceflight. At the same time, Lin Xian's team at the space agency was gradually entering the final stage of research on the Tiangong space station. The Tiangong space station to be launched this time is different from the Tiangong 1 and 2 that crashed after previous experiments. It's not just that the individual modules are more complex and larger. And this time, the design and manufacture should take into account that the Chinese astronauts will have to live in the Tiangong space station for a very long time, which may be a few months or half a year. Like water, food, oxygen circulation system, all these are necessary. Under Lin Xian's leadership, all the module systems gradually began to carry out a variety of harsh tests, such as electromagnetic tests, solar storm simulation tests, radiation tests, airtightness tests, docking tests. Only after these tests, the Tiangong space station can meet the conditions for long-time operation in space. The launch of the Tiangong space station is getting closer and closer, and the expected time is about 1 month. The annual World Space Congress, likewise, was about to begin. Now that the world space community is making frequent moves, China has considered the possibility of exchanging and cooperating with other countries in scientific research at this conference. After all, it is not uncommon for countries to cooperate in spaceflight. But what the Chinese Space Agency did not expect was that as the host of this World Space Conference, the United States did not invite China and also pulled the Chinese delegation's visa into the blacklist openly, but also released the news that China refused to participate in this World Space Conference and did not want to cooperate with the world's countries. The Space Congress is a meeting for global space agencies to engage in cooperation. What qualifications does the country of rice have to do this? Li Shan clenched his fists in anger. Rice really has no bottom line. Professor Fu also said with righteous indignation, competition is competition, cooperation is cooperation. The World Space Congress, it's not like they're the only country in the world, rice. If we don't cooperate with rice, we can still cooperate with other countries. Chutzpah, chutzpah. The more Li Shan spoke, the more upset he felt. Because he couldn't participate in the World Space Congress and lost a bridge to communicate with the space agencies of the world, the atmosphere on the side of the Chinese Space Agency was also a bit dull. Lin Xian simply knew too well how bottomless the meter country could be, and at this time, he also stood out and asked Li Shan, directly, when will the World Space Congress be held, roughly when? There are still 5 days to go. Li Shan was a bit puzzled. Lin Xian, you're asking this because you want to. When he said this, Li Shan said with great surprise as if he thought of something, Lin Xian, you're thinking of launching the Tiangong space station ahead of schedule? At the same time as the World Space Congress? That's right, Lin Xian said seriously, we need to tell the Mi Kingdom one thing, and that is that their mere pulling the plug on our delegation and not inviting us won't affect our cooperation with the world. Instead, it's them, the Mi Kingdom, who are digging their own graves. But Lin Xian. Li Shan sucked in a breath of cool air and said, there are still 5 days left. Will our Tiangong space station be in time? First of all, in terms of the launch vehicle, we have no problem. Lin Xian said in a firm tone, the second Longyan 1 that we built recently is already past its maiden flight test, and with 2 simultaneous launches of the Longyan 1, it will be able to send the 6 modules of the Tiangong space station, all into space. Perform a space docking. And then the remaining test items can also be completed in about 3 days. We don't need to wait too much longer. Hearing Lin Xian say these words in a firm tone, Li Shan and all the professors present gradually let out light inside their eyes as well. If the Tiangong space station could really be launched successfully at the World Space Congress, it would definitely be a severe blow to the arrogant flames of the meter country, and it could tell the World Space Agency that Huaxia's attitude of seeking cooperation. Lin Xian, you're the main person in charge of the Tiangong project. Since you have this confidence, let's do as you say. After exchanging glances with the professors, Li Shan also said excitedly, our Tiangong space station will be launched and docked just 5 days later. Chapter 79. For the sake of having sacrifices, I dare to teach the sun and moon to change the sky. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Because this time, Lin Xian had his own special plan. So the entire space agency, as well as those who knew that the Tiangong space station was about to be launched, all of them remained absolutely silent, and no one said anything about the fact that China was about to launch its first space station. Therefore, not only the Chinese media do not know, for inside, the Mi Space Agency is even more a little wind did not hear. In these 5 days, Lin Xian was basically not idle, leading the entire research team to fight for several days, and then carry out the final testing and inspection. Seeing Lin Xian fighting so hard, all the professors and researchers of the entire Heavenly Palace team were greatly encouraged. Everyone was in their place, doing their own thing, without the slightest bit of slackness. Finally, all 6 modules of the Tiangong space station were formed and tested. Success! We have our own space station in the Heavenly Palace. Great, great! Thank you, Professor Lin. The moment it was completely finished, all the researchers were running around informing each other of the exciting news. Many researchers were so excited that they shed tears of excitement. Back then, the International Space Station, the world's largest space platform project, did not invite Huaxia. Without Huaxia's participation, became a piece of heart disease in the hearts of countless researchers. Over the years, the Tiangong research team, overcoming countless difficulties, verified Tiangong 1, Tiangong 2. However, there is still a long way to go before China has a real space station. Now, under Lin Xian's research design and leadership, this impossibility, step by step, became a reality in front of their eyes. Once the Tiangong space station was successfully launched, it would become the most powerful space experiment platform since the beginning of history. The 6 modules, under the powerful thrust of the 2 Longyan I nuclear-powered rockets, will be divided into 2 parts and sent into space, and then docked again in space. The docking of the modules of the ISS is done by launching a small module at regular intervals and then docking it again. The docking of 2 combined modules like the Tiangong space station, weighing 200 tons, is the first time in history that this has been done, and the difficulty is enormous. 2 200-ton combined module in space are running at a speed of 8,000 meters per second in order to successfully docking, then, the relative speed between the two to be controlled at a very perfect level to be able to. The slightest offset or speed difference, then the 2 space station module segments would absolutely smash to pieces. Immediately after the modules of the Tiangong space station were manufactured, the military got the news at the first opportunity. Rumble. The military's large transit vehicles, specialized escort vehicles, all arrived in secret. Then, under the watchful eyes of the researchers and Lin Xian, the 2 major modules of the Tiangong space station were also secretly sent by the military to the Changxi Rocket Launch Center, as well as the Chuanzhou Rocket Launch Center. At the Changxi Rocket Launch Center, as well as the Chuanzhou Rocket Launch Center, the 2 gigantic Dragon Yin No. 1 rockets were already erected, waiting for the arrival of the Tiangong space station. This feeling was like witnessing one's own child exploring the unknown, and the researchers of the Tiangong team were looking forward to it, but also a little nervous. In Rice Washtana, the annual World Space Congress has also attracted the attention of the global media. The media from every country participating in this Space Congress are all present. Reporters from The Times, The Washington Post, The Maple Leaf Country Express, and Indo News were well in advance to cover the event. Especially in the current situation of the world's aerospace community moves frequently, the world media is more than ever concerned about this conference after what kind of cooperation between countries will be carried out. In addition, the International Space Station ISS has been punctured, and the early decommissioning of the ISS to return to the atmosphere and burn up is also the focus of attention of many world media. After all, this is still the first time that there is no space station on Earth, and all the countries of the world do not have the means to enter space to conduct space experiments at the darkest moment. As time passed, representatives of the national space agencies arrived at this conference. But only the seat of the Chinese delegation was always empty. Every delegate who came to the scene had to look at the seat of the Chinese delegation first, and then there was inevitably some disappointment in his or her expression. Recently, China's actions in the aerospace industry are really too big. Very rapid progress completely shocked the whole world. The representatives of all countries are trying to talk to China about cooperation. Even if they can't cooperate, the representatives of all countries would like to ask for some experience from China's side. There were quite a few delegations from various countries that, after coming to the venue, even went to the representative of the United States to ask if the representative of Huaxia would come. But in the end, the answer they got was that China refused to participate in this World Space Congress, which showed that China did not want to cooperate with the rest of the world. 9 a.m. The World Space Congress officially begins. After glancing around at all the delegates present, John, the representative of the Space Agency of the United States of America, who was also the Director General of the Space Agency of the United States of America, looked at the position that the United States of America had purposely arranged for the Chinese delegation. Only then did John say, "First of all, I would like to thank the delegations of the space agencies of the various countries for being able to come to this great land, Rice, to participate in this very important conference. I, as the host of this Congress, warmly welcome you all." After saying that, John added with a regretful face, "Unfortunately, the Chinese delegation, until the beginning of the Congress, was not able to come to this Congress." This also shows that Huaxia has no intention of cooperating with the world, with us, which is indeed somewhat distressing. The recent spaceflight competition between Rice and Huaxia, the world's national space agencies, are all witnessed for all to see, especially the recent competition between Rice and Huaxia frequently lagging behind. The world's representatives are very clear in their hearts. So not all the representatives believe in this nonsense on the side of the United States. Just after John's words of regret had fallen, there were quite a few representatives of the space agency discussing in whispers at the bottom, with more or less some skepticism towards the US in their expressions. However, now, after all, it was the home turf of Rice, and no representative of the space agency had come forward to raise questions about the lack of presence of the representative of Huaxia. As the conference progressed, the representative of Rice also invited the representatives of several countries to come up and speak. Among them was the representative of the Maoist state, Talakiski. Talakiski, the representative of the Maoist state, said with a somewhat serious look, "Now we all know that the International Space Station has been retired early, and we are now in a situation where there is no space test platform for the first time, and at such a moment, the countries of the world should strengthen cooperation with each other even more beforehand." After a slight pause, Talakiski added, "Although the Chinese delegation was not present this time, China has not openly expressed its attitude of not cooperating with the world, and if there is a chance, the Maoist Congress will invite China to join the International Space Cooperation Program." Hearing the words of the representative of the Maoist state, many of the country's representatives nodded approvingly. Only John's face was very ugly. The Maoist country was mentioning Huaxia at this time. Wasn't this not giving face to the rice country? Just at this moment. Suddenly a staff member hurried over, got on John's ear, and said something to John. John was instantly just stunned and said with a face of shock and disbelief, "What? China is now broadcasting the launch of the Tiangong space station live?" Originally, this space conference, the MNSA had other small plans. This move by China immediately is to disrupt the original plan of the MNSA. Damn! Why is it at this time? John seemed to think of something, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood, said, "China must have been preparing for the launch of the space station for a long time. The reason why they didn't release any news before must be because the Chinese side is waiting for this space conference." After John whispered a few curses, he hurriedly left the venue. When he glanced at the live feed from the Chinese side that was playing inside that staff member's cell phone, John was even more shocked that he couldn't even speak. This. John pointed to the behemoth on top of the rockets located at two different launch sites inside the screen, his fingers shivering a bit as he said, "How come the Tiangong space station launched by China is so big?" The two large module combinations were now located on top of two different Dragonitis I rockets without docking though. But it was still incredibly large. They're going to launch the Tiangong space station, divided into two parts, straight up like this? How is this possible? The further he spoke, the more shocked John's face became. Inside the live feed, female reporter Lily Tang is at the launch site of Chuanjiu, broadcasting an official live broadcast. "Hello everyone, right now, I'm at the Chuanjiu Launch Center in China." Tang Lily pointed to the behemoth behind her and said with a smile, "What's about to be launched at the back is the protagonist of our mission, the Tiangong space station. This Tiangong space station is divided into two parts, and will be launched simultaneously at our Chuanjiu Launch Center and Changxi Launch Center, and the rocket utilized for the launch is the nuclear-powered rocket Longyan-1 researched by Professor Lin, whom we all know well." After the last Dragonitis I launch, the official live broadcast room had accumulated not a few fans inside. Although there was no prior notice for this launch, the moment the broadcast started, countless netizens immediately flooded in. The number of people watching the live broadcast was growing exponentially. In less than 10 minutes, the number of people watching the live broadcast had reached 10 million. And the number of people was still rising wildly. Which Chinese person wouldn't want to witness the live broadcast of the launch of China's own Tiangong space station? Who doesn't want to see their own spaceship, to be able to dock with their own Tiangong space station? China's own astronauts, able to enter their own space station. After entering the live broadcasting room, the netizens were all thrilled and ecstatic to see the huge Tiangong space station on top of the Longyan-1. Waited too long for this day. The ISS just crashed and here comes our space station. Awesome. For the sake of having sacrifices, I dare to teach the sun and moon to change the sky. 20 years ago the International Space Station didn't invite us, now China has its own Tiangong space station. Chapter 80, Huaxia, Incredible. In the midst of countless Huaxia netizens' much anticipated anticipation, Lin Xian, who was in the general control room of the Chuanjiu Satellite Launch Center, looked at the surface of the Tiangong space station above the Longyan number 1, and also started the countdown with an eager gaze. 10, 9, 8. The excited netizens inside the live broadcast room were stunned after hearing this very familiar countdown sound, even though they hadn't seen Lin Xian in person. "I didn't hear it wrong. This is Professor Lin? It's Professor Lin, it's indeed Professor Lin. I'll go. Professor Lin is here for the countdown again. Professor Lin himself counting down to the launch of the Tiangong space station? The Tiangong space station, it couldn't have been designed by Professor Lin as well, could it?" This time, there was no need for the host to make a prompt. Countless Chinese netizens were already recognizing Lin Xian's voice. This was the Chinese netizens were again very surprised, and again, they had suspicions. Could it be that the Tiangong space station was also designed by Professor Lin? Otherwise, why should Professor Lin come out again to countdown? If Professor Lin had really designed the Heavenly Palace space station, it would be too powerful. Not only was it the first official space station in China, but through the reports of the female reporters on the scene, everyone was learning that the Tiangong space station was far beyond the International Space Station, whether it was in terms of functionality, size, or level of sophistication. And now weighing 400 tons, with a length of 112 meters and a width of 65 meters, the 6 modules of the Tiangong space station are just getting started. We also learned that the structure of the Tiangong space station is a diffractive frame model, with docking ports on all sides, allowing for unlimited stacking and unlimited expansion. That is to say, the Tiangong space station continues to develop in the future and can even be developed into a very large space base, a staging area for the development of the solar system, an outpost. After hearing Professor Lin's voice again and guessing that Professor Lin might have something to do with the design of the Tiangong space station, everyone became incredibly curious about the identity of this mysterious Professor Lin. As Lin Xian counted down, everyone's anticipation for Professor Lin's appearance intensified. The two people at the space agency, Zhao Qiaoqiao and Wang Luan, were also stunned after hearing the familiar voice. Although they hadn't been able to meet the designer of the Tiangong space station, this voice that was now conducting the countdown was clearly Lin Xian's voice. This can't be right. Could it be that the nuclear-powered rockets, the Tiangong space station, all of them actually had Lin Xian's involvement? Or that they all came from Lin Xian's hands? 3, 2, 1. Fire. Amidst everyone's anticipation and suspicion, Lin Xian also completed the countdown to launch. Rumble. The two Longyan No. 1 nuclear-powered rockets located in Chuanzhou, Changxi Rocket Launch Center successfully started their nuclear-powered engines, carrying two parts of the Tiangong space station's modules and heading for the deep sky. Nuclear power engines stabilized. Nuclear power engines are being programmed to stop reacting. Dragonflame 1 first stage arrows successfully separated, first stage arrows returning. Second stage engine stabilized, the Tiangong space station has entered its intended orbit. The universe is boundless, the heavenly palace rides in the 9 heavens. China's first space station has successfully lifted off. Every Chinese netizen who was watching the live broadcast was feeling a rush of blood boiling inside, a surge of emotion coming from within. This is the charm of aerospace technology. This Tiangong space station launch is different from the previous ones. Because the module of the Tiangong space station passed all the validations, inside the Tiangong space station, there were 5 other Chinese astronauts who followed the Tiangong space station to the sky. 2 on the Chuanzhou side, 3 on the Changxi side, and 1 of them was a female astronaut. Although not launching from one place, they will meet inside the Tiangong space station after it rises into space and docking is complete, for more Tiangong space station test missions. The 2 large module groups of Tiangong 1 need to meet in space orbit under degree control. This process will take about 3 hours. Rice. After John watched the entire launch of the Tiangong space station live, his entire body was about to explode with anger. While feeling furious, John also felt 10,000% puzzled. Hadn't Huaxia released 2 experimental modules from the space station before? How is it that as if overnight, Huaxia has built such a huge Tiangong space station? And that Professor Lin, what's his background? Keep this quiet beforehand, John said to the staff at the scene with a very ugly face after watching the launch live. The Chinese Tiangong space station hasn't docked yet, and with such a large space station module, who knows if they'll dock successfully? That what's his name, Professor Lin, is a little too confident. After saying that, John went back to continue attending the meeting. But paper can't hold fire. At the World Space Congress, many representatives of various countries were already taking out their cell phones, watching and talking in shock. China's action is also too fast, so big Tiangong space station, how did they build it? And there are astronauts on top of the space station, this is the first time in history. There's going to be a space station docking in a little while. Huaxia's progress is so fast, it's really admirable. Hello everyone, let's continue our space conference today. The second half of the conference began as John stepped to the top and announced. But at this moment John's speech was no longer of much use, the minds of the space representatives of the various countries were no longer here, and everyone was now more concerned about the docking that was to take place next on the Tiangong space station in China. If China's docking is successful, then China is really a miracle in spaceflight. Since everyone is here today, there is one thing that I would like to announce to everyone here. Something to announce? Hearing John speak, it was only then that a portion of the delegates, absent-mindedly, looked up. John cleared his throat and said, as you all know, the International Space Station, which we cooperated with before, has also been decommissioned early at the moment, and we are now in a situation where there is no platform for space experiments, no matter if it's for observing the Earth or conducting space experiments, we have no way to do it anymore. So here, we in the United States of America have formulated a plan in the hope that we can work together as we did 17 years ago, to once again create an international space station of our own. After hearing John's words, the representatives of the various countries didn't say anything at first. After all, the International Space Station is really necessary, such as the research of crystal generation in space without gravity, material research, plant research. Without such a platform as the International Space Station, it is impossible to do these. John also made a wink towards the staff next to him, and the staff next to him immediately began to distribute the previously prepared materials to the representatives of various countries. Brush. There was a hush inside the meeting room, as everyone was looking over the new ISS cooperation plan developed by Rice. The representatives of the various countries originally looked calm, but the more they looked down, the more grim the representatives of the various countries looked, and their brows could not help but wrinkle, with all their emotions written on their faces. Director John, why is it that the documents we got show that the percentage of contribution from our side, IGWO, is even higher than that of Rice? It's obvious that our side has a greater amount of work. The representative of UNIC country was the first to hold back and stood out to say, "Why is our RD investment percentage so high as well?" Seeing the representative of the EI country speak up, the representative of the Maple Leaf country was also finally unable to hold his tongue. John also explained at this time, everyone's contribution is actually very fair. Think about it, your astronauts, who want to go into space, are traveling on our rice country's spaceships. Since we are going to work together, I'm sure that I'll give you all preferential treatment. How about a ticket of 30 million rice dollars? How about it? 30 million rice dollars, exactly the same as the previous offer for an astronaut to enter the International Space Station from the Rice Space Center, without any discount. It's not like Rice is the only country with human spaceflight technology, people in China have it too. And China is still a fully reusable vehicle, and the offer for China to take our astronauts into space must be very cost-effective. This is not cooperation, this is clearly carrying people. The crowd of aerospace representatives were all very dissatisfied, and they all whispered, "I don't think things can be decided so casually. Regarding our new ISS program, I think it's still up for debate." The representative of the Maoist nation threw in his opinion at this time without any panic. The representative of the Ying country also feels that there should be further discussion. After all, the world spaceflight pattern is no longer like before, we have more choices available to us, this is something we know very well in our hearts. John was stunned to hear that the following delegates were all clamoring for a new plan for the new ISS. John had expected the delegates to sign the agreement, as they usually dared to do, after he had issued the document. But he didn't expect that the kind of dominance in spaceflight that Rice had now seemed to be greatly challenged. Just when John was still in a state of dismay, I don't know who shouted out, "China's Tiangong space station, it's starting to dock." After hearing these words, the representatives of the various countries all looked very expectant, and once they threw away the protocols from Rice, they all watched the live broadcast from the Chinese side. In the live broadcast screen, the two huge Tiangong space stations on the Chinese side had already begun to gradually approach according to the predetermined orbit. Next to them were helium vents, making attitude micro-adjustments to the Tiangong space station to ensure a perfect docking of the Tiangong space station. This is a Chinese creation, and something that has never happened before in human history. The aerospace representatives present were in the same excited and nervous mood as the netizens on the Chinese side who were watching the live broadcast. Everyone was keeping their eyes on the screen, witnessing the incredible and shocking scene that was happening 400 kilometers above the Earth. It was at this tense moment that the representative of the Maoist state said to John, "China is currently live streaming the docking of the Tiangong space station, and the Maoist state would like to show the live streamed footage at our convention site." The representative of the enameled nation expresses his support. The representative of the state of Ying expresses his support. Seeing that the representatives of the various countries not only disagreed with the new ISS funding agreement of the MiG, but also demanded to watch the live broadcast of the docking of the space station in China, John's face was unusually ugly, and the corners of his mouth were twitching frantically. Chapter 81, 17 years later, China raises its eyebrows. Finally pressurized, John, although extremely reluctant, had the staff turn on the venue's big screen and played up the live docking footage of the Tiangong space station. After all, even if John does not want to broadcast, but also cannot stop, the representatives of various countries have taken out their cell phones to see the Chinese side of the live broadcast. On the big screen, the two parts of the Tiangong space station were getting closer and closer, and both sides were gradually getting ready for docking. The representatives of all the countries in the room couldn't help but hold their breath, ready to witness this incredible scene in the midst of space technology. Only John looked at the live broadcast screen, forcibly holding back his inner anger, grimacing and cursing in a low voice, "Damn it! China is really too sinister." Inside China's official live broadcast screen, reporter Tang Lily also showed her teeth and smiled, and introduced to everyone, "Next is the most critical final step in the mission of this Tiangong space station, that is, the Sky Space Station docking. After successful docking, our 5 astronauts will successfully meet inside, and this Tiangong space station mission can be declared a success." At this exciting moment, all the audience's eyes were on the screen, and everyone vaguely felt their heartbeat, which was gradually accelerating, and their mood became more and more nervous. The heart of every Chinese who was watching the live broadcast was praying inwardly. Tiangong space station docking, it must be successful. Ground control center. The mood of every staff member was even more tense for the final docking remote control operation. Ground Control Center, Tiangong Space Station Module 1, is ready for docking. Docking can begin at any time. Ground Control Center, Tiangong Space Station Module 2, also ready for docking at any time. With the voice of the astronaut above the Tiangong Space Station in the control center sounded. The Ground Control Center was also nervously monitoring the data inside the screen. Module 1, Module 2 Pressure 101 Pa, Pressure Difference 0. External docking port is open. Inclination 000, calibration complete, distance 20 m, relative speed adjusted to 2 ms, ready for docking. Under the watchful eyes of the Ground Control Center, the netizens in the live broadcast room, and the delegates above the Space Congress, the two huge Tiangong space station modules were getting closer and closer and closer. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, as if it was as long as a century. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Click, 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 click. Under everyone's gaze, the two sections of the Heavenly Palace space station module perfectly docked together. With the sound of the internal automatic spiral snap ringing out, the Heavenly Palace space station perfectly completed its docking. Docking complete. All the staff at the ground control center let out a long breath, a look of utter joy on their faces. Tiangong Space Station, all data from the ground remote control is normal, you may open the docking hatch. The external camera lens of the space station inside the live broadcast room was also switched to the internal camera. The interior of the Tiangong Space Station was also displayed in front of everyone. In the live feed, as the hatch between the two modules opened automatically, the two astronauts floated all the way to the other side. The 5 Chinese astronauts were from different launch centers, but had successfully completed their rendezvous in the middle of the Tiangong Space Station. Greetings! The 2 astronauts from the Changsha launch site greeted excitedly. Welcome! The 3 astronauts also could hardly contain their emotions and said excitedly. It's really like a dream, said one of the astronauts, his eyes slightly red. It's really unimaginable that we're now inside our own space station in Huaxia. This is the first time in the history of our Huaxia. There's no dream, said an astronaut, his heart pounding with excitement. This is our own international space station. The viewers in the live broadcast room, and the staff at the ground control center, were also overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Although they were watching the live broadcast, countless netizens felt that their hearts had gone to the Tiangong space station, as if they were in the Tiangong space station themselves at the moment. Awesome! So touching! Finally waiting for our own heavenly palace. Chinese spaceflight is awesome. The clouds are blue from under the feet, and 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains look down on them. Inside the main control room, Lin Xian, who had witnessed the docking of the Tiangong space station, also felt his chest surging in a burst amidst the cheers of the surrounding group of professors. Just being able to see the success of the Tiangong space station and feeling the joy of success with everyone, Lin Xian was already satisfied at this moment. Lin Xian, on behalf of the whole of China, on behalf of the Chinese Space Agency, I would like to thank you for everything you've done for China. After witnessing the ascension of the Tiangong, Director Li Shan could no longer control his emotions either, shedding tears of excitement as he hugged Lin Xian and said, "You are the biggest contributor to the Chinese space community, the biggest contributor." The more Li Shan spoke, the more excited he became. No honor can express the gratitude of Huaxia, of the space agency, for your contribution. Director Li is overstating it, Lin Xian also said with emotion. Chinese spaceflight is not just my credit, it's the countless professors and researchers who, under the conditions of China where nothing existed at that time, took one step at a time to get to where we are today. If there was no environment in China, there would be no today. I should thank all the professors and researchers who have worked for this. Lin Xian's words were like a tear gas, provoking Li Shan and a group of old professors from the Heavenly Palace team to shed hot tears. They had indeed witnessed with their own eyes just how bumpy and rugged the space agency's journey had been. China's aerospace technology was really born from inside an extremely difficult research environment. Director Li, let's continue watching the live broadcast first. What our astronauts are going to announce next is the most important thing. Lin Xian was glancing at the live broadcast screen again at this time, and said meaningfully, "Rice." The representatives of the countries in the World Space Congress, after seeing the successful docking of the Tiangong space station, also could not help but let out a sigh of admiration in unison. This exclamation, regardless of national boundaries, was an exclamation of admiration for mankind's top space technology. And then as the live broadcast screen turned from the outside to the inside of the Tiangong space station, after seeing the inside of the Tiangong space station, the representatives of space agencies all over the world, all of them were stunned. Only to see the interior of China's Tiangong space station, very spacious and simple, just a module. The space inside is amazingly large, giving people a sense of impact in the future in general. On the contrary, the interior of the International Space Station at that time, not only is it narrow, astronauts' turnaround inside is difficult, and everywhere is densely covered with cables and equipment. Know that thought into the International Space Station, do not know thought it was into the power well. Oh my god, this is what a space station should look like. The design of the Tiangong space station is really too advanced. China's space technology is really too strong. Under the strong visual impact, the representatives of the world's countries had issued heartfelt exclamations, and their expressions were filled with envy. At that moment, the Chinese woman astronaut who was floating in the Tiangong space station inside the live broadcast screen also smiled at the camera and said, "Here, there's something to convey on behalf of our Chinese Professor Lin. This matter is that although the Tiangong space station is researched and manufactured by China, but in the spirit of the principle of global spaceflight cooperation and progress, the Tiangong space station welcomes astronauts from every country. The Tiangong space station utilizes a unique docking interface that is more advanced and more stable, and as long as countries interested in cooperating with China are interested, China will make the docking interface data publicly available, and in the future will welcome access to spacecraft from all countries in the world. Welcome to the Tiangong space station, the largest and only space experiment platform currently in orbit. Hearing the Chinese woman astronaut speak, John's face was completely green. To think that China had gone so far as to send out an invitation to the world's space agencies in front of the whole world, in such a way. Moreover, Huaxia had adopted its own docking interface. In the future, if countries chose Huaxia, they would only be able to dock with Huaxia's Tiangong space station. This meant that if other spacefaring powers chose Huaxia, then the cooperation between Rice and the world in spaceflight would basically come to an end. Turn off the live broadcast immediately. Thinking of this, John also said in exasperation. The aerospace representatives of various countries were watching the live broadcast from China and were mesmerized when they were suddenly cut off. All of them were 10,000 times more dissatisfied. Why isn't it broadcasting anymore? The representative of the Maoist country gradually hardened up and said with a strong attitude, "This is the World Astronautical Congress, not the Rice Astronautical Congress. Huaxia is so important in the aerospace world, and their live broadcast of the Tiangong space station shows Huaxia's willingness to engage in cooperation with the whole world. We should invite the Huaxia video to join the conference." John saw the representative of the Maoist country with such a strong attitude. He also smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not that we don't invite Huaxia, but it's Huaxia that they don't cooperate. Their space station might just be a trap. Here I call on all the representatives of all countries not to trust Huaxia. Let's still proceed to talk about our new International Space Station matters. The ME Congress will ensure that the new funding program is reasonable and sensible," John said while the iron was hot. "I don't think that's necessary after all." The representative of the Maoist nation, Talakiski, gave John a cold look and said, "The Maoist nation will not participate in the new ISS program." What? Maoist countries are not involved? John froze as if he were stupid. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. After saying that, Talakiski stood up and walked outside the venue in big strides, and as he did so, he also said to the aide next to him, "Immediately get on the phone to the Huaxia Space Agency and inform our new generation of manned spacecraft, Soyuz 2, to suspend the construction process and prepare to use the docking template from Huaxia." Seeing the representative of the Maoist country leaving the scene without even greeting him and having to contact Huaxia, John was even more stunned, and his face turned red as if he had been slapped hard. John didn't realize that the departure of the representative of the Maoist state was just the beginning. The representative of Ikoku withdraws from the new International Space Station program. The representative of the state of EI withdraws. The representative of Italy withdraws. The representative of Sabana withdraws. At the top of the World Space Congress, all the delegates from various countries followed the delegates from the Maoist country and exited the Congress venue in a line. Every country's delegation did the same thing while leaving the venue, that is, contacting the Chinese Space Agency and requesting cooperation with China. In an instant, the entire venue was just empty, with only the staff from the meter country remaining. John, as well as the staff present, was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his face was filled with shock amongst the expressions. Originally, John was with unlimited confidence, determined that the countries of the world will certainly pay a high amount of tickets to join the new International Space Station project. The results of all this, with the success of China's Tiangong space station, all in an instant into a bubble. 17 years ago, China's participation in the ISS program was strongly opposed by the United States. Even when other countries wanted to invite China, they were threatened and opposed by the United States. 17 years later, the Tiangong space station has become the most advanced in the world, the only space station in orbit, and has extended an invitation to the world. This time, Rice finally lifted a stone to hit its own foot, and was completely abandoned by the space agencies around the world. This battle was fought with a raised eyebrow in China, the world's leading space technology. And the meter country that once opposed Huaxia's joining the space station has now become a big joke. The phone number of the Chinese space agency was, almost instantly, busted. Countless space agencies, wanting to participate in the Tiangong space station program of China, hoping to send their own astronauts aboard the Tiangong space station. Moreover, the space agencies of various countries have taken the initiative to say that they are willing to pay more money than the construction of the new ISS if China agrees to their participation. Chapter 82, the International Space Station, which was shot through by Huaxia. Rumble. Several military helicopters, too, landed directly on the tarmac of the Chuanzhou Rocket Launch Center. Professor Lin. After the helicopter stopped, several special forces soldiers came down from above the helicopter, the leading one of which gave a standard military salute to Lin Xian and said very politely, "I'm the captain of the Northern Military Region, the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade, and the Firefox Special Operations Team, Raoui." The Northern Military Region? Originally, Lin Xian had thought that the helicopter might be from the North China Military Region, or from the Space Agency. But what he didn't expect was that the ones who came were special forces from the Central Military Region. The Northern Military Region, one of the 5 major war zones of the Dragon Kingdom, was no longer at the level of a local military region like the North China Military Region. How come people from the Northern Military Region are still here? And the point is, Lin Xian doesn't know anyone from the Northern Military Region. Comrade Rao, Lin Xian said politely as well, "Hello guys. I don't know what you're looking for me for." Professor Lin, Rawi said, we just received orders from our superiors to come and pick you up. What exactly we're doing, this we don't know. Came to pick me up? Lin Xian was even more confused now. Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled face, next to him, Director Li Shan, as well as a few professors who had come to the launch site together, all looked at Lin Xian with a smirk on their faces as if they knew something. Director Li, do you know something? As soon as Lin Xian took a look at Li Shan's expression and theirs, he knew that they must be up to something and asked with a smile as well. This definitely can't be told now, wait until you return to the capital, then you'll know. It didn't matter if Lin Xian didn't ask, when he did, Li Shan's face looked even more mysterious and said with a smile. It wasn't just Li Shan, but the group of professors next to him, as well as Commander Yang, all had increasingly strange looks on their faces. As if there was something marvelously big coming up next. And obviously the next thing was something that a few people had talked about in advance beforehand. It was probably impossible to ask anything here. So Lin Xian just smiled and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Instead, he directly boarded the helicopter gunship, and under the protection of the Firefox Special Operations Team, the helicopter gunship took off with a bang, leaving the Chuanjiu Launch Center all the way to the direction of the capital. At the Space Congress venue in Watsanda, M. John looked at the venue after the representatives of various countries had left, and froze for 10 minutes before reacting from a state of extreme dismay. Reacting, John's face was filled with rage and he hammered the wall angrily a few times, breaking into a fit of rage. Dragon Kingdom, this time you've spoiled my good deed, I'm definitely not done with you. John clenched his teeth, almost squeezing out these words from between his teeth. This conference was definitely the most humiliating one for the M Nation. On M Country's own land, M Country was not only severely humiliated by Dragon Country with its strength, but all the countries were also backtracking, refusing to join M Country's program and going to join Dragon Country's program instead. This is simply an insult, a heavenly insult, to the M Country, which has always considered itself to be the number one in science and technology. Ding bell. Just at this time, John's phone suddenly rang. John picked up the phone and asked in an unpleasant mood, who is it? Let's talk about something later, there's no time now. Director John, this is the M Country National Detective Bureau. The opposite side of the phone didn't say much, just simply said, we have an updated information here, which you may be very interested in. The M Country National Bureau of Investigation? This was something John really wasn't in the mood for if someone else called. But as soon as he heard the place announce the name of the detective bureau, John also took a few deep breaths, stabilized his emotions a bit, and asked, what kind of information is it about? The National Detective Bureau of Rice, also known as NRO, had a very special right. That is that the Rice National Reconnaissance Office manages all of Rice's interdish satellites. Since the establishment of Rice's 6th Army Space Command, the Rice National Reconnaissance Bureau was basically deployed by the Space Command because of its right to manage the interdish satellites. Because of the current weak manned spaceflight capability of the country, the Space Command is still mainly responsible for managing various military satellites. On the other end of the phone, there was a slight silence for a while before he was saying, this information has something to do with the reason why the International Space Station was shot through. What? Something to do with the ISS getting shot up? John first stared blankly, and then with a sudden look of excitement on his face, he asked, our Bureau of Investigation satellite has found the culprit who broke through the International Space Station? Is it aliens? Or, said here, John's words changed and said in a gloomy tone, or it's related to the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the phone, the other party was silent once again for a while, then just said faintly, Director John, I'm just here to inform you of this news, the specific news, it's better to wait for you to come to the Detective Bureau, and Admiral William will also be waiting for you here. Admiral William was currently the Commander-in-Chief of the newly established 6th Army Pacific Air Force in the country of me. Good. When John heard the tone on the other side of the phone, he knew that this time the matter was not simple, and he also immediately hung up the phone, left the venue, and after getting into a special car, sped all the way to the Rice Reconnaissance Bureau. John, I've heard about the delegates leaving the Space Congress and not participating in our ISS program. Admiral William came up and first said to John, this matter, it's not our fault, but the Dragon Kingdom, it's just too sinister. Saying that, Admiral William's face was also a bit twisted. Who would have thought that the Dragon Kingdom not only secretly built the Heavenly Palace space station, but also deliberately picked the moment of the World Space Congress to launch it? Villainous, really complete villainous behavior. This matter, it definitely won't end like this. John also gritted his teeth and said. After saying that, John couldn't wait to ask, Admiral William, what exactly is the information about the attack on the International Space Station that was said inside the phone call? This, it's interesting to say. The corner of Admiral William's mouth lifted slightly, then he took out a piece of information and said meaningfully to John, here, you'll understand after reading it yourself. John froze, took the pile of information, and began to check it out. After looking at it for more than 10 seconds, John looked 1,000,000% surprised and said with some consternation, Admiral, the beam that pierced through the International Space Station really came from Dragon Nation. Chapter 83, Rice Conference. Accusations against Huaxia. That's right. Admiral William's expression also stared for a few moments and nodded solemnly. Admiral William did not look at the information, but lit a cigarette and slowly said, "The reason why we were able to determine that the beam that pierced the International Space Station came from China was thanks to our Reconnaissance Bureau's Spertio system, also known as the Space-Based Early Warning Satellite System. RISE's Space-Based Early Warning System, using all of Lockheed's A211 satellite platform, 3-axis stabilized, weighing 4.5 tons. Among these satellites, 4 are distributed in highly elliptical orbits and 5 are located in geostationary orbits. Each satellite is equipped with a high-speed scanning detector with a wide field of view and a narrow field gaze tracking detector, which can capture the position of ballistic missile warheads and provide coordinates for intercepting missiles through precise positioning, thus serving the purpose of intercepting missiles. However, such a space-based early warning system also has defects, that is, the detection range is limited, the accuracy is also limited, the anti-jamming ability is not good, especially cannot accurately track the Chinese intercontinental missile launch. Therefore, the rice country also thought it was rightful to use its own marginal political advantage, shamelessly in China's doorstep. The southern island source city of the eastern kingdom of Yinging secretly established a strong band early warning radar base to complement the space-based early warning system above the orbit. The fact that the data sharing with the establishment of this base in the East Japan country, the ability of the rice country's space-based early warning system, the accuracy of the system has even been enhanced by dozens of times against the Chinese monitoring to a very disgusting point. These two parts are collectively known as the new SPERS system. With a ground base in the Eastern Kingdom, the space-based early warning system can detect missile launches from any corner of China and has an accurate detection range of 10 meters for targets 7,000 kilometers away. It was also this new space-based early warning system that had detected some unusual infrared heat signals far beyond those of missile launches a few months ago when Lin Xian was testing laser weapons. Only the role of the space-based early warning system was to monitor the launch of intercontinental missiles, so at the time, after the staff of the Reconnaissance Bureau had monitored this flash of out-of-place heat signals and realized that there was no continuous change in the heat signals as there had been with the missiles, they assumed that it was a machine malfunction and didn't report this particular incident to the authorities. After many investigations in the United States did not investigate the extraterrestrial civilization, and finally accessed the information of the space-based early warning system to view, which is the discovery of this anomaly. Once this anomalous situation was discovered, it immediately attracted the attention of the authorities in the United States. After a careful comparison and analysis by the ME authorities, in the end, the Reconnaissance Bureau was also completely certain that the high-energy beam that pierced through the International Space Station came from the smoky east city of China. China's Dongshan province, smoky east city? John couldn't help but hiss back a breath of cool air at this time, saying, "Admiral, this Huaxia, what in the world is going on? Exactly what kind of weapon can be on the ground to the International Space Station or pierced?" According to the data analysis, the strong infrared level at that time had exploded. We weren't able to obtain the specific data, but combined with the condition of the space station, we can be sure that it was the damage caused by the next generation of high-energy weapons that we're also working on, the laser weapons. Admiral Williams said. Laser weapons? John was even more stunned and shocked. Admiral, China's laser weapons have been researched to this extent? Then our military satellites wouldn't. Don't worry about this, Admiral William calmly analyzed. If China really has a mature laser weapon, it definitely won't be so low profile. That attack was definitely just an immature attempt by China, and according to our investigation, Smoky East City also had a large-scale blackout across the city at that time, which all are signs of immaturity. Regardless of whether or not it was an attempt and experiment by Huaxia, Huaxia definitely had a premeditated plan. The moment John thought of the matter of Huaxia's Tiangong space station, he was a burst of blood and indignation. The Chinese must have built the Tiangong space station a long time ago, and in order to replace our ISS, they intentionally attacked the ISS with laser weapons so that the ISS would be decommissioned early. That must be it. John said, excitedly waving his fists, and said, Huaxia is really too insidious, too cunning, too hateful. China is bound to pay for this. Admiral Williams' expression became a bit more serious as he said, moreover, after determining that this matter was caused by China's laser weapons, we in the United States will have to tighten up the progress of our laser weapon development as well. Don't worry about this, Admiral, John immediately said. Our space agency and the military will speed up the relevant research progress. By the way, Admiral, John again followed up, have we investigated anything other than the fact that the attack came from Smoky East City in China? Was this attack a Chinese military experiment or a Chinese research organization? This is still unclear for the time being, Admiral William looked out the window and said, but the country's agencies have already begun to launch a follow-up secret investigation, and I believe there will be results soon. Can't wait until then, I'm going public with this now. John gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to publicly execute Huaxia, so that the whole world can see Huaxia's true colors. Soon after, John himself held a press conference. The theme of the conference was the truth about the ISS breakdown. Although the ISS is no longer there, the discussion about the ISS being penetrated by aliens has never stopped. Immediately after this announcement of the topic of this press conference by Rice, it was to attract the eyes of the whole world to see the live broadcast of this press conference. Among them, there are also many Chinese netizens who are watching the broadcast, are trying to come to see what exactly the Rice country investigated. Even without John's invitation, almost all the media in the country, all of them came to the scene of the press conference. Countless cameras, all have been set up in advance, just waiting for John's arrival. John, in the midst of countless media focus, did not talk nonsense and went straight to the point. I believe that the International Space Station being punctured and forced into early decommissioning has touched everyone's heart. Everyone is also wondering if the attack on the International Space Station came from an extraterrestrial civilization. As soon as John said this, all the viewers who were watching the press conference, as well as the media present, all held their breaths, and their moods were all very tense. There is even a part of the people has begun to guess up, is there really an extraterrestrial civilization? The NSA side of the investigation of the extraterrestrial civilization in the end is what it looks like, is the legend of the appearance of the little green man? John slightly in a pause, to see the presence of media reporters are nervous looking at themselves, which is the tone of a very serious said, first of all, I want to tell everyone here a truth, that is, extraterrestrial civilization does not exist, or has been to the present position, in the extraterrestrial planet's observation of the most powerful of the MNSA, did not find signs of the existence of extraterrestrial civilization. No extraterrestrial civilization? The media reporters in the room were flabbergasted. If it wasn't an ISS attack by an extraterrestrial civilization, then what could have attacked the ISS? On everyone's face, there was doubt, and a number of people even discussed it in whispers. At this time, John also said in a very condemning tone, according to our official investigation in the United States of America, the culprit who pierced through the International Space Station is China, who just launched the Tiangong Space Station. What? The International Space Station that China attacked? The moment John said this, the whole room was a dead silence, and the look on the faces of all the media reporters was frozen. After hearing John's announcement, all the netizens who were watching the live broadcast also all froze. The mood of all of them was the same, that is, they were all confused and disoriented. The video of that day when the International Space Station was attacked, everyone has seen it, so high beam energy, so precisely aimed at the International Space Station, to say that it is an extraterrestrial civilization to do it, it can still be justified. However, if the MiG side said that it was China that attacked the ISS, it would be too much of a stretch, right? Is there such a powerful weapon on Earth? In the sound of silence, John even said in a tone of righteous indignation and condemnation, we have evidence that China has long been building its own Tiangong space station. In order to take over the position of the International Space Station, the Chinese space station deliberately launched an attack on the International Space Station. I hope that Huaxia can stop such horrible weapons research. It's seriously jeopardizing peace all over the world. China is attacking the ISS in order to launch the Tiangong space station to replace the ISS? After hearing this statement, the reporters present were even more dumbfounded. Because John saying this so openly was a very serious accusation against the Chinese authorities. The Chinese netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also not expecting that John would accuse China and say that China was trying to make the Tiangong space station replace the ISS? Who believes in the words of the people from the meter? Excuse me, but I also said that you me countries have a conspiracy. China won't bother to rob with you, we launch our Tiangong, what's it got to do with your ISS? It's really a groundless accusation. Isn't your ISS going to be decommissioned soon? Who cares about your ISS? Countless Huaxia netizens talked about it. Not only the Chinese netizens, the media reporters at the scene, at this moment, also had a face of suspicion and doubt. Because so far, they only heard John alone here excitedly condemning, but John did not take out any evidence. Anyone with a brain wouldn't just casually believe, based on John's words alone, that China had shot through the International Space Station in order to replace it. Director John, here I have a question I want to ask you, and I hope you can answer it. At this time, a blonde-haired female reporter raised her hand and asked in a puzzled manner, since you are already the one who has stated your accusations against Huaxia in regards to the attack on the International Space Station, what I would like to ask is, what is the evidence that the space agency is accusing Huaxia of? Evidence? This statement from the female reporter immediately caught John off guard. Because it was with the help of a very disreputable space-based early warning system that the Rice country had discovered that it was the beam was from China. And if not for the military base secretly established by the United States in the East Ing, played a role in the ground and air synchronization detection of Chinese movements, the United States is also sure to investigate the truth. John cannot put this matter in front of the media to say out, this is simply with the world to announce that the United States in China's doorstep did some very dishonorable hook. Then the country really doesn't want to be ashamed of itself. John was a bit stuck by this sharp question. John wiped the sweat above his forehead and said, we used a special means to investigate. Of course, this special means is completely humane, here I will not disclose. All you need to know is that we, the country of me, have evidence that it was China that attacked the International Space Station, that's all. After John casually and perfunctorily explained, he immediately said again, and we are still continuing our investigation, and subsequently with the investigation, we will continue to publicize the evidence of China's attack on the International Space Station. Here I would like to call on all the world's space agencies to see the true face of China's hypocrisy and not to cooperate with China. Only by cooperating with Rice will it be a true mutual benefit and win-win situation. After saying that, John left the press conference site. Until the end of the press conference, John didn't say anything about the evidence. The media reporters below, too, were a bit confused. However, it couldn't stop the media from exposing it. Soon, this matter was immediately exposed to the whole world. The Times, Rice accused China of attacking the International Space Station, but failed to produce the relevant evidence. Washington Post, China, the destroyer of world peace and order. Washington Post, the truth about the International Space Station? How does Wasia respond to the accusations? Dio newspaper, Rice accuses Wasia, where is the evidence? Chapter 84, all the internet's attention. Professor Lin's ordination conference. With these remarks from the meter country, the countries of the world that had just witnessed the liftoff of the Chinese Tiangong space station were not convinced of the meter country's unsubstantiated remarks. The countries of the world are more inclined to think that the United States is angry with China, so it said so. After all, China had broadcast the launch of the Tiangong space station live all over the world, displaying an attitude of cooperation that all the countries of the world had seen in their eyes. If Rice really had any evidence, then why didn't Rice publicize the evidence? Commander Yang, who was currently on top of the helicopter with Lin Xian all the way to the capital, but also Li Shan, as well as a group of professors, were also able to see the news of the press conference on the Rice side. Commander Yang's brow also could not help but frown slightly, saying, "Strange, the incident at the International Space Station, how exactly did the meter country investigate to our side of China? Wasn't it their mean military inter-dish satellite, infrared detection, or something?" Li Shan also said suspiciously at this time. "Rice's inter-dish satellite, it's not that powerful," Commander Yang said. "They have a space-based early warning system consisting of a network of satellites, which I am aware of, and this system of Rice's detects global ICBM launches. It's true that it's something, but it's not that powerful. Their satellites detecting continuous heat signals can, relying on the satellites alone, it's impossible to detect instantaneous temperature and infrared changes through the clouds, and the detection range reaches us in Huaxia, and the signal attenuation is very strong." Then what exactly is going on? Li Shan became more and more puzzled and said, "Commander Yang, other than this space-based early warning system you mentioned, there shouldn't be any other way for the meter country to detect it. As far as I know, it is." Commander Yang pondered and said, "But maybe, the meter country is getting something new out that we don't know about." Moreover, the Rice officials didn't dare to say out how they detected that the beam came from China, indicating that they have a ghost in their hearts as well. "This matter, our Chinese side must also investigate it," Commander Yang said in a slightly grave tone. "Will they investigate into Lin Xian?" Thinking of this, Li Shan was instantly a little nervous. No, if they had investigated, the meter wouldn't have said that. Commander Yang also said thoughtfully, "But the movement on the me side does remind us that we need to strengthen our protection of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you don't have to worry about the remarks on the me side, there's a country to back you up." At this time, Commander Yang again patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "I have nothing to worry about," Lin Xian also said very calmly. "Good." Commander Yang also looked at Lin Xian approvingly, and then said to a group of people, "About how the meters knew about it, we'll look into it later, for now let's finish this big thing we're doing right now." As soon as Commander Yang's words fell, Li Shan, as well as a group of professors, all looked at Lin Xian with anticipation and smiles. Just as Lin Xian's side was traveling to the capital in a helicopter, a major event was being prepared on the capital side, and that was to organize a ceremony in the auditorium to warmly welcome Professor Lin's return. Among the crowd that greeted Professor Lin were people from the major research institutes in the capital, as well as the military region. Among them were two of Lin Xian's classmates who worked at the space agency, Zhao Qiao, Wang Luan, and Li Sisi, who was at the Military Weapons Research Institute. Time retreated to 2 hours ago. The space agency was in the midst of an emotional celebration of the success of the Tiangong space station. At that moment, a leading researcher pointed at Zhao Qiao, Wang Luan, and a group of other space agency researchers and said, "You guys, come over here and do us a favor and get ready for Professor Lin's arrival." "What? Meet Professor Lin?" Upon hearing these words, both of them froze. The remaining few staff members all followed, and the two were still standing in place, frozen in place. "You two, what's going on?" The lead researcher called Zhao Qiao and Wang Luan, both of whom did not move, and was also puzzled. "Oh, it's coming, it's coming." Wang Luan also reacted instantly and smiled awkwardly before following. Zhao Qiao also smiled embarrassedly and followed. Seeing the two of them follow, this leading researcher also couldn't help but give a serious admonition. How can you not be attentive to such an important matter? Be sure to grasp such a hard-won opportunity. It's an honor for all of us to be able to host Professor Lin. Zhao Qiao and Wang Luan looked at each other and both nodded heavily as well. Although there was nothing on the surface, at the moment, both of them were thinking the same thing inside. Professor Lin, could it be Lin Xian? Because it was already twice that the two had heard Lin Xian's voice during the launch countdown. It was just that as classmates, the two still couldn't believe the fact that Lin Xian was Professor Lin. After all, Professor Lin was now the idol of the entire space agency, as well as a legend, and everyone knew that it was Professor Lin who had taken the lead in researching nuclear power engines. It wasn't even just the space agency, Professor Lin was simply the idol of the entire nation. Both of them were also very impressed by the fact that the last time the officialite had sent out a Weibo, Professor Lin had just sent out a Weibo, and it was instantly topped as the #1 Weibo hot search. And this just launched the successful Tiangong space station, and the entire space agency belongs to the very confidential development project, but because there is also news rumors, as if the whole process is Professor Lin in the lead. So powerful, is it really something that Lin Xian did? If it were true, it's too unbelievable. Inside the two people's hearts, there were simply countless questions at this moment. Both of them were extremely excited at the thought of knowing the answer to things after meeting Professor Lin. The two were following the space agency's car, and after getting off the car, they realized that the place where they were going to meet Professor Lin was the National Reception Hall inside the auditorium. And they also bumped into Li Sisi, who had also come to greet Professor Lin here. All three of them looked 1,000,000% shocked. This was an auditorium. Only when greeting very important people and performing very important ceremonies would this be the place to choose. Only those who had made a very special contribution, a very great contribution to China, were qualified to come to the auditorium's National Reception Hall. All the people who can come here are the top people of Huaxia. Surprisingly, it's here, receiving Professor Lin? Li Sisi said with another look of disbelief and anticipation. Yes. Zhao Qiao also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and glanced at Li Sisi, her expression even more filled with nervousness and excitement. The researcher next to him, who was leading the group, seeing Zhao Qiao and their excited faces, also said expectantly, "It said that the reason why the place was chosen here is because the commander-in-chief of the war zone received an order from the higher-ups saying that he wanted to personally hold an honoring ceremony for Lin Xian here." What? The commander of the war zone personally held a medal ceremony for Professor Lin. Hearing this, Zhao Qiao, Li Sisi, and Wang Luan were even more stunned. The war zone commander had received an order from the higher-ups, which meant that the higher-ups also knew about Professor Lin's matter. And it was also the Warzone commander himself who came over to honor Professor Lin. This is an honorary treatment that only the most top-notch figures in Huaxia would have. After knowing that it wasn't to greet Professor Lin, and that there was a Warzone commander here next to personally honor Professor Lin, Zhao Qiao and the rest of them were even more excited and felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. What an honor, as well as glory, this was. It was the highest honor that they, the recent graduates, could not even think of imagining. Now outside the auditorium in the capital, the number of researchers and military personnel who greeted Professor Lin's return was also growing. All of them were standing in 2 rows at the entrance of the auditorium's state reception hall as arranged, waiting for Professor Lin's return. Everyone's gaze was filled with longing, eagerness, and anxiety as they looked at the tarmac in front of the auditorium. On the WAHN. Because of the allegations of the Rice Country, the spearhead was directed at Huaxia. So as soon as the press conference of the Rice Space Agency was over, the netizens of China, too, started a very heated discussion on this matter. The heat of this topic, on the Chinese network, was also like an exponential explosion, soaring wildly. And the remarks of the netizens were surprisingly consistent. That is, the United States, because of China's Tiangong space station launch after feeling upset, deliberately poured dirty water on China's side. And everyone still thinks that if China really has a laser weapon that can hit anywhere, with China's current space technology, then China still needs to keep a low profile? The fact that Huaxia hasn't said anything means that Huaxia definitely doesn't have such a weapon yet. The country of me has the ability to show proof. When did the Earth have such a powerful weapon? If China has such a powerful laser weapon, then we wouldn't have to hide, we would just shoot down all the satellites of the United States. Wouldn't it smell good? I was hoping it was true, then wouldn't we be globally invincible in China? Why don't you say how you knew it was China that attacked the space station? Rice is just jealous that China has the Tiangong space station. And just as the netizens were all buzzing about the dirty water being thrown at Huaxia from the Mi side, the discussion was getting hotter and hotter. There was another hot news that completely triggered the whole network, making Weibo and other online platforms almost directly paralyzed. The news that triggered the entire network was Professor Lin's conferral ceremony is about to begin. What? Professor Lin's medal ceremony? Oh my god. So, Professor Lin is finally going to meet everyone. I'm so excited. Finally, I'll be able to find out just who Professor Lin is. I'm going to watch it right now. So much anticipation. I've waited so long for this moment. Professor Lin, I'm coming. Under the excitement and anticipation of the netizens, countless netizens, like a tidal wave, flooded into the official Huaxia live broadcasting room called Professor Lin's awarding ceremony. After seeing the live broadcast, the netizens were overwhelmed with shock and anticipation. Surprisingly, it's an auditorium. Professor Lin deserves it. Professor Lin is a credit to our Huaxia. It's so awesome. What else can be said? Professor Lin is awesome. Professor Lin is finally going to meet everyone. Today is simply a day of historic significance in Chinese history. Chapter 85, Professor Lin's Identity Exposed. It wasn't just the netizens of Huaxia who were excitedly paying attention to this Professor Lin's ordination ceremony. All the countries in the world, after knowing that Huaxia was going to carry out Professor Lin's conferral ceremony, were also casting their attention towards Huaxia. The name of Professor Lin was already known to all the countries of the world at the time when China's nuclear-powered rockets were broadcast live. Moreover, the Chinese officials have not disclosed the identity of Professor Lin, which has also made the countries of the world wonder what the identity of Professor Lin, who developed the nuclear-powered rocket, is. This honoring ceremony was a global concern. Especially the space representatives from all over the world who had just left the space conference were also paying close attention to the situation in Huaxia. I heard that Huaxia is going to honor Professor Lin. Professor Lin, the one who built the nuclear-powered rocket? And looking at China's actions, it's also very likely that Professor Lin is the designer of the Tiangong space station. Is the world's genius of aerospace technology, Professor Lin, finally going to show up? The eyes of all Chinese netizens, internationally, were focused on the auditorium. And just then, inside the live feed of Professor Lin's ordination ceremony, 3 armed helicopters suddenly appeared in the sky and landed on top of the tarmac in front of the auditorium amidst a roar. After the netizens saw the 3 helicopter gunships, their expressions were even more excited. Professor Lin is here, it must be Professor Lin. Where is Professor Lin? The legendary Professor Lin must be on top of this helicopter. In addition to the netizens inside the live broadcasting room, Zhao Qiao and the others who greeted Professor Lin at the entrance of the current auditorium were stretching their necks and looking excitedly at the helicopter on the tarmac, just like all the greeting crowd. The helicopter's hatch opened, and first a team of special forces came down from above the helicopter. It was the special forces led by Raoui, the captain of the Firefox Special Operations Team. Raoui then arrived in front of the helicopter from which Commander Yang and Director Li had just come down, and gave a standard military salute towards Lin Xian, who was still inside the cabin, saying in a polite tone, "Professor Lin, please. The place that my superiors ordered me to escort you to has arrived." Seeing the Special Forces soldier give a very standard military salute towards one of the helicopter gunships, and also shouting Professor Lin. The netizens of the broadcasting room who were watching the live broadcast could not help but hold their breath when they saw this, not daring to let out a single breath, and looking at the screen with unblinking eyes. The hearts of the researchers who greeted Professor Lin at the scene even jumped into their throats. Because Professor Lin, finally, was going to show up to meet everyone. No one had ever seen Professor Lin before, and no one knew exactly what Professor Lin's identity was. Although Professor Lin hadn't shown up yet, everyone was actually already unable to help but start brainstorming how an old professor with white hair and full of temperament would look like coming out from inside a helicopter. Professor Lin had made such incredible research on nuclear-powered engines and nuclear-powered rockets, and in everyone's subconscious mind, Professor Lin was definitely a very old and experienced professor. "Thanks for your hard work, thank you very much." As a very crisp voice came from inside the helicopter, Lin Xian also crossed out from inside the helicopter. The moment Lin Xian appeared, the entire crowd that was welcoming Professor Lin instantly all froze. The look on everyone's face was one of incomparable consternation. This is Professor Lin? It's not, is it? That's way too young. And not just young. It looked exactly like a fresh out of school college student. Everyone was a bit in disbelief for a moment that the young Professor Lin in front of them was the hero who had built the nuclear-powered rocket. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also all stunned when they saw the live feed inside their cell phones. I go? This is the legendary Professor Lin? There's no one inside the helicopter. This is indeed Professor Lin. Geez. This is too young. So young and so powerful, really too powerful. Finally, we've met Professor Lin. Everyone was first briefly stunned, then after confirming that this young man in front of them was Professor Lin. The people present, the netizens all over the internet, all of them boiled over. Everyone was cheering excitedly. Cheering for Professor Lin. Professor Lin is awesome. Welcome back, Professor Lin. Welcome, Professor Lin, the hero of China. Professor Lin is so young and handsome. Lin Xian had just gotten off the plane and saw that he had landed in front of the auditorium, and there were countless cheering crowds in front of the auditorium to greet him, so he didn't react for a moment, and his entire body was slightly stunned. Seeing Lin Xian somewhat stunned, Commander Yang also came up and said to Lin Xian with a smile, "What's the matter, Professor Lin? Is there some accident?" Lin Xian still didn't react much and asked, "Commander Yang, Director Li, this is Professor Lin, don't be embarrassed." Li Shan also smiled and said as he held Lin Xian's shoulders, "Everyone is here to greet you, to greet our great hero of China." "Come to greet me? It was only then that Lin Xian was to understand just what the situation was. But why did you come here? Lin Xian was still a little confused. I won't tell you this first. You'll know in a moment. Li Shan said excitedly to Lin Xian, let's go Professor Lin, let's go in first. The three of them, Lin Xian, Director Li, and Commander Yang walked at the front with a smile on their faces. Followed by them, all of them were China's top flying machine, spacecraft experts, and professors. Among them were professors involved in nuclear-powered rockets, professors involved in the Air and Spaceplane program, and professors involved in the Tiangong Space Station program. It can be said that all of the top professors in related fields in the whole of China are all here. The welcoming crowd beside them all boiled over as they watched the young Lin Xian walk by. The cheers were like a fever, wave after wave. The atmosphere of the scene was enthusiastic to the extreme. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast were also feeling this warm atmosphere on the scene through the screen. In this moment of national rejoicing, all people are heart-pounding, all excited. Not just the netizens in the live broadcast, those representatives of the space agency who were always watching the situation on the Chinese side were all shocked the moment they saw Lin Xian. All of them were stunned and dumbfounded, their mouths so wide open that they were able to stuff an apple inside. This is Professor Lin? It's too young yet. So young to have such high achievements in aerospace technology? It's shocking. Huaxia is really a magical land. The three Lin Xian's classmates, Zhao Qiao, Li Sisi, and Wang Luan, who stood on both sides of the auditorium for the greeting, were also completely stunned after seeing that Lin Xian was really Professor Lin. Lin Xian is Professor Lin? Zhao Qiao couldn't help but viciously suck in a mouthful of cool air as she looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Too powerful, too powerful. Li Sisi also sighed in shock. When I saw Lin Xian's performance on top of the graduation ceremony the other day, I knew that student Lin Xian was definitely not simple. So it was Lin Xian who designed the nuclear power engine. Did this incredible thing? Zhao Qiao was shocked and excited as she said incoherently, Lin Xian, this is really too powerful. How on earth did he do it? This is a born genius, isn't it? The kind of genius we can't reach. Li Sisi looked at Lin Xian with a florid face and said emotionally, Lin Xian is really too incredible. More than just out of reach. Zhao Qiao also looked at Lin Xian with a face of love and admiration and said, Lin Xian is now the hero of China. In a moment, the commander of the war zone will also have to come and personally honor Lin Xian under the orders of the higher-ups. As for Wang Luan, after seeing that Lin Xian was Professor Lin, his entire body felt incredibly dizzy. Originally, Wang Luan thought that he was very talented in aerospace, that he could build a vector rocket model for his graduation design, and that he definitely had an unlimited future in the space agency. But Wang Luan did not realize that in his own small achievements for their side of the complacency, with his classmates Lin Xian, has long been able to design a nuclear power engine. At this time, Wang Luan also felt his face burning, and inwardly he was ashamed. In the past, Wang Luan didn't know why Lin Xian was so concerned by the commander of the military region and by the director of the space agency. Wang Luan didn't understand it, and even felt that he was the one who should be subjected to all this attention. Now Wang Luan completely understood. It turned out that between himself and Lin Xian, it was not just a gap, but a gap between heaven and earth, a gap that would always be out of reach. After Lin Xian and his group entered inside the auditorium, Li Shan also smiled at this time and said, looks like we came back early. The person we were waiting for hasn't come yet. The person to wait for? Lin Xian was also a bit puzzled at this time, not knowing who exactly was the person Li Shan was talking about waiting for. Lin Xian, there's nothing that the space agency can reward you with. At this time, Li Shan changed the subject and said to Lin Xian with a smile, but in the future, if you want to engage in any scientific research projects, just tell me. As long as it's a space science and technology project that you want to do, I'll manage to give you enough funds and manpower. And everything will be according to what you say. This is something I can do. Really? Lin Xian's eyes lit up and said, Director Li, if you've said so, then what other rewards do I need? For me to be able to painfully engage in the research I want, and to be able to contribute my strength to Huaxia, then I'll be too satisfied. Truly a scientific research talent, all you can talk about is research. Professor Fu couldn't help but pat Lin Xian's shoulder and exclaimed, Lin Xian, China needs talents like you. Lin Xian's words made those professors who had only worked on research with Lin Xian before, admire Lin Xian's character even more. Being young, but being extremely focused, not proud, and polite, everyone present was filled with good feelings towards Lin Xian. Just at this time, a sudden commotion came from outside the door. The doors of the auditorium were then opened. A man wearing a military uniform that exuded an incomparably majestic aura, with a chest full of badges, at this time had a serious look on his face as he walked inside the conference room with large strides. In the man's wake, it was the special forces of the Firefox Special Operations Team that had just stood guard at the entrance. There were also several personal guards. Countless netizens who were watching the official live feed inside the auditorium were also stunned after seeing this majestic man. Chapter 86, all of this, Professor Lin all by himself, all wrapped up. Below, China is changed to Dragon Country, and Rice is changed to M Country, which doesn't affect the reading, thank you all. With a chest full of medals and 3 conspicuous stars on his shoulders, this is the rank of admiral. In other words, this man in military uniform was the commander of a war zone. War zone commander. A 3-star general. The war zone commander himself honored Professor Lin. That's awesome. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more incomparably excited when they saw that the war zone commander had come in person. At this moment, at Lin Xian's alma mater, National University of Science and Technology, President Qin also got the news of Lin Xian's conferral ceremony at the first time, and the whole person almost didn't jump up in place with excitement. Soon after, under the arrangement of President Qin, all the teachers and students stopped teaching and attending classes, and all watched Professor Lin's conferral ceremony in the classroom. The students who were eating in the cafeteria also stopped eating in unison and watched Professor Lin's conferral ceremony on the cafeteria TV. After seeing that Lin Xian, the senior who graduated from the National University of Science and Technology, was Professor Lin, the teachers and students of the National University of Science and Technology were completely shocked and also completely boiled over. So that legendary Senior Lin who was asked to leave at the graduation ceremony is Professor Lin. Senior Lin is really too handsome. Honored in the auditorium, and the commander-in-chief of the war zone is also here. I'll go, Senior Lin is really too much of a card. Our National University of Science and Technology is definitely going to explode this year. Professor Lin, the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. I want to learn from Professor Lin. At this moment in the middle of the auditorium where all the people are watching. After seeing the majestic man at the front, Li Shan greeted him and said joyfully, "Commander-in-Chief Su, you finally arrived." The professors who were present, they all followed the sound and looked towards the door. The majestic soldier in front of them was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Northern War Zone, Su Kaiji. After entering the door, Commander Su first gave a standard military salute towards the group of professors and said, "Hello professors." Commander Su knew that the ones present were all meritorious members of the Dragon Kingdom and were all worthy of his salute. "Good day, Commander." The professors all greeted each other warmly towards Commander Su, their moods excited beyond measure. Then, Commander Su caught a glimpse of Lin Xian, the youngest of the many very old professors, and without the need for additional confirmation, Commander Su smiled and said to Lin Xian, "Hello, Professor Lin." Next to him, Li Shan also smiled and said to Lin Xian, "This is the Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Theater of Operations, Commander-in-Chief Su Kaiji." Lin Xian at this time was also finally reacting to why the Special Forces of the Northern War Zone Special Operations Brigade had come over to personally pick themselves up at that time. It turned out that it was the Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Theater of Operations who wanted to come over personally. Although Lin Xian still didn't know Commander Su's intentions for this trip, Lin Xian also immediately gave a standard military salute towards Commander Su and said, "Good day, Commander Su." Seeing Lin Xian's young age and talent, Commander Su was also in a joyful mood as he appreciated, "Good, worthy of coming out of the National University of Science and Technology, with this vigor and temperament." After saying that, Commander Su immediately waved his hand. One of the guards behind him also immediately held something and quickly took 2 steps forward. In his hands, there was a brand new set of military uniforms, and on top of the uniforms were 2 small boxes that looked extraordinary. A few dazzling stars on them, shining brightly. "Professor Lin, I came to the auditorium today, also on behalf of my superiors, to thank you for your outstanding contributions to the scientific research of the Dragon Kingdom and the defense of the Dragon Kingdom." Su Kaiji's expression suddenly became quite serious as he looked at Lin Xian's eyes and said. Then, Commander Su also received the uniform and medals from the hands of the guards, and walked squarely in front of Lin Xian, and said in an impassioned voice, "According to the orders of the higher-ups, Professor Lin is awarded the rank of Colonel. Awarded the Medal of Heroic Exemplar for First-Class Merit, and the Medal of Merit for First-Class Merit." Hearing Commander Su's impassioned words, the group of professors were even more shaken. Their eyes were filled with emotion and congratulations for Lin Xian. The rank of Colonel. 2 first-class merit badges. In the scientific research world, only those who had made very outstanding and prominent contributions to the Dragon Kingdom could possibly receive such honors. In times of peace, such an honor was even more rare. The professors were all congratulating Lin Xian from the bottom of their hearts, because they knew that Lin Xian deserved such an award. Such an honor. And they all did understand that Lin Xian had made such a great achievement, and had achieved so much in scientific and technological research, something that they, the old professors, couldn't do. Lin Xian was also violently stunned when he heard Commander Su's generous words. Looking at the brand new and dazzling uniforms in front of him, as well as the 5 pointed stars on top of those 2 small boxes, Lin Xian's mood gradually became excited. Commander Su had come on this trip to personally honor himself. Lin Xian also raised his hands and received the uniform with a surging mood, as well as the 2 small boxes on top of the uniform. Brush. Commander Su suddenly took 2 steps back in a positive manner, then with a serious expression, he gave a military salute towards Lin Xian. "Professor Lin Xian, I, Su Kaiji, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom's national defense, thank you for your contribution." Salute. The special forces behind Commander Su, the guards, were also saluting towards Lin Xian. Commander Su's expression was filled with admiration for Lin Xian. This honor Lin Xian was worthy of, and it was also worthy of him, the war zone commander, personally saluting Lin Xian. Lin Xian also held his uniform in his hand and said excitedly, "Thank you, Commander Su, and thank you to the country for recognizing me. In the future, I will do my best to make the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research, the Dragon Kingdom's national defense, and the Dragon Kingdom's science and technology, all stronger." Lin Xian's voice was forceful, his words thumped the ground, and everyone felt heartily uplifted, heartily inspired by Lin Xian's speech. Seeing this scene, the professors present were all in tears, touched to the core of their hearts, happy for Lin Xian from the bottom of their hearts, feeling joy for Lin Xian. The netizens inside the live broadcast room who are watching Professor Lin's conferral ceremony, see this exciting, hot-blooded scene, are also feeling a burst of scalp numbness. Across the screen, everyone could feel a surge of emotion that kept surging upwards. OMG, it's really my scalp that's numb from watching the whole thing. The rank of Colonel. 2 first-class merit medals. That's awesome. Professor Lin is definitely the youngest colonel in the Dragon Kingdom. So handsome. Professor Lin's words really brought tears to my eyes. I see, I'll start working hard now and apply for the National University of Science and Technology and the Beijing Space Flight next year. The professors at the scene, at this moment, also could not control their inner excitement, solemn gaze at this scene, could not help but applaud. Pa 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 pa. Warm applause echoed continuously in the auditorium, and everyone's gaze toward Lin Xian was filled with admiration and touched. Professor Lin. After the awarding ceremony was completed, Commander Su came up again and affectionately patted Lin Xian's shoulder, smiling. Although the higher-ups have important state affairs to deal with right now and couldn't come over, the higher-ups still said they wanted to meet you in person. As soon as Commander Su's words fell, the large screen in the auditorium lit up. It was the higher-ups with the auditorium, connecting. On the other side of the screen, it was the higher-ups and a bunch of generals. "Good day, sir." Seeing this scene, the crowd inside the auditorium saluted and greeted and said, "Everyone has worked hard." The higher-ups also said with a smile, "First of all, I would like to thank you all once again for your contributions to the science and technology of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom's national defense, and for your efforts in researching and constructing the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear-powered rockets, air and space planes, and the Tiangong space station." The superior leader's expression was solemn as he raised his hand and saluted towards all the old professors on the scene as well as Lin Xian. The crowd of generals inside the screen also followed suit and saluted. Commander Su, Commander Yang also had a solemn look on their faces as they saluted again towards Lin Xian and the others. Seeing that the higher-ups and a bunch of generals were personally saluting them, none of the professors present were moved to tears, their hands trembling a little with excitement. They had always been contributing to the scientific research of the Dragon Kingdom, and even if they were tired and hard-working, they didn't complain a bit. It is true that the scientific research in the Dragon Country started relatively late, and the scientific research environment was very tough at the beginning, almost starting from zero, little by little, but they never thought of leaving the Dragon Country to go to those so-called countries with better scientific research environments and welcoming talents. Because their roots are all here, they are the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they are bitter and tired, they can't stop them from contributing to the Dragon Kingdom with a heart of sincerity. Professor Lin. The superior leader said as he looked at Lin Xian with admiration again. "Good day, leader." Lin Xian raised his hand in salute. The higher-ups met Lin Xian for the first time, and when they saw how young he was, they nodded approvingly and said with a smile, "Truly young and talented." Lin Xian smiled and said humbly, "The leader is too kind." Seeing that Lin Xian's entire person was greatly generous, very atmospheric, while being very polite, the higher-ups were more than appreciative, and inwardly, they even sighed. Lin Xian is really different, a talent that is hard to come by in 100 years. After hearing the superior leader's praise for Lin Xian, everyone's eyes also fell on Lin Xian, without ever leaving. At this time, the higher-ups were again greatly appreciative, while their tone became a bit more serious and said, "Professor Lin, here, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your major outstanding contributions as the research leader of the nuclear-powered rockets, the air and space planes, and the Tiangong space station. Thank you for your contributions to the Dragon Kingdom." What? Thanking Professor Lin for his major contributions to nuclear-powered rockets, the space shuttle, and the Tiangong space station? Hearing the higher-ups speak these words in person, the netizens watching the awarding conference were all stunned. Originally, everyone knew that only the nuclear-powered rocket was designed by Professor Lin, and the Tiangong space station might have been designed by Professor Lin. But it was not expected. The nuclear-powered rocket, the air and spaceplane Star River, and the Tiangong space station, 3 huge technological projects, all of which were actually researched and designed with Professor Lin taking the lead as the spearhead. And still, this was still something that happened within these few months. Netizens all over the internet are shocked. Nuclear-powered rockets, air and spaceplanes, and the Tiangong space station, Professor Lin did it all by himself? I'll go. This is too powerful. Is this the life of a hanged man? What I consider to be the pinnacle is not even Professor Lin's starting point. Truly divine. The representatives of the space agencies of various countries who were closely watching the conferral ceremony of Professor Lin on the side of the Dragon Country had originally seen that Professor Lin of the Dragon Country was surprisingly so young. Already they were shocked beyond words. All were already as if they felt as if their three views had been turned upside down. Just as they were lamenting the fact that the Dragon Kingdom was truly a terrifying country that could have a genius like Professor Lin. Suddenly, they heard that Professor Lin was actually the leader of the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear-powered rockets, airplanes, and the Tiangong space station. The representatives of the world's countries were just dumbfounded on the spot. These three projects, casually take out a project, is one of their country's countless top researchers want to research are not out of the huge and full of technical difficulties of scientific research projects. Even some countries do not even dare to think about the scientific research projects. And Professor Lin of the Dragon Kingdom, with the power of one person, took all these aerospace science and technology projects and spearheaded the research and manufacturing of all of them. What a terrifying strength this is. This Professor Lin is simply a monster. The groups of representatives from various countries were stunned, and although they were in different places, they all had their mouths wide open, staring blankly at their cell phone screens, feeling a rush of scalp numbness. Chapter 87, Congratulations from Space. Professor Lin leads the future of technology. Under the excited attention of countless people, Lin Xian also raised his hand in salute and said sincerely to the higher-ups over the screen as well as the crowd of general officers, "Thank you, leader. I will definitely not fail you in the future, superior leader, for your recognition, for the science and technology of the Dragon Kingdom, and make more contributions." The superior leader seemed to be just waiting for Lin Xian's sentence, and a flash of delight flashed through his eyes as he said, "Good. Having a talent like you is really the luck of the Dragon Kingdom. In the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom, will depend on you young people. Lin Xian, you'll be a role model for the young people of the Dragon Kingdom in the future." Lin Xian also immediately said solemnly, "Leader, thank you for your affirmation. I will definitely do a good job at being this role model." "Good job." The superior leader also smiled and said, "Lin Xian, I'm optimistic about you. In the future of our Dragon Kingdom's technology will be led by you." Hearing the superior leader personally say that the future of Dragon Country's technology would all be led by Lin Xian, the professors present were all filled with glowing eyes, and their expressions were even more reverent as they looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's recent performance in aerospace technology research was definitely worthy of this praise from the higher-ups. Snap 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 snap. The entire room of professors applauded enthusiastically, and in their eyes, which contained no impurities, was that heartfelt admiration. After this period of time of understanding Lin Xian and Lin Xian working together on aerospace technology research, all the professors knew Lin Xian's skills from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian was definitely worthy of this statement from the higher-ups about leading the future of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Leader. Lin Xian nodded excitedly as well. Receiving such high praise from the leader, Lin Xian's mood was also incomparably energized. In Lin Xian's opinion, he had only just opened the first door of Dragon Country's aerospace technology. In the future, not only in the aerospace technology of the Dragon Kingdom, but also in the technology of countless great nations, Lin Xian was going to lead the entire Dragon Kingdom to step onto the pinnacle of the entire world. And it wasn't just Earth, Lin Xian was going to set his footsteps to even more distant places in the future. The Dragon Kingdom technology, the Dragon Kingdom civilization stood at an infinitely high pinnacle. This was what Lin Xian ultimately wanted to see. Alright, I still have some things to take care of, everyone has been busy for so long, take an early rest. The higher-ups concluded by saying to Lin Xian, I wasn't able to personally show up for this conferral ceremony. Next time you make a merit, I'll personally go and give you a commendation. After the superior leader finished speaking, the screen went black and the video hung up. The professors who were present, they were still belatedly immersed in the joy of the moment and their admiration for Lin Xian, and did not return to their senses for a long time. The live broadcast of the awarding ceremony came to an end after the higher-ups and Lin Xian ended their conversation, also in a warm and invigorating atmosphere. The netizens who watched the live broadcast were also in awe of Lin Xian when they heard the higher-ups personally say such words as Lin Xian leading the future of the Dragon Kingdom's science and technology. Full of respect and admiration. The future of Dragon Country's technology depends on Professor Lin. Professor Lin, forever dropping God. It's not too late to start learning from Professor Lin. It's really too hot-blooded. Professor Lin, I've finished conveying the orders from the higher-ups, and there's still something going on in the military district, so I'll go back first. You've done so much research lately, it's been hard work, have a good rest. Commander Su also admonished Lin Xian at this time. Commander Su goodbye. Lin Xian also bid farewell. Commander Su also looked at Lin Xian appreciatively twice at this time before leaving the auditorium. After seeing Commander Su off, Commander Yang Hai also excitedly swept over Lin Xian and said with a smile, Lin Xian, no, it should be called Colonel Lin. The awarding ceremony is also over, let's go, I'll treat everyone to a meal first. When Lin Xian heard Commander Yang say this, he also realized that he was indeed hungry, and quite hungry at that. After commanding the launch and docking of the Tiangong space station in the morning, Lin Xian had come straight to the capital to attend the conferral ceremony, and really hadn't made it in time to eat. Let's go! Lin Xian smiled nonchalantly as well. Since Commander Yang is treating us, I won't be polite. Director Li Shan also smiled and said with a wave of his hand to the group of professors behind him, tonight, we, Commander Yang, have enough of everything. Seeing that Li Shan was so nonchalant with himself, Commander Yang also glared and said, Old Li. This is the capital city, it's only logical that your space agency should treat you. Next time for sure. Our aerospace bureau side is definitely going to treat Lin Xian and Commander Yang you guys to a good celebration. Li Shan also laughed and said. Inside the entire auditorium, there was a burst of laughter. Lin Xian just talked and laughed as he followed Commander Yang and Director Li as they left the auditorium. The researchers who had watched the entire live broadcast of the conferral ceremony on the screen at the entrance of the auditorium were all agitated as soon as they saw Lin Xian come out, and they all greeted each other towards Lin Xian. Good day, Professor Lin. Professor Lin. Colonel Lin. Zhao Qiao, Li Sisi saw Lin Xian come out from inside the auditorium and waved towards Lin Xian even more excitedly. Both of their faces were slightly red, and the look they gave Lin Xian was filled with adoration. Wang Luan was also a little ashamed, but was looking at Lin Xian with respect. At the moment in Wang Luan's heart, Lin Xian was the idol he would learn from in the future. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to achieve such incredible accomplishments as Lin Xian's, Wang Luan had also decided to contribute his full strength to the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research. Lin Xian also smiled and waved a greeting towards the three students. Although the honoring ceremony had already ended, it still couldn't stop the crowd outside the auditorium from cheering for Lin Xian. The 5 astronauts of Tiangong-1, who had just been sent to the Earth's orbit by the Longyan-1 rocket, also watched Lin Xian's honoring ceremony from space with excitement. After watching Lin Xian's honoring ceremony, the 5 astronauts in space immediately used the official account of the Tiangong space station that they had just applied for to send out a tweet, and they also sent a message to Lin Xian. This is the first time the Tiangong space station has sent a Weibo in space. The first Weibo is dedicated to our Professor Lin. Congratulations to Professor Lin on the successful conclusion of his ordination ceremony. The Tiangong space station is currently operating well. Please rest assured. After seeing this tweet from an astronaut from space celebrating Lin Xian, netizens all over the internet were moved to tears. Congratulatory tweets from space. Looks like the Tiangong space station has great internet speeds and full Wi-Fi. Now when I think that 400 kilometers above our heads, there is our Dragon's own Tiangong space station, and there are our own astronauts guarding the Dragon Kingdom in space, I feel so moved and relieved. This is all thanks to Professor Lin. Dragon Kingdom's first Weeble from space is thanks to Professor Lin. This is too romantic. This was the first time that the people of the Dragon Kingdom, just by looking up at the sky, knew that there was the Dragon Kingdom's own heavenly palace, high up in the sky. And on a clear night, the people of the Dragon Kingdom could even observe the Tiangong space station passing through the dark night sky, just by looking up at the sky. Every Dragon nation was clear that all of this came from the hands of Professor Lin, who led the development of aerospace technology. But now, on the other side of the planet, another group of people thought otherwise. The atmosphere of this group of people at this moment was simply the other extreme, grave to the extreme. This place was the National Space Agency. John sat in his seat with a grim look on his face. It wasn't just John, the faces of everyone present, too, were unusually ugly. Damn it! John clenched his fists and said, I didn't realize that the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear-powered rockets, airplanes, and the Tiangong space station all came from a young professor named Lin Xian. It's really unimaginable that there's such a powerful character existing in the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace sector. The director of the country's investigation bureau, McCann, who had come to John to discuss things, also said with an ugly and disbelieving face. Of course, John and the others didn't know that the International Space Station was still shot through by Lin Xian himself. If they knew about this, the two of them wouldn't be reacting the way they were now. The most infuriating thing is, the more John spoke, the more exasperated he became. I just disclosed to the world that it was the Dragon Kingdom that shot through the ISS. But not a single country believed it. And not only did the Dragon Nation not respond in any way, they're still rejoicing as a nation over their Professor Lin. It's really too hateful. Too hateful. I'm not finished with the Dragon Kingdom for striking through the International Space Station. John gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely investigate. Director John, don't worry about this. Director McKeon of the Detection Bureau also immediately took a stand and said, our country's inter-dish satellites, as well as the strong-wave radar detection array over in East Japan, will continue to monitor the Dragon Kingdom's movements. As long as there is a slight movement on the Dragon Kingdom side, we definitely won't miss it. Good, Director McCann, as long as we, the Space Agency, and you, the Detective Bureau, join forces, we will definitely find out the truth. John said with a flash of gloom in his eyes. By the way, Director McCann, what you're looking for me for this time? Previously John was focusing on watching Lin Xian's side of the ordination live broadcast without paying attention to anything else, and now this is what he remembered, that McCann had something to find himself. Director John, McCann's eyes flashed with a hint of madness at this time, and he said to John, I came to find you this time, to unite with your space agency, and I want to borrow your space agency's research power to build a project together. This project is related to our space-based early warning system. And it's aimed at the Dragon Kingdom. McCann said, and his expression became even more sinister. Related to the sky-based early warning system? Against the Dragon Kingdom? John was instantly just interested, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Director McCann, quickly tell us, what kind of program is it? On our side, the space agency will definitely give our full support. You know, our space agency has the most technology. Director John, it has been proven that our establishment of a radar base in the east, together with the satellites to form a space-based early warning system to monitor the Dragon Kingdom, is effective. But if it's just monitoring, I don't think it's going to be able to pose any direct threat or restraint to the Dragon Kingdom, which is now developing faster and faster. That's why I suggest that we can proceed to the next step of our plan. That is, in East Ing, with the help of our space-based early warning system, we can build another capture system base NDT against the Dragon Kingdom's weapons. This way, the Dragon Kingdom can be completely under our monitoring and counter control. Their long-range weapons would be truly mute. This matter is also known to Admiral William. After saying that, McCann also looked expectant as he waited for John's reply. As for John, as early as when he was listening to McCann talk about this interception base, his expression was getting more and more excited, and when he heard McCann finish speaking, John even clapped his hands in excitement and said, Director McCann, this proposal of yours is simply fantastic. This is simply what our M country needs right now. Our space agency will definitely give our full support. Good. Then it's a deal. Director McCann said excitedly as well. When he thought of how the Dragon Kingdom would be powerless after the completion of the capture base in the east, in conjunction with the space-based early warning system, John's expression became more and more frantic and icy. Dragon Kingdom, you'll just have to wait this time. There will definitely be something for you to see this time. Chapter 88, Absolutely do not allow M Nation to undermine territorial security. After M Country decided to build a capture system base NDT for weapons against the Dragon Kingdom in the east, the M Country and the East Ing side also hit it off right away, immediately began to carry out the joint construction of NDT system. Once the capture system is completed, and then united with the M Country in the Eastern Ing Island source city before the establishment of strong band early warning radar base and space-based early warning system. After the formation of the two-in-one system of early warning and capture, the lethality of the Dragon Kingdom's long-range weapons will inevitably be greatly curbed. Director McCann, as well as Admiral William, had even personally traveled to the east to inspect the progress of the construction of the NDT system. East Ing, a secret base on the outskirts of Shimazono City. Just 30 kilometers away from the radius of the base, there is already an early warning outpost for the east. And the further in you go, the more outposts there are. Everywhere there were layers of electrified barbed wire, and on top of the barbed wire, there were a few big words written in Eastern English, military heavy ground, no approach. Right in the middle of these layers of protection was a base surrounded by a very high wall. Inside and outside the high wall, there were even countless heavy guards. Even tanks, armored vehicles, and various combat-type helicopter gunships were all present. Inside the base next to a huge early warning radar, there are already several other buildings similar to small launch pads started to build up. Learning of the news that the M Country's director of McCann, William Admiral will come, the Japanese General Kawasaki naturally is a long time in front of the base waiting to greet the news. Director McCann, Admiral William. Kawasaki greeted him and said with a smile, Welcome to the NDT base. Seeing the NDT base in front of him, which had already begun construction, Director McCann also said excitedly, The construction speed is faster than I expected. Not bad, not bad. Once is this system witnessed after, the Dragon Country's weapons are directly blocked in the middle of the country, even the country cannot get out of the country, really want to see the Dragon Country's then reaction. General Kawasaki also smiled and said, Director McKeon, I'm flattered. We are also just following the design of the M Country to carry out the construction work, where the most difficult technical part of the work is all the credit of the M Country. General Kawasaki. Admiral William also said to Kawasaki at this time with a dignified face, the NDT system is of great importance to our joint suppression of the Dragon Kingdom's weapons, so we must make sure that this place is absolutely safe. In particular, we must prevent the Dragon Kingdom from destroying this place. Saying that, Admiral William turned his words around and said, After all, you and I both know that the Dragon Kingdom's special forces, capable of carrying out all kinds of special missions, have never been vegetarians. Don't worry. Kawasaki said with a dog-licking stance and a furrowed brow, "Admiral, I've already been deploying a large number of Eastern soldiers, as well as a variety of different types of soldiers, to surround the area to form a very dense guard network, and the alarm system here, the early warning system, ever since the early warning radar base was constructed, has always been very perfect. There's any wind blowing, we'll be able to know right away from our side." Kawasaki even patted his chest and assured, "I can say this, even a fly couldn't possibly fly to our base. Dragon Kingdom? It's even more impossible for it to come near our base at all." "Good." Admiral William was simply very satisfied to see Kawasaki's performance, nodded approvingly, and said, General Kawasaki, I've always been relieved that you're doing your job." "Let's put it this way." Admiral William looked around, seeing the densely guarded troops around him, still a little less assured, directly said to Chuan Zui in a tone of notification, "Admiral Chuan Zui, in order to prevent the Dragon Kingdom's special forces from destroying and infiltrating our base, I will be in this few days to dispatch the M country's first Special Operations Detachment, the Triangle State Troops, to come to guard the security of this base of ours." Kawasaki, though he felt that it seemed a bit redundant for William to send over the triumvirate troops. But Kawasaki still nodded his head in a hurry and said, "Yes, Admiral." Chief McKen couldn't help but laugh at this time and said, "With so many troops, and armed here, plus the addition of the Triangle State Troops, I'm afraid that even if the Dragon Kingdom knows about the existence of this base of ours, there's nothing they can do about it. It can only watch with folded arms. Recently, the Dragon Kingdom's international reputation is really too high, now it's really necessary to suppress the Dragon Kingdom's anger." Hearing Director McCann's words, Admiral William, Kawasaki, and the three of them even laughed out loud. Dragon Kingdom. North China Military Region. Commander Yang, they were at the time in the M country, claimed that it was the Dragon country penetrated the International Space Station, has begun to somewhat feel that the M countryside is not right, must be engaged in something out, and it is likely to be in the Dragon country doorstep, is engaged in what small action. Then Commander Yang also immediately reflected this matter to his superiors. After a unanimous discussion, the various military districts as well as the generals became more and more skeptical that all of this was the work of the M nation. Otherwise, with the ability of M country's space-based early warning satellites alone, it would be impossible to detect the movements of the Dragon Kingdom in such a fine manner. It is even more impossible to detect the Dragon Kingdom from the mainland of the M country. And so, various military districts, united, call their own military satellites, all of which are constantly monitoring the unusual phenomena around the Dragon Kingdom 24 hours a day, for data interoperability. Finally, after the data cross-comparison, the major military regions were finally able to find out the end of the story. That is, in the southern island region of the Eastern Kingdom, there was a heavily guarded military base that was building something at a rapid pace on top of its original foundation. This discovery drew the attention of all the military districts. Although it was still unknown what the Eastern Ing side was up to, but with such tight guards and so many heavy troops, it was obvious that what the Eastern Ing side was up to was definitely something unseemly. And it was highly likely that this secret base was the reason why the M nation had discovered that it was the Dragon nation that had pierced the space station. Subsequently, the North China military region, which is the closest to Eastern Japan, as well as all of the major military regions, also launched a secret investigation. North China Military Region Commander's Office, Commander Yang is having a secret call with Commander Su. Commander Su, I understand, the recent investigation has already made some headway. Well, we are always keeping an eye on the movements of the East Japan. We will investigate and understand the intentions of the East Japan side as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Commander Yang's brows remained slightly furrowed, unable to help but murmur, the East, the M nation, in the end, what tricks are they playing? Thump. Just at this time, a sudden knock on the door came over. Come in. As soon as Commander Yang's words fell, he saw Chief of Staff Su push the door in with a grim look on his face. Commander Yang was stunned. Old Su, what's wrong? Did the investigation yield any results? The investigation came out. Chief of Staff Su took a deep breath of cool air and said in a grave tone, the situation is not optimistic. This time the M country is really determined to mess with our Dragon country. What's going on? Commander Yang's complexion instantly chilled. Commander Yang, Chief of Staff Su said with some exasperation, according to the secret investigation, the space-based early warning system of the M nation is not just the satellite part that we know about. What? It's not just the satellites? Commander Yang's face changed. That's right, Chief of Staff Su clenched his fists and said, the M country just has a satellite system of space-based early warning system, which is very ineffective in practice, and can't have much of an effect on the Dragon Kingdom at all. That's why they also have a strong band early warning radar base in the east, the same military base that we've been conducting surveillance on recently. This radar base, and the space-based early warning system, form a complete detection system. According to the investigation, this base of theirs can monitor extraordinary heat signals within the Dragon Kingdom. Speaking here, Chief of Staff Su was even more exasperated. Commander, that is to say, as long as the M country has this system, all of our launching movements in terms of weapons are all under the M country's surveillance. The M country is really too sinister. After hearing this, Commander Yang also said angrily, to engage in such a maneuver at our Dragon Kingdom's doorstep, it's simply shameless and nasty. Then, since there is such an early warning radar base existing in the military base in East Ing, what are they building at this base recently? At this time, Commander Yang was again a few moments of doubt. Commander Yang, Chief of Staff Su's tone was extraordinarily grave. According to our investigation, this is the next step in the M country's plan, which is to continue to build a weapon capture system called NDT in the East under the premise of having an early warning system. What? The NDT weapon capture system? Boom! Commander Yang could no longer control his emotions and couldn't help but hammer towards the table, saying with an angry face, does the M Nation really take us Dragon Nation as vegetarians? Establishing such a system, this is an act that seriously weakens the existing military balance between countries. For M country to engage in such an action under our noses, as long as it's a Dragon Nation person, surely they can endure it. Chief of Staff Su also said with extreme anger and concern, Commander Yang, no matter what, we can't let M Nation set up this NDT system. Moreover, their strong radar early warning base is also a serious threat to the homeland security and majesty of the Dragon Kingdom. The M country is really getting no lower. Commander Yang's face chilled as he said, Chief of Staff Su, I will immediately report this matter to my superiors. Definitely can't let stand by and watch M country threaten the territorial security of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as M country has such a base in the East Ing, it's like a fishbone stuck in the Dragon Kingdom's throat. No matter what, it makes people feel uncomfortable. And once the weapons capture system is built, this is also a great weakening and threat to the Dragon's military power. In any case, the Dragon Kingdom could not allow such bottomless behavior to exist. At this time, Commander Yang also immediately initiated an encrypted call request with the major theater commanders. Chapter 89, Weather Controller, Strike Radius 3,500 kilometers. After the major theater commanders suddenly received an encrypted video call request from Commander Yang, they all came online and joined the emergency video conference. Especially Commander Sukaiji Su, who had just had an encrypted call with Commander Yang, realized that Commander Yang's sudden initiation of the video call was definitely the result of some investigation. Commander Su took a deep breath and looked serious. Commander Yang, what are the results of the investigation? Say it right away. Yes, Commander. Commander Yang also said in a grave and at the same time exasperated tone, according to our investigations, the M country's construction in eastern Japan is based on a radar early warning base NDT. After hearing Commander Yang's report, the looks on the faces of every commander inside the video were unusually serious and obviously somewhat shaken. The atmosphere of the entire room instantly became somewhat cold. This kind of behavior from the M country is simply outrageous. Commander Su said coldly, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. If M country doesn't stop this behavior that they're carrying out with eastern Japan, we must counteract it. We absolutely cannot let their capture base be built. That would be an extremely dangerous threat to our Dragon Kingdom. The Central Theater commander said indignantly. Commander Yang, we already know about the matter. Your North China military region side continue with the relevant investigation. A cold light flashed inside Commander Su's eyes. Yes, Commander Su. Commander Yang said solemnly. Commander Su, your Northern Theater's jurisdiction is the closest to the east. Do you have any plans? The commander of the Central Theater asked. What happened in Eastern Ing? We definitely can't let it just continue. Commander Su pondered for a few seconds and said, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them, and since the M Nation is determined to mess with us, the Dragon Nation, then we're bound to have our moves. Many hands make light work. I suggest that we unite the military districts of several major war zones, let the top research talents of our major military districts gather together, and invite experts in radar and related areas to hold a joint meeting to discuss ways to counteract it. Hold a joint conference? Discuss countermeasures? Several of the theater commanders inside the video were brightening up. Commander Su, there's no problem on my side. This matter is of great importance. It involves national security issues. It's only right to do whatever is necessary. When the time comes, I'll send our top researchers from our theater to your Northern Theater to participate in the meeting. The central commander immediately stated his position. The remaining few theater commanders were also all saying that they would also send the top experts from their own military regions to participate in the joint meeting. Good, then this matter is decided. Commander Su nodded and said. Saying that, Commander Su suddenly took another turn and said in a grave tone, before the meeting to discuss countermeasures, there's still one more thing we need to do right away, and that's to hold a press conference to expose this disgraceful behavior of the M Nation, and to make it clear that we, the Dragon Nation, have our own clear and hardened stance of opposition. Whether or not the M country will take the initiative to stop its hooks in the East is the M country's business, but we need to let the M country know that we, the Dragon Kingdom, will absolutely not allow such a thing to exist. If they continue, then we will fight them to the end. Upon hearing these words of righteous indignation from Commander Su, the major theater commanders as well as Commander Yang were all incredibly touched and their expressions were solemn. Alright then, that's all for now, I'm going to go arrange the press conference. After Commander Su finished speaking, he exited the video conference. The major theater commanders also followed to have exited the video conference. Then, the Dragon Country officials immediately conducted a press conference as well. At the press conference, the representative of the Dragon Country Conference, in an indignant manner, exposed this heinous behavior of the M Country. And at the end of the conference, the representative of the Dragon Country also warned the M Country with a very strong attitude. Here, on behalf of the official Dragon Country, I would like to warn the M Country that if the M Country continues to be insistent and does not stop this behavior that threatens the security of the Dragon Country in a delusional attempt to continue to disrupt the peace and order, then the Dragon Country will also be merciless in taking the corresponding countermeasure behavior. The words of the spokesperson of the Dragon Kingdom were forceful, indicating the condemnation of this behavior of the M Country. After the end of this press conference in the Dragon Kingdom, countless Dragon Kingdom netizens were even more incomparably angry. The entire network of fishing wheels, all are one-sided scolding M Country of this shameless behavior. What, aerospace technology can't mess with our Dragon Country? M Country is starting to think of underhanded tricks. Shameless, nasty. Really shameless. Damn, it pisses me off. Is this something a human being can do? Country M, East Japan, please stop your shameless behavior immediately. Building a base in East Ing? DF41 want to know about it. This is provoking the dignity of our Dragon Kingdom. M Nation, Eastern Ing, you will eventually pay the price for this behavior of yours. Right, we Dragon Kingdom will definitely not sit back and do nothing, we'll see. Not only the entire network of netizens all are because of the M Country and the East Japan this kind of shameless behavior and feel incredibly angry, having the network above boycott and denounce. Lin Xian also saw the press conference, the representative of the Dragon State for the M Country shameless behavior exposure, as well as boycott and warning. At this moment, Lin Xian's heart was also incomparably furious. Lin Xian had thought that with the unveiling of a spacecraft like the Air and Spaceplane at that time, the M Countryside should be a little more honest. It seemed that Lin Xian had still underestimated M Country's ability to be shameless. Lin Xian did not expect that after the M Country was frustrated in space technology, it was actually playing such a ghost idea. Now M Country has already in the East Ing have air and land integrated space-based early warning system. If we let M Country build the capture system on top of that, then things would be really serious. It would really be a heavy blow to the Dragon Kingdom's already developed and very powerful military. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this incident was a military crisis for the Dragon Kingdom. This time, one could definitely not sit back and do nothing. He is a Dragon Country people, grew up in this land, can still let M Country to give so to the blatant bullying not. Thinking of this, Lin Xian also began to seriously think about what he could actually do. Because the capture base was constructed in the east, and with such an important base, there was no need to even think about it, it must be heavily guarded. To go straight to the door and in it would be too ostentatious for one thing, and the second point is that it would be too difficult. Therefore, Lin Xian quickly determined that the best option that could be utilized to deal with the M Country and the East Japan was a long-range strike. As soon as he thought of long-range strikes, the first thing that came to Lin Xian's mind was laser weapons. Laser weapon attacks were not restricted by space and could strike instantly, so it was definitely the best choice. This is feasible in the future. But right now, it's not. Ever since the last time a laser weapon had pierced through the International Space Station, Lin Xian had also spent technology points to conduct countless simulations of laser weapons within the system simulation. But every simulation, it was still very far from the laser weapon's final complete body. It's not hard for a laser weapon to be able to fire in a test. But it's really hard to become a finished product. One is the problem of size, another is the problem of energy stability, and another is the problem of continuous aggressiveness. All three are very big problems. The existence of these three problems led to Lin Xian's current degree of completion of the complete body laser weapon, which was only 25%. If these problems weren't solved, then the laser weapon that had been built at the cost of countless funds, even if it was sent to space, would only be able to fire one shot and then nothing more. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't bother thinking about laser weapons anymore. Instead, he turned to consider other options. One other readily available is the Skyplane, but the Skyplane is not yet equipped with weapons modules, only space robot arms, and also not yet able to enter directly from space to conduct a surprise attack over the east. At most, the airplanes could only serve as probes at the moment. Thinking about this, Lin Xian also opened the system mall and started browsing. Now as the technology points in Lin Xian's hands became more, Lin Xian's scope of browsing through the system technology was already greatly enlarged. Some of the higher grade technologies, Lin Xian could afford them as well. These high-grade technologies had already somewhat exceeded the current trend of human technological limits. Anything higher than that would fall into an even more powerful range. For example, can directly obtain 60% of the sun's energy Dyson ball, Dyson ring, which can be considered the ultimate technology of the second level of planetary civilization, the system mall even have. The technology points required for redemption also came to a staggering 10 million points. Of course, these were things that Lin Xian didn't even dare to think about at the moment. Even if there was technology, if the planetary civilization hadn't yet developed to that level, then it wouldn't be of any use at all. Lin Xian slightly narrowed down the search scope of the system mall, after conducting a specialized search for long-range strike technology. Suddenly, a technological weapon in the system mall attracted Lin Xian's attention. Weather controller? Lin Xian's eyes lit up after seeing this technological weapon. Weather controller. The nature of weather changes is caused by uneven temperatures. As long as there is a high amount of energy excitation for uneven temperature raising and lowering of the corresponding parts, it is possible to create extreme weather such as thunderstorms, hailstorms, tornadoes, ice and snow. Coverage radius 3,500 kilometers. Components: ground energy excitation system, 2 geosynchronous energy reflecting satellites. After reading the system's introduction to the weather controller, Lin Xian was more than certain that once this weather controller was built, it would simply be too suitable for destroying the capture bases being built by the M nation and the East Japan. Although the radius of coverage is a little smaller, only 3,500 kilometers, cannot hit the world, but to hit the dragon country in front of the East Ing is simply more than enough. That's you! Lin Xian said excitedly. System, redeem the weather controller technology for me. Congratulations Master for successfully redeeming the weather controller technology, deducting 40,000 technology points. Weather controllers already belong to the ranks of weapons not found on Earth right now, so the amount of tech points spent was surprisingly high, a full 40,000 points. Lin Xian's tech points had also almost bottomed out in one wave. But Lin Xian wasn't the least bit distressed. With this weather controller, not only can it dismantle the threat of the M nation in the east against the Dragon Kingdom, and it can also guard the security of the Dragon Kingdom's neighborhood in the future. Why not be happy about it? It's done! Chapter 90, The Weather Controller with Terrifying Power. After redeeming the weather controller technology, Lin Xian didn't waste any time and immediately entered the system simulation, spending tech points and starting the weather controller simulation. The weather controller was of a higher level, more difficult, and each simulation consumed more technology points. But Lin Xian didn't care. As long as he could build the weather controller, it would be worth spending as many technology points as he could. Lin Xian understood one thing, and that was that the peaceful and powerful environment of Huaxia was the reason why he could now dive into the development of technology in Huaxia. Lin Xian would never let the country's security be provoked. Weather controllers were extremely difficult to manufacture, more than 10 times as difficult as nuclear-powered engines. The first problem is the energy of the weather controller. This is somewhat similar to laser weapons. Weather controllers, too, require a lot of energy for energy excitation. The second difficulty is weather controller is not an independent system, it needs ground and air linkage, and the geosynchronous satellite in the air, with a total area of 120 square meters of reflective surface, has to accurately capture the excitation energy on the ground. Then the synchronization angle adjustment, the energy is accurately reflected to the need to attack the target over the sky, according to the demand to control the temperature of different cloud areas to raise or lower, so as to play the ability to control the weather. For example, for hail, the conditions needed are the presence of cumulonimbus clouds, with the temperature of the clouds above ranging from -30 degrees to -50 degrees, producing ice crystals. The ice crystals descend through a layer of cold water containing a large number of water droplets, forming hail. It continues to reach the lowermost warm layer, where it continues to freeze water droplets. The more water droplets frozen by this process, the larger the hailstones become. Tornadoes, for example, are formed by an excessive temperature difference between the upper and lower airstreams. As long as the temperature of the upper and lower airstreams is controlled, so that the higher temperature irradiated airstream rises, and the lower temperature sinking airstream falls, then the tornado will be a tornado. The stronger the convection, the stronger the tornado created. The difficulty of this step lies in controlling the angle of the synchro-reflecting satellite to reflect the required energy to the target area. In the beginning of the simulated construction attempts, Lin Xian repeatedly failed. Either the weather controller was unable to accurately link the ground and air parts. Either that or the energy was unstable. As long as there is a slight instability and a slight delay, then the desired weather cannot be accurately created. In the simulation, Lin Xian could perform a global simulation, so Lin Xian also directly chose a city in the east for the simulation. After making countless failed attempts, finally, Lin Xian succeeded in blowing a 5-step wind and raining a furry rain over the target city in eastern Japan. Although it was still far from the true effect of the weather controller, to the current Lin Xian, it was already enough to make him feel invigorated. Soon, Lin Xian was once again continuing to devote himself to the system simulation. After one more simulation after another, one more improvement after another. Finally, click, click, click. Within the system simulation, as Lin Xian operated, a violent thunderstorm began in the target city in eastern Japan. The thunderstorm generated by the weather controller was more than 10 times more violent than ordinary thunderstorms. Countless streaks of powerful lightning struck down from the sky, the temperature soared, the air expanded, and a powerful destructive force was generated. Next, Lin Xian adjusted the parameters of the weather controller. Dark clouds began to gather, and because of the huge temperature difference between the upper and lower air currents, the convection currents were very violent, and a huge and powerful tornado instantly formed in the air. Wherever the tornado went, big trees were uprooted, roofs of houses were blown away, and people walking outside were directly swept up into the sky before they could react. The destructive power was very powerful. Although it was a simulation, the scene with the amazing destructive power in front of me was as if it was right in front of me, very shocking. Lin Xian also couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the power of the weather controller's finished product. Sure enough, it's worth this tech point. It's really strong, ranged attacks coupled with long-range attacks, utilizing or natural weather, it's really too strong. Time passed unconsciously amidst the system simulation. Lin Xian, who had gone through concentration enhancement, was completely immersed in the system simulation, and did not feel that time was passing in the outside world in the slightest. By the time Lin Xian left the system simulation interface, only then did Lin Xian realize that a day and a night had passed without him even realizing it. After this one day and one night of simulation, Lin Xian had basically become familiar with the construction of the weather controller, and had mastered at least 90% of the key techniques. Although building a weather controller in reality was different from a system simulation, and required the adjustment of many parameters. However, Lin Xian believed that with his experience in the middle of the system simulation, he was definitely able to complete the perfect manufacturing of the weather controller at the fastest speed possible. Just at this time, suddenly Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian took a look at the phone. It wasn't someone else, it was Professor Bai who called. "Lin Xian, how's it going?" Professor Bai came up and asked Lin Xian with concern. "It's been more than a week without any movement from you. Recently, did some research?" Lin Xian didn't spill the beans about the weather controller, but simply said, "Lin Xian, you really do conduct research no matter what." On the other side of the phone, Professor Bai said admiringly, "Professor Bai, is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Xian asked again. Dragonitis 1 recently shot another 50 satellite rounds up in one arrow and successfully recovered it, Professor Bai said prettily. "I came over with Professor Yan and the others to check the condition of the nuclear power engine after the recovery, and everything is normal. But the recovery system was designed by you, Lin Xian, at the time, and Professor Yan, and I didn't know much about it, so I still had to trouble you, Lin Xian, to come over and give the rockets a more comprehensive inspection." Professor Bai said with a smile. "Trouble what?" Lin Xian smiled back and said, "Professor Bai, you and Professor Yan don't have to be polite to me. I'll be there in a moment." "Alright." Professor Bai also said excitedly, "Lin Xian, then you wait at home for a while, the helicopter will pick you up right away." Nowadays, the Dragonitis rockets, because of their large capacity and the fact that they were recoverable, the speed of the first level of reuse was very fast, as long as they were regularly inspected. In the past, when the Long 5 rocket hit satellites, the most it could do was to hit 10 small satellites with one arrow, but now with the Long N rocket, it is very easy to hit 50 large satellites with one shot. It just so happened that the weather controller also had 2 geosynchronous reflection satellites that needed to be launched. It could be a direct carpool with the next Dragonitis I rocket launch. After Lin Xian arrived at the rocket manufacturing workshop, the researchers all greeted Lin Xian with a flash of excitement in their eyes. "Good day, Professor Lin. Professor Lin is here? Professor Lin." It wasn't just the researchers who saw Lin Xian. Professor Bai, Professor Yan, and a line of professors in nuclear-powered rockets, all of them personally came out to greet Lin Xian. Although they hadn't seen Lin Xian for more than a week, when the professors saw Lin Xian, it was as if they hadn't seen each other for months. "Lin Xian, long time no see." Professor Bai excitedly went up and wrapped his arms around Lin Xian, saying happily, "Professor Lin, from what Professor Bai said, you've started a new research?" Professor Yan also looked at Lin Xian with a smile and exclaimed, "Really energetic. We old bones, we don't have the energy you have." No, Lin Xian also laughed. "Professor Yan, Professor Bai, you guys aren't still fighting on the front lines either. We have only a limited number of years to contribute to China, we can only do what we can," Professor Yan said with emotion. "Lin Xian, the future belongs to you young people." At this time, Professor Bai asked Lin Xian curiously, "Lin Xian, what project have you been working on recently?" Saying that, Professor Bai turned his words around, his expression was even more full of anticipation and excitement, saying, "It can't be some big research project again." Quite big indeed. Lin Xian's expression was also instantly serious for a few moments as he said to Professor Bai and the others, "Professor Bai, Professor Lin, you all should know about the recent shenanigans that the Mi Kingdom has been up to with the East and the Ying. How can you not know about this?" Professor Bai was a bit angry when he said it, saying, "It's really too hateful that the Mi Kingdom is actually building an NDT capture base in conjunction with the Eastern Japan. I haven't slept well during these 2 days. It's really outrageous." Although Professor Yan was a handful of years old, when he thought of this matter, he still waved his hand excitedly and said, "I really want to personally go to the East Japan to give them the base to blow up. Professor Yan, for such an important base for me and EJ, there must be countless troops guarding it, you can't go, Huaxia still needs you to do research." Lin Xian saw that Professor Yan was so straightforward, he also smiled and patted Professor Yan's shoulder and said, "Lin Xian, weren't you just talking about the project you've been working on recently? How come you're suddenly talking about it again?" At this time, Professor Bai also suddenly said to Lin Xian as if he thought of something, with a surprised look on his face, "Lin Xian, your research, wouldn't it have anything to do with counteracting the East Japan's D&D capture bases, right?" "No way." Professor Yan's eyes also glazed over as he excitedly said to Lin Xian, quickly tell us what kind of research you're actually conducting. Facing the two professors' urgent questions, Lin Xian also smiled and said, "Weather controller." Weather controller? Originally, the two professors thought that Lin Xian had researched a possible countermeasure radar, jamming radar, and the like, but to their surprise, Lin Xian came directly to a weather controller. Bai, Yan, two professors on the spot is confused. Two professors, you look at me, I look at you, a timer stunned. After freezing for a long time, Professor Yan only came to his senses and asked Lin Xian, when you say weather controller, do you mean literally, a weapon that can control the weather? Lin Xian nodded and said, that's right, it means literally. After hearing this explanation from Lin Xian, the two professors couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Professor Bai also said to Lin Xian in a serious tone, "Lin Xian, I've always had great faith in your scientific research prowess, and you're certainly at the top of the heap amongst the young people of China at this point. But sometimes when you do research and engage in research, you're afraid of getting inside a dead end and not being able to get out." Professor Bai patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "For example, this weather controller you're talking about, in fact, many countries have this idea, and have also conducted a lot of related research and experiments, but in the end, it's all to no avail." Right, Lin Xian, Professor Bai's words are a bit straighter, but they make sense. Professor Yan also advised Lin Xian, the so-called weather controllers in the world nowadays, at best, they simply affect the weather changes around them, and make it rain or something. The effect is not even as good as the effect of artificial rainfall. Seeing that the two professors were both talking to each other with a serious face, advising him not to go down a dead end in research, Lin Xian also cried and laughed a little and said, "Professor Bai, Professor Yan, I think the weather controller I'm talking about might not be the same thing as what you're talking about. This weather controller that I'm going to research, what I can control, is extreme weather, like thunderstorms, tornadoes, hail, blizzards, and such." What? Controlling extreme weather? Hearing Lin Xian say this, Professor Bai and Professor Yan both even shook their heads, stating that it was impossible. Lin Xian, the current technology can't even do it on a small scale to control the weather around us, let alone create extreme weather in eastern Japan, which is separated from us by a sea. Professor Bai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Lin Xian, this isn't scientific research anymore, it's practically black technology, that's something that exists inside a novel." Professor Yan also said to Lin Xian, half jokingly, half seriously, "Creating extreme weather 700 or 800 kilometers away across a sea, it's too unbelievable, it's completely out of the realm of what our technology can do now." In fact, the two professors said these words, not because they felt that Lin Xian couldn't do it, but out of concern for Lin Xian. The two professors also wanted Lin Xian to engage in the research he wanted to engage in, but researching weapons like the weather controller sounded impossible, and the two professors were afraid that Lin Xian would waste his time and energy on it and end up with no gain at all, but instead would be extremely frustrated. Professor Bai also sincerely said to Lin Xian at this time, "Lin Xian, I've seen quite a few talented researchers, because they chose a wrong direction, used their force in the wrong direction, went further and further off course, and ended up drilling into a bullseye to get out of it, and ended up destroying their scientific research careers, for example. Professor Yan and I don't mean anything else, we're just afraid that you'll work hard towards an unrealistic goal and end up wasting your time and youth." The more Professor Bai spoke, the more he became a little worried. Professor Yan was also afraid that Lin Xian's path would go astray, and looked at Lin Xian worriedly and nervously. "Professor Bai, I can understand." Lin Xian also smiled faintly and said. Lin Xian knew that the two professors were also saying this to themselves out of concern. Seeing that the two professors were feeling that the weather controller wasn't quite feasible, Lin Xian didn't bother explaining anything further. Chapter 91, Joint Conference of the Military Research Community. Inviting Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything else either, the two professors thought that Lin Xian was hanging on by a thread and had figured it out. Both of them also let out a long sigh of relief, their expressions relaxing considerably. As long as Lin Xian didn't go to a dead end above his research, the two professors were relieved. "Lin Xian, Professor Yan, and I can understand your feelings, we know that you just want to do some research out of it to crush the conspiracy of the Mi Kingdom in the East." Professor Bai said, "Professor Yan and I feel the same way as you do, we also want to contribute to the boycott of rice, but unfortunately we don't know much about it, and we can't do much to help. Old Bai, you don't have to worry too much, there will definitely be a way." Professor Yan comforted Professor Bai, "Isn't the higher up side already preparing to hold a meeting to develop a method to counteract the base over in the East? As far as I know, two professors from the Supreme Academy of Sciences Institute of Information Optoelectronics and related fields, Professor Shui and Professor Qi, are also going to this high-level meeting. Both of them can be experts in electronic information interference. In addition to this, there are also many related experts from military research institutes, all together. Hearing Professor Yan's words, Professor Bai's eyes lit up. Shue, Ji and the two old men are there. These two old men are experts in high-power phased array radar. Maybe the two old men can design a phased array radar that will be able to counteract the strong band radar signals from the ground base stations over in the east. Well, Professor Yan also nodded and said, whether or not we can figure out a way to counteract the easting side's bases will depend on this joint meeting between the military and science research. A joint meeting between the military and the scientific research community? As soon as Lin Xian heard the two professors say this, he also became interested and said to the two professors, Professor, this meeting, I also want to go. I also want to contribute to the countering of the base of the east. Lin Xian also wanted to go? Hearing Lin Xian take the initiative to say that he wanted to attend the meeting, a hint of a smile spread across the faces of both professors. Professor Bai asked curiously, Lin Xian, you also have research on electronic jamming, counter-radar type weapons? This aspect, I just only have some basic knowledge, research is not quite, Lin Xian also honestly said, the reason why I want to participate in this meeting is that I am thinking about whether I can help with anything. Professor Yan laughed and said to Lin Xian, you have a lot of ideas, and you've always been good at research and stuff. If you go, you might even be able to come up with good ideas that us old guys can't think of. There's no way for Professor Bai and I to go to a meeting like this, Professor Yan also said immediately, since you want to go, I'll go nominate you. After saying that, Professor Yin immediately dialed a phone, and the person on the other side of the phone was no one else but Commander Su of the Northern War Zone. Commander Su, hello, I'm Yen Gong from the Nuclear Engineering Research Institute. There's something here that I need to trouble you about. Professor Yen came up and said right to the point. Ah, Professor Yen, hello. Commander Su said politely after greeting Professor Yen, Professor Yen, if there's anything you need, just say it. Commander Su, at your Northern Theater's main base, isn't there a meeting to discuss countering Eastern Japan? Professor Yen said. Yes, it's this afternoon. Commander Su stared slightly, then smiled. Professor Yen, you want to come to this meeting too? If your old man wants to come, then it's not just a matter of coming directly, no need to call me specifically. No, it's not me, Commander Su, I've studied nuclear engineering all my life, but I don't have this ability. Hearing that Commander Su misunderstood his meaning, Professor Yin quickly smiled and explained, Commander Su, I just want to nominate someone for you to attend the meeting. Nominate someone? Just as Commander Su was still wondering which expert in the relevant field Professor Yin was going to nominate, Professor Yin continued with a smile, that person is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Commander Su was instantly stunned. Wasn't Lin Xian's main research on nuclear-powered engines, as well as various special spacecraft? Could it be that Lin Xian also had research on counter-radar? Is this Lin Xian so powerful? He can even cross the border to conduct research? After freezing for a few seconds, Commander Su also said with joyful excitement, so the person who's coming is Professor Lin. It's great that Professor Lin is coming. Professor Yin, if you had said that Lin Xian still had this ability, I would have no problem inviting Lin Xian personally. Professor Yin also laughed out loud when he heard Commander Su's remark and said, Commander Su, it's not too late for you to invite Lin Xian to the meeting. Xian is with me right now. Then you personally come and invite Lin Xian. With that, Professor Yin handed the phone to Lin Xian and said with a smile, Lin Xian, Commander Su has something to say to you. Commander Su, hello. After Lin Xian took the phone, he first greeted Commander Su politely. Lin Xian. Hello. Commander Su also asked expectantly, I heard from Professor Yin that you're coming to this meeting as well. Do you have any countermeasures regarding the bases in Eastern Japan? Yes, Lin Xian simply said with certainty and seriousness, Commander Su, the base in Eastern Ing is very threatening to our Chinese national defense. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Good. After Commander Su heard Lin Xian's confident reply, he didn't ask in detail inside the phone, but excitedly and formally said to Lin Xian, in that case, Professor Lin, I, Su Kaiji, Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Theater of Operations, formally invite you to join in this joint meeting to counter East Ing. Thank you, Commander Su. Lin Xian smiled back and thanked. It should be me thanking you. Commander Su said respectfully, Lin Xian, the military region helicopter will be picking you up soon, so prepare yourself a little. Right, Commander Su, Lin Xian said to Commander Su at this time as if he had thought of something. Commander Su, for this meeting, apart from me, can we have Professor Bai and Professor Yen come along as well? Commander Su knew that Professor Bai and Professor Yen were both professors of nuclear engineering, and didn't seem to have much to do with the topic of this meeting, but since it was Lin Xian who had requested it, Commander Su didn't think too much about it, and nodded his head in agreement, no problem. After hanging up the phone, both Professor Bai and Professor Yen were wide-eyed, looking at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian. Professor Bai said with glaring eyes, wasn't it you who wanted to go? What's the point of dragging the two of us? Professor Yen was also dumbfounded. Lin Xian, this conference is discussing countermeasures against the Eastern Ing side. We can't help if we go to this conference. Maybe we can help. Lin Xian didn't explain anything, but smiled mysteriously and said, "The two professors should just consider accompanying me to this conference." 20 minutes later, the military region's specialized helicopter arrived. The ones who came to pick up Lin Xian and the others were still members of the special forces from the Firefox Special Operations team from last time. "Professors." Captain Raui respectfully saluted Lin Xian and the others. "I've been instructed by my superiors to come and pick up the three of you for the meeting. Thanks for your hard work, everyone." Lin Xian returned the military salute and said, "Let's go." Rumble. The helicopter took off with a roar, leaving the space agency's rocket assembly workshop and heading all the way to the northern war zone. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. North China Theater Base General Conference Room. The joint meeting of the military and the scientific research community to counteract the Eastern Japan base was about to begin. Present in the meeting, besides Commander Su, the commander-in-chief of the North China Station area, there were 4 guards in charge of security. The rest were bigwigs from all sides of the related professions. For example, Professor Schwett and Professor Chi from the Institute of Information Photonics of the Supreme Academy of Sciences. There are also top experts in radar jamming from major military regions, professors. In addition to these, there are a host of research experts in missiles. It could be said that all the relevant experts of China gathered in the general meeting room of the North China War Zone in order to discuss an ultimate practical and feasible plan to counteract the base of the East Japan side. Before the meeting even started, the professors and experts inside the conference room couldn't help but discuss in whispers. Because this time the rice country and the East Japan to build this base thing is really in the provocation of China's national prestige and a serious threat to China. Every bit of the professors were in an agitated mood, discussing this matter angrily. Just at this time, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and all of the professors were seeing a young man with extraordinary temperament, along with 2 other professors, walking in under the escort of a group of special forces. The sound of discussion in the room instantly came to an abrupt end, and all of them looked in the direction of the door. After seeing the person who came, the professors and experts present were all stunned. "Professor Lin, Elder Bai, Elder Yen, you're here," Commander Su said with a cordial face after seeing Lin Xian and the others. "Good day, Commander Su." Lin Xian also greeted Commander Su eagerly. The group of professors and experts present, after freezing for several seconds, this was the only time they reacted. "Professor Lin has also come to the meeting?" This is the same Professor Lin who spearheaded the nuclear-powered rocket, the space shuttle, and the Tianwen space station programs? This Professor Lin is a genius in space technology. Why are Professor Yen and Professor Bai from the nuclear engineering field here too? After recognizing that it was Lin Xian, the professors present all looked at Lin Xian with a look of respect. Lin Xian's achievements in aerospace science and technology could be described as thunderous. Everyone present had also seen Lin Xian's honoring conference that day. Hearing everyone's murmurs, Commander Su also smiled and glanced around the room and said, "It seems that everyone here knows Professor Lin, so I won't make any special introductions here. Professor Lin has come to specifically attend this meeting of ours to provide his own proposal for discussion." Commander Su continued, "Everyone welcome Professor Lin and the others to their seats." Snap, 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 snap. The entire room erupted in applause as they watched Lin Xian take his seat. Professor Bai and Professor Yen were both seated next to Lin Xian as well. At this time, the professors also had some questions in their hearts. Commander Su said that Professor Lin had come to this meeting and had brought his own program with him. But it seems that in terms of electronic jamming, radar jamming, and weapons jamming, I haven't heard of Professor Lin coming up with any research. What exactly is the countermeasure program that this young Professor Lin has brought? Alright, since everyone has arrived, then I announce that our meeting this time officially begins. Commander Su's tone suddenly became a few points more serious as he said, "The situation is known to everyone. Not only has the meter country established a radar base in East Ing, but it is now also building a capture base." Commander Su's tone was even more grave. "The moves of the Mi and the Eastern Japan are a serious threat to our Huaxia. So no matter what program we use, as long as we can stop the plans of the Mi Kingdom and the East Japan, then it's a good program. If everyone has anything they want to say, just feel free to say it and we'll discuss it together." The atmosphere of the scene was a bit solemn and silent, and the looks on everyone's faces were very serious. All the professors were also serious and earnestly framing their speeches and stating their side of the countermeasures. Lin Xian also didn't intend to directly speak out his weather controller's program right now, but instead sat quietly in his seat, wanting to listen to all the professors' speeches, wanting to hear what all the top professors had in store for them first. Chapter 92, If There Is No Road, Walk Out a Road by Yourself. After a bit of conceptualizing the speech, the professors in the room were all a bit eager to make their speeches. At this time, Professor Xue from the Supreme Academy of Sciences was the first to speak, saying, "Commander Su, our program on the side of the Supreme Academy of Sciences electronic countermeasures, to put it in layman's terms, it's to build a huge phased-array radar, and then utilize the wavelengths of the phased-array radar that we send out to counteract the wavelengths of the radar base on the side of the East. In this way, their capture base is equivalent to losing their eyes. The so-called phased array radar was a countless number of small antenna units that formed an antenna array, and these small antennas, all of which could emit electromagnetic waves at different angles, worked independently. The advantage of the phased array radar is that the scanning is more flexible, capable of inertia-free scanning, similar to the propagation of water waves, capable of transmitting electromagnetic waves in all directions, and does not need to swing its head back and forth like a traditional radar. The target capacity is large, and there are many targets that can be detected, and most importantly, the phased array radar is very good at resisting interference. Hearing Professor Xue propose the phased array radar program, the professors present, as well as all the military experts and officers, were all whispering below. After some discussion, a lieutenant general raised a question. Professor Xue, phased array radar, on our military's fighters, is actually also used, like our 145B phased radar series. Admittedly, the phased array radar does have the advantage of flexibility above all else, and the anti-jamming ability is very strong. The effect is the best among radars. The lieutenant general said doubtfully, but we are so far away from eastern Japan, what about the signal attenuation problem? At that distance, I'm afraid it's still unknown whether the phased array radar can play a real role. Everyone in the room was also staring at Professor Xue, waiting for his answer. The only way to ensure that the phased array radar works is to build a large phased array radar. Professor Xue also immediately stated, according to our calculations, building a phased array radar that is 400 meters long and 300 meters wide, and placing 50,000 small antenna units on top of it, is completely sufficient. 400 meters long and 300 meters wide? 50,000 small antenna units? Hearing Professor Xue speak out the specific plan, the entire room was in an uproar. Not to mention the high cost of the phased array radar itself. The 50,000 small antenna units alone are a bit too esoteric. The more antenna units there are, the more complex the phased array radar becomes, and the more likely it is to have problems. Imagine phased array radar electronic system to simultaneously control the 50,000 antenna units in different directions to emit electromagnetic waves. The composition of the detection field, there is a slight delay, a little error cannot. The disadvantage of this program is that the fault tolerance is very low. 50,000 antenna units cannot be a little problem. Professor Xue at this time also turned the tables. He said the shortcomings of this program. Professor Xue, you are right. Commander Su also nodded gruffly and said, the world's current largest phased array radar unit, with 12,600 units, is also problematic. And with such a large phased array radar, not to mention how effective it is, the cost alone could be as high as $100 billion. Commander Su's estimated cost was indeed fine. At this time, Professor Xue didn't say any more. Phased array radar was a good thing, but not a very suitable approach for the current situation. After Professor Xue finished his speech, Professor Qi started proposing immediately after. I propose to build a super horizon radar, using the reflection of the ion layer to carry out interference with the base of the eastern Japan. After a discussion, the super horizon radar proposal was similarly rejected by everyone. Although the super horizon radar was less expensive, the reflection of the ion layer was not stable, and it was difficult to consistently cause any interference to the radar base of the east. Either that, or work on the weapons. An expert specializing in high-speed weapons proposed, we should adopt all new high-mobility, multi-warhead weapons, especially the kind of missiles that can emit a large number of dummy warheads, and then all adopt supersonic weapons, so that their bases will not be able to detect and capture our weapons at all. This was indeed a method, and a direction in which Huaxia's weapons were currently developing. But to propose this program is tantamount to a tacit admission that one can only watch the East Japan side establish this base, and the Chinese side can only take such a defensive countermeasure after the East Japan side establishes the base. Commander Su's face darkened a bit as he said, isn't this tantamount to tacitly acquiescing to the fact that the Mi Kingdom and the Eastern Ing can do whatever they want before weapons like ours are developed? And with our huge stockpile of weapons, it's not realistic to replace all of them with new types of weapons, at least not within 10 years. Saying that, Commander Su even sighed and shook his head in disbelief. Then, the professors present came up with several proposals. But all of these programs were not suitable for the present situation. Either they cost hundreds of billions of dollars, or the real results may not be as good as expected. In short, there are just all sorts of drawbacks. At the beginning of the entire conference room inside the atmosphere, but also very warm, we are all and have discussed how the various programs, feasible or not feasible, what are the advantages, and what are the shortcomings. All the professors are very confident that they can certainly discuss a feasible program in this meeting. And certainly more than one. But as the discussion went on, everyone realized that there were more and more unsuitable solutions, and that none of the feasible solutions had been discussed. The atmosphere of the whole scene also gradually fell into a dull state. Even people can't help but worry in their hearts, if this meeting, the last feasible countermeasure program, can't be discussed, what to do? Could it be that just watching the rice country and the East Japan and the doorstep of China to do evil, but they have no other way except words and attitudes above the boycott? Discussed the discussion, the scene also completely silent, everyone's face is a little ugly. Especially since Lin Xian had just not been speaking, the professors directly defaulted to the fact that Lin Xian's program was probably in the program they had just discussed, and none of them asked Lin Xian about it. Commander Su saw that Lin Xian had just been listening carefully to the professor's speeches, and felt like Lin Xian was thinking about something. So, Commander Su first asked the professors present, "Does everyone have any programs that they haven't spoken about?" The professors present all shook their heads with unsightly faces as well, indicating that there were none. It was only then that Commander Su asked Lin Xian, "You haven't spoken just now, is it because your proposal was also among the proposals made by the professors just now?" "No," Lin Xian said, "it's because my proposal and the path of the professors' proposals are not quite the same. So I just want to hear if you professors have any better programs before I share mine." "The path of the program is not the same?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone present were all puzzled, while their eyes were again beaming as they looked at Lin Xian. Everyone was all curious as to what exactly Lin Xian's path difference scenario was. "Lin Xian, come and tell us about your program." Commander Su couldn't wait to ask as well. "My proposal is to create a weather controller in our Huaxia and use it to control the extreme weather and carry out a long-range strike to attack the bases of eastern Japan. This way, not only can we destroy their radar base, but the base they're building will also be completely destroyed." "What? The weather controller? Perform remote extreme weather strikes?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the professors and experts present were suddenly dumbfounded. Professor Lin and Professor Bai, who had previously heard Lin Xian talk about the weather controller and had advised Lin Xian for half a day, were also both dumbfounded at once. Originally, they had thought that Lin Xian had returned to his prodigal son at that time. They hadn't expected that after Lin Xian had come to this meeting, he was the one who had once again proposed the weather controller as a scientific research project. After the professors present were confused, they all looked at Lin Xian with incredible expressions. Their thoughts were the same as those of the two professors, Professor Bai and Professor Yan, and that was that it was impossible for a weapon like a weather controller to exist. With the current technology, it simply couldn't be achieved. As soon as Lin Xian spoke of the weather controller, Commander Su was also stunned. Commander Su's impression was that there was indeed a country that had researched the so-called weather controller. Those countries' weather controllers were nothing more than getting rainfall around them, and even had to be supplemented with chemical reagents. This seemed like a completely different thing compared to the weather controller that Lin Xian said was capable of carrying out remote strikes. "Lin Xian, you're not joking, are you?" Commander Su confirmed with some disbelief. "Commander Su, I'm serious. After the research of this weather controller is completed, it will be able to control thunderstorms, blizzards, hailstorms, and tornadoes, and the East Kingdom is completely within the striking range of the weather controller as well," Lin Xian said in a serious tone. "Thunderstorms, blizzards, hail, tornadoes?" The professors present were even more stunned as they looked at Lin Xian. The two of them, Professor Bai and Professor Yan, were even a little worried about Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, if this weather controller can really be as powerful as you say, then surely as a weapon for us to counteract the eastern base, there is indeed no problem." Commander Su was still a little skeptical, but putting aside the cost of research, "I'm afraid that it wouldn't be that easy for us to research it if we do it without any foundation, right?" "Commander Su, there's no need to worry about this," Lin Xian said confidently. "Regarding the theoretical research on weather controllers, as well as the difficulties in it, I've already conquered all of them. It's just that I left in a hurry today, and didn't bring the project information over." "What?" Lin Xian was already the one who had completed the theoretical research on weather controllers, and had overcome the difficult points in it? Hearing this, the professors present all looked at Lin Xian in surprise. A weapon that the whole world had failed to build, and Lin Xian had completed the main work in terms of research all by himself? Commander Su was also stunned and said to Lin Xian in disbelief, "Lin Xian, then can you tell us the principle of the weather controller and the difficulties involved?" "No problem," Lin Xian nodded, and also began to give everyone a careful introduction to the principles of the weather controller, as well as the difficulties of the research. The essence of the weather controller is to control the temperature changes in different partitions of the atmosphere, consisting of the ground portion, and two geosynchronous orbit reflector satellites. The difficulty lies in the energy stability. Precision of the energy reflection angle. The strike range is 3,500 kilometers and the energy required is. Hearing this detailed introduction from Lin Xian that couldn't be any more detailed, and was even accurate to the extent of each specific theoretical value, everyone present was even more incomparably surprised, all of them looking at Lin Xian in disbelief, as if they didn't recognize Lin Xian anymore. They didn't expect that originally, regarding this weather controller, Lin Xian alone was already studying it to such an extent. Previously felt that the weather controller is black technology, with the current technology cannot reach the white. Yan two professors are even more surprised open mouth. "Lin Xian, where this is into the dead end of the research, this is clearly a dead end to the raw smashed out of a roda." No one in the world had ever been able to research the theory of weather controllers, and Lin Xian had done so. There was originally no path in the world that could be drawn upon, but Lin Xian had borne out a research path of his own. Although the two of them didn't know how effective this weather controller would be in the end, in terms of theory, Lin Xian was indeed very sound, taking all the variables into account, and the calculation process was also very rigorous. Professor Bai, Professor Yan, both couldn't help but be looking at Lin Xian with some admiration. Chapter 93, Starting from Zero, Overcoming All Difficulties, Making History. After listening to Lin Xian's detailed explanation of the principles of the weather controller and the difficulties involved, Commander Su was even more flabbergasted and said, Lin Xian, although I don't understand the technical issues involved, but listening to your explanation, I can hear that you have indeed researched weather controllers very deeply, and it's completely different from those so-called weather controllers in the world before. However, Professor Lin Xian, I have a question I need to ask you, Commander Su said, and with a twist of words, he said, just now, you only said that the estimated cost of the weather controller is $7.5 billion, but you didn't say anything about the specific time of the research and construction, so can I ask? It wasn't that Commander Su was deliberately picking on Lin Xian, but Commander Su wanted to find out how long the weather controller had been researched. If the research time was 10 or 8 years, then there really wasn't much of a need for it. After all, the groundbreaking for the base in Easting has already begun, and the military side estimates that the fastest the base on the Easting side can be built is almost 6 months. When Lin Xian heard Commander Su say this, it was only then that he realized that he had indeed just neglected the construction time. Lin Xian pondered a little and said in a serious tone, 4 months. 4 months is enough time to build the ground portion of the weather controller and the reflective satellite portion in the air. 4 months? Such a huge project, and Lin Xian only needs 4 months? Hearing Lin Xian's time, everyone present couldn't help but draw a mouthful of cool air. Commander Su was even a bit stunned as he said, Lin Xian, 4 months, is that enough? Didn't you just say that the weather controller's ground portion of energy requires the construction of a small nuclear power plant for energy supply? And there's also the satellite part in the air. Commander Su, don't worry about these issues. Lin Xian said confidently, like the construction of the part of the small nuclear power plant responsible for energy supply, Professor Bai in nuclear engineering, Professor Yin to help, plus the previous experience of controlled nuclear fission on top of the nuclear power engine, the construction speed will be very fast. For the other parts, as long as there are specialized professors to assist me with my data, the progress will also be very fast. As for the reflection satellite in space, the difficulty lies in the adjustment of the reflection angle. This I have also overcome. In terms of satellite launch, with the existence of Dragonitis 1, as long as the energy reflection satellite is built well, it can hit the predetermined orbit in space at any time. So, with 4 months to build this project, with enough funds, I'm confident that I can rush to build the complete body of the weather controller before the base in East Japan is completed, and deal a fatal blow to the base that hasn't been built by then. Although Lin Xian's tone was very confident and certain, everyone still felt a bit incredulous. 4 months to build a ground and space-linked weather controller, not to mention the problem of building a small nuclear power plant, just to realize the ground and air-linked calibration, I'm afraid it would take a lot of time. As soon as Lin Xian's words fell, the entire room fell silent. Commander Su was also thinking seriously about Lin Xian's words. This was a very important matter and a very large project. Once it was Lin Xian who was chosen, that meant that by then, the base over in East Japan would only be able to look at Lin Xian's weather controller project. Moreover, in Lin Xian's introduction just now, in addition to the capital cost of the weather controller, many experts and professors in different fields would be needed to assist Lin Xian. It can be said that once the weather controller project is officially established, then nearly half of the top professors and experts in the whole of China will come to assist Lin Xian. After all, the weather controller is a big project that the world has never seen before, a big project. Once it was a success, it would be an absolute good thing for China. Not only the rice and the East Japan's conspiracy was completely crushed, China is to add military defense counterattack a big killing weapon. Once did not become, then the manpower and material resources to be invested, as well as research time, will be a very significant loss. The base after the completion of the Easting will be a great threat to China. For a while, Commander Su was also caught up in his thoughts. At the end of the day, Commander Su ended up asking Lin Xian again in a deep voice, Professor Lin Xian, I'd like to ask you, this weather controller, in your opinion, what percentage of certainty is there that it can be built? Lin Xian pondered seriously before he said, 90%, Commander Su, I am 90% sure that I can build this weather controller. In the midst of unprecedented scientific research, 90% certainty was already a very high degree of certainty. This 90% confidence came from Lin Xian's confidence in the repeated simulations within the system. Good. Commander Su didn't hesitate any longer and said with great certainty, Professor Lin Xian, since you're so sure, then I announce that the weather controller project is officially launched. You come as the lead. Next I'll report to the higher-ups and arrange for all the researchers in the fields you need to assist you in building the weather controller. Although Commander Su didn't really understand the specific technicalities involved in the weather controller even now. But that didn't stop Commander Su from trusting Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had led his professors with his own power to build nuclear-powered rockets, airplanes, and the Tiangong space station. Lin Xian had always lived up to his reputation, creating miracle after miracle. This time, Commander Su also chose to believe in Lin Xian, believing that Lin Xian could lead the way to complete the weather controller and crush the conspiracy of the Mi Kingdom. Thank you, Commander Su. I will definitely complete the mission on time, Lin Xian also said solemnly. Seeing Lin Xian's confident appearance, both Professor Bai and Professor Yan shook their heads and lost their laughter. Unexpectedly, the project of the weather controller had really been established, and Lin Xian had become the leader. This was unimaginable to the two when they placed it a few hours ago, when Lin Xian had just said the weather controller thing. One had to say that Lin Xian really did have courage and confidence. A research project that had never been done before in the whole world, Lin Xian said that he would do it, and he didn't flinch or hesitate in the slightest. The two professors were both looking at Lin Xian with admiration and appreciation at the moment, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although they didn't know what the final outcome of the weather controller project would be, the two professors were also infected by Lin Xian's confidence and didn't think about it so much, they just followed Lin Xian. The two of them firmly believed in their hearts that with Lin Xian's unconvincing spirit, this project might just be a success. After the meeting ended, Lin Xian's weather controller project, too, was thoroughly established. The pre-preparations for the construction of the weather controller also began to be carried out immediately. Firstly, the location of the ground part of the construction. In order to maximize the effect, the location of the weather controller, after Lin Xian's calculations, was chosen to be in an offshore suburb of the city of Ningxian, which was adjacent to the East China Sea and across the sea from the East Japan. After the site selection was completed, this offshore suburb of Ningxian City was immediately categorized as a secret military base of the highest level. Many professors in related fields from all over China are also rushing to Ningxian City. In the first few days of time, just in the various fields of professors in the city of Ningxian secret military base, for the construction of weather controllers to do all kinds of preliminary preparations. As the project leader, Lin Xian, on the contrary, rarely showed his face. This made the professors, all of them couldn't help but be a little worried about Lin Xian's state. Elder Bai, do you think Lin Xian, he might be under a bit too much pressure? Professor Yan asked Professor Bai with some worry after he hadn't seen Lin Xian for the whole day. After all, these 4 months are indeed a bit too much of a rush. And the key data for the construction of the weather controller, all of them need Lin Xian to give the results of the calculations. This amount of calculations, it's an astronomical number. Lin Xian has always been very resilient. Professor Yan, you don't have to worry too much about Lin Xian. Saying that, Professor Bai also shook his head and said, but then again, this weather controller, the entire world really doesn't have any readily available data and theories to draw from. It's completely starting from scratch. We can't do these calculations either. It can only be done by Lin Xian alone, and even if there's pressure, it's definitely all on Lin Xian alone. It's really too hard on Lin Xian, Professor Yan even said with a few bitterness. The current Lin Xian reminds me of those scientific research seniors who built source bullets from scratch. When conditions were so poor and nothing was available, they also eliminated all the difficulties and built source bullets from nothing, raw, and established a new world order, laying the foundation for our present. Professor Yan, all we can do is assist Lin Xian as much as we can, Professor Bai also moved to say. That's for sure. Professor Yan also nodded heavily and said expectantly, if we follow Lin Xian this time and assist him in successfully creating a weather controller, then we'll really be making history. Lin Xian hadn't gone to the weather controller construction base much in the past few days. It was mainly because Lin Xian was perfecting the weather controller's related calculation work and theories. The 4 months that Lin Xian had said at first was the shortest amount of time needed to have all sorts of data foolproof. So right now, Lin Xian wanted to conduct as many simulations as possible before the research and construction work on the main part of the weather controller began. As Lin Xian performed the simulations, he recited the relevant formulas, data, and memorized them in his brain. The satellite reflection angle undergoes continuous orthogonal convergence transformations with the continuous transformation of the incidence degree, causing the reflectivity to be at its maximum value. Max equals f plus dx f plus 2 dx f dx. The energy required for the weather controller requires a 3-stage cumulative energy transformation, energy Z equals sigma nxzn, xlzx. Chanting here, Lin Xian's face also revealed a hint of joy as he exhaled a long breath. After conducting countless simulations and calibrations over the past few days, in the end, Lin Xian had obtained all the perfect data needed for the weather controller research and manufacturing. It's time to officially launch the weather controller research and construction project. While thinking about this, Lin Xian also immediately dialed Professor Bai and the others, telling them that he would be arriving soon and that all the work could begin immediately. Chapter 94, Interdisciplinary Collaboration. Lin Xian wrapped it up all by himself. At the weather controller's research base, Professor Bai and the others received a call from Lin Xian, knowing that Lin Xian was coming. The two professors quickly informed the other professors to get everyone ready for Lin Xian's arrival. The place where Lin Xian had stayed for the past few days to conduct the system's simulations and calculations was not the weather controller's research base, but rather in the Nanyang military region under the Northern War area. Soon. Under the escort of the 4 Special Forces soldiers of the Firefox Special Operations Team, the helicopter gunship that Lin Xian was traveling in also landed steadily on top of the tarmac in front of the Weather Controller Research Base. Since the end of the last meeting, the 4 Special Forces soldiers of the Firefox Special Operations Team, including Firefox's Captain Raoui, had also taken on the task of protecting Lin Xian under the arrangement of Commander Su. As long as Lin Xian was on his way to travel, they were to protect Lin Xian's safety. Commander Su had even specifically emphasized the importance of protecting Lin Xian's safety several times when he was arranging tasks for Raoui and the others. After the helicopter arrived, the 4 Special Forces soldiers were the first to get off the helicopter, and only after vigilantly confirming the safety of the surrounding area did Lin Xian get off the helicopter. As soon as he stepped off the helicopter, Lin Xian saw Professor Bai and Professor Yan welcoming him. "Lin Xian, you're here." Professor Bai, Professor Yan was naturally happy after seeing Lin Xian. But when I think about it, Lin Xian didn't show up much in the past few days, and when he did, he just chatted with them for a couple of sentences and left in a hurry, and even Lin Xian hadn't formally met any other professors yet. So the 2 professors couldn't help but be a little worried in their hearts. Professor Bai, Professor Yan, Lin Xian nodded back and didn't explain anything, but smiled. "Long time no see, I'm ready to officially open the research project." "Then let's go." Professor Yan nodded and said, "The professors know that you're here, they're already prepared in advance." The Weather Controller's research base was huge, and the current location where several people were at was a large open area where the main part of the Weather Controller was to be constructed in the future, and the place where the research was to be carried out was still slightly far away from here. Lin Xian and the others got into a military car and headed for the research center. Hundreds of top professors, experts, and researchers in various fields from all over the country had also received the news in advance and rushed to the research center to take the lead in waiting for Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian didn't come much in the past few days, the Weather Controller project didn't have any actual progress, and all the professors didn't have anything to do, they just did some preliminary preparations. Now that the Weather Controller project could officially begin, all the professors were very much looking forward to it, as well as excited. Every professor's mood was one of excitement when they received a secret order from their superiors, knowing that they were going to be working on an unprecedented project, the Weather Controller, under Lin Xian's leadership. But after not seeing Lin Xian for the past few days, these professors couldn't help but mutter a little inside. It wasn't that the professors were dissatisfied with Lin Xian. Just the fact that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to apply to conduct research on the project of weather controllers to counteract Easterning had already made the professors admire him. Every professor hoped that Huaxia would become stronger and rise in the world. So when Lin Xian came forward and presented the program that he had researched and prepared, the professors were still very happy. However, the professors still agreed that the Weather Controller was a project that had no experience to draw on, and that it had to be completed in less than 4 months, so such a research project was simply unprecedented. Whether or not Lin Xian could carry the banner of this urgent and important task, in fact, in the hearts of all the professors, they all had no bottom now. After all, Lin Xian was indeed too young, and it wouldn't be easy for him to want to carry out such groundbreaking research. Brush! The military SUV stopped with a sharp brake. Lin Xian and the others all stepped down from the vehicle as well. "Everyone, this is Professor Lin. I believe that quite a few of you present should have already met Professor Lin before." After getting off the bus, Professor Yin smiled and introduced Lin Xian to everyone. "Hello, Professor Lin." Professor Shui, who was studying electronic information engineering, and Professor Qi were the first 2 to come up and greet Lin Xian. The 2 were also present at the conference at the time, and were impressed by Lin Xian's performance. Since the Weather Controller was divided into 2 parts, ground and space, it was only natural that they, who had deep experience in remote control of electronic information, joined in the research. "Hello Professor Shui, hello Professor Qi." Lin Xian also smiled and greeted the 2 professors. "Professor Lin, I've heard a lot about you." An old man with white hair also extended his hand to shake Lin Xian's hand. "Professor Lin, this is Professor Kong from Material Science." Professor Yan also introduced Lin Xian at the side. If the energy of the Weather Controller wanted to be utilized to its maximum, one was the angle of the space reflector plate, and the other was the material of the space reflector satellite reflector plate, which needed to have an extremely high reflectivity. That's why completely new materials need to be synthesized, as reflective materials. Professor of Materials Science, essential. "Professor Kong, hello." Lin Xian smiled and greeted as well. Next, Professor Yan was introducing the professors in the different fields present one by one to Lin Xian. After getting to know the professors, Lin Xian also first said to the professors, "Professors, I've kept you waiting these past few days." "Professor Lin, it's fine, it's not a big deal for us to wait a little for a couple of days." Professor Shui also immediately took a stand and said, "If you're ready, Professor Lin, then we can start the research on weather controllers at any time." "Good." Lin Xian didn't say anything extra, but nodded and said, "Then we can begin our research." Because the weather controller research this time involves more fields, after completing one field, then proceeding to the next field is just too slow a progress, so we're going to adopt a fast and iterative research method of carrying out the research of each project at the same time for this research. Rapid iteration? Simultaneous research in multiple fields? Hearing Lin Xian's words, all the professors were stunned, and in their hearts, they were even guilty of muttering, multiple fields of research at the same time did indeed sound fast. But what about the coordination part between the various fields? As you professors have learned before, the key difficulty with weather controllers is the delay-free linkage between the ground energy part and the space reflection part. If there is a slight error in the linkage, even a delay of 0.0001 milliseconds, it will cause very serious consequences, and even lead to the complete destruction of the entire project. Various fields are not connected to each other, and the knowledge and data required are all very diverse. There are even layers of barriers between specialties, and professors simply do not have the means or time to learn about other fields. If you study them at the same time, how can you ensure that there is coordination between the fields and that there is not a single omission or problem? Lin Xian also saw through the doubts in the eyes of the various professors and didn't explain anything, smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go in first and get ready to start our research." The professors present were all with doubts as well, and walked inside the research center with Lin Xian. Then everyone returned to the research rooms belonging to their own fields, making preparations in advance and waiting for Lin Xian's next arrangement. Professor Bai, Professor Yan, and the others, belonging to the field of nuclear engineering, needed to design and build a small nuclear power plant that matched the weather controller and could feed it with energy, so they belonged to the same research room. Lin Xian, this research involves so many fields, do we really have to start researching at the same time? After thinking about it, Professor Bai still couldn't help but ask Lin Xian and said, "That's right," Lin Xian said seriously, "only in this way can we complete the research and manufacture of the weather controller in less than 4 months' time." Lin Xian, this weather controller project, the various fields are complex, and it's still extremely relevant. Professor Yan also said worriedly, if there's a point in the research process that isn't coordinated correctly, then only at the end, after the weather controllers have been fully networked, can we discover the problem, and then we'll have to overturn the previous research and start from scratch. Professor Yan was right. The difficulty with weather controllers is that they are different from research programs like nuclear power engines that can be attacked in stages. After the weather controller's research projects in various independent fields were fully completed, and before the final assembly of the network linkage was carried out, no one knew if the weather controller would really be able to play out the effects that Lin Xian had said it would. Professor Bai also advised at this time, "Lin Xian, do you feel that 4 months is too much of a rush? You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. This time is something that can be discussed and coordinated with your superiors." Professor Bai, Professor Yan, since I said 4 months' time to complete it, then I will definitely complete it. Lin Xian said resolutely, as a Chinese, I absolutely cannot allow the construction of the rice base in eastern Japan. Don't worry, two professors, this time the coordination between the various fields will all be done by me. I'll make sure that nothing goes wrong during the research. Lin Xian said in a serious tone. What? The coordination between the various fields was all done by Lin Xian alone? Hearing these serious words from Lin Xian, the two professors were in disbelief, both looking at Lin Xian in awe. So many fields being studied while being coordinated by Lin Xian running back and forth, this workload, it was too terrifying. Looking at the entire scientific research world, no one had ever been able to do this before. Professor Bai, Professor Yan, I'll go and organize the information needed for the research institute and come back later. Lin Xian also said goodbye to the two professors at this time and left the research lab on the nuclear engineering side. After Lin Xian arrived at his own room, he immediately began to bury his head in writing the research materials and data needed for the various fields of weather controllers. These were all inside Lin Xian's mind, and Lin Xian hadn't had the time to write them down before. In fact, this time, the weather controller research, the coordination of the various fields, was also a small challenge for Lin Xian. Lin Xian had to be proficient in all fields, and he had to constantly keep an eye on the progress of the various laboratories, so that not a single mistake could be made, and not a single tiny problem could be spared. And time is short, professors in various fields do not have time to understand the knowledge of other fields, only Lin Xian can serve as a bridge to communicate various fields. Once there was the slightest problem in one of the links, in the end, the weather controller of the network would only be declared a failure. Lin Xian would definitely not let the plot of the meter country succeed, so Lin Xian felt that it was fine for him to be a bit tired. As long as the conspiracy of the United States is crushed, then as a Chinese, Lin Xian feels that his efforts and dedication are all worthwhile. Brush, brush, brush. Lin Xian was immersed in a state of extreme concentration, writing down the data necessary for his research in rapid succession. The entire inside of the room was so quiet that only the sound of Lin Xian writing furiously remained. An hour later, all the data from all the domains were written by Lin Xian. Without taking any breaks, Lin Xian immediately hugged the several stacks of bound research data in various fields and pushed the door to leave the room. Chapter 95, 7 Fields, Groundbreaking Research Breakthroughs. After informing the professors of the different fields to go to the conference room for the meeting, Lin Xian also headed in the direction of the conference room. Professor Bai and Professor Yen just happened to come out from the nuclear engineering lab, and seeing Lin Xian's resolute figure, the two professors couldn't help but be somewhat moved, and their eyes were even filled with emotion. The two of them had just been worried about Lin Xian. Worried that Lin Xian would not be too tired if he took on the coordination and harmonization between so many fields of research projects all by himself. In the two professors' opinion, for Lin Xian's mind to want to switch back and forth between countless fields was simply an unimaginable thing that not only consumed one's brainpower, but also one's energy. Now that they saw Lin Xian's resolute back, the two professors' hearts were still a little worried. However, unlike before, the two professors were also infected by Lin Xian's resolute state of mind, gradually believing that since Lin Xian was able to take the initiative to come and carry this banner, Lin Xian was already able to do a good job at the task of coordinating multiple fields. The hearts of the two professors were filled with a million complexities and mixed feelings at the moment. Both of them were realizing that Lin Xian had grown several times again compared to before, whether it was in terms of willpower or scientific research ability. Unconsciously, Lin Xian was really like what the higher-ups had said at the awarding ceremony that day, representing the new generation of young people who were leading the future of the entire Chinese science and technology. Thinking about it, the gazes of the two professors were filled with excitement and exhilaration. After all the professors from various fields had arrived, Lin Xian also immediately began to distribute the information and data from various different fields. Professors, this is the data and formulas that I've compiled for the research needed for the various fields of weather controllers, divided into 7 fields and 7 parts. While distributing the information for each field, Lin Xian explained. The 7 fields of research that needed to be involved in the manufacture of weather controllers were nuclear engineering, reflective material engineering, electronic information engineering, meteorological engineering, satellite engineering, precision instrumentation engineering, and thermophysical energy conversion engineering. What? Professor Lin has compiled information on 7 areas of research? The professors in the room suddenly, all of them were stunned and looked at Lin Xian with a look of disbelief. The 7 fields involved in the weather controller this time around could all span a great deal and were basically independent of each other. Lin Xian had actually written out all the information needed, all by himself? How is this possible? It's simply not something a person can do. The professors present were stunned for dozens of seconds before they suspiciously picked up the information that Lin Xian had just distributed, and with an incredulous expression, they began to check it out. The information in the hands of Professor Xue and Professor Qi in the field of electronic information engineering had a very long title on top of the cover: Weather Controller Without Delay Ground Air Integrated Automated Electronic Control Design Program. After seeing the title of this material, the two of them looked stunned again, and then with curiosity, they began to check up on this material distributed by Lin Xian. At first, the looks on the two professors' faces didn't change in any particular way. But the further they looked down, the look on both of their faces, the more surprised they were. Professor Lin, the program you took is actually based on the phased array radar delta phase shifting electromagnetic waves, automatically carrying out remote control of the airborne reflection angle? Professor Qi jerked his head up, his eyes flashing with dismay and excitement. That's right, Lin Xian said with a smile. Although the difficulty of the delta phase transformation is exponentially times that of the gamma phase transformation, it can minimize the delay, and controlling our airborne satellites for latency-free operations would be simply perfect. Amazing, amazing, no country or research organization in the world has been able to successfully research the data to perform a delta phase change. Professor Xue said excitedly. In this way, the issue of automated control can really break through the existing technology. This will also be beneficial to the future of our Chinese technology. Lin Xian saw Professor Xue, Professor Qi excited like a child. He also smiled and said, Professor Xue, Professor Qi, what I'm providing is just data. Whether it will work out in the end or not still needs to be experimentally verified. The two professors also nodded heavily. Although Lin Xian's data was perfect, it didn't mean that it would be successful in the end, and the next step was definitely the need for constant experimentation and verification. Many of the small techniques used within the weather controller were breakthroughs in existing technology. These technologies can really be used for something other than weather controllers. For example, this delta EMW phase transformation can be used in satellite telemetry systems later on. Not only Professor Xue, Professor Qi, but other professors in different fields also felt more and more unbelievable and shocked the more they looked at the information in their hands. Professor Kong from the field of materials engineering was also incredibly surprised. Professor Lin, this palladium ion-based metal electrolyte reflective film coating design of yours, can it really make the reflectivity reach 99.95%? Like this palladium ion metal electrolyte reflective coating of Lin Xian's, it was among the first of its kind in the world. Professor Kong in the field of materials engineering had only seen this program, and wasn't sure if it could be done with the technology in China now. Facing this doubt from Professor Kong, Lin Xian also held a rigorous attitude and said, The design program itself is all calculated by me countless times, but in the end it still depends on the specific results of our experiments during the experimental process, and it is constantly modified during the countless experiments. As for the technical aspects, we can also slowly discuss and slowly solve them. After all, right now, all of Lin Xian's data and information were obtained during the process of system simulation, and Lin Xian didn't dare to pack his bags 100% before going through the real laboratory verification. The looks on the faces of the professors present were all shocked, surprised, and a few moments of doubt. They had previously prepared some research materials related to their respective fields, but now Lin Xian's materials were completely expanding them to a whole new direction, a whole new level. Many of the researches were currently unavailable in the world and were groundbreaking. For these unprecedented researches, the professors have no idea in their hearts whether they can make it or not. But Lin Xian was the project leader after all, so the professors could only try Lin Xian's program first. Professors, the information has already been sent down to everyone, and our research can officially begin. If you have any questions next, you can ask me in the middle of the research process. Lin Xian also said to the professors in the room at this time. After Lin Xian finished speaking, all the professors also left the conference room. The professors were all very quiet as they left, all of them burying their heads and wrinkling their brows as they looked at the research materials that Lin Xian had handed out. The entire conference room, as well as the corridor, was filled with the sound of clattering and flipping through the information. After all, this was the next research project, and many of them were groundbreaking, and there were bound to be many questions during the research process. The earlier the problems could be discovered, the more they could be discussed and solved with Lin Xian, and this was the correct way to open up a research project. As much as possible, the research should be taken to the limit in the middle of the research process, and all the problems should be found out. Weather controllers, the final grouping of the network, can only be successful once, there can be no failure. On the way out of the conference room, Professor Yin and Professor Bai, who had first collaborated with Lin Xian on the nuclear power engine research project, still found it hard to believe when they thought that Lin Xian had produced research materials in 7 fields all by himself. Professor Yin, these 7 fields involved in the weather controller this time have a very small connection with each other. It's hard for a regular person to become proficient in 2 fields. How on earth did Lin Xian he manage to do that? Professor Bai couldn't help but be surprised. To be proficient in all 7 fields, and to present groundbreaking research in all of them, to not be confused, in my opinion, is simply harder than reaching the sky. Professor Yan also couldn't help but be exclaiming. I always feel like Lin Xian has a compartmentalized, clear-thinking computer inside his brain, Professor Bai joked. Old Bai, don't think so much, the matter of coordination. I believe Lin Xian can do a good job, and we do what we can do. Professor Yin frowned at this time, glancing at the piece of information given by Lin Xian in his hand, and said, just this new nuclear power plant process design that Lin Xian gave us is enough for us to eat a pot. After the professors of the various research laboratories had pondered over the information given by Lin Xian for half a day, almost all of the professors of the research laboratories, all of them, carried out their own research and experiments at the same time. Lin Xian was also not idle for a moment, traveling back and forth between the various research laboratories, answering the questions of the professors and coordinating the research between the various fields. Although the various research laboratories were carrying out research in their respective fields, but the progress of their research, in Lin Xian's case, was like a net, linked together, which was full of dense and inextricable connections. Lin Xian was the only hub in this network, responsible for integrating all the research together. All of the research began to proceed in an orderly and synchronized manner under Lin Xian's coordination and guidance. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At 11 o'clock in the evening on this day, the entire research base was still brightly lit. Everyone was still conducting research in the positions that belonged to them. Because the weather controller was classified research until it was built, none of the professors had any contact with the outside world during this month. The professors only had one belief, and that was to do the research they had at hand well. During this month's time, the professors were initially sure that the research materials provided by Lin Xian in various fields were not problematic, or at least the path was correct, so they all invested 100 times more passion into their research as if they had been beaten up and continued to do so. The professors of various fields who were originally slightly skeptical of Lin Xian were also becoming more and more impressed with him. Plus, the professors saw that Lin Xian had basically only slept 4 hours a day for the past month, and spent the rest of his time traveling between the various research laboratories, coordinating and guiding the research in various fields. The professors' hearts were even more filled with admiration and appreciation for Lin Xian, and they were also a little worried about whether Lin Xian's body could withstand it. Chapter 96, Not resisting anymore? Definitely admitting defeat. Professor Bai saw Lin Xian walk out of the reflective materials laboratory with a slight hint of exhaustion. He also asked Lin Xian with some concern, Professor Lin, do you want to go take a rest? I see that you haven't rested for a long time. Lin Xian smiled and said, Professor Bai, I'm fine, I can still carry on, I'll have plenty of time to rest when our weather controller is researched. Right now, the base on the easting side is also definitely still under construction, so I can't slack off yet. Lin Xian's expression became a bit more serious as he said, "Professor Lin, do you have time? Please come over and take a look at this tertiary energy conversion system. The conversion rate is still not up to our estimated value." As he spoke, a shout rang out within the research center. "Yes," Lin Xian responded. "Professor Bai, I'll go first." Lin Xian spoke to Professor Bai and hurried off to conduct his instruction. Seeing Lin Xian instructing various fields of research as if he was tireless, Professor Bai couldn't do anything in his heart even though he was worried. Professor Bai knew Lin Xian's character, and that was that Lin Xian wouldn't relax until the research was done in one breath. This kind of spirit, even for these older professors of theirs, was worth learning from Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Professor Bai was also immediately devoted to his research at hand with a hundredfold spirit. Soon, another month passed. It was already halfway to the scheduled construction time of the weather controller. Within this month's time, the weather controller's research in various fields had made breakthroughs in progress under Lin Xian's leadership, although the general assembly work had not yet begun. But the parts of research and manufacturing in various fields are already in their infancy. The work to be done now is to break through those last key technical difficulties point by point. This point in time can be said to be the slowest and most problematic stage in the entire weather controller manufacturing process. Even Lin Xian, who had undergone endurance enhancement and had been conducting his research in such a continuous manner, was feeling tired. Lin Xian's exhaustion was evident to all the professors, and all of them were becoming increasingly worried about Lin Xian. In the end, under the strong request of all the professors, Lin Xian couldn't resist all the professors, and for the first time, he took an early rest. As soon as Lin Xian touched the bed, he immediately fell asleep. For the first time in 2 months, Lin Xian slept for 8 hours. After waking up, in the morning Lin Xian also immediately came to the research center. As soon as he entered the research center, Lin Xian heard a familiar and excited voice shouting at him. "Professor Lin Xian." Lin Xian couldn't help but be a little surprised, and looking around, he realized that the visitor was actually Li Sisi. Li Sisi was wearing a military uniform, and her hair was also a clean, short, ear-length hair, looking exceptionally valiant. "Lin Xian, why are you here?" Li Sisi asked as she ran up a few steps and looked at Lin Xian with an excited and incredulous face. "How could you be here?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "What else could it be because of doing research here?" "Awesome, Lin Xian." Li Sisi said in surprise, "You're also involved in the weather controller program. What else can't you do?" As soon as Lin Xian heard Li Sisi's words, he knew that Li Sisi obviously didn't know that he was the proposer of the weather controller project, the leader. Lin Xian didn't explain anything extra, but asked, "What about you, Li Sisi, why are you here?" "Why, Professor Lin Xian, why can't I come?" Li Sisi bristled and said to Lin Xian with a smile, "I'm also a researcher at the Institute of Armaments Industry now. This time I'm also here by order of the higher-ups to assist the professor specializing in precision instruments at the institute in his research work." Lin Xian remembered that when he had just graduated, Li Sisi was still a trainee at the Institute of Armaments Industry. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You can, becoming a researcher so soon, Li Sisi, you still have something." "Hey, don't say it." Li Sisi looked at Lin Xian with a face of envy and admiration and said, "Lin Xian, we all graduated together. How many big projects have you led to do successfully now? Again, nuclear-powered rockets. Again, the Tiangong space station. Those are also the result of everyone working together in unison." Lin Xian also smiled faintly and said, "Professor Lin, is it convenient now?" Professor Shui walked over with a piece of information with his head down, and seeing that Lin Xian was smiling and chatting with Li Sisi, he also smiled and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew that Professor Shui must have a problem looking for himself, and with a solemn expression, he said, "Professor Shui, what's wrong?" Hearing Lin Xian's question, Professor Shui also immediately handed over the information and said, "There's still a 0.01 millisecond delay problem in the delta electromagnetic wave phase change." After Lin Xian carefully read the information handed over by Professor Shui, he also said to Professor Shui, "Professor Shui, go ahead and arrange for people to prepare for the test. I'll do some more calculations and head over there right away to conduct the test." Seeing that Professor Shui, who was famous for his electronic information engineering, had personally come to ask Lin Xian for professional advice, Li Sisi instantly just froze. What is this? Why was Professor Shui asking Lin Xian for knowledge in the field of electronic information engineering? Could it be that Lin Xian didn't come here for the same purpose as himself, to conduct research by order of his superiors? "Professor Lin." "Lin Xian," Li Sisi said as she looked at Lin Xian with a somewhat jaw-dropped look, "what aspect of research are you doing here, specifically?" When Li Sisi asked this question, Professor Shui was also slightly stunned, and then said to Li Sisi with a smile, "Little girl, Professor Lin is not doing research in one direction. Professor Lin is the leader of the weather controller program. And all 7 areas of the program were all proposed by Professor Lin alone. Now understand." "What? The lead on the weather controller program? A person who proposed a research program in 7 areas?" After hearing this, Li Sisi was a million times more shocked and looked at Lin Xian with her mouth wide open, saying in shock, "Lin Xian, you're actually the project leader? Yes, Lin Xian nodded with a faint smile as well. So, the genius leader that the superiors said was proficient in every field is you. Li Sisi was even more adoring as she looked at Lin Xian, excited and in disbelief. Heavens! Professor Lin, you really are a god. Lin Xian didn't say anything else, and after smiling at Li Sisi, he went with Professor Shui to do the preparations before the test. After freezing in place for a few seconds, Li Sisi also immediately chased after him and shouted, Professor Lin, I'm coming to help. In the meantime, Eastern Japan. Secret military base in Shimamoto City. On the side of the M Nation, after the Dragon Nation conducted a press conference at the time to boycott the kind of disgusting behavior of the M Nation and the East Japan. The M country has adopted the usual policy of playing dead, is dead not come out to respond. With Lin Xian's side spearheading the research after the official start, at the behest of Commander Su, the Dragon Country official also temporarily stopped the boycott of the shameless behavior of the M country by convening another press conference, but waited for 4 months later to put a big move. So in these 2 months, there was no movement from the Dragon countryside, nor did they make another statement on this incident. This move, in the opinion of the M countryside, is a sign that the Dragon country has conceded defeat. In the middle of the capture base under construction in Shermaine City, East Japan, Director McCann and Admiral William once again came to inspect the progress of the construction of the base in East Japan, and along with them, there was also Director John of the Space Agency. The look of the three people are a bit complacent. After all, the Dragon country also no voice, the base is still smoothly under construction, did not suffer any impact in the slightest. Admiral William also said to General Kawasaki at this time with a smug look on his face. General Kawasaki, you see the Dragon Kingdom at that time, after screaming for a few days, it has been 2 months without verbal resistance. What does this mean? It means that the Dragon Kingdom has given up resistance. It means that the Dragon Kingdom itself understands in its own heart that they simply have no way to take the bases that we're constructing, they can't do anything about it. Next, the Dragon Kingdom can only be watching us build the base under their noses. General Kawasaki also couldn't help but laugh and lick up Admiral William, worthy of being Admiral William. Worthy of the M country. No one understands the Dragon Kingdom better than you. Colonel William was licked by Kawasaki and laughed as well, looking at the eye of the base that was already a third of the way through construction and building at a rapid pace, with an expectant and frantic look. Once the construction of this base is completed, the Dragon country's military absolutely have to suffer a fatal blow heavier than the waist chopping. Admiral William was very much looking forward to seeing this scene with his own eyes. Director John, Director McCann, are also looking forward to, after the completion of the base this time, will be able to get back the face that the M country lost before, and ruthlessly and heavily thwarted the Dragon country away, so that the Dragon country know the real strength of the M country. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The atmosphere within the research center on this day was a little different from the atmosphere of previous days. A portion of the researchers were still doing some research work. But a group of professors, as well as Lin Xian, were at this moment in the middle of the huge field where the ground part of the weather controller was assembled. This venue was completely covered by a huge openable roof. Inside the venue, it was already stacked with countless extremely complex machinery. Everyone present looked a little tired and even had dark circles under their eyes. But the looks on their faces were all happy and expectant. Because today was the day when the weather controller was officially assembled and tested for the first time. Professor Lin, can we start the assembly work? Professor Shui excitedly asked Lin Xian and said, it can begin. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with light as he said, the reflective satellite portion of the weather controller is already in place on Longyan 1 at the Changxi launch site. As long as the assembly task is completed on our side, the satellite can also be launched into orbit at any time. At that time, we'll be able to conduct the testing of the weather controller. Chapter 97, Beginning of the Test. The shocking image of the sea. After Lin Xian finished his announcement, a happy smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. The professors were all overjoyed as well, and a look of anticipation and excitement spread across their faces. 3 months. 3 months had passed, and the professors in various fields were surging forward under Lin Xian's guidance. Finally, this day had come. The first general assembly test of the weather controller. This final assembly test will not directly create extreme weather, but will be primarily aimed at testing the coordination of the ground portion of the weather controller with the space portion. Because the weather controller's precise weather strike system would still have to go through several simulations and optimizations, as well as solving some research difficulties, before it would be fully formed. But nevertheless, up to now, the research on weather controllers was enough to make exciting leaps and bounds. After all, both the ground body and the sky body portions are complete. The gazes that the professors looked at Lin Xian were also filled with deep admiration. All the professors understood in their hearts that such a huge, complex, and world-first scientific research project would not have been possible had it not been for the leadership of Professor Lin. Professor Lin is the biggest contributor to the weather controller research. Those professors who had been skeptical of Lin Xian's program were now convinced of Lin Xian. All the professors believed with all their hearts that Lin Xian was the future of the Dragon Kingdom's science and technology. The future leader of the Dragon Kingdom's technology. Soon, all the professors were also getting busy. Under Lin Xian's arrangement, the final assembly of the ground part of the weather controller was carried out. All the professors were energized. Although the various parts of the weather controller's massive machinery had been previously assembled in their respective laboratories, they were already made. However, because the weather controller was too complex and very large, all sorts of heavy cranes and instruments were also moving those weighty and voluminous mechanical parts under the control of the computer. So the final assembly process took a long time, with everyone working on the final assembly without a moment's pause and without any breaks. 16 hours later, the general assembly of the ground body part of the weather controller was finally complete. As the various auxiliary instruments were withdrawn, the main part of the weather controller, too, shone under the light of the huge roof space. In the very center of the weather controller was a spherical launch window responsible for energizing the final energy. Further down there are 3 hemispherical objects that are responsible for performing energy conversion and control. The bottom part is the main nuclear energy supply part of the weather controller and the parameter control system. Seeing the weather controller that had been assembled in front of him, filled with a futuristic and sci-fi atmosphere, in the eyes of the professors present, there was joy and light flickering constantly. It's done, it's finally done. Professor Shue's hands were trembling with excitement as he said repeatedly, "This day has finally come. If this test is successful, then there will definitely be no problem with the official extreme weather strike test later on as well." Professor Yen, who also had tears glistening in his expression, said. At this time, a picture also suddenly appeared on top of a large screen next to him. On the other side of the screen was the Changxi Launch Center. At the Changxi Satellite Launch Center, Director Li Shan also attached great importance to the scene to personally conduct command work. 3, 2, 1, launch. Under everyone's gaze, Longyan No. 1 also took off with 2 weather controller reflective satellites and blasted off under the excited gaze of everyone at the Changxi Launch Center. After sending the 2 huge reflex satellites into the predetermined orbit, the Dragonitis I arrow separated smoothly. Snap, 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 snap. On this side of the Weather Controller Research Center, everyone was clapping excitedly. The Weather Controller Reflector satellite entered into the intended geosynchronous orbit, marking this initial test of the weather controller, and the networking work was officially completed. The next step means that formal testing can begin. Everyone was making their final preparations, debugging various equipment, and getting ready for everything. Just at this time, Commander Rong from the Nanyang military region also arrived at the research base with a group of attendants. This time, it wasn't an actual combat test of the weather controller, just a general assembly test, so Commander Su didn't come over personally. Hard work, professors and researchers. Tough on all the hard work you've put into weather controller research. After Commander Rong came to the research base and saw the weather controller in front of him, his expression was inevitably a bit excited and shocked. Then Commander Rong cordially shook hands with all the professors. Commander Rong, we haven't paid as much as Professor Lin, this weather controller. The main credit goes to Professor Lin. Professor Yen also exclaimed at this time. Commander Rong also rushed up to shake Lin Xian's hand and said gratefully, Professor Lin, thank you for your contribution to the research of the Weather Controller Institute. Thank you, Commander Rong. Lin Xian said, also looking gratefully at the many professors present, and said with emotion, everyone has put in a lot of effort and sweat to make this weather controller test we have today. Commander Rong, hearing these words from Lin Xian, was also overwhelmed with emotion, nodding his head repeatedly and saying, Professor Lin, the Dragon Kingdom's national defense, science and technology, with you and these top-notch professors in various fields, it's really a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. After saying that, Commander Rong also turned his words around and said, Professor Lin, you guys just test yours, I won't bother you to start the weather controller testing work. Lin Xian also nodded and announced to the entire room, everything is ready, so let's start today's test. As soon as Lin Xian's words fell, everyone also left the area where the main part of the weather controller was located in an orderly fashion, arriving at a nearby main control room. After all, this was the first test of the weather controller, and without the safety issues being determined, everyone couldn't stay in close proximity to this area. There was a large screen inside the main control room. Above the large screen, it was divided into 3 parts, each displaying a different picture. The first part was the main body of the weather controller underneath the roof of the massive shell structure. The second part is the camera mounted above the 2 reflecting satellites. Everyone could clearly see through the camera that the special energy reflective panels on top of the 2 satellites were already fully unfolded, and the total wingspan of the 2 satellites had reached 120 square meters, shining under the illumination of the sunlight in space. The third part was a weather observation balloon located at a predetermined position on the surface of the open sea, carrying all kinds of specialized equipment for measuring the temperature, air pressure, and the changes in air currents after the weather controller was activated. Everyone present was watching the image above the large screen intently. Inside the general control room, the researchers were already operating according to the test steps. Before the energy part of the weather controller was turned on, the first test was the linkage between the ground part and the space reflection part. Report all data, Lin Xian said in a solemn voice. The data of the main part of the ground is normal. Satellite energy reflector activity normal. Ground and air linkage testing underway. Test results are all normal. Ground and air delays are within predetermined limits. After hearing the reports from the various researchers, a hint of a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face as well. The ground-air linkage was a key point of the weather controller. The professors in the room were also ecstatic and snapped their hands. Alright, I announce that the following will begin the activation of the reactor for the energy conversion, energy emission, and energy reflection tests. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said. As soon as Lin Xian's words fell, the professors present all instantly quieted down, their moods once again tense, looking at the big screen with anticipation and apprehension. This step of the testing process was very long, belonging to a complete set of processes, and was also the last part of this weather controller test. Once the test was successful, it would mean that the weather controller could be put into practical use after some more follow-up research. Zip! With a sound over the screen, the reactor's control rods were pulled out and it began to start up. Small reactor power supply normal. Immediately, a researcher shouted while looking at the data on the screen. After the reactor was activated, the initial huge amount of energy needed for the weather controller was also generated far and wide from the reactor. It then entered the energy control converter and was converted into energy that the weather controller could use. Energy conversion is normal. Another researcher shouted excitedly. Current energy output ratio stabilized at 10%. With 10% of the energy input into the spherical excitation window of the weather controller's main body. Everyone was seeing that the weather controller's main body excitation window was actually faintly glowing with a translucent light, looking exceptionally splendid. Gorgeous and deadly. Although the weather controller's energy excitation did not have the kind of convergence and steepness of a laser weapon, and the area of energy radiation was relatively large, it was still a high-energy weapon. The data from the main control room showed that the energy converging from the weather controller's excitation window was, well, huge. At the same time, rumble. The huge shell-like roof directly above the weather controller also began to open rapidly to the sides. As the shell-like roof of the weather controller opened, the staff at the main control center, too, were reporting in. Data normal. Ground and air linkage normal. Energy input stabilized. Ready to fire energy. At this critical moment, Lin Xian also looked serious and ordered, start the energy launch. With Lin Xian's order, the energy window located at the top of the weather controller was instantly activated. First, it quickly and automatically turned its angle to aim at the satellite's reflective plate above the predetermined geostationary orbit. Then the energy needed to control the weather was energized. The space satellite reflector panels, too, were automatically angled up as the ground portion was activated. Although the ground and space were far apart, the moves between the two parts were synergistic. Everyone was shocked as they watched the video images coming back from the top of the screen. The two parts were moving in perfect synchronization without any delay. As the two sections moved in synchronization, the satellite reflector plates also reflected the energy instantly to a predetermined height, a predetermined location on the surface of the sea. Of course, the state of these reflected energies was invisible to everyone. It can only be obtained by observation from weather balloons over a predetermined position on the surface of the sea. Energy 10%, altitude 5,000 meters. Temperature 22 degrees. The staff next to him was reporting the information in real time at the predetermined altitude. Temperature raising in progress, 23 degrees. 25 degrees. Thermal airflow in the target area is steadily rising. This test was not specific to creating any extreme weather, as creating various extremes required various different parameters, which could be done at a later stage. Right now it was simply reflecting energy and testing the basic usage of the weather controller. Lin Xian looked at the large screen with a slightly nervous expression. Although everything was normal now, but after all, it was only 10% of the energy intensity now, and it was still unknown if something would go wrong after the energy reached a higher level. Lin Xian spoke in a calm tone, raise the energy to 50%. The target area remains unchanged. Boost energy to 50%. System stabilized. Temperatures stabilizing and increasing. Atmospheric circulation accelerating. Thermals rising rapidly. With the energy boosted to 50%, everyone saw inside the screen inside the real-time picture coming back from the weather balloon. Originally, there was a clear sky over the sea, but it became cloudy in just 10 seconds or so. A layer of thick, dark cumulonimbus clouds instantly covered the entire sky. If someone happened to be on this sea, they would definitely be shocked as to why the change of sky would become so fast. Lin Xian also saw the real-time picture coming back from inside the screen, and without moving, he continued to give orders, boost the energy to 70%. And at a rate of 1%, raise it steadily. Boost energy to 70%. System stabilized. All normal. As the energy boosted to 70%, the numbers were swinging in wildly small increments. The staff members present, their voices trembling a little with excitement, reported the situation. Inside the image that came back from inside the screen, the dense clouds were getting thicker and thicker. Rumble. Within the clouds, there was actually a faint sound of thunder coming through.